Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. It was Gilbert and Sullivan who said, quote, "A policeman's lot is not a happy one," end quote. But tonight, just on the stroke of 8, Mike Shayne, San Francisco's favorite ferreter of felonies, is seated in his apartment. He looks down on the bay at the masthead lights rising and falling with the swell, as Phyllis, his easy-on-the-eyes associate, does things with eggs in the tiny kitchen. A kitchen which hangs like an eyebrow on the forehead of Telegraph Hill.
Yes, Angel?
How's the shoulder?
It's fine. It's pretty good. Why?
Because I think you're using it as an excuse to get me over here every night to fix your dinner.
Well, Angel, some fellows have etchings. I use scrambled eggs.
Uh-huh. Well, from tonight on, if I come over to your apartment, it's to be as a guest. You're going to do cooking.
Oh, Angel.
I mean it. I'm through being a detective by day and a cook at night. All right, come and get it.
Oh, boy. Hello.
Hi, Mike.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
What are you doing?
Well, I was just going to sit down to a plate of scrambled eggs. Why?
I got a body.
You sound like something out of a horror film instead of Inspector of Homicide. What kind of a body?
It's been in the water a week or so. It looks like an accident. Autopsy surgeon seems to think it was an accident. Sergeant here says it was an accident, but...
You think it's murder?
Could be, Mike.
Where are you?
You know where Oleum is? Right on San Pablo Bay?
Yes.
I'll have the police boat pick you up at the jetty.
Oh, swell.
The sergeant will pick you up as fast as he can get there.
Well, give me 2 more seconds.
2 more seconds?
Yes, Inspector. 1 second for each egg.
There she is. Pull alongside.
Are we going aboard that yacht?
Yeah, inspector's aboard.
It's a trim-looking craft.
Yeah, about $200,000 worth.
Hi there. Can you make it up the ladder, or do you want a bosun's chair?
Oh, half an hour aboard ship and he talks like an admiral. We'll use the ladder, Inspector. Oh, what's the matter, Angel?
Can't cook his own dinner because of a bullet wound in the shoulder, but he can climb a ship's ladder.
Well,
Okay, you go first, Mike.
Okay.
Well, kid, you made good time.
Mm-hmm. Sergeant brought us up the bay as if he knew every wave.
He does. Born and raised at San Rafael.
Well, where's the body?
On the engine room hatch.
Mm-hmm. Any wounds?
1 blow on the head, which could have been made if he had fallen off the rocks.
Water in the lungs?
Yeah, Phil.
Oh, so he was alive when he hit the water.
Yeah.
Dressed in sailor pants, a reefer jacket, scarf. Shoes don't look like a sailor's. What besides the shoes make you suspect murder, Inspector?
The dead man's hands, Mike. No calluses. And the nails have been manicured. Sailors don't have soft hands and manicured nails.
Well, good work, Inspector, good work. But how come you're aboard this ship? Is the owner aboard?
No, Mike, but we've sent for him. We came aboard because the Bay Patrol found the body near the ship. And because of this. We found this note in the dead man's pocket.
The North Star, owner Nelson Carter.
And this is the North Star?
Yeah, Phil. Autopsy surgeon said the body has been in the water about 10 days.
Oh, it's pretty hard to identify him now. Any missing persons reported?
I don't know. The sergeant checked with the Missing Persons Bureau when he went back to pick you up.
Yes, sir. Nobody reported missing, Inspector.
Say, who's aboard? I noticed the anchor light is trim and clear. No smudge on the glass. Must have been lighted tonight.
That's right, Mike. Captain is aboard, also the quartermaster.
Oh, I don't see any cabin light.
No, Phil, the portholes are covered with heavy green curtains.
Did you question the captain and the quartermaster?
Yeah, Mike. Very non-committal gents. Said they didn't know the dead man. Never seen him before. Didn't know anything about him, and then they both retired to their cabins.
Well, that's a little suspicious, don't you think?
Not particularly.
Well, most people are inquisitive, Inspector, especially about anything that smells of murder.
Inspector, did you search the ship?
Yeah, they're doing quite a bit of repair work.
Huh?
Placing all the paneling in the stateroom and so on.
Oh, Inspector, did you take a look at the ship's log?
No. After all, Mike, we really haven't anything definite to go on, not even a legitimate reason to suspect murder.
I think we have.
Well, so do I. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent for you. But to try and tie the murder up with the captain or with the ship even.
But I do tie it up with the ship, in a way.
What do you mean, Mike?
Point number 1. We're agreed that this dead man isn't a sailor because of his hands.
Agreed.
Point number 2, we think that these sailors' clothes aren't his clothes, all except the shoes.
Oh, yes, Mike, but I still don't see how
Dead men can change clothes, Angel. So that suggests violence. Now, take a look at the inside of that right trouser leg. You see that smear of orangey red?
Yeah, Mike.
So what?
Well, that was made by red lead. The stuff they use to keep iron and steel from rusting.
Go on, Mike.
Now, take a look at these stanchions on the port side.
Freshly painted with red lead. I didn't notice that before.
Well, neither did I until right now. But you'll notice, Inspector, that there's no trace of red lead on the inside of either of the dead man's shoes.
I see what you mean. To get that smear on the pants legs, whoever was wearing those pants would be sure to get some on their shoes.
Right, Inspector, if he were wearing them voluntarily. Now, that smear suggests that he was carried. So I give you a suggestion. The murdered man was stripped of his own clothes, then these sailors' clothes were slipped on him, and he was dumped into the bay.
And these sailors' clothes came from this ship?
Yes, Inspector, yes, these clothes are from this ship. And for that reason, I think we should question our 4 suspects.
4 suspects? I don't get you, Mike. 4 suspects?
Yes. The captain, the quartermaster, the owner.
Yeah. And the fourth?
The 4th is the ship's carpenter.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the news you've all been waiting for. Post-war gasoline is here. Right now, as we speak these words, Union Oil Company's huge new 100-octane refineries are shifting to civilian production after long months of exclusive military service. That means that within a very few days, you'll be able to buy a new 76 gasoline that will knock your hat off. As fast as this new super gasoline can be blended, our trucks are hurrying it to your Minuteman stations. Some have it already. If your Union Oil Minuteman hasn't received his first shipment of this powerful new gasoline yet, he will within the next 2 weeks. And just as soon as he does, he'll post signs announcing its arrival in his station. Watch for these signs to go up, and then drive in for a real thrill. Your first tank full of the new 76 gasoline. Soon on sale at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector are still aboard the yacht North Star. The dead man's body still lies on the engine room hatch as Mike knocks on the captain's cabin door.
What do you want?
This is the inspector of homicide. I'd like to talk to you again.
Well, I won't say glad to see you because I'm not. I won't say sit down because I'm hoping you won't stay long.
We've sent for the owner, and I thought we could save time by asking you a few questions.
Who are you?
I'm Mike Shayne, private detective.
I don't know that I got to answer any of your questions.
Oh, you don't, of course, but I'd like to ask one question anyway.
Well?
Where's your master's certificate?
Why, you wouldn't...
And don't tell us it's in the chart house, because we looked there.
Now, Captain, you may not like to answer Mike's questions, but I think you'd better answer mine. Where is that certificate?
Here in the drawer. I haven't had time to put it up yet. I only took over this ship yesterday.
Oh, only yesterday, huh?
Yes. I answered an ad in the paper. The man wanted a navigator to be captain of his private yacht. I got the job.
What about the crew?
Only need 3. I'll pick them up in San Francisco tomorrow.
What about your quartermaster? Is he a new man, too?
Yes, I hired him yesterday.
Ahoy there, North Star! Throw us a line! Here you are, Sergeant!
Oh, have you got there, Sergeant?
Ship's carpenter named Wilkinson.
What about the owner, Carter? Couldn't you find him?
No, he's down in South America. Been there for 3 months.
What's that?
I said the owner of the North Star's been in South America for the past 3 months.
But that's impossible. I spoke to him a couple of days ago when he hired me.
That's what Carter's secretary says, and he ought to know. I brought him along in case you wanted to ask any questions.
Who else is that in the police launch?
Well, the woman is Mrs. Carter.
Oh. Has she heard from her husband lately?
No, not for 3 weeks.
Mike.
Yes, Angel. You and I have the same idea.
I'm beginning to have the same feeling, kids. Well, let's have the secretary up first and have him look at the body. What's his name?
Jackson. Mr. Jackson, will you come up the ladder, please?
I wonder
Yeah, Mike?
I wonder if the ship's carpenter is one of the old crew or a new man. Did you know him,
Must be
Captain?
one of the old crew. I didn't hire him.
You want to meet Sergeant? Yes. This is Inspector of Homicide.
How do you do?
Mike Shayne.
Hello.
Miss Knight.
How do you do?
I wonder if you'd come over this way, Mr. Jackson, to the engine room hatch. Okay, Sergeant.
Oh, why, that's...
Mr. Carter?
Yes, that's Mr. Carter.
Inspector,
Yes, Mike.
I'd like to make a suggestion.
Shoot.
I think we should take the body back to San Francisco.
Yes?
Then we should take everybody, and I mean everybody, to police headquarters.
Sit down, Mr. Wright. You're carpenter on the North Star.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, how long since you were aboard?
Well, nigh 3 months, sir.
Not since Mr. Carter left. Is that right?
That's right, miss.
Mm-hmm. Now, take a look at this reefer jacket.
Hey, that's mine, sir. I left it in me bunk.
And these pants?
Mine, too. But there wasn't no red lead on them when I laid them on the bunk.
Did Mr. Carter say anything to you about redecorating or repairing the paneling in the staterooms?
No, miss, not to me, he didn't.
And you think he would have, if that's what he wanted done?
I think so. But Mr. Carter was always one to be full of surprises. He could have done it without saying anything to me.
You don't know of any reason why anyone should want to kill him?
Not me, sir. I didn't know anything about his private life, only as the owner of the North Star.
Did he and his wife use the North Star much?
Oh, yes, quite a bit. Sailed a couple of times to Hawaii with her, lots of trips to Vancouver, BC. He was in the shipping business, you know.
Yeah. Well, Mike, unless you have any more questions...
Oh, yes, just one. Where was the North Star anchored the last time you were aboard?
She was tied up at her own jetty, 3 miles northeast of Oleum.
So she's been moved in the past 3 months.
Yes, miss, out into the middle of the bay and about 3 miles south.
Uh-huh, I see. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Wright.
The sergeant will show you out. And bring in Mrs. Carter, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Mrs. Carter. I know this has been quite an ordeal. You identified your husband?
Yes.
We suspect murder, Mrs. Carter. Have you any reason to suspect anyone?
No, my husband hadn't an enemy in the world that I know of.
You thought he was still in South America?
Well, yes, although I haven't had a letter for a month. I used to hear from him regularly every week.
I suppose you inherit your husband's property, Mrs. Carter?
I suppose I do. Half of it is mine anyway. I inherited it from my mother.
Did your husband say anything about repairing or redecorating the paneling in the salons?
No. But that reminds me of something.
Yes, Mrs. Carter?
Well, I heard Mr. Jackson talking to someone on the phone the other day about paneling. I didn't know what he was talking about, but then I paid very little attention to my husband's business.
I see. And you can't help us anymore?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid not. If I think of anything, I'll call you, Inspector.
Thank you. The sergeant will show you out. Bring in the captain, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
We may be out to call on you, Mrs. Carter. It might be necessary to search your husband's papers.
Certainly, Mr. Shayne.
Sit down, Captain.
Thanks.
I take it that if you only took over command of the ship yesterday, You haven't given any orders?
No, I spent yesterday and today checking supplies, looking over the ship's gear.
You knew nothing about the replacing of the salon paneling?
Oh, yes. The man I thought was the owner told me he was having it replaced, and the workman already knew what to do.
And this man that you thought was the owner, what did he look like?
I don't know. I never saw him.
But you said you spoke to him when he hired you.
I spoke to him on the phone.
Aha! Now we get somewhere. What was his phone number?
I don't know. He called me. I wrote him an answer to his advertisement and put my phone number in the letter. Called me on the phone and told me to report aboard yesterday.
Mm-hmm. And that's all you know?
That's all I know. I saw the ad, answered it, and he told me the berth was mine. I came aboard, and that's that.
Well, thanks a lot, Captain. I guess you'd better get back aboard ship.
I'll wait for the quartermaster. I'm sure he doesn't know any more than I do.
As you wish, Captain.
You're quite certain that the quartermaster doesn't know anything?
Oh, can he? I picked him up on the waterfront this afternoon. He's only been aboard a few hours.
I see.
All right, Sergeant. We'll see Mr. Jackson next.
Just a second, Inspector.
Yes, Mike.
I think maybe we ought to take a trip out to Mr. Carter's home before we talk to Jackson.
All right, Mike. Keep Jackson and the quartermaster till we get back, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Inspector.
Get out into the corridor and see if the captain and Jackson or the quartermaster get to talking.
Right, Inspector.
Attaboy, Inspector.
Are you serious about going out to Carter's place?
Well, yes, honey, why?
Well, I've been following your advice, Mike.
Yes, Angel?
I've been listening to the tone of these voices.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
And I think the captain is lying. Or at least not telling the whole truth.
Why, Phil?
Well, he said he hadn't given any orders since he went aboard.
That's right.
Yeah. He said he'd been checking stores and looking over the ship's gear, but...
Well, then
why
who painted the stanchions with red lead? The captain? Those stanchions were still damp.
Well, it takes red lead quite a time to dry, but Angel, I think you have something there. I don't know quite what it is, but you have something.
Thanks, Mrs. Carter, for waiting up for us.
Oh, not at all. Naturally, I'm anxious to do anything I can to help find my husband's murderer. I'm afraid I hardly realize he's dead.
Yes, there isn't much we can say, Mrs. Carter, except that we'll get his murderer if anybody can.
This was my husband's office, his home office. Mr. Jackson always worked here when my husband was out of town.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'd better check the desk first. Bill, you take the straw, Inspector.
I don't know anything about shipping schedules.
Say, Mike. Phil. Yeah? What is it? Here's the North Star's clearance to leave her jetty on an anchor in the bay. Dated the 26th of last month.
Well, it might mean something. We'll remember that.
Hey, what have you got there, Mike?
Well, something not quite on the up and up, I think.
In the fireplace there?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Burned envelopes and letters. Here, Inspector.
Yeah.
Here, if that isn't part of a Panama stamp,
Panama?
then I don't...
That's where my husband was when I last heard from him.
Well, this was mailed the 21st. Airmail.
The last I received was the 18th.
Mailed the 21st, and the North Star changed her moorings on the 26th.
Yes, Angel, yes. Just time to receive this letter and change the ship's moorings.
Does that mean something?
It depends, Mrs. Carter. It depends. Inspector.
Yeah, Mike?
I think we should pay a visit to the North Star's jetty, 3 miles northeast of Oleum, as I remember it.
We'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those who may have tuned in late, we are repeating the announcement made earlier in the program. Post-war gasoline is here. Union Oil Company's huge new 100-octane refineries have been shifted to civilian production after long months of exclusive military service. That means that within a very few days, depending on your locality, you'll be able to buy a powerful new 76 gasoline that beats all pre-war performance. As fast as this new super gasoline can be blended, our trucks are delivering it to your Minuteman stations. Some have it already. If your Union Oil man hasn't received his first shipment of this sensational new 76 gasoline, he will within the next 2 weeks. Just as soon as he does, he'll post signs announcing its arrival in his station. Watch for these signs to go up, and then drive in for a real thrill. Your first tankful of the new post-war 76 gasoline. Soon on sale at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Watch for it. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector are facing one of their most baffling mysteries. A murder with apparently no motive and no clues. We picked them up at the jetty where the North Star is usually tied up.
Well, there's not a thing that I can see. Bare jetty.
Odds and ends of rope, freshly painted stanchion.
Yes. Everything connected with the North Star seems to lead to stanchion.
What is it, Mike?
Look.
A piece of red glass. Looks like part of a ship's lantern. Port lantern.
A natural deduction, Inspector, since we're on the jetty, but look again. Then look at the railing here.
A long scratch with paint rubbed into it.
Yeah. A scratch made by an automobile bumper and rear fender.
Yes. When the car was backed up to turn around, whoever was driving scuffed along the rail and broke this tail lamp glass. Sergeant.
Yeah, Mike.
Check with Mrs. Carter's car, Jackson's car, and the captain's if he has one.
Yes, sir. Mike.
But first get hold of Chips.
Chips?
The ship's carpenter, Mr. Wright.
Oh.
Get hold of him and tell him to meet us aboard the North Star as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And then?
And then bring everybody back out to the ship, but not before you've checked all the automobiles.
Yeah, Mike.
And what's our move, Mike?
Back aboard the North Star and lay a trap for a murderer.
Constant creaking of the ship gets me.
I think we're in luck. I don't believe the captain or the quartermaster are back on the boat.
No, Mike. Captain said he was going to wait for the quartermaster, so they're both back at headquarters.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot.
What are you looking for, Mike?
I don't know, but I'm giving these port stanchions the once over. Say.
What?
You see that dark stain on the deck?
Yeah.
Sure. What about it?
You know what made that?
No. Do you?
No, but I'll make a good guess. Fresh water.
Fresh water?
Yes. Decks should always be washed down with salt water. It leaves them white and sparkling. Fresh water makes them dark.
Yeah, but even so much.
Shh. I hope this is Chips, our ship's carpenter.
Ahoy there! North Star!
Yeah. Here's the line. Tie up and come aboard.
All right. All right, mate.
Well, what can I do for you?
Tell me, what will dissolve red lead?
Red lead? Why, oil will if it ain't too old. And you've got to scrape it.
Take a look at the stanchion.
I'll wipe that off in no time.
You've got oil aboard?
Sure thing.
Okay, let's get going.
All right, sir.
Now for a quick look at the salon. You know, this was a pretty cleverly conceived murder. If that body hadn't been found for a week or two, there would have been no trace of this murder at all.
There isn't much trace even now, Mike.
Not enough for your district attorney or grand jury, but enough for me. And I think we can trap the murderer without too much difficulty.
Well, this is the salon in here.
Oh, what a beautiful place.
Yes. Doesn't seem to me that the paneling needs redecorating.
But I tell you what it does look like, Mike.
Yeah?
Looks as if the paneling had been torn out in the search for something.
The ship's safe, perhaps?
Could be, or something hidden behind the paddling.
There goes Chips.
Why do you call him Chips? His name is Wright.
All ship's carpenters are called Chips. At least in the books I read.
Well, here we are. I found these rags in the captain's cabin.
Good.
Look like they've been used for the same job before.
Let me see those.
Blood?
I think so. Here, use this one.
All right, sir. This is going to make a mess of the deck, though.
That's all right.
Do I hear a boat coming?
Yeah, I hear it too, Phil.
Hurry, Chips, hurry. Get some more of that red lead off.
All right, sir. I'm going like the roaring 40s, I am.
That's the stuff.
You got it down to the old paint there in spots.
Feels right off when it's still soft this way.
Ahoy, North Star!
Tie up and come aboard, Sergeant. Bring everybody aboard with you.
I think this ought to do it.
Hey, what's going on there? You'll ruin that deck.
I think this deck's already been ruined, Captain. But let that go for a moment. The inspector had you all brought out here to see what we were doing.
Yeah, what are you doing?
We're taking off the last few layers of red lead that somebody put on this stanchion. Now, would you know who did it? You did it, Captain? You've been aboard 2 days, and this red lead was still soft and wet. Could it have been put on without your knowing about it?
Red lead often takes a week to dry. That stanchion hasn't been painted since I came aboard.
That stanchion is the clue to this killing.
What do you mean?
Mr. Carter was killed aboard his own ship.
On the ship?
He was probably hit on the head with a marlin spike, but that's beside the point. The main point is that while his killers were changing his clothes, putting the ship's carpenter's clothes on him, he bled quite a bit. Some blood was spattered on the deck. The killers tried to clean that with fresh water.
Yeah?
Then they were afraid that some of his blood was on the freshly painted stanchion.
So after they'd thrown his body overboard, they repainted the stanchion.
But not before they got a smear of red lead on the pants leg as they heaved him overboard.
Oh, but who would do such a thing? My husband...
The captain, for one, Mrs. Carter, and I think the sergeant has the answer to the other. Right, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Mike, we found the car.
The car? What car?
Yes, Captain, the car which was used to take Mr. Carter out to the jetty while the North Star was still tied up there. That car has a broken taillight and a badly scraped fender.
And it is where, Sergeant?
In Mr. Jackson's garage.
Jackson, you fool, I told you.
Shut up, you idiot.
Cut out the arguing. You'll need all the arguments you can scrape together when you face the jury.
Okay, Sergeant. You can handle them.
This is going to taste good. Nearly 6 in the morning and I'm hungry.
You know, I was afraid that the inspector wasn't going to get a confession from those two, the captain and Jackson. They were tough monkeys.
Oh, not so tough, really. They had just spent so much time plotting and carrying out this murder that they couldn't realize they were trapped.
Oh, such a senseless murder, too, Mike.
All murders are senseless, honey. But I don't think they started out with the idea of murder in mind. As I see it, the Secretary Jackson had made several trips on the North Star. He knew that wherever they went, Mr. Carter always had plenty of ready cash. He just got the idea in the back of his head that the money was hidden somewhere on board. He didn't know where, but when Carter went to Central and South America, he determined to make a haul.
So when the crew was on vacation, he got together with this man who called himself the captain. They started taking the salon apart, huh?
Right, Angel, right. Jackson needed someone who knew something about ships.
And then when he saw from the mail that Carter was coming home, he got panicky and destroyed the letters to Mrs. Carter?
He met the unsuspecting Carter when he arrived, took him out to the jetty where the North Star was berthed, set out into the middle of the bay and killed him.
Dressing him in the carpenter's clothes so if he were found, nobody could identify him. I see. Have some more coffee, Mike?
Sure thing, Angel.
How's the shoulder after the night's excitement?
Oh, pretty good, but I still think you'll have to come over for a few nights and fix dinner for me.
I will not. You can eat out if you're too lazy to fix your own dinner. You know, I've been thinking, Mike.
Yes, Angel?
Wouldn't it be nice to have a yacht like the North Star and go any place, anytime you wanted to?
Oh, I don't know. Look what happened to Mrs. Carter. She lost her husband on account of the North Star.
Of course, darling. I don't have a husband.
Well, don't give up hope, Angel. Now, if you were to fix my dinners for the next few weeks...
Mike Shayne, I believe that's all you think about in a wife, a good cook.
Oh, no, Angel, not quite. But being a good cook is a good recommendation.
Before we sign off, I'd like to repeat the special announcement made earlier in the program. Post-war gasoline is here. As fast as Union Oil Company's trucks can haul it, a powerful new 76 gasoline is being delivered to your Minuteman stations. Watch for the signs to go up at all Union Oil stations announcing the first shipment of the new 76 gasoline. Then drive in for a real thrill. Your first tank full of powerful post-war gasoline, soon on sale at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Watch for it. Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Written and produced by David Taylor, tonight's story was based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Charles Dent. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make the new 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. A detective as well known as Mike Shayne is in the limelight pretty much of the time. This evening, Mike is not in the limelight, but behind the footlights. Or rather, he is just about to be. A new revue is opening at the Empire Theater, and for reasons still unknown, Mike has been asked to attend the rehearsal. Right now, Mike and his pretty associate Phyllis Knight are waiting at the stage door.
Yes, what do you want, son?
We'd like to see Miss Beverly Pryor, please.
I'm sorry, son. Rehearsal going on now.
But she asked us to come. It's business.
Oh, business. Well, then, I guess it's okay. Come on in. Miss Pryor's dressing room is number 4.
Well, thanks.
Mike, how long is it since you've seen Miss Beverly Pryor?
Oh, years. 10 years. We got to be good friends when I spent a couple of vacations down in New Orleans.
Seems to me she could have told you what she wanted over the phone.
Well, we'll know in 3 seconds. This is dressing room 4.
Come in. Oh, Mike.
Hello.
You old darling. Let me give you a...
Bev.
Mike, it squished you to pieces, Mike. It's so wonderful to see you again. I'd almost forgotten you were so handsome.
Yeah. Oh, I almost forgot, too. Phyllis, Beverly, I want you to meet I want you to meet Miss Phyllis.
Mike, you haven't gone and got yourself married.
No, Miss Pryor. Not yet. I'm Phyllis Knight, Mike's associate.
Oh, just in a business way. How do you do?
Beverly, I didn't know you'd gone on the stage.
Oh, I was always good at dancing. You remember, Mike. I've got a specialty number in the review.
Oh.
South American dances, rumbas and sambas. Do you like my costume?
Oh, sure. It's very colorful.
Shows off my legs very well, don't you think?
Uh-huh.
You remember what skinny legs I used to have.
Miss Pryor, Mike and I don't want to hold up your rehearsal.
Oh, no, that's right. Beverly, you said on the phone that you were afraid of something serious happening. Somebody connected with your show.
Oh, yes, I was pretty scared yesterday. But some changes are being made tonight, and, well, I think things will all straighten out now.
Well, what was wrong?
Well, maybe it was my imagination. We've all been so nervous and hot-tempered.
Yes?
Well, I thought somebody was planning a murder.
Somebody would... What made you think so?
Hiya, beautiful. Ready for your spot?
Larry says you're going to follow
Oh, come in, boys. I want you to meet an old friend of mine. Mike, this is our comedy team. Sweeney and March. Mike Shayne and Miss Knight.
Hello.
The salt sent to the pepper? Shake.
How do you do?
Just dandy. Snug as a rug in a bug. You get the switch? Snug as a rug.
All friends of Bev's, huh? Well, you believe me, this little gal's going places. You know, this show's just third base for her. Next strike will be home plate, a Hollywood plate.
Yes, indeed.
Sweeney thinks he can sell me to Hollywood. If he'd stick to comedy and forget the agent business.
You wait. You'll see I'll have Sammy Goldwyn and Louis B. strangling each other for you.
Hey, come on, Sween. We're late for us.
Okay, yeah, we'll be seeing you.
Yeah, sure.
A slap-happy pair. Mike, why don't you and Miss Knight go out in the wings and watch their routine?
Well, I want to get your story first. Now, who was planning a murder?
Oh, it's all straightened out now, Mike. After rehearsal, we can have a little supper, and I'll tell you all about it. Now, go on, scoot. I've got to finish dressing.
Well, all right. Well, what's the matter, Angel? Haven't you anything to say? Angel.
Your vacations in New Orleans must have been very pleasant.
Oh, yes, very pleasant.
Did I miss a joke?
You missed something. The hotter a woman gets, the more she freezes.
Okay, Sween, let's take that railroad spot again.
All right, fine. You all set?
Let's go.
Right. It doesn't really matter, Mr. March. Any train will do, but I must have a ticket for Hollywood.
Well, I understand that, Mr. Sweeney, but I can't let you have a ticket unless your trip is essential. What sort of business are you in?
Oh, I'm president of the 12 Flavors to a Foot Sausage Company.
12 flavors to a foot sausage company, Mr. Sweeney?
Yes, you see, we manufacture a sausage that's 12 inches long and contains 12 different kinds of meat.
Well, what's the advantage?
What's the advantage, Mr. March? Just this. If you're slicing a piece of our sausage and someone comes up to you and says, no matter how thin you slice it, it's still bologna, they're probably wrong. It may be liverwurst.
Oh, come now, Mr. Sweeney. After all, how can I give you a train reservation for something like that?
Well, if you must know, I've got to get to Hollywood to see my doctor.
Oh, you have a serious illness, do you?
Yes, I suffer from very bad attacks of bakery face.
Bakery face, Mr. Sweeney?
Yes, you see, under my doctor's orders, I wash my face in baking powder and lemon juice.
Well, then what happens?
I break out in cupcakes.
Mr. Sweeney, it seems to me that the thing...
Wait a minute. What's going on?
Mike, it's the old man, the doorman.
Yes, and he's pointing into that dressing room. Come on.
Estelle! She's murdered.
Wait a minute, I see her. I see her, Mike, in the dressing room.
All right, stand back, everybody. Stand back. You're not coming in here.
Who says we're not going in there?
I do. I'm a detective. Dad, you keep him out.
I sure will.
Oh, it's not a pretty picture, Mike. Stabbed in the back right at her dressing table.
Done with a huge knife. A special kind of knife with a gold hilt.
Mike.
Yes?
Look, the mirror right above her head.
Oh, some letters in lipstick.
Yeah, she tried to tell us something. It spells B-E-V-E. The rest of the letters are just a red scrawl.
Oh, I'm afraid we know what they were meant to be. B-E-V-E. R-L-Y. Beverly. Beverly Pryor.
We'll return to the adventures of Michael Shayne in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, since we told you last week that post-war gasoline was here, many of you have already tried a tankful of the powerful new 76. But just in case the Minuteman in your locality hasn't been able to supply you with the new 76 gasoline, be patient. As fast as the modern 100-octane refineries of Union Oil Company can make and blend it, our tankers and trucks are hurrying post-war 76 gasoline to you. Watch for the signs to go up in your neighborhood announcing its arrival. Then, for a real thrill, drive in for your first tankful of the new 76. Performance of the new 76 gasoline far exceeds pre-war standards. You'll like its lighter, faster, more powerful action. And you'll like the price, too. It sells at regular prices, no increase. So, to make your old car act like new, put in a tankful of the gasoline of the future. The new 76. Now going on sale wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Your Union Oil Minuteman station. Mike's backstage visit to the Empire Theater has taken a grim turn. Mike and Phyllis have found a girl stabbed to death. Behind a closed door in the Dead Star's dressing room, Mike and Phyllis tell their story to the inspector.
And that's about it, Inspector. The old fellow who watches the stage door discovered the body. We were out in the wings watching a comedy routine when we heard him yell.
The murdered girl is Estelle Caro, Inspector. She was the dance partner of Vic Hunter. Caro and Hunter, they're listed on the billboard.
Yeah, sure, kids. But this gal, Beverly Pryor, you say she called you here tonight because you thought a murder was cooking? How'd this Beverly know so much?
Well, you see, Inspector...
I see plenty. I see in that mirror right above Estelle's head the letters B-E-V-E written in lipstick. Estelle tried to write the name of a murderer.
I was coming to that. Just give me time. Now, Phyllis checked through Estelle's purse, and according to Estelle's driver's license, she was 5 feet 4 inches tall. Now, I'm 6 feet tall, Inspector. Yet these lipstick letters are 3 or 4 inches above my head. Now, I've heard you, Inspector, lecture your boys on the squad.
That a person will usually write on the level with his eyes. Sure, it's a safe generality.
Well, then, Mike, you think somebody else wrote the letters B-E-V-E, huh? Some tall person to give us a false clue?
That's possible, Phil, but we can't prove it.
No, but I would like to see a woman who has been stabbed in the back rise clear out of her chair, take a lipstick, and scrawl some letters 12 inches above her eyes.
All right. While we're on the subject of clues, what else have we got?
Well, I searched her dressing table. It's just the usual stuff. Except for one thing, this old-fashioned locket necklace.
Smear of blood on the locket.
Yeah, from the murderer's fingers, probably. We found it thrown in the bottom drawer.
Yeah, but more important, Inspector, look at the inside of the locket. You can see a patch of glue and a trace of paper sticking to it?
Yeah.
Well, there was a photograph pasted inside this.
And if we can find out whose photograph it was, I think we may know why Estelle was murdered.
Okay, let's start asking questions, beginning with Beverly Pryor.
No, if you want, Inspector, I'll go get her for you.
Thanks, Phil. Mike, has Beverly seen the body and this writing on the mirror?
No, we kept everybody out of the dressing room.
Good. Then I think I'll drape this towel over the mirror. Just as well if Miss Pryor doesn't see her own name on the glass.
Or any of the others, for that matter.
This is a peculiar-looking knife. Gold-painted hilt. Must be a theatrical prop.
Probably. Whoever the killer was, he or she must have stood behind Estelle as she sat at the dressing table. And while they were talking, plunged the knife in.
Assuming the killer was supposed to be her friend.
Well, sure. There's no signs of a struggle. And no closet for a murderer to spring out of.
Maybe this window here seems to open into an alley.
No, we checked it, Inspector. It was locked.
Miss Pryor, this is the Inspector of Homicide.
How do you do, Miss Pryor? If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
No, of course not. You want to ask me how I knew there was going to be a murder?
Yes.
Well, I didn't know. But I saw something during rehearsal last night. Well, that's why I telephoned for you, Mike.
And what did you see, Beverly?
Well, I was standing in the wings, waiting to do my number. Estelle was out front rehearsing her solo. She was supposed to do pirouettes clear across the stage into the opposite wing. And, well, just as she reached the curtain, I saw a long, thin sword slide out through the curtain. I screamed and, well, Estelle stopped. That's all that saved her life.
You didn't see who held the sword?
I couldn't.
Did anyone else in the cast see who it was?
Well, I didn't tell them. I said I screamed because I saw a rat.
May I ask why the deception, Miss Pryor?
I didn't know who it might be. I wasn't sure. Maybe I just imagined I saw a sword. The stage lighting is so uncertain.
Yet you took it seriously enough to ask Mike to come here tonight.
Beverly, we want you to examine the knife here in Estelle's back.
Oh, it's ghastly.
Yes, but do you recognize the knife? Is it a theatrical prop?
Yes. It's from Harry's act.
Harry?
Harry Frazee, the magician. The famous Frazee.
Would he have any reason to kill Estelle?
I don't know.
Okay, let's find out. Let's talk to everybody.
Oh,
Hey, hold on. Come back here.
Yes, sir.
Who are you?
I'm the doorman, sir. I was just passing.
Oh, yes, and you're the man who found the body.
Yes, sir. I had a telegram to deliver to Miss Carroll and her partner. I thought they were both in the dressing room. When I opened the door, man alive, there she was.
You didn't tell me anything about a telegram?
Well, I forgot. Here, I got it in my pocket.
Let me see that. Oh, it's addressed to Vic Hunter and Estelle Carroll.
Yeah, 2 or 3 telegrams in the last couple of days.
And so? Oh, Sergeant.
Yes, Inspector?
Check with the telegraph office. I want the text of all wires received here in the past week.
Right away, sir.
Inspector, listen to this.
Yeah.
Carroll and Hunter have booked you 3 weeks, Club Belvedere, starting next Sunday. Stop. Top deal. Regards, signed McGlynn.
Yeah, I have that telegram, please.
Huh?
I'm Vic Hunter.
Oh, Estelle's partner.
Mr. Hunter, do you know if Estelle had any enemies?
No, not real enemies. She had several bad quarrels the last couple of days with March and with Beverly.
I heard that, Vic. You know it wasn't Beverly's fault. Estelle was jealous. She knew Beverly was going to steal the show.
Don't be silly. Nobody can steal a show from Estelle.
Then why did she tell me she'd fix it so I'd never dance again?
Okay. Estelle was jealous. Let it go at that. Now, what about this fight with March?
All right, I'll tell you. I suppose everybody knows about it anyway. I was trying to get Estelle to marry me, but she kept turning me down. We began a fight.
I told you, March, you were wasting your time on her, but no, you wouldn't listen to me. You even had to take our paycheck, my paycheck, to buy her an engagement ring.
She gave it back to me.
Yeah, she gave it back.
She'll get your money. Don't worry about your money.
Quiet. Did any of you notice anything strange in Estelle's action the past few days? Did she seem afraid or worried?
No, just her fight with Beverly and March.
Mr. Hunter, we found a necklace and locket in Estelle's dresser, an old-fashioned gold chain and locket.
Yes, she always wore it. She called it her good luck charm.
Whose picture did she keep inside the locket?
Why, I think it was a man's photograph. I assumed it was some fellow she was or had been in love with.
She never told you his name, Mr. Hunter?
No, Estelle was very close-mouthed.
Mm-hmm. I want to establish the time element in this case. Estelle and Mr. Hunter finished rehearsal, and then went back to their dressing rooms. Sometime during the next 15 minutes, the murder occurred. Now, during those 15 minutes, where was everybody?
Well, I was in my dressing room. Part of the time Mike and Miss Knight were visiting with me.
And Sweeney and I were just buzzing around. We stopped in and gabbed a minute with Beverly and her pals.
Yeah, we're in the clear. A comedy guy couldn't carve a hole in a gal's back and then go out front and panic him with gags. Sure. We'd be laying turkey eggs all over the place.
I'm not the one to say that you didn't, Mr. Sweeney.
Huh? Didn't which? Say, listen, if you mean that...
Inspector, we were going to talk to the magician, the famous Frazee.
Yeah, it's about time. Anybody know where we can find him?
Well, he was in his dressing room a few minutes ago. I'll show you where it is.
Never mind if you'll just tell us.
Oh, all right. You go right down here. The famous Frazee's dressing room is the last on the left.
Okay, thank you, Beverly.
You kids got any ideas yet?
I have.
Huh?
I'd like to know why none of these people voluntarily mentioned the famous Frazee. They know everybody in this theater is under suspicion, yet nobody refers to the magician, the owner of the knife which stabbed Estelle to death.
Right.
Well, probably because none of them noticed the knife. Aside from Beverly, I'm not sure the others even know how Estelle was killed.
One of them does, Mike.
Huh?
He said a comedian couldn't carve a hole in a girl's back and then go out and do a gag routine.
Sweeney.
Well, let's see. This must be the dressing room here.
No answer.
Well, there's his costume on the chair, but no Mr. Frazee.
That's blamed funny. We haven't seen him anywhere around the theater. He just disappeared.
It's not surprising for a magician. Hey, that window curtain. It's blowing.
Yeah, and the window's wide open. And an alley right outside.
I'll bet he ducked out the window and up the alley.
Oh, great. Now I'll have to drag out the old net.
Whoa, low gear for a moment, Inspector. Look at that sword rack on the wall there. Sabers, swords, daggers.
Yeah, in several blank places in the collection. The rack is minus 2 daggers. The same type that killed Estelle.
And also minus 2 swords.
Swords.
Oh, what, Angel?
I just remembered. When I went out to get Beverly for you boys, I found her in Sweeney and March's dressing room.
Yeah,
and I saw one of those swords on top of their trunk.
And last night Beverly saw a sword come out of the curtains intended for Estelle.
Mike, Inspector.
What's the matter?
Beverly, what's wrong?
I just got a phone call. A man told me he knew who killed Estelle.
Huh?
He asked me to meet him in my hotel room. I didn't know what to do. Well, I said yes.
Could you recognize his voice?
Well, I think so. He was trying to disguise his voice, but it sounded like Harry Frazee.
Frazee, swell. Then we know where to find him.
Oh, I'm scared, Mike. Everybody in the troupe knows I called you in tonight because I knew something. Maybe he's trying to lure me outside.
That's exactly what he's trying to do, Beverly. Now, you're going to stay right here. We'll keep that appointment for you. Give me the key to your room.
Here it is. It's 9:05. Frazee is right across the hall, number 906.
What time did he say to meet him?
At 9:30.
And it's 9:10 right now. Okay, Inspector, we've got ourselves a date.
Ninth floor.
Room 905. That would be this way.
Yeah, here we are.
That's Frazee's room across the hall. And a light shining over the transom.
Okay, let's talk to him in his own room. We may get a chance to see something.
It's funny. His lights are on. This is another vanishing act.
Let's try the door.
Unlocked.
More than that. Look at the doorknob. And my hand.
Blood. Mike, is that the famous Frazee?
I'm afraid the word is was, Inspector. It was the famous Frazee.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike Shayne in his adventures. How about it, friends? Have you gotten your first tank full of the new 76 gasoline? It's available right now at no increase in price at many Minuteman stations. The new post-war 76 is freshly blended from the huge 100-octane refineries of Union Oil Company. That means you're getting the benefit of the latest in war-proven refining methods when you get the new 76. Its lighter, faster action beats all pre-war performance. You'll notice the difference as soon as you come down on the accelerator. So for a real motoring thrill, get a tank full of the powerful new 76 gasoline. If your Minuteman doesn't have the new 76 today, please be patient. Our tankers and trucks are making deliveries with all possible speed, but some outlying districts of necessity take longer to supply. But whether you're able to buy the new 76 right now Or whether you have to wait a few more days, you'll find it the gasoline you've been waiting for. It's the new 76 gasoline, now going on sale at your Union Oil Minuteman stations. For the second time tonight, a murderer's knife has struck. The prize suspect, the famous Frazee, has been killed. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector have just completed a search of the dead magician's hotel room.
Ransacked, turned upside down, pulled apart. I wonder what under the sun the killer was looking for.
Well, we haven't the foggiest idea what to look for or what's missing.
But at least this time we know the motive. Frazee was killed because he knew the identity of Estelle's murderer, huh?
You can't even say that, Phil.
Huh?
Don't forget Frazee's knife was found in Estelle's back. He may have committed the first murder tonight, then somebody else killed him.
Oh.
I want to take a really good look at that body. Still wearing his overcoat, so he had just come in.
Wound on the back of the head showed the murderer first tried to put him out quietly.
Hey, Inspector.
What?
His wristwatch, it's smashed.
Yeah, it stopped at, let's see, 8:57.
8:57. Inspector, when Beverly rushed in and told us about Frazee's phone call, remember I looked at my watch?
That's right. You said it was 10 minutes past 9.
Hey, then Frazee was already dead. He wasn't disguising his voice on that phone call. Somebody was trying to imitate Frazee.
And I'll bet you that somebody made the phone call from right inside the theater to get us out of the scene for a while.
Well, if you're right, Mike, it's a darn good thing I phoned the sergeant to bring these people here to the hotel.
Hey, kids.
Yes,
What?
Angel?
You notice that Frazee's right hand is closed tight, in fact, awfully tight.
Yeah.
You suppose maybe he's got something in his fist?
Well, we shouldn't disturb the body till the coroner gets here.
Go ahead.
Perhaps if I just pried his fingers open.
You're right, honey.
Let's see it.
A photograph, a tiny round picture of a baby.
Yeah. And look at the back of the photo. Dried glue. This is the picture that was torn out of Estelle's locker.
Inspector, I've got everybody outside for you. Sweeney, March, Hunter, and Spryer.
Okay, Sergeant. We'll talk to them one at a time. Bring in Sweeney.
Yes, sir. Mr. Sweeney.
This thing gives me the creeps. When are you guys going to stop finding bodies?
Mr. Sweeney, you have one of Frazee's swords in your dressing room. Mind telling us what for?
Oh, that. Well, March and I borrowed a couple of them from Frazee. We were cooking up a burlesque on his magic act. We figured we could get some laughs.
I see. And now, will you look at this photograph here?
Sure.
Do you recognize this baby?
No.
That's all, sir. Okay, Sergeant, bring in March.
Mr. March.
Mr. March, would you explain why you had one of Frazee's swords in your dressing room tonight?
Sure, we've had him a couple of days. Sweeney and I were going to do a takeoff on Frazee's act.
Oh, that checks up. Do you recognize the baby in this photograph?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
All right.
Sergeant, Mr. Hunter.
Yes, gentlemen?
Oh, Mr. Hunter, we found that photograph which was missing from your partner's locket.
You have? Good.
Yes. Here, this is it. A baby's picture, and as we recall, Mr. Hunter, you said that there was a man's picture inside.
Well, there was the last time I saw it. She must have changed photographs recently.
Do you know who this baby might be?
Not the slightest idea.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Will you send in Miss Pryor next?
Oh, yes, Inspector. Yes, I will.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes, Sergeant.
One of the boys just came from the telegraph office. Here are the copies of all the telegrams sent to the theater.
Swell. Then hold Miss Pryor outside till we've read them.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. The first wire is 4 days ago from Chicago. Regret to inform you your father passed away last night. Stop. Will you attend funeral? Signed Norman L. Tyre, gang, cop, and tire attorneys.
Oh, the second wire is a duplicate. 2 days later.
And the last is dated yesterday. No word from you, so funeral tomorrow. Stop. Have been named administrator of your father's estate. Stop. You are again beneficiary because of John Jr. Signed Norman L. Tyre.
John Jr. Again beneficiary because of John. Well, maybe I'm crazy, but I say the baby in this picture is John.
Wait a minute. Back at the theater, I asked everybody if Estelle acted in any way peculiar the past few days, if she'd been frightened or worried.
Yeah, and they all said that she was not upset.
Well, then that's our answer. Inspector.
Yeah, Mike?
Somebody had better go back to the theater and pick up Dad, the old doorman. Now, Dad, I want you to be very careful. How many telegrams did you receive addressed to Estelle?
Why, 3 to Estelle and 1 to the team of Caro and Hunter.
Uh-huh. Now, you all remember that I asked whether or not Estelle had shown any signs of being worried or upset?
And you all said no.
Yes, right.
3 of these telegrams told of her father's death.
Well, she certainly didn't say anything or show any signs of grief.
The answer to that is easy, Mr. Hunter. She never saw those telegrams. They were deliberately withheld from her.
But I delivered them. At least I gave them to Mr. Hunter.
You're right. I did withhold them. I didn't want Estelle to go to pieces and ruin our act.
How long did you and Estelle work in that act, Mr. Hunter?
Over 3 years.
And during that time, your impression was that the locket she wore as a good luck charm contained a photograph of a man?
Some fella she was or had been in love with, I think you said?
That's right.
You're lying, Mr. Hunter.
What do you mean?
Does this look like the photo of a man?
It's a baby. Estelle's baby.
I don't know. I told you.
You told us a lot that you didn't mean to, Mr. Hunter, but you didn't tell us that Estelle's baby was your baby, too. That you and Estelle were married, that you had to kill her.
I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did.
And you killed Frazee because he knew.
Frazee found the baby's photograph. How, I don't know, but that doesn't matter. Frazee put 2 and 2 together. You had to kill him. I can only guess at your original motive, but that's something I'm quite sure the inspector will wring from you when he gets you down to police headquarters. And there it is, Angel.
I know, Mike, but I still don't see how Hunter could expect to get away with it. But didn't he know somebody would check up on those telegrams?
Well, certainly, honey, but he miscalculated on one thing.
Hmm?
He didn't know a private detective was going to be backstage right after the killing. He didn't have time to plant the telegrams in Estelle's purse or dresser.
Well, I don't understand how that would help.
Why, sure it would. Then he would have played it differently. Hunter would have admitted the marriage. He would have told us Estelle and he were planning to leave the show because Estelle had come into her father's money. As I see it, the reason he had to kill her was because she was going to divorce him.
Oh, that would cut him off from Estelle's inheritance.
Yes.
Mike?
Yes?
Thought you'd like to know we just got a confession. Seems Estelle was planning to divorce Vic
Just what I finished telling Phil, Inspector. Oh, but there's one thing. How did Hunter make that phone call imitating Frazee?
From the theater, Mike. He called Beverly to give himself an alibi. He wanted us to think Frazee was still alive while Hunter was in the theater.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the one question that worried me. Okay, Inspector. Thanks a lot.
Michael.
Yes?
There's one more question, and it worries me.
Hmm?
When you were down in New Orleans, just how friendly were you with Beverly?
Oh, why, Miss Knight.
Well?
I may have an eye for figures, but, Angel, you certainly haven't got a head for them. How old would you say Beverly is right now?
22, 23.
She's 22. I told you I knew her in New Orleans 10 years ago. Yes, ma'am, we were the scandal of her grammar school.
Mike Shayne, you deliberately led me on. You allowed me... Oh, come here, you big lug.
Oh, Bev.
What?
I mean, Angel.
Remember, friends, the new 76 gasoline will give you a driving performance that will make you think of jet propulsion. Watch for the signs to go up in your neighborhood announcing the first shipments at your Union Oil Minuteman stations. Then, for a real thrill, drive in for your first tankful of the powerful new 76 gasoline, freshly blended from the huge 100-octane refineries of Union Oil Company, now going on sale at your Minuteman stations. Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. The characters of Sweeney and March were played by the comedy team of Sweeney and March. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make the new 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Donley Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe, transcribed in 30 seconds. The chimes are all set to wish you a Happy New Year this Sunday with a gala broadcast of The Big Show. The unpredictable Tallulah will MC with a host of leading stars of stage, screen, and radio, including Ken Murray, Gloria Swanson, Margaret O'Brien, Jose Ferrer, and many more. And there's a carnival of fun with Theater Guild on the Air also this Sunday when the sparkling Lockhart family, Jean, Kathleen, and daughter June, co-star with Van Heflin in Theater Guild's presentation of the exciting story, State Fair. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Who? Oh, I see. Oh, and you think Mr. Wolfe might be interested in going over and... Hold on a minute.
Archie, I'm not interested in going anywhere. Ill-considered movement is the curse of our times. Not to mention the mania for fresh air. Phew. Bottle opener, if you please.
Here you are. But that was Zabro's flower shop, Mr. Wolfe.
Indeed.
Got a new shipment of orchids from upstate.
In that case...
Mr. Wolfe, remember the curse of our times? Not to mention the mania?
I'll be there.
He'll be there.
After all, a man must risk his life sometimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chairborne genius, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Orchids don't grow up overnight. They have to be carefully planted, tended, watered, and watched. And the same thing goes for murder. Take Zabro's flower shop minutes after we got that phone call.
Zabro!
Oh, Mr. Hansen, I did not notice you are here.
I'm here, and what's more...
You like the way I display your orchids, hmm?
I don't like the way you've been avoiding meeting your obligation.
Please, it is better not to shout.
It'd be still better if you paid me what you owe me.
Mr. Hansen, business has not been so good. I will pay.
You'd better.
I intend to...
My lawyers aren't going to be satisfied by intentions.
Your lawyers?
I've no particular desire to own a flower shop, but it looks as if I'm going to, unless you raise some money.
Mr. Hansen, I have worked years. I have given of my blood to make a success of this establishment. You cannot take him from me. You are a rich man.
I intend to stay rich, too. You've got 24 hours, Zabro. A man can accomplish a lot in 24 hours.
Yes, Mr. Hansen. Even maybe murder.
Mr. Zabro?
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Hansen.
Is Uncle here?
Yes, he is here. At the display, towards the back of the store.
Thanks. How is he? Oh,
He is the way he always is. Hard, vindictive.
Mr. Zabro.
I am sorry. Excuse me now.
Uncle?
What is it, Enid?
Have you seen my display?
The lilies?
Uh-huh.
Yes, pretty.
Oh, thank you.
He's not here.
Well, I didn't say...
You didn't have to. John Arndt is not here. Why he is not here, I don't know. His job was to look after my display. Perhaps he doesn't need a job anymore.
You know he does.
Fiddlesticks. After all, if he marries my heiress...
Uncle!
My dear girl, John Arndt is a fairly capable man with orchids. Outside of that, I have no use for him whatsoever, especially in the role of your husband.
Well, isn't that for me to decide?
Of course it is, except that, pretty as you are, John Arndt is seeing you through a golden haze. To be precise, the money that will come to you from me when I die.
That's nasty.
It's the truth.
Oh, you can't know that.
I'm going to find out.
What?
I saw my lawyers this morning. Among other things, I instructed them to draw up a codicil to my will. A codicil to the effect that all my money goes to you on one condition.
Oh, you couldn't.
I did. The condition was that you refrain from marrying John Arndt, either now or at any time in the future.
Well, that's not fair.
It's a very good way of discouraging Mr. Arndt. What'll you bet his ardor cools off quickly,
You told him?
Yes. Probably why he hasn't appeared as yet. He's sulking.
You really signed that codicil?
I will, as soon as the papers are drawn up. Where are you going?
I don't know. I've got to get away someplace and think.
Very well. Think about forgetting John Arndt. Best thing in the world for you.
Uncle, do you really think you can manage other people's lives for them?
I don't see why not.
No? Well, people don't like to be managed. They get desperate sometimes. And sometimes they kill.
Mr. Wolfe, what are you doing?
Getting up. I'm up.
Well, that makes you eligible for the Explorers Club or something.
Ah, my coat and muffler, Archie.
I got him here.
Thank you.
You're really going out into that weather outside?
Archie, must you try to be witty?
It amuses me no end. Haven't you seen enough of those weeds yet?
An orchid is not a weed. Another muffler, Archie, the woolen one.
You've already got 2 on.
Please, fresh air clogs the lungs, Archie.
Sure, everybody knows that, but they won't admit it.
Of course not. A conspiracy of silence. Archie, I'm ready.
You sure? I can see a square inch of skin showing.
Tom, you're driving me to Zabras.
Mm-hmm. All right, careful. And take a deep breath. I'm going to open the door. You ready?
Yeah, very well. Open it.
Be brave, Mr. Wolfe. We'll keep the car window shut, and maybe you'll make it. Careful.
The risks one takes.
In you go. Well, okay, boss. Now, where is Zabros?
45th Street.
Gee, 10 blocks. Grit your teeth, Mr. Wolfe. We're off.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe, I'm glad you are here.
Those orchids you wrote me about had better be worth the trip.
The trip? But I think you live only a little way from here.
Don't forget it had to be made in the open air, Mr. Zabro.
Where are the orchids?
Towards the back. They are from Hansen's place. He is a fine grower. I have made an exhibit.
Good.
Oh, excuse me. Others are here. You go look for yourself, no?
Very well. Archie.
Oh, I was just noticing
Did a girl just enter the store?
A girl, a goddess, tall, graceful, Venus de Milo with arms. Arms that were made... Never mind, let's go look at orchids.
Thank you. Very fine.
The exhibit is laid out like nature, huh? Reminds me of a spot in Central Park that I spent some of my happiest moments in.
Then you do like flowers?
I don't go to Central Park to look at flowers. I went there to, forget it.
Gladly. Now go away and annoy someone else.
Venus?
I want to concentrate on these orchids. Goodbye.
Okay. I'll leave you alone with your loved ones. Let's see, maybe I can arrange to be left alone with something I could very easily learn to love. Hey, boss.
Don't bother me, Archie.
Oh, this is serious. There's a lily display just like this one over at the other end of the store.
Nothing connected with lilies could possibly be serious.
Maybe not, but there's a corpse planted among these lilies.
Indeed?
A lot of ferns were banked up in back of the display. I saw a foot sticking out, so I slipped back, lifted a few ferns, and found a body.
Fresh?
Very. The wound was still bleeding. Knife wound.
Sad, very. Now run along.
Well, aren't you going to do anything about it?
Why should I? Anyone who'll permit himself to be found dead or alive among a display of lilies is beneath contempt.
Well, maybe the poor guy didn't have a chance to crawl into an orchid display before he died. However, if that's the way you feel, I'll tell the police all about poor Mr. Hanson and let them...
Who?
Hanson, the orchid grower.
He's one of the finest in the country.
Not is. Was. Wasn't me who pushed him under the lilies.
Under lilies? Pah. He would have hated that. Have you told Zabro?
No. Zabro's been busy up front.
Where is this display?
Right along here.
There's been a number of people in the store since we came. Someone else may have noticed that dead man's foot.
I covered it.
Satisfactory. At times you give the illusions of intelligence. Is this the display?
Yep. Come around to the back. There's a little space between the back of the display and the wall. Yeah. Now here, right under this pile of ferns...
Yes, Sergeant?
Hey, that body.
What about it?
It got bashful. It's gone.
Indeed.
The corpse was dead.
Corpse is off now. Confound you, Archie. Have you been drinking too much milk again?
Now, look, boss, I saw him there. The blood's still coming out of his back, and I tell you that...
Let me understand you. Are you suggesting the corpse rose and walked away?
No, but somebody could have dragged it away. Somebody who put it here in the first place.
Pictures, no doubt. Come along, Archie. If this is some half-witted trick to distract me from the orchid...
Oh, no. I never come between a man and his love. Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Wolfe.
Yes?
Do ferns bleed?
Let me see. Oh. Indeed. Yes, there is blood. Fresh arterial blood on these ferns. Bright red color. Which means there was a wounded person among these lilies recently.
Thanks for the late vote of confidence.
Whoever killed Hanson apparently found a better place for him.
Mm-hmm. Took him home to put him over the mantelpiece.
Unlikely. Hanson wasn't very decorative.
Okay. Now shall for the police?
You have nothing to show them except a fern leaf covered with blood? No.
Don't tell me you smell a fee among all these flowers.
Hanson was a man I admired. Good heavens, Archie. The number of first-rate orchid growers is small enough without one of us being murdered.
Mm-hmm. Unsportsmanlike, huh? Okay, we won't stand for it. What next?
The body was removed from the building. How?
Well, I wouldn't swear to it, but there's a window here that leads out to an alleyway.
Could the alleyway be seen from the street?
I don't think so. There's a bend in it.
Wide enough for a car?
Yep.
Bring Zabro to me. Oh, don't bother. He's coming himself.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, what do you think of the... Mr. Wolfe, I do not believe this.
What don't you believe?
You are looking at lilies.
Not exactly. Whose flowers are these?
Mr. Hanson's niece grows lilies.
I see. Zabro, did you get all your orchids from Hanson?
Oh, yes. He is an artist.
Practically an old master at the moment. How much money did you owe him?
Who tell you I owe him?
You do, don't you?
Well, yes. Business has not been so good. But did he speak to you?
No, I guess you owed him money.
But I do not understand.
Was Hanson in the store today?
Yes, he came. You hear us quarrel, eh?
Where is he now?
I do not know. He leave, maybe.
I rather think he did. Zabro, who else was in the store within the last half hour who might have known Hanson?
Oh, Miss Hanson was here, and John Arnold. He is Mr. Hanson's assistant, and how you say, sweet on Miss Hanson.
Was she the tall girl came in shortly after we did, Mr. Zabro?
Tall? Yes, I think so.
Are either of them still here?
No. They go.
Together?
Miss Hanson go first.
Very well. Come along, Archie.
Okay, Mr. Wolfe.
You will not tell Mr. Hanson you know of my debts.
No, Mr. Zabro, I won't tell him. As a matter of fact, even if I wanted to, I don't think he would listen.
I love these long drives in the country. Where are we going?
Hanson's place.
Oh. You think he returned to it to haunt it, huh?
He was returned there, I suspect.
Uh-huh. In order to cast suspicion on himself.
Miss Hanson lives with him. Mr. Arndt works for him on the premises, therefore...
Miss Hanson will be there?
I imagine so. Why?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Boss, can we stop at the next town?
Why?
I want to buy a book on lilies.
This sudden... You mean Miss Hanson grows them in there?
Uh-huh. You see, that way we'll have something in common.
Perhaps, but Archie, isn't interesting flowers what you want to have in common with her?
So this is the house that Orchids built, huh? Snazzy.
Very handsome country home.
For streamlined zombies.
Hello.
I take that back.
Miss Hanson?
Yes.
I'm NERO WOLFE. The person ogling you is my assistant, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh. Well, Uncle's spoken of you, Mr. Wolfe. Oh, come in, please.
Thank you.
I was not ogling. I was merely tracing a resemblance
Oh, between Uncle and me?
between you and my heart's desire.
Archie, stop being poetic. It doesn't become you.
In here, please. My uncle isn't at home yet, but... Oh, John, this is Mr. Wolfe, Mr. Goodwin. John is Uncle's assistant.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Hanson hasn't returned from town yet, Mr. Wolfe.
Are you quite sure?
Oh, yes. Unless Enid saw him.
No, I didn't, John.
Indeed. In that case, if you don't mind, we'll wait for him.
Well, of course, we'd be delighted.
Sure. Excuse me, won't you? I've got some work to do.
On orchids or lilies?
The orchids.
Well, then go right ahead.
See you later.
Oh, can I get you something to drink?
Beer will do, thank you.
I'd better help you bring the bottle in, Miss...
Archie.
On the other hand, maybe you can manage alone.
Well, of course I can. I'm a big girl, Mr. Goodwin.
I noticed. I mean, why not call me Archie? Takes less time.
I'd like to, Archie.
Swell. Remember what old Dr. Tidmouse said?
I want a bottle of beer.
Said, I want a bottle... Oh. No. Never mind, Enid. You better go gather some beer for Mr. Wolfe.
All right. I'll be back in a minute.
So much of her and all so nice.
Archie, are you forgetting why we're here?
I don't care why you're here.
We're waiting for Uncle.
Uh-huh. Mr. Wolfe, it's unlikely that Uncle is going to walk in through that front door.
True. That is why you're sneaking out the back door to find him.
How do you know he'll be around here?
This is where he lives, isn't it, Archie?
Yes, but if you'll remember, Uncle gave up living earlier this afternoon.
You mean he was persuaded to? Nevertheless, I rather think he'll be around, body and all.
He wasn't in the house, so I tried the conservatory, hothouse, what have you. It was hot in that steam-heated orchid paradise. Also, it was full of orchids. Unfortunately, it wasn't full of Miss Hanson. I wandered hither and yon for a moment, dreaming of her, until I noticed a foot. Same foot I'd seen back at Zabro's, and peculiarly enough, the same corpse was attached to it. Uncle's. I was bending over to take a closer look when I felt a thud. I realized that thud was the sound of something hitting my head, and I began to realize, too, that I'd been knocked almost unconscious, which the second blow did.
I can't understand where my uncle is, Mr. Wolfe.
His staying away so late is unusual, then.
Of course it is.
Which reminds me, Archie's been gone for several hours.
Yeah, where did he go, Mr. Wolfe?
To look about? Were you in the hothouse, Mr. Hunt?
No, I was packing some plants.
You, Miss Hanson?
Well, after I brought your beer, I went upstairs and rested for a while. Why?
Because if either of you harmed Archie, I shall personally murder you.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe.
Come on, we got to find the boy.
Why should either of us want to harm him?
Because he probably found your uncle's body.
His body? What are you...
I don't understand.
Mr. Hanson has been murdered.
Oh no.
Enid.
Oh, stop that, Miss Hanson. You're a perfectly healthy young woman. There's no reason for you to swoon.
Now, look here, you.
Besides, I rather suspect she lost no love for him. Am I right, Miss Hanson?
He was my uncle.
You're aware of the fact? He opposed your marriage to Miss Aunt here, huh?
That's none of your business.
Which means he did oppose it. Mr. Aunt, Mr. Hanson was a friend of mine. I intend to find the murderer after I find his body. It shows a lack of proper respect to transport a corpse about the countryside. Come, both of you, we must find Archie.
This whole thing's like a nightmare.
Since you can't wake up from it, let's go on with the search.
Oh, look, they're on the ground.
Hutch.
I'll see if he's all right.
Why, this is fantastic. Mr. Hanson stabbed to death, and now Goodwin.
He's just been stunned, thank heavens. He's coming to.
Oh, I died. Oh, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm dead.
Archie, speak to me.
Oh, I went to heaven.
Are you all right, Archie?
Uh-oh, the other place.
Get up.
Sure, if somebody will hold my head. Oh, are we having an earthquake?
You poor boy. Take my arm here.
I'll take both.
Boy, he's normal. What happened, Archie?
Somebody hit me when I wasn't looking.
Yeah? Why?
I don't know. Oh, yes, I remember.
Yes?
I found Uncle lying right there. Right there.
The poor boy's delirious.
Don't tell me he's gone again.
I'm afraid he has, Archie.
Are you sure you saw him?
I'm positive, and then somebody slugged me. That corpse is the shyest one I've ever met.
Blood would have dried. There'll be no signs of his having been placed here. Bad.
Why?
Your testimony would be valueless, especially since you were found unconscious. The jury would suspect you of having hit the bottle.
Why didn't we stay the night? I'm a sick man. Enid would have nursed me.
You're not sick. And I won't have you taking advantage of that girl.
In my condition, I couldn't have. But maybe she would have taken advantage of me.
Fooey.
Is that what they called it in your day?
The Zabros. Stop the car.
Okay. Dum-ba-dee-dum-dee-dee-dum. Here we go.
Oh, I can manage. I'm not entirely helpless.
Place is closed. Dark.
I was afraid it might be.
Don't tell me Zabro's gone traveling, too.
Possibility, Archie.
You mean he killed Hanson to cancel the debt he owed him, and then followed us out to the country house and dumped Hanson there, hoping to pin suspicion on Enid and John?
Perhaps.
Uh-huh. Slugged me when I found the body too soon, and then... Uh-huh. Guess we better get into the joint.
Door's locked?
A guy I know got out of jail the other day.
Yeah?
He's reformed, so he gave me all his skeleton keys.
You have them with you?
Mm-hmm. And we'll find out in a minute just how good a burglar he was. Very good. Will you come in?
Shut the door.
Okay.
Now. What's that?
Somebody's been hurt. The lights. Nothing up front here.
Back of the store where the exhibits are.
I'll go see. Maybe you better stay here.
Nonsense.
Oh, where? Oh, among the lilies again, but this time there are two bodies there.
Sabro. Quick, Archie.
Mr. Zabro? Mr. Zab? He's been shot, boss. Bad.
He's trying to say something.
In the lilies. Mr. Hanson.
Yes, we know about him. Who shot you?
From the window. Alleyway. Came in.
Mr. Zabro, who?
He inherit money. Inherit.
Down, Mr. Wolf, quick. Somebody's shooting from that window.
Archie.
All in one piece. Are you all right?
Yes, that car.
It's gone. Brought the body here and...
Zabro.
He couldn't duck. He's dead.
Yes.
Police, boss, this time we've got more than a fern leaf smeared with blood to show them.
Not yet, Archie. I'd prefer handing the murderer over to them along with the victims. I'm going home. Archie, get Miss Hanson and Mr. Arndt there as soon as you can.
Well, suppose they don't want to come.
Knock them unconscious and drag them there.
Not Enid, boss. Enid's... Hey, what Zabro said about inheriting.
Don't anticipate, Archie. When you get them to my office, we'll identify the murderer then.
Mr. Wolfe, don't you think this is all a little high-handed, dragging us here in the middle of the night?
Murder is even more high-handed, Mr. Arndt.
Please, John.
Miss Hanson, do you inherit?
Well, I guess so. I'm Uncle's only relative, so I suppose.
Wait a minute, Enid. Mr. Wolfe, are you suggesting that she had anything to do with this invisible corpse?
The corpse is no longer invisible, Mr. Arndt?
You've seen Uncle?
Yes, dead in Zabro's establishment. Lying with a knife in his back in his own orchid display.
Now you're trying to pin something on me. You know I set up that orchid display.
Indeed. The police will be interested in that information.
But he wasn't found in the orchids. He was...
Yes, Mr. Arndt. He was found where?
I don't know.
You were about to say the lily display, weren't you?
I wasn't going to say anything.
You're a little late. You already informed us that you knew his body was not placed in the orchid display. How did you know?
I just guessed.
The jury will be very much impressed by your remarkable clairvoyance, especially since Archie asked Mr. Zabro to come in.
Mr. Zabro? Okay.
Don't bother, Goodwin.
John, that gun.
Shut up, you little fool.
Enid's a big girl.
I don't know how you tumbled, Wolf. Lucky guessing, maybe.
Oh, come now. Neither of us has indulged in guesswork. You killed Hanson, placed his body in the lily display to attract suspicion towards Miss Hanson. You felt sure she wouldn't be convicted, so you were safe. She would inherit, you would marry her, a marriage which your uncle opposed. When you saw that Archie had discovered the body too early for you to establish an alibi for yourself...
Then he sneaked the body out of the window into his car and then dumped it in the hothouse.
For time.
Go on, Mr. Wolf.
He didn't intend it to be discovered there, which was why he knocked you unconscious, Archie.
Oh, I'm so glad he had a good reason for it.
He had a body on his hands. He decided to double back, put the body in its original place, and carry through his plan. But Zabro caught him at it, poor fellow.
I thought Zabro was in the other room.
Lost you fool. Do you think I, too, am addicted to carrying corpses about? Zabro is dead. And you've given yourself away unnecessarily. Archie?
All right.
Archie, quick.
Let go, Edith.
I've got his arm.
I'll give him mine with a fist attached.
Very satisfactory, Archie. Now call the police. Inform them you have 2 corpses and a murderer for them.
You should have heard Mr. Arndt's language, boss, when the police took him away. Oh, I don't think he loves you.
I don't think it matters anymore.
It used to me.
Growing pains. You'll get over it, Miss Hanson.
You trapped him, Mr. Wolf, but what made you so sure he did it?
At the hothouse, when you were unconscious, Archie, Mr. Arndt deplored the fact that Mr. Hanson had been stabbed in the back. And no one had mentioned how he was killed. Therefore...
The reason Arndt knew was because he himself had killed Mr. Hanson. Murderers seldom get away with it, no matter how tightly they button their lips.
Well, mine, however, are not buttoned up. Archie?
Oh, the beer is on your desk.
Thank you. Miss Hanson, stop brooding. Try some of this beer.
But, Mr. Wolf, my heart's broken.
As a man who's lived a good many years, Miss Hanson, permit me to assure you that the easiest way of mending a broken heart is by filling the stomach.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin and Gigi Pearson, Jay Novello, Herb Butterfield, and Byron Kane. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Deadly Sellout. Don Stanley speaking. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday means another visit with that entertaining eating establishment Duffy's Tavern. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. You're up. And you've lost your... Oh.
Archie, the answer is no.
Hold on a second. The answer to what is no, Mr. Wolfe?
I shall not attempt to find a blonde for anyone.
You've got the man on the phone a little wrong, Mr. Wolfe. He's not looking for a blonde. He's looking for a prize fighter.
Indeed. Have him come here.
Okay. Mr. Wolfe will see you at 8. So long. I was all set to argue with you about taking the case. You gave in too fast.
Nonsense. I'm fascinated by the thought of anyone misplacing a prize fighter. They're usually quite large, aren't they?
They are. But what this guy is worried about is not only finding his boy, but finding him alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chair-born genius, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
The case of the deadly sellout. That's what my boss, Nero Wolfe, called it. And it almost meant curtains for the firm of Wolfe and Goodwin. But let me give it to you straight right from the beginning. Although you ought to know that it wasn't until it was all over that I knew the very beginning of it myself. It all started in the New York flat of one Brock Rainey.
Yes?
The name is Jerry Fay.
I'm supposed to know you?
Being a very good friend of Pepe Gatto's, it's time you got to know me. May I come in?
Oh, sure. You've got a problem, Miss Fay?
Pepe took a fall at the garden last night against a coffee and bum named Eubanks, right?
As far as I know, Sister Gatto met his match.
Please, Mr. Rainey, do me a favor. Skip the sausage meat. It happens I saw the $1,200 you counted out to him to take a quick dive in the first.
You did?
How else would I know?
Okay, then here's my wrist. Slap it, Miss Fay. I'm a bad boy.
Now, look, who's kidding who? I don't care if Pepe makes himself a few deals on the side. I should worry whether he gives those meat eaters on the benches a run for the ducats. What's it to me?
If you're not worried, Sugar Plum, then neither am I. Also, I'm a very busy man.
Not too busy to pay off, I hope.
Pay off? To who?
To me.
For what?
For keeping it to myself that you collected $5,000 from the Eubanks crowd for getting Pepe to take that dive. Certain people might not like to hear it.
Miss Fay.
Yeah?
Drop dead.
I don't think we understand each other.
Which is just as well. Now get out of here.
There's something
Blow,
else.
bimbo.
Okay, Mr. Rainey. Have it your way. I'll go find someone with a more sympathetic ear. Someone like Lawson. Arnold F. Lawson. So long.
Wait. Where does Lawson come into this?
You asking is stalling. Lawson dropped a sizable piece of change on last night's two-step.
No. Close the door, Jerry.
Oh, yeah. $25,000 to be exact. That's a lot of corn to lose because a cheap fight manager arranges a frame. At least Arnold Lawson might think so.
Sit down.
Who's tired? Look, Mr. Rainey, it goes very simply in only one way. Lawson at yet knows from nothing except that your boy Gatto lost the fight. He may suspect, but he don't know. And he really don't have to know.
Glad to hear you say that.
And I'll be glad to see the shade of 3,000 long green banknotes.
How much?
You heard me, $3,000.
Get out.
Okay, I'm going. To the next phone and call Lawson.
Look, Jerry, give me time, huh? I haven't got that kind of dough right now.
Tell it to Lawson. When he gets through with you, you won't need any kind of dough.
You know, I've got Gatto set for a go with Mellish, the title contender. Gatto can take him. Please believe me, he's going to take him.
So?
So after what happened in the Eubanks fight, the odds on Gatto will be like a war debt. We can clean up.
Listen,
we can make
Heel, I wouldn't trust you from 11:59 to midnight. Get it up. Now. I'll give you 6 hours. After that, Lawson. So long.
Come on.
Hello?
Hello, Rainey, this is Gatto.
Hiya, Pepe.
Look, the boys dropped in on me at the office at Mindy's. Lawson wants to see me.
What?
Look, Bum, I'm the one with the cauliflower ears. You heard me. What do I do?
Nothing.
But...
Don't go near him. Stay home. Let me take care of it.
How? What do you do?
I don't know yet, Pepe, but I'll find a way.
How did he find out?
Your girlfriend.
What? She wouldn't do that. She hates the guy.
Hate him or love him, she told him.
I can't believe it.
I suggest you call our little doll Jerry and give her your regards for the double cross. Meanwhile, stay put in your apartment. Don't move.
But, Rainey... Hello.
75, 3. 319, 3...
Archie. What on earth are you mumbling about?
The high cost of blonde.
Indeed.
Oh, you can say that again.
I have no intention of doing so.
Okay, be smug. But there must have been a time even in your life when knickknacks from Tiffany figured on the budget.
Phooey.
Not to mention steak dinners and champagne. Or what did you feed your girls? Peppermint lozenges?
Nonsense.
Nonsense?
They preferred lime.
Oh, I'm dying, and he laughs. Mr. Wolfe?
Yes?
I have decided that you are giving me a raise.
Archie, this is not a period in which unilateral decisions are wise.
So I'll be a dope and get a raise, huh?
As for your future mental attainments, you may be right. As for a raise...
You want to drive me to gambling? Like betting on fights or going... Okay, it's the doorbell and I'm answering it.
The name's Rainey. You're Goodwin?
I'm Goodwin. Come in.
Is Wolfe in?
Mr. Wolfe is always in. Unlike prize fighters, I guess. Come on.
Thank you.
Mr. Wolfe, this is Mr. Rainey, the man who lost his prize fighter.
How do you do, sir?
I'm not doing so good. Mr. Wolfe, you gotta help me.
That will depend.
On what?
The fee? I digress. Your problem is what, Mr. Rainey?
Mr. Wolfe, I manage a fighter named Gatto. Maybe you've heard of him.
I have not. However, that is of little significance. You are having difficulty with this Mr. Gatto?
I'm not having difficulty with him. I can't find him. Maybe you better let me give you the whole picture, huh?
Very well.
Well, Gatto is an up-and-coming boy, Mr. Wolfe. He had a little upset last week with a guy named Eubanks. But everybody knows in spite of that, Gatto's heading for the big time. I think he'll prove that when he goes against Mellish.
Mr. Mellish being another pugilist, huh?
That's right, Mr. Wolfe. Now, Pepe, that's Gatto. Pepe was due at the Turf Club this afternoon to meet the opposition management and go over the setup. He was due, but he didn't show. I waited all afternoon, and then I started the phone calls and taxis.
The results?
No results. I combed every joint I ever knew him to buy a beer in, and the score was 0. Matter of fact, nobody's even seen him for 4 days.
You would have tried the gymnasiums, naturally?
I did.
Does this pugilist have a home?
Yeah, 206A Rathburn Street. A penthouse on the roof.
He was not at home during all this time?
It's where I tried first. It was empty as a bank on Saturday afternoon.
I see. And you want me to find him for you?
If Pepe blows this fight, Mr. Wolfe, it'll ruin his career.
And the preservation of his career is worth a good deal to you?
I got a check for $2,000 right here.
Archie?
I'll get it. $2,000.
Very well, Mr. Rainey. I shall take immediate steps.
I got a cab waiting outside. We can get started right away.
We? Phew. I shall remain here.
But how do you expect to...
Archie.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
You will leave with Mr. Rainey. I need information. You might try the Rathburn Street penthouse to start with.
But I've already been there.
With all due apologies, Mr. Rainey, suppose you restrict your activities to pugilists. Archie is a trained observer. You are not. Archie, you will pick up whatever you can at Gatto's apartment. I especially suggest a careful check on his wardrobe.
Wardrobe?
If his clothes are missing, Mr. Rainey, it would indicate that he left voluntarily and deliberately, for whatever reasons he may have had. If they are not, Archie, you will phone me from the apartment after your investigation is over.
Okay.
I shall, in the meantime, devote some thought to the subject.
Huh? For $2,000, all you're going to do is devote some thought?
Mr. Rainey, if I were not a modest man, I would point out to you that you're getting quite a... a bargain.
Gatto? Gatto? He's not here. I told you that. I was up here before.
He left the door unlocked?
I had a key. Guess I forgot to lock up after I left.
Now, let's look around. Bathroom?
Yeah.
Empty. It's a nice penthouse. That a closet?
Yeah. What do you think? He's playing hide and seek?
Try it.
Okay.
Anything in there?
Nothing I'm looking for.
What's that you found?
A hat.
Well, let's see.
Lady's hat.
Yeah, smart and expensive. Label reads a Madame Yetta original. That bunch of lace and feathers cost somebody a fast $50.
Yeah, probably one of his girls left it behind.
And maybe she'll call for it. Come on, we'll take a gander out on the roof.
I took a gander out there. It's bare as a bone.
What have we got over there by the chimney?
Where?
Over there.
Just an old awning. Got blown down in the storm last month.
Be right with you.
What are you doing?
Looking under it. Oh, brother.
You found him?
Yeah, we found him, chum. A little late. 2 holes in his dorsal development and dead as a clay pigeon.
Yeah.
Well, what have you got to say?
Now at least the bookies will cancel all bets. We both save our dough.
Yeah. I got a phone, Mr. Wolfe. And there he was, Mr. Wolfe, under the old canvas awning.
Where's the hat? Oh, this is it.
That's it, boss. Snazzy number, no?
Where'd you find it?
On the floor of the closet.
You're right, Archie. Frothy little bit of millinery, caprice. Have you any idea whose it may be, Mr. Rainey?
I wish I did.
You have to find out.
Well, how, boss?
The hat is an original. See, the label under the band reads a Madame Yetta original. Tomorrow morning, Archie, you will interview Madame Yetta.
Yes, boss.
And discover in your inimitable fashion for whom she made this chapeau. Hello?
Archie again, Mr. Wolfe. Per your instructions, I have just talked to Madame Yetta.
What did you learn?
Madame Yetta tells me she made that hat for a Mrs. Lawson.
Who is Mrs. Lawson?
Wife of an ex-beer hustler who's in the chips and puts on airs. Lives in a penthouse of the Bradford Arms. I was just about to hop a cab and go up there, boss.
Good. Keep this up, Archie. And through sheer practice, you may yet develop a full-blown intelligence.
Well, I'm trying, Mr. Wolfe. And after the Lawsons, I do what?
Return here immediately and hurry.
How do you do, Mr. Lawson?
Oh, Mr. Goodwin. My secretary tells me you're a detective.
My boss might argue with you on that, Mr. Lawson.
Your boss?
It happens I work for NERO WOLFE.
I see. And you wish to see me about...
About this hat.
Hat? Oh, I see, yeah. Well, Mr. Goodwin, please believe me, I never wear hats like that.
Would your wife be likely to say the same?
My wife? Just what are you getting at?
Would I seem too nosy if I asked how well you and your wife know Pepe Gato?
How well do we know who?
Pepe Gato.
The pug?
No, not such a pug.
No, huh? I lost $25,000 on him in the Eubanks fight. If you ask me, he laid down like a dog.
And did you talk it over with him?
Talk it over with him. Never seen the man in my life.
Not even at the fight?
No, I placed the bet over the telephone. I'd scarcely have anything to do with a character like Gatto, Mr. Goodwin.
You surely won't from here on out, Mr. Lawson.
What do you mean?
Gatto is dead.
You don't say.
He was murdered last night.
Murdered?
And what would you say, Mr. Lawson, if I told you that this hat is your wife's and that it was found in a closet in Gatto's apartment?
Now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you implying...
Not implying. Facts are sticking out.
What time was this dumb brute done away with?
Oh, I'd set it at somewhere between 5 and 7 p.m. last night.
Well, you said it very conveniently. Thanks.
Why?
My wife and I drove out of the city at 4:30 yesterday afternoon. Didn't get back until 2 this morning.
And this hat? It took wings and flew into Gatto's closet? Is that the answer?
No, that's not the answer.
Then what is?
This is. A month and a half ago, I was with Celia on a bus top. She was wearing that hat, and the wind blew it off her head.
I see. And from there, we figured that somebody picked it up, and it finally wound up at Gatto.
You can figure anything you please. Personally, I don't feel in any way obligated to figure anything.
Darling, I was just on my way out and... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were busy.
Yes, I am busy, Celia.
Wait a minute. He's not all
Run
that
along
busy.
now, dear. You'll be late.
But I want to talk
Run
to you.
along, Celia.
Yes, darling. Sorry. I'll see you later.
Beautiful. Really beautiful.
I've always thought so, Goodwin.
You, didn't give me much of a chance to talk to her, did you, Lawson?
If I didn't, it's for your own good.
My good? I don't get it.
Celia's a sensitive person, and I won't have her bothered.
And do you mean to tell me you let him scare you?
Let him scare me. Say, will you stop being so fearless with my life? The guy said don't bother my wife, so I didn't bother his wife. It was that simple.
Apparently his wife was not blonde. Answer the phone, Archie.
No, you answer it. Now you've hurt my feelings.
Oh, well. Hello?
I want to speak to Mr. NERO Wolfe.
Mr. Wolfe speaking.
Oh? Is it true that you're interested in the Gatto murder?
Who are you, and how do you know he's been murdered?
The second question is none of your business. And as for the first, call me Jerry. Jerry.
How do you do, Jerry? Jerry. Where do you call?
Would you like to come to an auction?
An auction?
You know, going, gone, to the highest bidder.
And what are you placing on the auction block, Miss Jerry?
A few facts. All in good condition and guaranteed to make it a cinch to snag the Gatto killer.
Sounds promising.
Only you'll have to bid against real money.
May I have the address of the auction room?
You'll have no trouble finding it. Your assistant was there last night.
Where?
The penthouse on top of 206A Rathburn Street. The big item goes on at 4 bells. Yeah? Who is it?
Man named Wolfe sent me.
Just a sec.
You're Jerry, huh?
I was expecting the man named Wolfe.
Unfortunately for me, honey, when he's expected, I usually show up.
Come on in.
You? See, I'm the legs of the combination. He's the brains. It makes a nice division of labor.
I see. You came in plenty of time.
On the nose is our custom. Where are the rest of the bidders?
Any second now.
Mm-hmm. How many besides me are coming?
1.
Small auction.
But big action.
How'd you happen to decide on this?
I knew Gatto pretty good.
And you were fond of him pretty good, huh?
How did you guess?
Well, you've got a key to this place of his, or you couldn't let yourself in. It adds, no?
Gee, you should have been a detective.
Just what I keep telling Mr. Wolfe. Look, tell me, Jerry, darling, this other person who's coming to the auction, who?
The killer?
You don't say. You sure the killer isn't here already?
Look, I didn't kill him.
The story you would like me to believe is that you witnessed the killing, huh? Called the killer and Mr. Wolfe and said, come on, kids, you can get me either to talk or shut up, depending on who pays the most. That it?
Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, prove you know what you're talking about. Who is the killer? Is it Block Rainey?
Should also have your head examined, pretty boy. I talk for dough and only for dough. Not that I'm mercenary or anything, but...
Okay, tell me this. How come you saw the killer in the act?
Simple. I was here with Gatto. Called me to come see him. While I was here, the shot came through the window there from the roof.
You know something, sweetheart?
What?
I can't understand how a girl like you, a pretty nice girl under all that paint and powder and Broadway shellac, how you could do a thing like this. You were in love with Gatto, I know that, everybody does. And still you're willing to keep your mouth shut if the killer pays enough. How come? What's the matter, honey? Did I hit a tender spot?
I don't think you understand. Sure, I was in love with the goof. Then along comes this other dame. She's rich and beautiful, and she has everything to give him.
Ooh, do I know her?
Of course you do. She...
Jerry!
Oh.
Jerry.
She was just about to tell me, and then the shot came through the window from the roof, boss. It's a flat roof outside.
You didn't, I suppose, see the murderer?
No. I caught Jerry in my arms. By the time I laid her down on the couch and got out on the roof, the killer was gone.
Get right over here and bring our client with you, if you can find him.
Rainey?
That's right. He has a right to be in on the kill.
Okay, boss. But keep away from that beer till I get there.
Don't be impertinent. I shall be busy phoning Mr. and Mrs. Lawson. Meanwhile, I want them here, too. Besides, one bottle won't do any harm. Ah, there they are. Let them in, Archie. You remain seated, Mr. Rainey.
Okay, Mr. Wolfe.
Well, come in, Mr. Lawson. Come in.
Mr. Wolfe here?
He's here. Nice of you to come.
Anything to help the law.
Ah, Mr. Lawson. Your wife didn't come.
No, Mr. Wolfe. She was out when you called. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. I left word with the butler, however.
Mr. Lawson, about 20 minutes ago, a girl named Jerry Fay was killed.
So?
She was killed in your neighborhood, in a flat formerly occupied by one Pepe Gato.
Well, where would that be?
Maybe your wife knows where the flat would be.
How dare you, sir?
No histrionics, please. Where was your wife when the girl was killed? I'm advising you that if there is an alibi, now's the time to state it.
I wouldn't humiliate Celia by alibying for her.
And the police will pick her up.
But she didn't kill this girl, Mr. Wolfe.
You have reasons for that opinion?
The best of reasons.
I'd be grateful if you'd state them and let me be the judge of their excellence.
One should do. This one. Celia's out in the country visiting her mother.
Oh?
Does that settle it?
Possibly. What's her mother's telephone number?
Why,
Merely a routine check.
Well, can't you take my word?
I'll take her mother's number. Well, Mr. Lawson?
I'm sorry. I hoped you'd buy this story.
What do you mean?
The mother's been dead for 10 years.
I see.
Well, I don't. What's the idea?
It's known as marital devotion, Archie. I suppose you realize, Mr. Lawson, that in shielding your wife, you're aiding and abetting a murderess?
I haven't stopped to realize anything. When Goodwin brought me that hat, I didn't know what to say.
Oh, you pitched me a curve then, too.
Well, I suppose you might call it that, but...
And she didn't lose the chapeau off a bus top.
No, but you've got to understand. Celia's the dearest thing in life to me.
Yeah, so's a lady rattlesnake to its husband.
I suggest it is time for you to be objective in this matter, Mr. Lawson.
What do you want to know?
Tell us where she can be found.
I have no idea.
When is she expected to return home?
Never.
Oh?
You see, we had an argument. I doubt that I'll ever see her again.
Then we're quite on our own, Archie.
To do what?
To make a journey to Gatto's apartment.
Gatto's apartment?
She probably has a key to that popular abode.
But she wouldn't go there, boss.
On the contrary, I am of the opinion that that's just where she would go. Give me my hat.
Don't tell me you're going to stir yourself.
It's a most unpleasant necessity, Archie. But the lady in question is dangerous and not at all hesitant about indiscriminate gunplay. Get out the car, Archie. We'll make the journey to Rathbun Street penthouse with the hope that Celia Lawson will show up in time to mourn her lost love.
You want me to go along with you, too, Mr. Wolfe?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Rainey, I do. I trust this chair will hold me.
Should. Biggest chair in the house.
Mr. Wolfe.
Yes, Mr. Rainey?
Mr. Wolfe, am I to understand that the way you have it figured is that Mrs. Lawson killed Gatto, and then to keep the girl from pinning the crime on her, she killed her, too?
What's the matter, Mr. Rainey? Don't you think the theory holds water?
Well, yes. I mean, of course it does.
Thank you. On the other hand, there is room for doubt.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Mr. Wolfe. Would you mind explaining?
I'll explain, Mr. Lawson. Mr. Goodwin was in this room when Jerry Fay was killed. Right, Archie?
Right, boss.
He ran as quickly as he could out onto the roof, but your wife was nowhere in evidence.
What difference does that make?
A good deal, I'd say. Wouldn't you, Archie?
Yes, a detail like that would give a jury room for doubt.
Oh, don't be a fool.
How so, Rainey?
Well, I was about to agree with Rainey. I mean on sheer logic.
I'm afraid I miss your point, Mr. Lawson.
Well, what if Goodwin didn't see her? That proves nothing. She fired the shots, and then she ran down the fire escape.
What fire escape?
The one a few feet beyond the chimney.
Mr. Lawson.
Yes?
Who told you there was a fire escape there?
Why,
Yeah, who did? You can't see it from here, Lawson.
Well, I just imagined there might be.
Sensationally accurate imagination, Mr. Lawson. Allow me to congratulate you.
I don't know what you have in mind.
You have in mind to see your wife convicted of the murder of Pepe Gatto. And so punish them both for having dared to fall in love.
I love Celia. I worship her.
Yes, that's what you expected me to believe. Hoping, meanwhile, that a hat would convict her. You worshipped her until she became fascinated by a young savage animal known as Pepe Gato.
No.
At that point, the worship shifted into reverse, and you went green with hate. Hate that drove you to climb that fire escape that you know so much about and shoot him in the back.
You're dreaming.
Jerry Fay saw you in the act, and when she was about to divulge your identity to Archie, you killed her too, meaning to hang her murder on your wife along with the other killing.
That's a lie.
Mr. Lawson, I didn't bring you here to apprehend your wife. There's really no reason why she should come here. I suggested this visit in the belief that you'd betray some guilty knowledge of the place and circumstances, as you have so obligingly just done.
You're clever, aren't you?
Monumentally.
But a little hasty.
So, why?
This gun in my hand, haven't you noticed?
Of course, sir, but yours is not the only gun in the world.
What?
Sit still, Arnold, and don't turn around.
Your wife, Mr. Lawson. Come in, my dear.
Celia, what are you doing here?
I came to get a hat that I'd left in Pepe's closet. It suddenly was clear to me what was in the wind, and I thought I'd better remove all evidence that you could possibly use against me.
Celia, listen, you must understand
I
it's for you.
understand one thing only. Pepe's gone, and you took him away.
Listen, please, if you let me explain, you'll understand.
Yeah?
Please, honey, help me.
Sure, I'll help you.
Celia!
Well, that's all, Mr. Wolfe. What now?
Archie, why is it when you drive it always gets so crowded outside?
Will it go tough on her, boss?
Why not? She killed a man in cold blood. Though she actually saved our lives while doing so.
I hope that helps her at the trial.
I hope so, Archie. After all, if she hadn't done what she did, what would have happened to the lobster bisque?
What lobster bisque?
The lobster bisque that Fritz is making for dinner. Hurry, Archie. It really can't be appreciated unless it's eaten hot.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin, and Ann Diamond, Charlotte Lawrence, Gerald Moore, Don Diamond, and Eddie Fields. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Killer Card. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Saturday night is date night, and NBC has a lively lineup of music and fun to help your courting along. Tomorrow, Dennis Day brings you a melodic and mirthful 30 minutes, and then Judy Canova gets together with her gang for a sparkling session of mountain-style song and laughter, followed by singing MC Red Foley and his friends on that exciting parcel of Western tunes and mayhem Grand Ole Opry. Here's Sam Spade. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Ed Renser, Johnny, Union States Casualty Company?
Oh, hi, Ed. I heard you were trying to reach me.
Yes, indeed. Plane leaves in 2 hours.
For where?
Ensenada. It's a port on the west coast of Mexico, south...
Yeah, I know, Ed. I know. I've been there.
Well,
but
now,
what do you...
Charlie Burton is down there, Johnny. You know, the big nightclub TV comic. You know, good old, lovable, boyish Charlie?
I've seen his show.
Who hasn't? Really keeps you screaming, doesn't he?
Oh, he is a killer.
Eesh.
So what do I do? Go out there and scream it up for him?
You go out there and keep him alive. Someone's threatened to murder him.
One of his audience, maybe?
No, wait, Johnny, this is no laughing matter. Anything happens to Charlie Burton, I cut my throat.
Hey, you really do like his show.
We're carrying $500,000 worth of insurance on that boy.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office, Union States Casualty Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Laughing Matter. Item 1, $221.50. Transportation by scheduled airline to San Diego, incidentals there, and charter plane for a flight 80 miles south into Mexico. To Ensenada. Item 2, $1.90. Taxi from the plowed ground airstrip to the Carrara marble foyer of the plush Balboa Beach Hotel. The contrast was typical. Ensenada is two towns, really. The tourist town is a glittering belt of pseudo-swank resorts around the south end of the bay. Bald-headed men in flowery sport shirts and fat women in shorts, loaded down with cameras, souvenirs, and U.S. dollars. The loafing town. And next to it, the rows of warehouses and docks, the fishing fleets and freezer plants, narrow dirt streets and slums. Soft-eyed Mexicans and the gentle liquid sound of Spanish. Native town, the working town. Two different ways of life, and no bridge of understanding between. The executive producer of the Charlie Burton Show, a man named Frank Maltz, was in my room 5 minutes after I checked in.
Glad to know you, Mr. Dollar.
He was probably in his middle 40s, but looked older, haggard, pressured, a little battered around the edges. He might not have his ulcer yet, but he was sure working on one.
Didn't waste much time getting here.
Well, that phone call of yours got them pretty upset back there in Hartford.
I meant for it,
So
too.
I gathered. Have you called in the local authorities, Mr. Maltz?
No.
Why not?
It wouldn't have done any good. Charlie'd have blown his top and had him thrown out.
Good old lovable Charlie?
Yes.
He doesn't know you phoned Hartford.
No, he'd have stopped me if he'd known.
Why? Does he want to die?
Oh, he says he's had murder threats before, crank letters. He wouldn't take it seriously.
But you do, is that it?
I didn't figure it was up to me to decide.
As I understand it, Mr. Maltz, there was a note of some kind slipped under Burton's door.
That's right.
Well, tell me about it, will you?
All right, yesterday evening, after we came back from shooting some scenes around the bay, we went to our room, shower, clean up for dinner.
Uh-huh.
When Charlie started to leave his room, he saw the note.
Where is his room?
Fourth one down on the terrace to the left. All our rooms open onto this same terrace.
Do you still have that note?
No. Charlie tore it up after he read it.
Did he show it to anybody?
Yes, to me. It was on stationery from the hotel here. It was in pencil and crudely printed.
Remember the wording?
Oh, yes. It said, "Only the gods are immortal, Burton. As you'll soon find out. You'll never leave Ensenada alive."
Kind of an odd way of putting it.
I thought so myself.
Know anyone who might use that style of phrasing?
No, I'm afraid not.
All right. What else, Mr. Maltz?
Nothing else. Those are the facts.
Anything happened since the note?
Not as far as I know.
Burton could be right, of course. The whole thing may be a hoax.
Yeah, maybe, but that's for you to decide, not me.
Who do you know who might think they had a reason to kill him?
Aha. I think I'll let you form your own conclusions on that.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Maltz. That's very thoughtful of you.
All right, I'm sorry. I realize I haven't given you much to go on.
Practically nothing.
I can't help it, Dollar. That's all I know about it.
I see.
Well, talk to the others. See what they know about it.
Others?
Well, I was thinking mainly of Gloria Dale and Al Schreiber. And there's Charlie himself, of course.
Suppose you brief me on those other two.
All right. Gloria Dale's the feminine lead.
Oh, yeah, I've seen her on TV.
Yeah, probably. She's been with the show for 3 years. She's in her late 20s. She's single. She's gorgeous. She has a terrific sense of comedy.
How does she get along with old, lovable Charlie?
Good question. Maybe she can give you an answer to it.
All right, I'll ask her. And who was that other one you mentioned?
Al Schreiber? Yeah, he's a young newcomer. He's been with the show 6 months now. A real talent, if he were ever given a chance to show it.
Why isn't he given a chance?
Because on the Charlie Burton Show, my friend, there is one and only one star, namely...
Good old, lovable boyish Charlie Burton.
Oh, you've been reading the press release.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have. All right, who else?
No, that's all. At least all that mattered. The camera crew, the technicians who were sent up from Churubusco in Mexico City, they never heard of Charlie Burton before. And we haven't had much of any contact with anyone here in town. Now, I think that note was written by somebody right here in the family. That's another reason I sent for you instead of the local police.
Just why did you send for me, Mr. Maltz?
What do you mean?
How do you feel about Charlie Burton?
Haven't you guessed?
More or less, I think.
Well, I'll spell it right out for you, Mr. Dollar. I hate his guts.
And what do you care whether he's murdered or not?
Care, I'd get roaring drunk to celebrate it.
And yet you're the one who phoned an SOS to Hartford.
Well, sure. If Burton does get it, I want an expert around. Somebody will tag the right party for the crime.
A matter of justice. Is that it?
Why not?
Oh, because it's usually just a word people talk about. What they really want is to win.
Ah.
Is that what you want, Mr. Maltz?
Very funny. You ought to go on television.
No, I'm waiting till they perfect it.
I feel the same way about murder.
So the legend of lovable Charlie was starting to crack. One person at least didn't love him, Frank Maltz, his executive producer. And there was something else besides hate in Frank Maltz's eyes, a weariness or bitterness, something I couldn't quite place. I filed the thought for the moment, took time to shower and change, and went looking for another pair of eyes, a prettier pair. And I found them, alone on the terrace with their owner. They were turned toward the west, toward the last golden edge of the sun as it sank into the Pacific. They were big and blue. Very lovely.
Hello there.
How are you, Miss Dale?
Miss...
I'm Johnny Dollar. I just got in from Hartford, and I've been talking with Frank Maltz.
Oh, you must be with the advertising sponsor.
No, I'm an insurance investigator.
Huh?
Yes, I'm here in regard to that threatening note that Mr. Burton received.
Oh, that.
You've heard about it, then?
Oh, we all heard about it. Interminably.
From Burton, you mean?
Who else? Oh, he paced and posed and beat his breast. He wept and stormed and shouted at us. Harangued, accused, and monologued us. Our base ingratitude after all he'd done for us. Done to us, he should have said. That one of us, a viper in his bosom, should stoop to such a practical joke on good old luck. If it was a practical joke, what are you doing down here?
You think it was a joke, Miss Dale?
I don't, but Charlie himself said... Do you mean somebody really meant that threat?
Maybe.
Well, what do you know?
Any ideas to who might have written it?
Sure. Anybody who knows him.
Is he that bad, actually?
Mr. Dollar, you've heard the expression horrid old man.
Yeah.
Well, if Charlie Burton worked for years to improve himself, I mean really tried, eventually he might lift himself up high enough to be a horrid old man.
Well, if it's like that, why do you stick around?
Why do I? Because I signed a contract last year during an emotional crisis. And it's got 2 more years to run.
Break it. Breathe a little clean air for a change.
I'd be dead professionally, and that's about all I've got in life now. Professional career, such as it is.
Same thing apply to Frank Maltz?
Yep, contract. Executive producer is just a title. The Charlie Burton Show is owned by Charlie Burton, lock, stock, barrel, and the souls of the employees.
Something of a dictator, huh?
Egomaniac. He's a pre-adolescent paranoid with the ethics of a rattlesnake and the jealous instincts of a Turkish harem master. Oh, forgive me, Mr. Dollar. I had that line in a play once, but it still fits him.
Tell me the truth, Miss Dale. Did you write that note?
I'm a female comic, Mr. Dollar.
So?
So who can write?
Gloria.
Out here, Al, on the terrace. Al Schreiber, have you met him yet?
No, but I've got him on the list.
That may turn out to be quite a list before you're through.
Downstairs bar at 7, honey. That's what you said. Downstairs bar at 7.
Yeah, I know. I'm going in and change right now. Al, this is Johnny Dollar, Al Schreiber.
Oh, Al.
How are you? Glad to see you.
Mr. Dollar's an insurance investigator. He's here about that murder threat Charlie got.
You mean that note was for real?
Could be.
Well, happy days. Maybe there's hope for us yet.
Careful, Al. Mr. Dollar's making a list.
Sweetie, I'd be proud to confess. Only I didn't think of the idea, and besides, I'm a coward.
Did either of you actually see that note?
No, but we heard about it.
So I understand.
How does insurance figure in this? You mean some company actually wrote a policy on that earthworm?
To the tune of $500,000.
Holy Hannah, who's he worth that much to?
His sponsor, the advertising client. I doubt if it's personal, really. They're just protecting their investment in the show.
$500,000 fish. For a phony old fake who weighs in at a fast 30 cents. Say, maybe they're out to kill him and make a profit for themselves.
Yeah, I'll put them on the list. And I take it you're in the club too, Al.
Club?
At least you're not wearing a Love Charlie Burton button.
Oh, sir. All I am, ever was, or hope to be in any future life. All I have, ever had, or expect to have at any time, notwithstanding. The foregoing to supersede any previous statement, and irregardless of any utterance made hereafter. I owe in its entirety, and without any reservation whatsoever, to my one and only benefactor. That sterling, magnanimous, warm-hearted, genial... I'll bet you think I'm only saying that because it's in my contract.
Did you write the note, Al?
I don't know what to say until I check with my writers.
Yeah, I have the same problem with my underwriters.
Say, that's not bad, Mr. Dollar. You know, you ought to try
Sorry,
television.
I'm waiting till they perfect it. Item 3, 80 cents, one drink. I had it sent from the bar and sat on the terrace alone and drank it. I watched the sun die in the west and let the soft night creep out of the hills of Mexico and sink down over me in gentle folds. Then I saw a man slip from the shadowed shrubbery and move cautiously up the terrace, a pale ghost dressed in the white cotton of a peon worker. As I came quietly to my feet, a girl ran from inside somewhere, clung to him, and stopped him. They argued fiercely for a moment and guarded Spanish. Then the man turned and saw me and vanished into the darkness of the hotel gardens. The girl faced me for an instant, with eyes like frightened doves. Then she, too, turned and fled. But I'd recognize her. She was the hotel maid who'd brought ice to my room when I first arrived. So it was a lover's meeting, most likely. And yet, the man, before she stopped him, had been heading across the terrace toward Charlie Burton's room.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the great man condescends and shivers a little, too. And a girl's hidden hate is blacker than the sea-wet rock she vents it on. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Charlie Burton, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, yes. Was hoping you'd come out of seclusion.
Seclusion?
I arrived in Ensenada at 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's now 10 p.m., and I still haven't been able to see the man I'm supposed to protect.
I did not invite you here, Mr. Dollar. I do not need any protection.
Well, my insurance company doesn't agree with you, and they've got $500,000 riding on your life.
Look, my life has not been threatened. That note was a mere bit of buffoonery perpetrated by one of those nearest and dearest to me. One of those to whom I have unstintingly devoted my entire...
knock it off, Burton. I know the good old lovable Charlie legend, and I've seen your TV show.
Well, naturally.
Look, are you going to talk to me, or do I wire my company to cancel your policy and notify your sponsor that you've refused to cooperate with us?
Mr. Dollar, you may come down to my room in 10 minutes.
I'll be there in an hour, Burton. You wait on me for a change.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Ensenada, Mexico. To the Home Office, Union States Casualty Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Laughing Matter. Expense account continued. Item 5, $1.40. Taxi from the hotel in the village to the Commandancia of Police on Frente Avenue. I wanted a rundown of one of the maids at the hotel, a girl named Valena Morales. I'd seen her on the hotel terrace shortly after dark near Charlie Burton's room. Seen her arguing with some man who'd managed to slip away from me in the darkness. Captain Peral said he'd check with me later and politely avoided asking what it was all about. If he had, I couldn't have told him. The Charlie Burton comedy show was on location at Ensenada, Mexico, and Frank Maltz, the producer, had frantically phoned Hartford and claimed Burton's life had been threatened. Burton thought it was a practical joke. Maltz didn't know. Neither did I. But I was there to find out. Hiya.
You are Mr. John Dollar, I assume.
You couldn't assume any corrector. Mind if I come in?
By all means, do.
Thanks.
I am Charles Burton, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, I know. I've seen your face in a number of saloons.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, on their television sets.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, sit down, Mr. Dollar.
I just did.
Yes, so I noticed. Well, I don't imagine you'll be here long enough for me to have something sent up from me.
Oh, I'm sure I will. I'll have scotch on the rocks. Double.
I see. Room service, please. This is Mr. Burton in Suite D. Please send up one scotch on the rocks.
Double.
Make it double. Oh, just a moment, please. By the way, Mr. Dollar, what is your room number?
I can't seem to remember it at the moment. Why don't you just charge it to yours and then bill me for it later?
If you think you're... Room service, cancel that order. Yes, I said cancel it. I will not tolerate this high-handed attitude from a hireling, sir.
But not your hireling, Burton. Now, let's get a few things straight right now. From what I've heard about you up to now, I don't like you. And when I get to know you better, you like it or not.
And I certainly do not.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh.
Try throwing your weight around with the insurance company and they'll cancel your policy. And if that happens, you'll have sponsor trouble right up to your neck.
If you think you...
I think you're not going to let it happen, Burton. You can't afford to. So cut out the kidding and let's get on with it.
You know, I like you, Dollar. You're so uninhibited. I'm going to buy you that...
Nope, sorry.
Why not?
I didn't want it in the first place. It was only a way to get your goat, break down that phony guard. But have one yourself, though.
Now, drinking is not one of my vices.
Oh, so that explains it.
Explains what?
It wasn't one of Hitler's vices, either.
You're so delightfully insulting, you know. One can hardly take offense.
Too bad. I'd hope for better results.
Would you mind telling me just who exactly is responsible for this prejudiced opinion you have of me?
Well, as I remember, it was fairly unanimous.
As I know, you talked to Frank Maltz. Maltz, of course, is bitter because he hasn't been given complete control of my show.
Or any control, the way I hear it.
As long as it's the Charlie Burton show, Mr. Dollar, Charlie Burton intends to run it.
Only the gods are immortal. Isn't that what the murder threat said?
I'll get to that. Then there's Gloria Dale, my leading lady. Dear Gloria. I suppose she told you I've treated her very badly. Practically forced her to sign a contract that pays her several $1,000s a week. A hideous fate, actually.
It could be.
And Al Schreiber? Did he mention the fact that I took him out of a 40-a-week burlesque house and taught him the subtleties of high-class, big-time comedy? Things that I had spent a lifetime perfecting.
Look, Burton, if you're trying to convince me of your fine, sterling character, forget it. It's irrelevant. I'm here because...
You're here because of that note, and that's exactly what I'm getting at. You think it was written by one of those three people, don't you?
Right.
Well, I agree with you. But you also take the threat seriously. I don't.
Why not?
Because not one of them has any reason to kill me. Yes, I know how they talk. They're underpaid, overworked. The boss is a tyrant. They hate him, the same old patter. And that kind of talk never leads to murder, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, you've got a point there, I guess.
That note was pushed under my door yesterday as a crude attempt at a joke. Nothing else. Then Maltz lost his head and had you sent down here from Hartford. And the whole thing has become ridiculous.
You may be right. Well...
You sure you won't have that drink?
No, thanks. Oh, by the way, there's a maid at the hotel here. I believe she works all the rooms along the terrace here. A small girl, very pretty, with short curly hair.
Oh... Yes, Valena.
Oh, you've noticed her, then?
Oh, quite. I find her utterly charming.
Would you happen to know whether she's married?
I really didn't bother to ask. Does it matter?
Not to me, but it might to her husband.
You are determined, aren't you?
There must be some reason why you're so scared.
Scared? You do have a preposterous imagination. Good night, Mr. Dollar.
It wasn't my imagination. Burton was scared, or worried, or upset. At any rate, something was bothering him. But at the moment, he was covering up for some reason, and there was nothing more I could do to push him. So I gave up for the time being and went back to my room. But I wasn't ready for sleep, and the terrace outside my windows lying empty in the moonlight seemed inviting. And even more so, the sound of breakers 100 yards beyond. I followed a winding path through the hotel gardens and came out into Sandy Cove. And there I found her, Gloria Dale, sitting on the sea-worn rocks by the water's edge, with a bottle beside her, getting quietly drunk.
You've discovered my guilty secret, Mr. Dollar, and I've only got one glass. It's that or the bottle.
I'll share the glass with you, if it's all right.
Sure. There you are.
Thanks. Here's to the moon, people.
They seem real close tonight, don't they?
Yeah, they'll be dancing out there on the water by midnight.
I think you're as crazy as I am.
Crazier. You're not even in the same league.
I'm glad you came. I go sort of nuts on moonlit nights by myself.
Hey, what happened to Al? Weren't you two together?
I sent him off to bed. He gets a little wearing sometimes.
He's real gone on you, isn't he?
I guess so.
And you?
He's a good guy. I like him a lot. He's fine, but...
But no click, huh?
No click. Here's to better clicks.
Hey, easy, kid. You're drinking it straight, you know.
Help yourself.
What are you trying to do to yourself, Gloria?
Learn to forget. Forget the emptiness, the hollowness. There's nothing in me anymore. Except the hate, of course. There's plenty of hate.
For Charlie Burton?
For Charlie Burton.
Do you hate him enough to kill him?
You've always got your eye on the ball, haven't you, Mr. Dollar?
More or less. Would you like to tell me about this emptiness?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Why not, though? It's the edge of the land and the edge of the sea. And you're from the moon, and you'll go back there at dawn. So why not? Here's to the moon. It makes people crazy.
Hey, save half of that one for me.
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Yeah, just leave it there. So?
Well, a year ago, my contract was up. And I was leaving the show. And I was about to be married. Jerry, his name was. And he's the only man I ever really loved.
Uh-huh.
Burton was furious. Said I was letting him down. I was ungrateful. But he couldn't stop me because my contract was up. And one morning I got a note from Jerry. Special delivery. We were through, it said.
Why?
No explanation. Just a cold, vicious note. That same morning, Jerry left town with a friend. Chartered a plane and went to Canada on a hunting trip.
And you didn't find out the reason for it?
Later, yes. At the time, I was hurt. I was terribly hurt. I signed a new contract and went on working. And months later, I got the story roundabout.
What was it?
A private detective, one of the crooked ones, had gone to Jerry with a complete report about me, supposedly. My private life, field reports, affidavits, statements, even photographs. A fake, the whole thing. But it convinced Jerry. You know who was behind it?
I can guess.
Sure. Good old, lovable Charlie Burton. He wanted to make sure I'd sign that contract.
But when you did find out, why didn't you go to Jerry?
I wish I could have. That hunting trip, the plane had crashed. Jerry never came back. He was killed. That's crazy, huh?
Oh, no, easy, sweet.
Do I hate Charlie Burton enough to kill him? That's what you asked me, wasn't it? Sure, I hate him enough. 1,000 times enough. Only I haven't got the nerve. So what do? I drink.
Gloria.
The hotel. Help me get back there. Please, Johnny. Will you take me home?
Love and hate and the Black Sea Rocks. and a lunatic's moan at midnight. And no help on this earth for a wounded heart but time itself. A tide was rising now, and rising fast. And hidden by the darkness, a wave curled and broke. And time ran out. I lunged out of bed and fumbled in the blackness for my robe and slippers and gun. Yeah, who is it?
Charlie Burton. Open up, hurry. Dollar, you've got to protect me. Somebody took a shot at me through my window from the terrace.
Oh, it was probably just a crude, practical joke.
Joke? Joke? This is no laughing matter. Don't you understand, Dollar? Somebody's out to kill me.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a thickening web, clinging and sticky. But one of the flies pulls free by using a gun. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Capitan de Vidro Paral, senor, of the Ensenada Police.
Oh, hi, Paral. I tried to call you a few minutes ago. We've had a shooting out here at the hotel.
And somebody, she's dead,
No,
senor?
nobody's dead. The bullet missed. Somebody fired a shot from the terrace into one of the rooms.
I am flush with the red light, senor. I make the siren. I'm come like the wind.
Good. But will you do me one thing before you blow up a storm?
Mande usted?
There's a man missing from his room here, a friend of the man who was shot at. He must be around town somewhere.
Pues sí.
He's an Americano, about 45, name's Frank Maltz.
Frank Maltz. Bueno, we'll find him. I'm going to make one APC T.
B, you mean, APB.
Sí, APB, like on radio in Los Estados.
All right, hop to it, Paral.
Sí, senor. Senor, what it is, this APB?
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Ensenada, Mexico. To the Home Office, Union States Casualty Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Laughing Matter. Expense account continued. Item 6, $1, a pot of coffee from the hotel kitchen, special. It was 1 a.m. I'd been half asleep when the shot was fired, and I hoped the coffee would help get me at least half awake. I hadn't expected it to happen that way, and neither had good old lovable Charlie Burton, America's favorite TV comic, according to his press agents. Charlie had called it a joke, but he wasn't laughing now, and neither was I. Charlie's life was insured for $500,000, payable to his sponsor.
Where he is, senor, this man who was get shot?
He didn't get shot, Peral. He got shot at.
Pues sí, is what I wish to say, but the tongue is no make English too good.
Well, you're doing fine. The manager gave Bert another room, inside, away from the terrace here. He's probably got the door locked and the furniture piled in front of it.
Mande?
I mean, he's scared. Very scared. Comprende?
Oh, sí. Él tiene mucho miedo.
Yeah, I guess so. Now, according to his story, he was asleep, here on this side of the bed. Someone fired the shot from outside on the terrace. It broke the window there. And the bullet lodged here in the bed, about 6 inches above Burton's head where he was lying on the pillow.
Sí, yo puedo verlo. And then he is wake up quick. He is no see nobody, senor? Is no hears nobody?
No, he was too scared to know. He jumped out of bed, ran down the inside corridor, and banged on my door. I searched the terrace right away and didn't find a thing.
And these other people which are work for him to make the television, they are also having room which are close to this?
Peral, your tongue may not make the English too good, but there's nothing wrong with your head.
Understand?
I mean, you're okay, amigo. You're a good cop.
Gracias, senor.
Yes, any one of them could have fired that shot.
And they are being which ones, these people?
Well, there's Frank Maltz. He's the producer of the Charlie Burton show. He's the one who was missing from his room, the one I asked you to locate.
You say.
Then there's Gloria Dale. She's the feminine star of the show. She's in the third room down.
She is in the room of her when the shoot was fired?
Yeah, she'd gone to bed. I had to beat on the door to wake her. She hadn't even heard the shot. She'd been pretty upset. She'd been drinking earlier.
See? It's always the same. These Americanas ladies which have come to Ensenada, always they are drink too much.
You may be right. Anyway, the third member of the group is Al Schreiber, second room down. He's an actor, too.
And where he is when these things happen?
In bed, so he says. The shot woke him up, and he came out into the corridor while Burton was banging on my door.
And these are all, senor?
Yep, that's the bunch.
Which one you think is not like this, Charlie?
Every single one of them hates him. Then there's another possibility, too. That girl I asked you to check on earlier, the maid who works here at the hotel.
You see, la señora Evelina Morales. Pues we're looking, but we are not find her yet.
Oh?
Ella no está en casa. She are no at her house, señor.
Oh, I see.
Ni el marido tampoco es. Also the, how you say, her husband is gone.
Oh, then she is married.
Pues sí, señor.
You're still looking for her, aren't you?
Pues sí, señor. No tenga cuidado. It's no big town, Ensenada. We are find her too soon now. I think es por mí, yo creo. I am tell the manager I was here. La policía acá. Sí, capitán de vidro Paral. ¿Dónde? Bien, sí. Muy bien. Bien, adiós. This man you are saying have disappeared, señor.
Frank Maltz?
He was now be found.
Where is he?
Es un cantina, a nightclub. It's called the 21.
21. Where is it? In town somewhere?
You see, it is a, how you say, senor, it's one big hot spot.
Item 7, $1, taxi into town. Peral stayed at the hotel to talk to Charlie Burton and the others. I thought it might do some good, at least by keeping them off balance. Regardless of his knowledge of English, Peral was a smart lad, and his eyes never missed a thing. The 21 may have been a hot spot earlier, but at this time of night it was almost deserted. There were a few weary B-girls drowsing at the bar, a scant handful of last-ditch patrons, and Frank Maltz, alone at a table, glowing with mellow geniality and bottled health.
Well, now, another night out with insomnia and a taste for dives. Pull up a chair, Johnny.
Thanks. Been here long?
Forever.
Oh?
At least for years and years. I am part of the place, my boy. These worm-eaten rafters, the crumbling walls, this musty aroma of ancient tequila that was spilt on these tiles long before you were even born.
I see.
You see, the place was built by the conquistadores, and I dropped in the very next day. I've been here ever since.
Maltz, look, chum.
Now, speak softly, softly, friend. This is hallowed ground. This is the meeting place. This is the crossroads, you see, for two separate worlds. The tourists come traipsing down from Beach Boulevard up there. They call it slumming. And the townsfolk come up from Gastelum and Balboa, and they all meet here. And they drink tequila, and then they dance the fandango. Hey, amigo, how about playing a fandango? No, he can't hear you, because he is dead. We are all dead here, Johnny.
You know something, Maltz? You're not nearly as plastered as you're pretending to be.
I know that, Johnny.
Have you been here all evening? Here in the Ventayuna?
How do you like that name, Ventayuna? It means a 21, you know.
Yeah, I know. Have you been here in the 21 all evening?
Oh, no. I've been in all of them. I just ended up here. Ever see a better place to end up, Johnny?
Where were you around 12:40 tonight?
What? What are you driving at?
Somebody took a shot at Charlie Burton tonight.
Ooh, I got my fingers crossed, did they?
No, they didn't hit him.
Well, maybe they'll have another chance.
Not if I can prevent it.
Now, that's why you were checking times on me, huh? You think I maybe made a clay pigeon out of that rat.
Did you?
Johnny, I left the hotel at 10 o'clock. I've been a lot of places since, but not back there. I don't know where I was at 12:40. Maybe some bartender around town will know. I have seen them all tonight, one time or another.
This lush stuff seems to be a habit with all of you, including Gloria.
Well, stick around Burton a month. You'll know why.
So, why do you stick around him?
Me, personally, there's a couple of reasons, I guess. I'm trying to help somebody else, for one thing. Well, myself at the same time, of course.
Meaning?
Al Schreiber. The kid is great, Johnny. He really is. And it'll be his show next year. If we can hang on. And for the same sponsor.
With you producing?
Well, that's right. They're fed up with Charlie Burton, and they've got reason to be. He's a phony name, Johnny, nothing else. It's a fake. It's a build-up. They've got to spend more on press relations now than it costs to produce the show.
Then with Charlie out of it, you and Al would be in. Is that the way it stacks up?
That's right.
You said you had a couple of reasons for staying on.
No, forget it. The second one is not important. It's a sob story.
Well, it won't be the first one I've heard tonight.
I'm married, you see, Johnny. 23 years now. And for the last 8, my wife has been completely paralyzed. Utterly helpless. She's in a sanitarium upstate. She has to have special care. Special treatments. And it costs $350 a week, 52 weeks a year. So I stay on with Burton and I go on hating him. And whenever the hate gets too bad, I go up and see her. Well, she doesn't know me. She doesn't know anyone. She just lies there and breathes. But I look at her. And I remember how she was. And how I loved her. And I still love her, Johnny. So that's the way it is.
I left him there in the cantina with his love and his hate and walked out into the street, empty and silent under the wheeling stars in the soft dark night. A lone dog sidled past, gray and gaunt, intent on some mission of his own, and faded into the shadows. And the town slept, its own loves and hates put aside until morning. Quiet town. Then the emptiness was filled with sound, and a flashing red light slashed the darkness. Parral of the Ensenada police. He said the maid from the hotel, Valena Morales, had come home. One of his sergeants was waiting there with her.
Buenas noches, senora.
Buenas noches.
The tiny room was lit by a flickering oil lamp, and a candle burned beneath a crucifix on the wall above the bed. Cement floor and adobe walls, bare and clean, like the cell of a nun in a convent.
¿Y su hombre? ¿En dónde está él?
Yo no sé.
She was young, pretty,
¿Qué le importa?
and at the moment very
¿Dónde estabas tú
frightened.
más temprano?
En la casa de una amiga. ¿Por qué me preguntas?
Espérate, señora. Hace poco un trato a matarle a un señor. Allá en el Hotel Balboa.
¿Qué dices? ¿Cuál señor?
Un americano. El señor Carlos Burton.
Ay, de mí.
¿Qué tengo yo que hacer?
She talked,
Ya no hay
half
remedio.
crying,
¿Quién
and
sabe
Peral
qué vamos a
translated.
hacer ahorita?
Charlie Burton,
Y ahora no hay
lovable
remedio.
Charlie, had been bothering her, annoying her at the hotel.
Que él nomás hablaba
She tried to
porque
avoid
no
him,
creía que
but had
él
made the
podía
mistake of
hacer
telling her
tan
husband.
duro.
He'd been furious and had come to the hotel earlier in the evening. That's when I'd seen the two of them arguing on the terrace. She hadn't seen him since.
So, Senor Dollar, what is it you are think?
I think you'd better find a husband, and find him quick.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, death tries once more, and this time doesn't miss. But death, you know, is blind. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Charlie Burton speaking.
Oh, morning, Burton. So you're still alive, huh?
If that was an attempt at humor, it was entirely out of place.
Well, it's early yet.
I'm the comedian, and I'll make the jokes. Your job is to protect my life.
Don't tell me you've been shot at again. This time of morning? Boy, whoever it is really must hate you, Burton.
Dollar, so help me.
So help you nothing. You may be good old lovable Charlie to 40 million television viewers, but to me you're just a pain in the neck.
I'll remind you.
To my clients, you're worth $500,000 because he was fool enough to write an insurance policy on your life, but not to me. My price on you is a fast 3 cents, give or take a couple.
My life has been threatened.
Sure, and that's why I'm here. But yesterday, when I tried to get you to cooperate, you called it a practical joke.
Well, I'm not calling it that now.
No, because somebody tossed a bullet at you last night and scared the living pants off of you. Well, call Captain Peral of the Ensenada Police.
Mr. Dollar.
Look, I need another hour's sleep, so don't phone my room again before 9 o'clock. Goodbye.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Ensenada, Mexico. To the Home Office, Union States Casualty Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Laughing Matter. Expense account continued. Item 10, 50 cents, room service on a glass of orange juice. Another hour's sleep was out of the question. Just hearing his voice on the phone left me too mad to relax. One of America's most popular comedians, a living legend. And yet his whole cast, the people down here with him on location, hated the ground he walked on. Personally, I was on their side. But my job was to protect his life from some unknown enemy who'd sent him a threatening note. And last night, the threat had become action in the form of a shot fired from the darkness. It was my job to see that the killer didn't get a second chance. And that's what I was being paid for, and the fact that Charlie Burton was a Class A stinker was irrelevant. Frank Maltz, executive producer of the Charlie Burton Show, and practically the only early patron of the hotel breakfast room, was sitting at a table alone.
Good morning, Johnny.
I left him sitting in almost the same position at 2 o'clock in the morning. Only the table then was in a backstreet cantina in town. He was apparently remembering it, and he avoided my eyes until the waiter had brought my coffee and gone away.
I guess I made quite a fool of myself last night, huh?
Oh, when was that?
Nice of you to ask, Johnny.
This is good coffee. Oh, you'd been making the rounds last night, for whatever reasons, and you felt like talking. But I wouldn't call that making a fool of yourself.
All right. Thanks.
You were sober enough when I left you.
Oh, sure. You just sat there and let me talk it out. Where'd you go, anyway? I came out of the cantina a few minutes later. You disappeared.
Captain Peral, Ensenada Police, picked me up in a prowl car. He'd located that maid from the hotel here. We went to her home and talked to her.
So?
Well, for the moment at least, you and Al and Gloria Dale are apparently off the hook.
Oh?
The maid says Burton was always annoying her whenever she was on duty here.
He was. I told him to lay off.
Well, her husband found out and came out here to the hotel yesterday evening. I saw him and his wife arguing out there on the terrace just after dusk. But I didn't know what it was all about at that time. Anyway, that's the last she saw him. He didn't come home last night, and he's still missing. I just talked to Peral on the phone. They've got half the police force looking for him.
And you figure he's the one who took a shot at Charlie last night?
Kind of adds up, doesn't it?
Well, I guess so. I hope they find him, Johnny, before he finds Charlie again. I'd hate to see a poor devil take a rap for killing a louse who isn't worth it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, the chances are they will.
Didn't either one of you fellas ever get to bed last night?
Not for long.
Morning, Al.
Oh, my goodness, Frank. You look awful, man. You must have slept on your face.
I look the same as I look every morning. You want some breakfast, Al?
No, thanks. I'm skipping it. I'm going to try to get in a dip in that pool before old Blubber Tummy oozes out of his feather bed.
Oh, I don't think he'll be using the pool this morning. Not if he remembers what we're shooting today.
It's that castaway sequence, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll get that first. But later this afternoon, if the light on the water is okay, I want to get those shots of him swimming ashore.
Good. Keep him on retakes till he gets waterlogged.
It's kind of a slapstick desert island thing, Johnny.
Oh?
Yeah. You see, Charlie and I are supposed to have been on this yacht, and it sank. And I just disappear. But there's some stock shots of Charlie swimming like crazy and a stock shot of a deserted South Sea island. And finally, Charlie comes crawling up onto the beach.
That's the sequence we're going to shoot this morning.
I see.
He's pooped. He's dying, you know. Then I step out from behind a bush, and I'm wearing a full-dress suit, white tie and tails. He thinks he's crazy or something.
It starts building from there, then, Johnny.
Yeah, I get the idea.
He's thirsty, see? So I reach under my coat and bring out a soft drink, an ice-cold bottle. And I open it and give it to him.
It says COTT Quality Beverages on the bottle, C-O-T-T.
Yeah. So Charlie asks, is it any good? And I say, it's COTT, man. And he says, so what? And I say, so it's got to be good.
You see, Johnny, it's out-and-out slapstick, but it works pretty well on camera.
Yeah, it keeps building, you see. I keep producing things out of the bushes. A table and chair, tablecloth, dishes and silver, caviar, bottle of wine, roast turkey, then a string quartet, and finally a line of dancing girls. And the payoff's a shaggy dog. He says, look, we were shipwrecked together. How you doing all of this? And I say, it's easy. I got a cousin in Congress.
It's a lot better on film, Johnny. A lot better than it sounds, stripped down this way.
Yeah, well, I'm not exactly a fan of Burton's.
Oh, he's got some good stuff in this one, Mr. Dollar. In fact, he's got all the good stuff. Only thing I'm in there for is to feed him the lines. As usual, of course. If I ever get a decent role in his show, I'll drop dead.
Oh, really?
Attention!
That's not funny, Al.
At ease.
I said it's not funny.
You thought it was when you did it on the show last month.
May I remind you that your services can be easily dispensed with?
Good. Fire me.
Al.
If I could get out of this lousy contract with you, I could start on the PCT tomorrow, and at 5 times what you're paying me.
Take it easy, Al.
No, by all means.
They'll set me up in my own show, and they'll put it in a time slot right opposite yours. In 3 months, Charlie, I could bump you clear off the screen.
You don't say so.
Al, beat it, will you?
Okay, Frank. Sorry you had to get caught in the crossfire, Mr. Dollar. Nothing personal.
Forget it.
See you later, gentlemen.
You'll be on that set in a half hour, not a minute later.
Yes, sir.
You certainly are one big happy family, aren't you?
Dollar, that kid was a nobody when I picked him up.
You're wrong, Charlie. That kid is a real talent, and you know it.
You see? You see what I have to deal with?
He's done as much for this show in the past year as you have.
You see, Dollar, I'm forced to live in the very presence of my enemy.
Who made them your enemies, Burton?
Look, my only concern has always been the welfare of those less fortunate than myself, those who depend on me for their professional careers and their livelihood.
I understand there's some difference of opinion about that.
Well, it's envy, nothing but envy.
Would you like some more coffee, Johnny?
No, thanks. I've had about all I can stand.
Yeah, so have I.
May I ask what you're doing to protect my life, Mr. Dollar, if anything at all?
Oh, I've taken the usual routine precautions.
Routine? I demand more than routine.
Not from me. You don't demand anything. I'm working for the insurance company.
Then I'll complain to them.
Good, good. Why don't you cancel your policy at the same time? Then I can get off this assignment.
Couldn't cancel it if I wanted to. My sponsors wouldn't allow it. It's for their protection, not mine.
I know that.
I think you'd like to see me murdered.
Oh, no. No, you're wrong there. That would mean I'd loused up an assignment, and I take pride in my work.
But you wouldn't care personally.
No comments.
I'll demand protection from the local police.
You've already got it. Captain Peral had 2 men on duty there last night after that shot was fired, watching your room.
I didn't see them.
They didn't intend for you to see them. Relax, Burton. If the worst does happen, ballistics can probably identify the killer after we get the slug out of your body.
Dollar, this is no laughing matter.
Then why did you treat it like one? Why did you tear up that threatening letter? Why didn't you call the police in right then? Why didn't you cooperate with me yesterday when I got here? And why the devil did you make a pass at an 18-year-old girl in the first place and get her husband out gunning for you?
You mean you know who's trying to kill me?
If it's any satisfaction to you, Burton, just in case he gets past us, you probably have been killed by a man named Nacho Morales. His wife is a maid here at the hotel, as you no doubt know.
That little native girl?
Yeah. That little native girl.
Oh, now, look, both of you. No, I was wrong. I admit it. I just lost my head, I guess. When a man's under pressure all this time, as I am, he doesn't always think straight. Now, I didn't mean any harm toward her.
Maybe you'll be able to convince Nacho of that, if he waits long enough to listen.
No, don't, please. I know you hate me. All of you do, but I'm not as bad as you think. You just don't know the load a star has to carry.
Then why don't you tell us about it?
You, Frank. You don't think I'm being fair with Al. You think I'm holding him back, not giving him a chance. Well, you're wrong. I'm actually carrying him, teaching him things I've learned over the years.
Oh, he knows quite a bit now, Charlie.
So you don't believe me? You don't think I know what I'm talking about?
Well, let's...
All right, I'll show you. Al said he was written down in today's sequence. He said that I had the great role. You heard him say it.
Well, yes,
Then
Charlie,
let him have it. I'll
What?
trade with him.
You mean that?
Yes, I mean it. Let him change any line he wants. To fit his style, he can play it any way he likes. I'll take that role he says is so bad, and I'll still come out the star.
All right. Charlie, we'll have a go at it.
Fine. I'll see you on the set unless somebody manages to kill me first. Good morning, gentlemen.
Oh, I never thought I'd live to see the day.
Yeah, that shot last night must have really shaken him up.
Oh, that kid will make him look sick, Johnny. He doesn't know what he's in for.
Well, there's one way to find out.
Oh, wait a minute, Johnny. I've been thinking about something you said.
Oh?
That maid, Morales' wife, does she speak English?
Nope, just Spanish.
Well, what about her husband?
Same deal, only Spanish.
Well, but the note, Johnny, the murder threat Charlie got, that was written in English.
Yeah, I know. The South Sea Island set was built on the beach at the far end of the bay. The technicians and the rest of the cast were already there when Maltz and I arrived, and they started shooting 15 minutes later. Gloria Dale wasn't in the sequence, so she slept in at the hotel. Some of Captain Peral's men were on hand, on the lookout for Nacho Morales, but he didn't show. By 3 in the afternoon, they were nearly finished. They'd shot the last scene once, but Maltz decided on a retake. So Hal sat down again at the fully laid table on the beach, and they started to roll. He poured himself another glass of colored water from the prop wine bottle and began to carve the roast turkey while he exchanged lines with Burton. Then suddenly Al missed a cue, faltered on a line, and Maltz cut the cameras. Al pushed back from the table, stood up slowly, then staggered and fell. I rushed toward him, pushed through the crowd that was gathering, and kneeled down beside him. But he was already dead.
And now, here's our star to tell you about the final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a frantic game of musical chairs with every player desperate. Because the loser in this game gets the electric chair. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Would you ask John... Oh, it is you.
Was there some doubt about it?
No, but I was phoning Captain Peral.
He's out of his office at the moment. What's the matter, Burton? Somebody shooting at you again?
That's not funny, Mr. Dollar.
Who's laughing?
A man's been murdered, you know. And I think that's anything but a laughing matter.
I said, who's laughing?
And except for the whims of fate, it might well be me lying dead at this moment.
And that's really why you're upset, isn't it, Burton? Because it might have been you. You're not really concerned about Al's death.
I was extremely fond of the boy.
You were no fonder of him than he was of you, so save that good old lovable Charlie business for your television audience. I never did buy it myself.
Dollar, may I remind you that your position...
I know my position in it. I'm an Ensenada to protect your life because some company was crazy enough to write a $500,000 policy on you. All right, you're still alive, aren't you? Goodbye, Burton.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Ensenada, Mexico, to the Home Office, Union States Casualty Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Laughing Matter. Expense account, final page. Item 12, 50 cents, 2 bottles of beer, one for myself and one for Capitan Peral. We sat in his office in the Comandancia de Police and drank them slowly and watched the sun sink behind the headlands across the bay. And we waited. The daytime heat reluctantly loosened its grip, and the town, pushing off the lethargy of afternoon, stirred to the quickened pace of evening. A sprinkling truck passed slowly, sweeping the dusty, rutted street with a spurting broom of water. Gleeful kids ran out behind it and splashed in the puddles, squealing happily. Spanish squeals they were. The Comandancia is off the tourist beat, and all the while, somewhere back inside the building, an autopsy surgeon worked on a corpse.
Bueno, señor. Ya está listo. The medical is all finished now.
Well, what's the verdict, Perot?
It's what we are thinking. Él se mató por veneno. He was, how you say, poison.
What kind of poison?
Él dice cianura. How you call it?
Cyanide?
Si, señor, cyanide. And he are say also are very much cyanide in this bottle which you has give to me.
Yeah, I thought it smelled like it. Al drank a glass and a half out of it and then dropped dead right in front of the camera.
And you are said the wrong man has drunk it, the wrong one is get killed, no?
That's right. Charlie Burton was supposed to play that role himself. But this morning at breakfast, he agreed to let Al have the part. I was there, I heard it.
So if he was not do that, he is one who will be dead now.
Sure, Charlie Burton himself. And it figures, Peral. He's been the target all along. That threatening note that was slipped under his door, somebody firing a shot at him last night.
Si, seguro.
Then when they finally got their punch in, they tagged the wrong guy.
I don't understand what has happened to this Nacho Morales.
Elena's husband, the maid at the hotel that Charlie kept annoying.
Ensenada, no, is one big place. It's very small, this town. And we are look every place, senor, but we are no find this man.
I don't know, Peral. And yet I got a hunch he's the key to this whole thing.
We find him, senor. There's no way for escape this town. We find him muy pronto now. You bet your life.
Item 13, $1.40. Taxi back to the hotel. Lights were coming on. A cool breeze was starting to blow in off the Pacific, and the whole town was brightening up to the challenge of the night. But not me. Technically, of course, the job I'd been sent here to do was still under control. Big-time comedian Charlie Burton, a great big lovable scream to his public, had been insured by his television sponsor for $500,000. Then Burton had received the anonymous note threatening his life. So I was here to protect the insurance company's investment. I didn't care personally what happened to Burton. It was just a job. But I did care about Al.
Johnny?
Oh, hello, Gloria.
What is it, Johnny? What happened? No one seems to know anything definite about it.
Al Shriver's dead. Poisoned. That's all I know about it. Come on in the lounge. I'll buy you a drink.
All right, Johnny. Have they found that man who was missing? What's his name?
Nacho Morales. No, he's still missing. This table all right?
Sure, anywhere.
Waiter.
Si, senor.
2 margaritas, please.
Muy bien.
Frank Maltz said something about Charlie and Al changing parts.
Yeah. Maltz got Charlie mad, and he made the switch to prove a point.
What point?
That Al wasn't ready for a starring role. Oh, that's right. You didn't come down for breakfast this morning.
No, I wasn't in today's scenes, so I just slept in.
It's just as well. It wasn't a very pretty sight.
Oh, it's a rotten shame. Al was a real swell guy.
Con permiso, señora.
Oh, here you are.
Gracias, senor.
Boy, the irony in this world, Johnny.
What do you mean?
Charlie Burton, who's been a rat all his life, makes his usual crude play for the maid here in the hotel, and what happens? Her husband hits back at the wrong man. Al gets killed. A kid who'd never harm anybody in his life, and Charlie gets off scot-free.
I was with Captain Peral last night when he talked to the Morales girl, Nacho's wife. She doesn't speak any English, Gloria, and she says her husband doesn't either.
Well, he wouldn't need to, would he, to pull a trigger or poison a bottle of
Maybe
water?
not. But he would, in order to write a threatening note in English.
Oh, yeah, I'd forgotten about that.
If Nacho's in it, he's not in it alone. And I've got a hunch he's...
El teléfono, senor.
Oh, thanks. Johnny Dollar.
This is Capitan Parral, senor.
What is it, Peral?
We have just found this man, Nacho Morales.
Good. I'll be right down.
But, Johnny, do you think Frank Maltz might have...
Not if he was after Charlie Burton. He knew that Al, not Burton, was going to drink out of that bottle.
But didn't everybody know that?
No, not everybody, Gloria. You didn't. Nacho Morales was sitting alone in the starkly barren detention room of the Comandancia. He was a small man, maybe a few years older than his wife. A field worker with gnarled hands and a bent back. He was waiting patiently, quietly, gripping the brim of his sombrero in his hands, trying to hide the fear, the terror that lay just behind his eyes. His eyes flickered slightly as Peral and I opened the steel-grilled door. And then he waited.
Buenos días, hombre.
Buenos días, capitán.
Tú eres Nacho Morales, ¿es verdad?
Sí, señor.
¿Y eres tu esposa de Evelina Morales?
Sí, señor.
¿Cómo pasó la noche, hombre?
Blocked off by the barrier of language, I watched while Peral questioned him, stopping now and then to translate. Then Peral asked the question that started the avalanche.
Dígame una cosa. ¿Por qué tú trataste de matar al señor anoche?
Why did you try to kill that man last night?
No, capitán, es mentira decirlo. Yo no traté de matar a nadie. No es
In answer to Peral's accusation, Nacho's story poured out in a flood of Spanish. And as I stood there listening to it translated, I began to feel sick inside. I'd been blind. All the facts were there, all the evidence, and I'd still failed to spot the play. Nacho's story was the key. It fit, and I knew he was telling the truth. He'd been hiding out on a friend's fishing boat since the night before. He knew he'd be accused, because he had been at the hotel when the shot was fired through Burton's window. He was hiding in the shrubbery by the terrace, and he'd seen the whole thing. The shot had been fired by Charlie Burton himself.
Who is it?
Johnny Dollar. I want to talk to you, Burton.
All right. Just a minute. What is it, Dollar? Have they caught that killer yet?
Nacho Morales, you mean? Yeah. Peral picked him up about an hour ago. I just came from there.
Has he confessed?
No, he hasn't.
Well, they ought to beat it out of him. That's the only way to make that kind talk.
It is, huh? Sit down, Burton. I think you're due for a shock.
What are you talking about?
Nacho didn't try to kill you.
Well, then who did?
Nobody.
Are you crazy? What about Al Shriver? I suppose he's not even dead.
Oh, he's dead, all right. You ought to know. You killed him. That was your whole plan, wasn't it, Burton? To kill Al Shriver and get away with it. Everything else was a preliminary build-up.
That's very funny. You ought to be on television.
Well, there's going to be an opening soon. You wrote that threatening letter yourself.
What?
And then tore it up after Maltz had seen it so it couldn't be traced back to you.
You get better all the time.
You fired that shot through your window from the terrace there. More build-up. Then you made your play, that phony argument this morning.
Really?
Switching parts with Al, putting him on the spot, making it look as though somebody had tried to poison you and missed. It was fairly clever, Burton, but you're still going to be tagged for it.
Does Peral know all this?
Why don't you ask him? I'll be glad to step...
All right, Dollar. Don't move. Get your hands up now. Real slow.
Is that the same gun you used last night?
You're wrong, you know. I'm not going to be tagged.
Relax, Burton. There's no capital punishment in Mexico. You can star in all the prison shows.
You're too smart, Dollar. You're like Al. And you know what happened when he got too smart.
You will drop this gun, senor.
Peral.
I started to tell you I'd be glad to call him, that he was listening out there on the terrace.
He's gone. You drop quick.
No.
Look out, Peral!
Mira, senor. I am not shoot too bad, I think.
No. No, not bad at all, Peral. Well, he asked for it.
I am see he is go to pull his trigger, so I are to shoot much fast. Bam, bam, bam. I tell you, he's look very surprised, senor.
Yeah. It's too bad he couldn't have seen the look on his face. A comedian would have really appreciated it. Why, he'd have died laughing. Item 14, $462.30. Hotel and miscellaneous in Ensenada and transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $791.55. End of account, end of report. Remarks? Ray policy on the life of Charles Z. Burton, deceased. Refer clause 34, subparagraph C, quote. If the insured dies while committing a felony, this policy is null and void, unquote. The Superior Court of Baja California rules that Burton was shot while resisting arrest and committing an assault with a deadly weapon. So you can keep your $500,000. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's intriguing story.
Next week, a frantic chase across the country after a girl who couldn't possibly exist. Then suddenly turned up. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Virginia Gregg, John Daner, Lucille Meredith, Lawrence Dobkin, Gil Stratton, Harry Bartell, and Don Diamond. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino and Carl Fortina. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, makers of Halo shampoo to glorify your hair, and Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. People like Pam and Jerry North enjoy living in New York because there's always something going on, at any hour of the day or night. But if there's one time when the big city sleeps or even dozes off for a moment, it's in the wee hour just before dawn, when the streets are deserted and your car's just broken down on the outskirts of town.
Oh, it's no use, dear. This thing wouldn't start if I gave it a dose of Benzedrine.
I wish it'd stop turning the motor over. I'm beginning to feel like a malted milk.
Must be the distributor. Or that flow from the carburetor.
Oh, no, it's the starter, Jerry. It keeps spinning around and around as if all the ice cream weren't melted.
What ice cream?
Well, I hadn't thought about the flavor. I suppose it's chocolate.
In the carburetor?
Oh, is that what you call those things?
What thing?
Those aluminum containers they mix malters in.
Darling, I'm talking about starting the car.
Oh, for goodness sake, what do you think I'm talking about?
I don't know, dear. You haven't given me a clue.
Jerry, where are you going?
Well, we can't just sit here, Pam. I've got to find a garage or a telephone or somebody that'll give us a hitch to one. Everybody around here seems to be asleep.
Oh, there must be some sign of life. Other people drive home from late parties, don't they?
Not along this road. There doesn't seem to be a single... a milk wagon.
What are you so happy about? We don't want any milk.
Hey there. Hold up a second, will you?
Oh, Nellie. What's the trouble, mister? Run out of gas?
Run out of engine, I think. Do you know where I can find a garage that's open at this time of the night?
Well, now, I don't know as I can. I don't have much use for garages, you know. Not while there's good horses around. Now, you stop laughing, Nellie. You break down, too, once in a while.
What's the matter, Jerry? Won't he help us?
Oh, I'll help you, ma'am, as soon as I finish up my milk route. Nellie won't mind taking you to a garage so long as you don't make her go in. The smell of gas gives her colic.
I guess she doesn't even like to talk about it.
She don't mind.
Well, how long do you think it'll take you to finish?
Oh, it won't be long. I haven't got but a few more calls to make. Now, you just sit here in the wagon and wait for me. I'll be back in a minute.
Do you think we ought to, Jerry?
Wait in the wagon? Why not?
Well, I don't know. It seems kind of funny to be sitting in a milk wagon. I don't know a thing about cows.
I don't either, dear, but I just as soon get home tonight. Come on.
Must be awfully lonely being a milkman. Leaving bottles at people's doors, sitting up here in the driver's seat. You never see anybody face to face. Not even the horse.
Pam, will you please sit down and leave Nellie out of this? The first thing you know, I'll have to...
You have to what?
Stay where you are. Don't make a sound.
Why, Jerry...
Shut up, I tell you.
Jerry North, how dare you talk to me like that?
I'm not talking, Pam. It's this manly-looking gentleman who's just stepped up to the wagon.
Well, what...
The one on your left with the scar on his face.
And the long-nosed gun in his hand.
Oh, how do you do?
Keep your trap shut or you'll get hurt. Where's the milk?
Matt Wells. What milk?
Come on. Where are the cases that were piled up and back?
I don't know. We're strangers here.
Well, push over and let me look inside.
Yes, sir.
Oh, is that all the milk there is? Just these 4 bottles?
As far as we know, we haven't touched a drop.
No, we're coffee drinkers.
Shut up. I ain't got time for polite conversation.
Hey, what are you doing? That's somebody's milk.
Mind your own business.
Oh, you can't do that. Think of all the trouble the cows went to.
Sit down and keep out of the way.
Jerry, he's milk mad. He'll break all the bottles and we'll get the blame for it.
Well, that's that.
There's some cream over here in the corner.
Never mind. Where's the milk route?
The what?
The list of places the milkman delivers to. It ought to be hanging up here somewhere.
Oh, is this it?
That's what I want.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't get away with this.
No? What are you going to do?
Pay for the milk.
That's more like it. And just to make sure you don't get in my hair, I'm going to send you 2 on a little buggy ride.
Buggy? Here, don't you dare take those reins.
You'll get them back in a minute, lady.
Jerry.
Pussy. Give him a good ride.
Hey, don't do that.
Go.
Jerry, stop him. That bug's running away.
Never mind him, Pam. The horse is, too. Atta girl, Nellie. Just take it easy and we'll find your master for you.
Maybe it'd be better not to, after running away with his horse.
The horse ran away with us, dear. And if she hadn't tired on that long hill, we'd have been in Cleveland by now.
Oh, golly, she's starting again.
Now, don't excite her, Pam. She just sees her master.
Where?
Waiting right over there on the curb next to our car.
Oh.
Whoa, Nellie, easy, girl. This is the end of the line.
We'd better start talking, Jerry, before the milkman turns sour.
A fine thing. A fine thing. If you want to go for a ride, why don't you find a merry-go-round?
We can explain everything, driver.
Well, you can't explain overheating this horse. She ain't air-cooled, you know.
Well?
Gosh almighty, you broke my milk, too. Now, Mrs. Snyder won't be able to take her bath.
But it wasn't our fault, driver. That horrible man had a scar on his face and a gun in our ribs. Otherwise, the horse wouldn't have run away. Don't you see?
I see, all right, but I don't think I'm hearing so good.
He broke the bottles, the thug, and he took the milk route, too.
Now, why would anybody want to break milk bottles?
That's just it. We don't know. Unless he sells cardboard containers.
It's a lot more serious than that, Pam. That guy was desperate.
I don't believe the whole story.
Stick 'em up.
Huh?
Stick 'em up, all of you. You'll get shot.
Jerry, it's a girl.
Now, what kind of a joke?
Shut up. Hand over all the milk you got. Come on, lady, pass it down.
But there isn't any more. Will cream do? We have some very thin cream.
Don't be funny. Give me the cream.
Yes, ma'am.
That all there is? Just these 2?
That's all, lady. Mrs. Foley and Mrs. Rosenblum. Gosh sakes, that's not just cream. That's extra heavy.
What happened to all the milk?
The man with the scar got it. He got the milk route, too.
Man with the scar?
That's what they tell me.
Get in, driver.
How's that?
Get in, I said. We're all going for a little ride.
Another one? My horse is exhausted.
Do like I tell you. You're going to take me back over your milk route.
Why did he do it? Why did it have to happen to me? Every bottle along the route has been broken.
Stop your whining and keep driving.
There's Mrs. Henderson.
There must be milk insurance.
There's Mrs. Flowers, both ports.
There's rain insurance.
They'll never forgive me. I'll have to move to a new neighborhood.
Oh, there's one that isn't broken.
Where?
I see it. Mrs. Breedham's house. Oh, Nellie. Oh.
Take it easy now. No tricks or I'll let you have it.
We may get out, may we not?
One at a time. And keep in front of me. All of you.
Come on, Pam. Watch your step, dear.
How can I? With a hot gun breathing down my neck.
Go ahead, milkman. Stay with him.
I'm staying. Only I wish you would...
Keep moving.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Not too fast now. Keep in line.
Anything you say. Go ahead, Jerry. I just can't understand why all the other milk bottles are broken and this one is still whole.
Wait a minute. I think I understand it now, Pam.
What is it?
A man lying across the steps. A dead man.
Oh, no.
How do you know he's dead?
He's been shot through the head.
Jerry, that thug did it. The man with the scar on his face, he killed him.
No, Pam. That thug didn't kill this man.
Why not?
Because this man is the one with the scar on his face.
Well, this is one situation where there's more to cry over than spilt milk.
Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So Halo, everybody, Halo.
Use Halo shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo contains no soap, therefore cannot leave dulling soap film. The first time you use Halo, your hair glistens in all its natural brilliance. The natural color and luster shines through like sunshine through a clean window pane. And remember, even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Halo quickly carries away loose dandruff and grease, needs no lemon or vinegar rinse, because Halo leaves no dulling soap film, nothing to hide your hair's natural beauty. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Use Halo on your children's hair, too. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Halo glorifies your hair.
So Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo shampoo, Halo.
Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Don't just stand there, Jerry. Get the police.
I'd be very happy to, dear, but I doubt if this young lady with the gun will let me.
I will in a minute, mister. As soon as I search this guy's pockets.
Oh, don't do that. It's against the law to move a dead man.
Against the law to do a lot of things.
I'll bet you've done them all.
Shut up. All I wanted from you was milk.
Just the same, you're going to get into a lot of trouble if you don't stop throwing suspicion on yourself. You're mixed up in a murder case, young lady.
No, I'm not. I'm the cops were chasing him down the street. He had to get rid of it.
So he just left it in my milk wagon?
That's what he told me. Said he cut through the cap of a milk bottle and dropped it inside so he could pick it up later.
Only the wagon had moved by then.
I guess so.
Well, if he was double-crossing you, why don't you put that gun down and let the police take over?
Because I don't want to get blamed for stealing that ring. I want to put it back before she finds out it was stolen.
Who is she?
The woman I work for. She'll think I took her because I'm her maid.
Who's the woman you work for?
I've told you too much already. Now turn around, all of you.
What's the idea?
Turn around, I said. Keep facing the street. If anybody tries to follow me, I'll shoot. Stay that way, all of you.
See which way she's going, Jerry.
No, and I'm not going to look either. She's too nervous to be tempted with that gun.
I'll see.
But we should have found out who she works for. The woman who owns the ring is the key to the whole case. We don't even know who she is.
I know who owns the ring.
Who?
Mrs. W. Stewart. Says so on the inscription.
What inscription? What are you talking about?
The ring that was in the milk bottle.
You mean you've seen that ring?
Seen it. I've got it. I found it while you was out gallivanting with my horse. It's right here in my pocket.
Homicide, Sergeant Mullins speaking.
Mullins, this is Mrs. North.
Oh, so early in the morning, Mrs. North? Don't tell me you're going to start finding corpses at the break of day.
Well, we found this one, Mullins. There may be more later.
You mean there's one already? A bona fide murder?
As far as we're concerned, it is, but we'll leave it to you to make it official.
Well, I'd better get right up there.
That's why I'm calling you, Mullins. Jerry and I are going to take the diamond ring over to Mrs. Stewart's place, but you'll find the body on Hewlett Street, about 6 feet from Mrs. Breeden's milk bottle.
What?
Oh, you can't miss it, Mullins. It's homogenized, and the milkman will be waiting there for you with a gray horse.
We must have a bad connection. Nothing but gibberish is coming out this end.
Well, it's going in clear enough. The corpse is on Hewlett Street, 722.
I got you.
A milkman is waiting there for you to tell you about the murder.
I got you.
And Jerry and I have to dash over with the ring because that maid of hers might kill somebody.
I lost you.
W. Stewart is certainly taking her time about answering the doorbell, Jerry.
Well, it's only 8 o'clock, dear. She might still be asleep.
Yes?
Mrs. Stewart? Mrs. W. Stewart?
Yes.
I believe you own a diamond ring with a large stone in the center and a circle of emeralds around it.
Why, who are you? What do you know about the ring?
Well, we don't know very much, except that it was stolen last night.
Stolen? From this apartment?
Oh, don't be alarmed, Mrs. Stewart. The ring isn't missing anymore, but if you want it back, we'll all have to go to the police.
No, I don't want any fuss about that ring.
But there is a fuss.
There will be if we stand here talking about it.
Well, what shall we do? Make signs?
No, please, go away, will you? Don't you understand? My husband is a very jealous man. I can't stand here any longer. I really...
Who is it, dear?
Just some people from down the hall, Ed. Please. Will you go away and come back some other time?
Mrs. Stewart, you don't seem to realize there's been a murder.
I can't help it. There'll be another one if you get my husband involved in this.
But what about your maid?
Goodbye.
Well, that was a cordial little reception. Another minute and she'd have served tea right in our faces.
Very strange, Jerry. Didn't seem as if she were at all interested in getting her ring back. Or the murder either.
Seeming isn't believing, dear.
She didn't even seem to seem.
Well, before we go off the deep end on this, I think you better run down to the drugstore on the corner and phone the police again. I may need Mullen's strong right arm before I'm through here.
Well, what are you going to do?
Find out a little more about this ring.
Alone?
I won't be alone long, Pam, if you hurry that call. A squad car can be here in 3 minutes.
Oh, all right, Jerry. I'll be right back.
Thank you, dear.
And don't keep telling me I can trust you because I can't. You lie like a trooper.
I don't.
Don't argue with me. I've got to get to work.
Excuse me.
Yeah? What are you doing here? What do you want?
Why, nothing. I was just...
Don't hand me that. You were just about to ring the bell. You're one of our friends, aren't you?
No.
As soon as I tell her I'm going to Chicago, they start coming early in the morning.
Now, wait a minute. I was here just a moment ago. I rang the bell.
Then she was lying to me. She said it was somebody from down the hall.
Hey, let go of my coat.
I'll make an example of you, mister. No. Come on. Come on, get up.
So you can knock me down again? No, thank you.
Get up, I said, or I'll grind you into the floor.
No, well, wait. Now, look, I don't even know your wife. I just came here to help her get her ring back.
What ring?
The big diamond one that was stolen last night. I've got it right here.
Don't you lie to me. That ring is at the jeweler's. She told me she left it there to have it fixed.
Well, I don't know what she told you, Mr. Stewart, but...
Hey, that's my throat you're squeezing.
Come on, we're going to find out about that ring right now.
Wait a second, will you? My wife's downstairs in the phone booth.
I don't care where your wife is. You're coming with me.
Operator, get me police headquarters right away.
Yes, ma'am. Police headquarters.
Put that phone down.
Huh? Oh, it's you. Oh, dear. It's you.
Put that phone down.
Of course.
Now, hand over the ring.
What ring?
Don't play dumb. I saw the milkman give it to you. I've been following you ever since.
Well, you haven't followed very closely. My husband's got it.
Get it back.
But I can't. He's upstairs in the apartment on Tilden Street, and you're holding me here on Monroe Street.
What are you talking about?
Well, it ought to be plain enough. You're holding me here on Monroe Street, and
Wait a minute. There goes your husband now, with Mr. Stewart.
Where?
Can't you see through the window? They're crossing the street.
Well, don't you want to find out where they're going?
You bet I do. Come on. Until I get that ring, I'm not going to let either of you out of my sight.
Well, I wish you'd tell me why you're dragging me to a jewelry store, Mr. Stewart. I've got the ring in my pocket.
Be quiet. The store's right here.
It isn't open yet.
Now, we'll wait. There's something awfully fishy about this ring business, and I've got a hunch my wife is behind it.
Why?
Because she doesn't ever tell the truth until I dig it out of her. Only this time I'm going to dig it out of the jeweler. Hey, say, what was that?
Sounded like a shot to me. There's another one.
Where are they coming from?
I haven't got the faintest idea. Quick, get down. That one was too close for comfort.
What the heck is going on here?
Don't you know, Mr. Stewart? Somebody's trying to kill us.
Well, it looks like Jerry is going to be kept very busy for a while. I'd like you to try something tomorrow morning or evening. In return, I promise you a small miracle, and that's not a wild promise. I ask you to brush your teeth with the all-purpose tooth powder, Colgate tooth powder. Just that, and here's the reward, I promise you. You'll find that brushing your teeth becomes a really pleasant experience. You actually enjoy the rich, active foam of Colgate tooth powder, and you'll certainly like what it does for you. Not only does it get your teeth sparkling clean, looking their brightest, but at the same moment, it cleans and sweetens your breath, too. Indeed it does. That's proved. Colgate tooth powder with its active foam instantly stops unpleasing breath originating in the mouth in 7 out of 10 cases. Look, you can still get all-purpose Colgate tooth powder tonight and try it in the morning. But at any rate, try it as soon as you can. The sooner the better, for you will learn that Colgate tooth powder sweetens your breath while it cleans your teeth.
Those shots are coming from across the street.
Get back in the doorway, Mr. Stewart. You're too big a target. If you are the target.
It's me, all right. My wife's firing those shots. See her over there?
And she's coming this way. You better beat it before she gets the range.
Where can I go? She's got us cornered in this doorway.
Well, I'd stand in front of you, but the way she looks, I think she'd shoot through me.
Come on out of there, Ed.
Now, wait a minute, honey. You don't want to kill me.
Keep talking. There's a police car coming up.
I know we had our little spats, but...
Stop shaking, you big bluff. If I hadn't been afraid of you, this would never have happened.
But I don't want you
Drop
to...
that gun, lane. Drop it fast.
Mullins!
It's all right, Mr. North. I've got hold of her now.
You got here just in time, officer. She was going to kill me.
Don't be a fool. I was just trying to frighten you away from this store. I didn't want you to speak to the jeweler before I did.
Why not?
Because I lied to you about that ring, Ed. It wasn't being repaired. I pawned it about a month ago, and I didn't want you to know about it. So I had a duplicate made.
And that's the one I've got? The one that was stolen?
Yes, Mr. North. The stones aren't real.
Well, I don't know what you two are talking about, but you're all coming down to headquarters for questioning. I've got a murder to solve.
Well, it's a lucky thing you found us, Mullins. How'd you know we were here?
Well, didn't your missus get a message through the headquarters? Oh, she pulled a fast one, Mr. North. Maid believed she was hanging on the phone and left it open all the time.
What?
That's how we knew that the other girl was holding her.
What other girl? What are you talking about, Mullins? Where's Pam now?
I don't know, Mr. North, don't you?
No. What's that?
Oh, there she is across the street.
Quick, Mullins. That other girl will kill her.
It's all right, Jerry. I've got the gun now.
Pam, what happened? You're not hurt.
Now, don't get excited, dear. We just had a little argument over the revolver, and I won. Oh, watch your Mullins.
Here, I got her.
I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him, I tell you.
Oh, but you did. You admitted he was running out on you when you called him a skunk. You had every reason to kill him, and you proved it by refusing to give yourself up to the police when we told you to.
Oh, no, that wasn't it. They're afraid they blame me for stealing the ring.
Oh, but you didn't have the ring, so you couldn't have stolen it. You see? The only thing you had to hide from the police was murder.
Get up.
Awfully nice of you to take us home, driver. You sure you don't mind?
Oh, it's a pleasure, Mrs. North. I wish I could take you home every morning. Without a murder, of course.
Oh, aren't you sweet? You really mean that?
Sure do. Why, if I could make my milk route with you, I'd leave an extra bottle of heavy cream at every doorstep.
Oh, I think you're pretty swell, too.
Say, what is this? A mutual admiration society?
Why, Jerry North, you're not jealous, are you? I think it's fun coming home with a milkman.
So do I. As long as the milkman doesn't come home with us.
Remember, every Tuesday night at the same time, the Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo Shampoo and Colgate Tooth Powder, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. The characters are based on those originally created by Francis and Richard Lockridge. Original music is composed and conducted by Charles Paul. The program is produced and directed by John Lufton.
A soap with a fragrance that's delightful and gay is one that is known as Cashmere Bouquet. Like magical gardens with blue skies above, so enchanting and entrancing, the fragrance men love. It's thrilling to bathe each day with Cashmere Bouquet. No other soap gives your skin this exciting bouquet.
Next Tuesday night, Mr. and Mrs. North find a lawyer, namely to wit as follows herein, murdered, and a murdered man asking for their help. Charles Stark speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo Shampoo to glorify your hair and Colgate Tooth Powder to get teeth sparkling and super clean, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. In all respects, Pam and Jerry North's car is an excellent car with only one defect. It always picks the long way home. That's especially the trouble tonight when Pam and Jerry are coming from a weekend in the country, and the car seems to have chosen the longest, darkest, and most deserted road.
Pam, I'll have to take 10 minutes shut-eye, darling, before we can go on. I'm getting dangerously sleepy.
Well, let's do it then, Jerry. This is no place to have a smash-up.
Just lie back in the seat, dear.
Right. Oh, I can just feel myself drifting right off to sleep, can't you? Jerry. That's right. Go to sleep right while I'm talking. For all you know, I might have had something very interesting to say. I didn't, but I might have. Jerry.
What?
Listen.
Somebody's playing a musical instrument. And way out in the country. He's good, too.
Where's it coming from? I don't see any houses. I wonder... Look, there, at the side of the road.
A man playing a clarinet and coming toward us.
He's seen us.
Hey, come with me. Come with me, this way.
Why, what's the matter?
Just behind those trees. Come and see.
What's there?
A tree got in the way of my car.
Oh, an accident. Anybody hurt?
A girl. And the tree killed her. She's dead. Please come and help me.
Right away.
Where's your car?
Over here behind these trees, see?
Holy... You really smashed up.
The girl's in the seat. Help me, will you?
Jerry, you look and see.
Right. Say, there's no girl in your car, alive or dead.
What? Well, she was here a minute ago.
Are you sure?
Could you kill a girl and not know it?
We better look around for her, hadn't we?
Jerry, our car's starting up.
Hey, stop! Stop!
That was the girl who took the car.
But you said she was dead.
That's right, she was dead.
She isn't now. Stop! Come back! That's our car!
Which way did she go?
Well, that way, didn't you see? Jerry, here's a brand new man.
What? Oh. Who are you? Where'd you pop from?
I've been right here with you all the time.
I didn't see you. Oh, but I guess it's so dark.
Sure. That's why you didn't see him. It's so dark. Lady, you said the girl drove your car toward New York?
Well, you were right here, too, you said. You must have seen the car go.
Only he didn't, lady. It's so dark. Let's not argue about it. If she drove toward New York, I know exactly where she's going. Get in.
Get in what?
My car. It's right here. Come on.
I didn't see any other car here.
Of course you didn't. It's so dark. My car's been here right along. What's the matter with you anyway? Now, all of you, get in and we'll go to town. Here we are. Made it fast, didn't we?
If you ask me, we made it in no time.
Oh, it's too dark here. I'm going inside where it's dark.
What place is this? It's a pretty gloomy-looking house.
This is where the girl came. It's where we all live. So long.
So long? What about our car? And the girl who was dead, but isn't.
What dead girl? What are you talking about?
The girl in your car in the wreck. Oh, only she wasn't there, and then she stole our car.
Lady, you're all mixed up. Sure, it's so dark. Well, so long. Me too, so long.
Wait. If you're going inside and you think the girl's in there, we're going in, too.
Oh, no, you're not. Murder goes on in that house, and you're not allowed.
But the girl's got our car in there.
Nothing doing. It's dark in that house, and if you go in, you'll get killed.
So long. He's gone.
I never saw people move so fast. Jerry, we've got to find out what happened to our car.
The only way we can do that is to get into that house.
Jerry, it's so dark.
You sound like that clarinet player.
This is the darkest cellar I've ever been in.
I don't think it's a cellar, dear. It's a corridor. I can touch both walls at once.
Oh. Do you hear anything?
No. We'll have to get upstairs. Here's the door.
Can you open it?
I can't find the handle. Oh, here it is. Stick right behind me, Pam.
I'm so close behind you. I'm practically in front of you.
Here it goes. It's heavy. There.
Oh! Jerry, what is it?
It's a jam session. These many musicians getting together and playing just for themselves.
There's the man who drove us in. He's playing the trumpet.
And next to him, that clarinet player.
There's no air in here.
And it's hot.
Jerry, there's the girl, and she's singing.
Yes, her mouth's open, but the orchestra's so loud I can't hear her. Can you?
No. Oh! Jerry, look at the walls. They're closing in on us. The room's getting smaller and smaller.
But look behind the musicians. There's no wall at all. Only black space.
We've got to get out of here.
Oh, no. You can't get out now.
Oh, the clarinet player. But how can you be talking to us here? Your clarinet's still playing.
My clarinet plays by itself.
Huh?
I told you not to come in here, didn't I? Now you're gonna die.
Jerry!
You're gonna die by the knife in my hand.
Jerry, where are you? Help me!
He's gone. Now listen to that trumpet. Listen to him climb. Okay, boys? 1, 2. When he hits high C, this knife goes right into you.
Oh, no. Jerry! Jerry, where are you?
Listen to the trumpet. G sharp. A. B flat. Now look at this knife, and here comes high C.
Jerry!
Pam! Pam, darling, what's the matter?
Help me! The knife! I see! Don't leave me.
I'm right here, sweetheart. Wake up.
Wake up. Huh? Oh, I was asleep.
Sure.
Oh, darling, what a horrible dream.
It must have been. You were waving your arms and kicking your legs. But you're safe in the car, and we can start driving home again.
You know, darling, it all started when I dreamed I heard a clarinet playing. And then I saw... Jerry, am I awake?
We both are. And I hear it, too. Somebody's playing a clarinet somewhere near us on the road.
Yes, Pam and Jerry are awake now, but it's still pretty dreamlike to hear a clarinet in the country on a dark, dark road.
Halo, everybody, halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So halo, everybody, halo.
Use Halo shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo contains no soap, therefore cannot leave dulling soap film. The first time you use Halo, your hair glistens in all its natural brilliance. The natural color and luster shine through like sunshine through a clean window pane. And remember, even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Halo quickly carries away loose dandruff and grease, needs no lemon or vinegar rinse, because Halo leaves no dulling soap film, nothing to hide your hair's natural beauty. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Use Halo on your children's hair, too. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Halo glorifies your hair.
So halo, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Jerry, we've got to see what it is.
I know what it is, darling. A clarinet being played on a dark road on a dark night. The point is, why?
It's coming from behind those trees.
We'll see in a minute.
Now it's going away, Jerry.
Yeah.
Maybe drawing us after it, like the Pied Piper of Hamelin. I'm right. Look at that car against the tree.
It's pretty badly smashed. Someone may be hurt.
Maybe it's a girl. Oh, but she isn't there now.
What makes you say that?
That's the way it was in my dream. Is there?
Yes, there's a girl.
She's there? Oh, but she's not dead, is she?
She's alive, Pam.
Oh, somehow I knew she would be.
Loopy, you gotta take me back. You've gotta, Loopy, or I'll... Oh, who are you?
We found you here in the wrecked car, miss. Are you badly hurt?
No, I just hit my head, I guess.
Here, let me help you out.
Thanks. Where's Loopy?
The man who was playing the clarinet? We heard him, but we haven't seen him.
Good. You got a car? Could you take me back into the city with you?
We'll be glad to. And you ought to see a doctor. How'd the crash happen?
Loopy tried to get me to run away with him, and when I caught on and he wouldn't turn back, I crashed the car on purpose. Loopy's the greatest hot clarinet in this world, or out of it. I'm Mona Tremont.
I guess we ought to know who you are, but...
I'm a hot singer. They call me the Scat Girl. I guess you don't get around.
No. But shouldn't we try to find Loopy?
I don't want to find him. I don't want to get back to the city. Hey, wait a second.
Here's another car.
Eddie. Eddie, darling.
Morning, baby. You okay?
Eddie, I'm so glad you got here. Now you can take me back into town.
You bet, honey, and I want to get my hands on Loopy.
Loopy doesn't seem to be around here anymore.
Excuse me, folks. This is Eddie Rayburn, a hot trumpet if there ever was one.
We're Mr. and Mrs. North.
Hi.
And as you're in good hands, Mr. Mont, we'll be getting back to our car.
Wait a minute.
What?
Eddie.
Huh?
Something's been stolen from my handbag.
You know what it is?
You bet. And so do you.
Oh, maybe that was Loopy's doing.
That guy must be around here someplace.
Jerry, our car's starting.
Hey, wait! That's Loopy thinking. Got a gun, Mr. No.
Look out!
How do you like that?
Oh, Eddie, you know where he's going, don't you?
Yeah. But how do you know I know?
I wish I didn't. Won't you take us with you in your car?
Okay, hop in. Okay, Cats. There's your crate parked just ahead.
I never expected that. Jerry, we've got the car back.
I hope it's all in one piece. Anyway, thanks very much for the lift, Eddie. And Mona, I hope you're okay.
I will be. So long, folks, and thanks.
Oh, just a minute. I want to see that Loopy McGee and give him a piece of my mind for stealing our car.
Now, look, Mrs. North, you're not going to see Loopy. I'm giving a private party. And you're not coming into that building with us or you'll get hurt. Permanently.
Oh.
Now, take your car and get going. So long.
Nice
people.
We better go, Pam. It's late, and there's our car.
Jerry, I'm remembering that awful dream, and it's all coming true. This strange building. This is where Eddie brought us before.
Darling, forget it. Dreams never come true.
I know, but something tells me we're not going to leave here.
No? Just watch us. Get in, dear. I'll get in the other side.
Jerry, look at this here on the seat.
Never mind, dear. Never mind. Get in.
But Jerry, it's a wanted circular for an escaped convict.
Huh? Wanted, Eddie Malden escaped 6 weeks ago from state penitentiary while serving 3-year term for armed robbery. Dangerous. Former occupation, trumpet player.
Look at the picture. That's Eddie, the man who drove us into town, the man who just took the girl into that building.
And this must be the thing Mona missed from her handbag. Loopy stole it from her.
And they were both scared because Loopy found out he's a fugitive.
That's right, Mr. North. Now I'll take it from you.
Eddie, well, we thought you were inside.
Give me that thing.
Here you are. Well, so long, Eddie.
Hold it. Now that you know who I am, you think I'm going to let you run off and call the police? Not a chance. Come on inside.
Oh, dear. What are you going to do with us?
Keep you locked up in the cellar while I finish some unfinished business?
Just a second, Pam. The door's opening.
Don't make any noise, Jerry.
Not if I can help it. One more push. Okay, we're out.
Oh,
Gosh, it's dark.
Jerry, it's exactly like it.
Like what?
Like the way it was in my dream. I wonder where that door is. Oh, I remember now. We just turned a corner, and there...
Wait a minute.
Oh!
Don't move.
Who's that?
I don't know. Just a man I bumped into in the dark.
Won't be dark long. There's a light right here. There. Oh, there's two of you characters. Just what do you got in mind sneaking around here? Talk fast or you'll get in trouble.
Let's begin by finding out who you are.
Flash Farrell, Mona Tremont's manager and future husband. And there's a private jam session going on, and you haven't been invited. Now you take a course.
Jam session? Then there is a jam session.
Yeah. What do you want with it?
We've got to get in there to prevent him. Mr. Farrell, I want you to hear me sing.
You sing, do you?
Oh, haven't you heard of me? I'm Pam, Choo-Choo North. Choo-Choo. That's my style.
Okay, Choo-Choo. And who's this guy?
Look, Mr. Farrell.
That's my husband, Hot Lips North. Did you ever hear him play on the zither?
Zither? Who can play hot on a zither?
Oh, you've never heard Hot Lips. Has he, Hot Lips?
No, he never has.
It all sounds fishy to me.
Okay, then. Just show us where the jam session is.
Okay, Choo-Choo. And the first thing we'll do is to hear you sing. And you better be good.
Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo, so I think I'll stay where I am. Choo-choo, civilization, I'll stay right here. Choo-choo.
Okay, Choo-Choo, you're not so bad. She's okay, isn't she, boys? Not bad.
Oh, I'm so glad you liked it, Mr. Farrell. Jerry, the way it was before, Loopy had a knife. See if he has one now.
All right, I'll be right back.
Hey, North.
Yeah?
Who let you out, Farrell?
No. We let ourselves out and met him in the corridor.
Now, look, North. Anybody that crosses me up gets it. Including Flash Farrell. I'll kill anybody that gets between me and Mona.
Farrell's in love with her, too, isn't he?
Look at her, boy. Wouldn't you be?
I've got a very charming wife, thank you.
Say, Hot Lips. Hot Lips.
Oh, yes, Farrell?
Sorry, we haven't got a zither for you.
Oh, that's all right, Farrell.
Oh, how did you think I was, Hot Lips?
Just great. Choo-choo?
Eddie, how about giving us the number? Oh, sure, Loopy, but I'll have to make it the last for tonight.
Okay, Eddie, but come on. Come and Flash.
Yeah, sure. I'll see you later, Choo-Choo.
Come on.
Jerry, it's more and more like my dream. You've got to stop Eddie from playing.
Okay, I'll try.
Hiya, folks. Say, I didn't know you two were hip.
Hip? To what?
To the rhythm. I didn't know you had the power.
Look, Mona, I've got to get over to the bandstand.
No, you don't. There's a gun in this handbag of mine. Make like you're just chatting so nobody gets leery.
What's the matter?
I saw Eddie talking to you. What'd he tell you?
He said he'd kill anybody that came between you and him. That means Loopy, because he knows about Eddie.
Does Farrell know about Eddie, too?
No, he doesn't. What are you two going to do?
We don't know.
I'll tell you what to do. Nothing. Just you two keep your trap shut or you'll have bad trouble with me.
We can't let him commit murder.
Oh.
Hey, folks, shut up, will you? Eddie's going to rip out with a little lip. All set, Eddie? Take it high.
It's going right out the roof. Okay? 1, 2.
Jerry.
Yes, darling.
The dream.
What?
The trumpet was playing and Loopy started to come at me with a knife. The trumpet went higher and higher like he's doing now.
Pam, you're imagining things. Nothing can happen now that he's playing.
A flat. A. B flat. It's getting closer. Jerry, do something. I told you, Jerry.
What's the matter with him?
Here, let me see.
Jerry, is he...
Yes. Eddie Malden is dead.
It's a bad spot for Pam and Jerry, for they know the murderer is right in that cellar room with them. The last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
Yes, the last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
And over 4,000 dentists in a nationwide survey said Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
Yes, dentists say Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
So to get your teeth sparkling and super clean, to show their full natural sparkle, start today with Colgate tooth powder and this 2-minute routine.
1.
Brush your teeth night and morning for 2 minutes with Colgate tooth powder.
2.
Be sure to brush all 3 surfaces of your teeth, the biting edge, the inside, and the outside.
3.
And always stroke your brush away from the gums.
Remember, dentists nationwide approve Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine. Remember, too, Colgate tooth powder also freshens and sweetens your breath.
The last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
And dentists say Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
It looks like he's been poisoned.
Eddie. My Eddie. Okay, which one of you did it? I've got a gun in this bag that's ready for him.
Mona, wait. You'll only get yourself in trouble.
Listen to what the guy says, Mona.
Unless you don't care if you shoot, Mona.
I care, all right. I want to get the guy that did it.
Mona, you're awful sure it was one of us.
That's what I was thinking, Mr. Farrell. Mona, you were certainly anxious before to keep us away from Eddie.
You're onto it, Pam. How about it, Mona?
If anybody tries to hang Eddie's murder on me, they'll go right along with him. I loved him.
Mona, don't point that gimmick at me.
Listen to reason, Mona.
I'm listening. Somebody talk.
Pam, I've got an idea.
No tricks now, Mr. North.
What is it, Jerry?
Eddie told me he was going to kill Loopy because Loopy knew he was a convict. And we all know Loopy was in love with Mona.
You mean I killed him? You're off beat, mister.
Not much. You killed him to get a free hand with Mona.
Okay, Loopy. This looks like the last chorus for you.
Jerry, wait. That doesn't make sense.
Now you're in the groove, Mrs. North.
Oh, but it does make sense. Good sense. Sure, Loopy killed him. He hated Eddie.
Don't you move, Farrell. Don't any of you forget this gun.
I'm not forgetting it. But you listen, Mona. You yourself told us that Farrell didn't know that Eddie was an escaped convict.
That's right.
What are you getting at, Pam?
Well, Loopy didn't have to murder Eddie to get him out of the way. He knew Eddie was an escaped convict, and so all he had to do was report him to the police. But Flash, you didn't know that. And so to get Mona away from him, you thought you had to kill him.
That's a lie.
Farrell, you're going after Eddie.
Don't shoot, Mona. Drive him, Loopy. I got him. Me too.
Nice going, Mrs. North. You sure got the power.
Oh, just call me Choo-Choo. Jerry, what a night. Now it's almost dawn.
We'll be home in a moment, darling. And then some sleep.
I could go to sleep right now. Jerry, listen.
It's that clarinet again.
Where's it coming from? Am I dreaming?
And so once again, the Early Risers Club greets you with music to put you in tune for the day.
Oh, a disc jockey on the car radio.
And we start as usual with our theme, a recording by Loopy McGee and his clarinet. Want to hear it, dear?
I do not. Take me home and let me sleep and never dream again.
Tuesday night at the same time, the Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo shampoo and Colgate tooth powder, brings you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. The characters are based on those originally created by Francis and Richard Lockridge. Original music is composed and conducted by Charles Paul. The program is produced and directed by John Loveton.
There's a fragrance that men love, so delightful and gay, caressing the skin you bathe with cashmere bouquet. You're enchanting and trancing with a subtle perfume that whispers of romance in a candlelit room. And it's thrilling to bathe each day with cashmere bouquet. No other soap gives your skin this exciting bouquet.
Be sure you join us again next Tuesday when the Norths are pigeonholed by a pigeon, chased by a pair of lovebirds on the wing, and caught by a murderer who has flown the coop. This is Charles Stark speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
NERO Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? You're expecting Mr. Wolfe at your place in 3 hours? Your place is where? Yes. Well, I'm expecting Hedy Lamarr in 15 minutes. Yeah, but mister, we're both out of luck.
Archie, what are you babbling about?
There's a character on the phone who's laboring under the naive delusion that you're about to make a trip upstate.
His name?
Finley, he said.
In that case, he's quite correct.
Yeah, he's quite the, yes, Mr. Finley. Mr. Wolfe will be there. Yeah, goodbye.
I shall need some beer, Archie.
The bottle opener's in the right-hand drawer.
Thank you.
What one of us needs is a psychiatrist. You're voluntarily leaving your happy home, exposing yourself to the elements, entrusting your only life to a savage automobile?
I am.
Oh. Somebody's offered you the United States Treasury, huh?
Mr. Finley happens to grow orchids. Among them, he has developed a plant possessing spurred labilli. I have an opportunity to purchase a couple of the plants, therefore...
I don't believe it.
But, Archie, according to the reports I have received, he has produced a strain of black cypripedium.
Oh, well, in that case. But, Mr. Wolfe, while it's true that black may be the color of your true love's hair, it is also true that black is the color of funerals.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the detective genius who rates the knife and fork the greatest tools ever invented by man. The ponderous, brilliant, and unpredictable Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
The beginning of the case of the Phantom Fingers actually had nothing to do with black orchids. The first act was played in an old house at the end of an old dirt road. It was short and simple. As short as life. And as simple as murder.
Joe, I didn't believe the letters I got. Didn't believe them until now. I've been a lonely man. No wife, children. Joe, it was all coming to you after I died. There was no need for you to steal from me. All you had to do was wait. Joe, that gun. Put it down. No.
Oh.
Archie.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
How much longer?
Oh, an hour, maybe. Why?
I'm a fool.
Yeah, well, payday's tomorrow. I refuse to agree with you. Besides, the trip's been fine so far, huh? So there's snow on the road, but,
Phooey.
Well, it's nice snow. Pretty soon it'll be spring, and in the spring...
If you mention old Tidmas once more, I shall strangle you.
No, it's against the law. But you know, if that snow melts much faster, the trees won't look so pretty.
Trees, are they really necessary?
Uh-huh. People cut them down and make paper out of them. And they take the paper and make dollar bills. Mr. Wolfe, we're surrounded by future thieves.
I prefer the finished product. What on earth is that?
Sounds like a river.
Indeed.
Except there aren't any rivers around here. Hey!
Yeah?
Up ahead.
What? Huh?
It's a river. Only it isn't a river.
It's wet.
It's wet and it's got waves on it. Had to start raining, too.
Nature. Phooey.
The road behind us is covered with water. We just have to keep going onward and upward.
Would you like to recite Excelsior to me?
Why, sure. Shades of night were falling fast when through an alpine village passed...
An idiot of your caliber, no doubt.
Oh.
An infernal engine has died.
No, the road dips up ahead. And where it dips, there's a junior Mississippi growing up.
Splendid.
Not so splendid. We can't go back and we can't go forward.
Why not?
They didn't build this model to swim.
No foresight. What do we do now?
Well, we could abandon the car and,
Walk, are you mad? Are you seriously suggesting I indulge in a foot race with the flood?
Yeah, well, not seriously, but,
Oh, you've decided to give the car a swimming lesson?
No. There's what looks like a cow path leading off the highway. To your right. Maybe it's a road.
We progress. We now follow the footstep of the cow.
Ah, it is a road. An old dirt road. Not only that, it goes up.
Is that good?
Theoretically. We might get above the water that way.
And if the theory fails?
Mr. Wolfe, how are you on the Australian crawl? Hey, there's been another car on this road before us. You can see the tire tracks in the mud.
Interesting. An indication that there are other maniacs about. I myself would not have chosen this particular spot to picnic in.
Well, it's not that. There's somebody lying on the road.
People have peculiar habits. Ignore him and drive on.
Hold on a moment. Mr. Wolfe, you better come out here.
My madness has its limits. The answer is no. Serious, Archie?
Very serious.
Oh, very well. Good heavens.
Yeah, still alive, but...
The man's been shot. He's mumbling.
Joe.
Yelling for Joe.
Be still.
Don't forgive stealing. Don't...
So much for that. Pick him up, Archie. Put him in the car.
Might be bad for him to be moved.
No. There is nothing that can be bad for him. He's dead. Is this blasted road leading anywhere, Archie?
Well, seems to be a clearing up ahead. Maybe... Hey, it's a house.
Splendid.
I'm not so sure. It's perched up on top of a cliff, surrounded on three sides by nothing. On the side facing us, there's a deep ravine and a small wooden bridge.
An island in the air.
Yeah. High enough to keep above water, maybe, but... Now, that bridge doesn't look too good. Rain may have weakened it.
I have no choice, Archie. I have no intention of being drowned in these barbaric surroundings. The bridge, Archie.
Okay, hold on. No, the thing's collapsing under us.
How momentum, sir?
Well, if it doesn't, 37 blondes are going to be wearing black. Correction, 38. I forgot the one in Gimbel's bargain basement. Hey, we made it. The bridge will never be the same, though. There's a car ahead of us in front of the house.
The car from which our dead friend, was thrown. Only one set of car tracks in the mud along the road, and here...
And all we have to do is walk in, ask for the owner of the house, and,
Possibly, and possibly not. Archie, go through the corpse's pockets.
Oh, that's not cricket. Yeah, all right. I'm going through. There's not much on him. Handkerchief, silver, driver's license. The name was, James Miller. Address Garner Lane. Walden. Now, I've got an idea this is Garner Lane, Mr. Wolfe.
In which case, someone named Joe was looking after the house for him, committed theft, and murdered Miller. Miller's body was then dumped on the road in the hopes that the floods would wash the body away. No one at the house seems to have noticed our arrival.
Nope. Well, let's go in and ask for Joe, huh?
Very well. Hard. With the bridge down, there's absolutely no way of getting on or off this place.
Except for a mountain goat. I don't know any mountain goats. I used to know a plain goat once, though.
Indeed.
He ran at the 5th at Jamaica.
Stop maundering.
I never maunder. Also, I never win bets on horse races. That's why I continue to work for you.
That is also why you had better ring the doorbell.
Okay. Nobody's going to break a leg rushing to open the door.
I suppose you try it. I have had more than enough of the weather.
Is that polite? Besides, the killer may have some more bullets in that gun.
Are you afraid?
Sure.
Phooey, the door, Archie.
But old Dr. Tidmouse would say... Well, never mind. Hey, somebody was careless leaving the door open like that. On the other hand, has a spider ever shut its web? The answer is no. Are we flies? Yes.
Out of my way, Archie.
There are lights up ahead. Must be the living room.
Excuse me.
Sure. You're excused.
Do you live here, sir?
Do we... No, don't you?
Of course not. This is very strange. I came out to see the people who live here, or the person. I found the door open and no one about. I've been sitting in this corner now for a long time.
Well, it's a pity no one offered you a plum pie. Then you could have stuck in your thumb.
You saw no one enter, sir?
No one at all. I didn't want to go any further. It would have seemed like prying.
Perhaps you had better come along with us.
Well, all right. You know, this place, it has an evil atmosphere.
Certainly has. What it needs is fresh air.
Phooey. This would be the living room door. Ajar a bit.
It is. Looks as pretty as a picture. Oh.
Hello.
Well, just think of it. 5 minutes ago, you know, I didn't know you existed. And you didn't know I existed. And now...
Archie, your existence would have a sudden end unless you keep quiet. Excuse us for intruding, Miss...
Intruding? Oh, but I really should ask you to excuse me.
You do not live here?
I wish I did, but... You see, I've been out walking. I live maybe a mile from here, and then when the flood began, I thought I'd come in here and stay for a while.
And you found?
An empty house.
That's not what I found. As old Dr. Tidmouse has often said...
Go through the rest of the house, Archie.
Go through the rest... Yeah, well, never mind. I'll,
That sound?
Somebody's walking. Coming downstairs. I'll go and see. Hey, you! Come on into the living room. Meet your guests in one or several pieces, as you prefer.
What? Oh. Hiya, folks.
A host at last.
That's very funny. I think I'll laugh. Ha.
May I ask why?
Because this here ain't my dump. I was just casing the joint. I was just taking a stroll.
Through the house?
I'm eccentric.
Oh, clever. However, I think you'd better stay.
Why?
Because you may turn out to be the owner of this house after all. I rather think introductions are in order.
Well, I'm Peg Shirley.
My name is Wagner.
Joseph Wagner?
Lewis.
How about you, Stroller?
Cregan. Sam Cregan.
Peg, Louis, Sam. Mr. Cregan, while you were strolling upstairs, did you notice anyone else about?
No.
There was no one outside when Archie and I entered. The bridge is down, effectively cutting us off from further visitors. We may assume, therefore, that we are the only people in or about this house.
Yeah, it's cozy, ain't it?
Which further means that one of you three is a murderer.
What's it you say?
The murderer is the person who owns or lives in this house. All three of you denied being that person. Conclusion, one of you is a liar. I hardly expected a full immediate confession. However, we are absolutely isolated here. No one is going to come or leave until we have our killer.
You know, you can't really keep us here.
The flood can and will. Remember, the bridge is no longer. So you see, just the five of us alone. No one else inside the house, no one outside. Therefore...
Correction, Mr. Wolfe.
Maybe it's a branch or something tapping against the door.
Unlikely. Archie.
Okay, I'll go see who or what it is. Hey!
Who in the world is that?
What? I got him. Somebody shut the door.
Yeah, all right, I get it.
A disreputable and unwashed gentleman. Head badly hurt. Is he conscious, Archie?
I don't know. He's mumbling something.
Legs pushed off. Fell from the ledge.
He's passed out. I guess he was trying to say that somebody pushed him out on a ledge. On the side of the cliff, maybe. He must have regained consciousness and crawled to the house. Where'll I put him, Mr. Wolfe?
Bedroom, I suppose. We'll need first aid. We can't get a doctor. Cregan, where are the bedrooms?
Yeah, one right up at the head of the stairs. And don't ask me how I happen to know.
We shan't, Archie.
Okay. I'll need somebody to help me carry him up without shaking him too badly.
Cregan?
Okay. Let's go.
As for the rest of you, Mr. Wagner, Miss Shirley, I suggest we return to the living room.
But I don't see any reason why we should take orders from you.
One of you is a murderer. I include Mr. Cregan, of course.
Oh, but that poor man wasn't dead.
Not for lack of trying. However, I was not referring to him.
You mean someone else has been killed?
Precisely. That is why I hope we shall not hear another knocking at the door. It could only be a corpse. Archie.
And Cregan.
Yeah.
The injured man?
Still out. Probably got a concussion.
Did he say anything further?
Well, he babbled a bit. I don't know if...
we should assume we're among friends, Archie. Exactly what did he say?
Well, he was pushed over the edge of the cliff because he saw Miller killed.
Did he also see who?
No. Passed out before he had a chance. He's no tramp, Mr. Wolfe. He was bumming his way through the country when he saw the murder.
He must have decided on a touch of blackmail and receiving a concussion instead, which may last for hours or for days.
Somebody's playing with the lights.
Some fool.
The switch was over this way. Lights are on again. Whose idea was that?
I had nothing to do with this.
Me neither.
Miss Shirley, why did you scream?
Well, someone brushed against me in the darkness.
You were standing?
Near the table, this table.
Archie?
No, nothing on the table except a bunch of keys on a ring.
Something screwy. Why should a guy put the lights out just to deposit a bunch of keys on the table?
Obvious. Without doubt, those are the keys of this house. Possession of them would have disclosed which of you lives here and which of you therefore killed Miller. It's late. I shall sleep down here, lacking an elevator to transport me upstairs.
The elevator's lacking.
Yes, the rest of you should be able to find bedrooms upstairs. Good night. Archie.
Yeah?
Follow them upstairs. Spend the night awake.
Okay.
Good heavens, Archie.
On my way. What's cooking up here?
Somebody's playing with the lights up.
Strike a match.
You don't have to. I got a flashlight.
Oh, here it is. Light switch. You know, this putting out of lights is getting to be somebody's bad habit. Well, all three of you seem to be okay. Stay here.
Where are you going?
Tramp's room right here at the head of the stairs. Think of all your good deeds while I'm gone. All right, downstairs again.
What, again?
Oh, dear. What happened?
Well, there was more than a bunch of keys this time.
Oh, that knife. There's blood on it.
There should be. I just pulled it out of a man's heart. Well, Mr. Wolfe, one of these three babies doused the lights, popped into the tramp's room, deposited the knife in his chest, and popped right out again.
The knife you're holding?
Yeah.
Intelligent of you to wrap a handkerchief around the handle.
Well, whoever killed the tramp didn't have time to fool around with gloves, so...
There should be prints on the knife handle. Satisfactory, Archie.
That's mild enthusiasm.
Archie, on that desk, an ink pad.
Yeah.
Miss Shirley, you carry face powder, of course?
Yes, I do.
Archie will need it to bring out the prints on the knife. He will then fingerprint each of you. Compare your prints with those on the knife, and we shall have a murderer to hand over to the police. Archie, will you begin, please?
Here they are, Mr. Wolfe. 3 cards labeled with Miss Shirley's name, Cregan's, and Wagner's. Their respective prints are on each card.
Good. I have the knife here. Several quite distinct prints on it. It should be child's play to, Archie.
Yeah?
Take your own prints and mine.
What?
Do as I say quickly.
Yes, sir. All right, give me your thumb. Thank you. That's it. Now mine. Thank me. That's it.
There's something wrong. Something wrong and deadly loose in this house tonight.
Well, there's a card with your prints and mine.
Thank you.
Now you got 5 cards altogether.
So I have. Archie.
What now?
Take the ink pad and a fresh card with you.
Where am I going with them?
Upstairs?
But, Mr. Wolfe, there's nobody upstairs except the corpse.
Precisely. It is his prints I want.
This is so
ridiculous. I'm over with.
Tired of
Tiresome.
Archie?
Yeah, I got the dead man's prints.
Will all of you please sit?
All right, but
Good heavens, young woman. Be careful. We want no accidents.
sorry, I caught my high heels in the rug.
Archie, the card with the corpse's prints on it.
Hey, yes, sir.
Thank you.
You know, I've had quite enough of this nonsense.
Have you, Mr. Wagner?
Yeah, and so have I, Mr. Wolfe. Also, I don't think you know what you're doing.
Perhaps not. However, I have something rather interesting to tell all of you. There is no one in this house besides yourselves, except, of course, for the dead man upstairs. There is no one on the rock on which this house stands, except for another dead man in our car.
Look, we already know all that.
Bear with me. We may rule out secret passages, unusual hiding places, or anything of that esoteric and childish nature. We may also rest assured that no one has come to or left this house or rock within the last few hours.
Well, that means we're kind of hermetically sealed here, huh? Meaning also that whoever was here when the tramp was killed is still here. Still here in this room.
Correct, Archie. Now then, I have checked the dead tramp's prints against those on the knife. Theoretically, suicide was possible. However, the prints do not match.
That guy was in no condition to kill himself anyway.
True. Then I checked Archie's prints and mine against those on the knife. No similarity.
Oh, but no one suspected either of you.
Thank you, but I had to be thorough. That left only the 3 of you. I compared your cards and the prints on them with the prints on the handle of the knife.
And?
I want you to remember one thing very clearly. We are the only living people in this house or on this rock of land. No tricks are possible and may be ruled out.
All right, so what?
This. The prints on the handle of the knife that pierced the heart of the man upstairs do not match his prints or the prints of anyone in this room.
I knew mine wouldn't match.
Would you mind saying that again?
He doesn't have to. And those cards, Mr. Wolfe, has the prints of everybody here. And yet none of them match the prints on the knife handle.
But, well, in that case, who or what killed him?
Why, there must be someone else in the house.
I give you my word, there is not.
Hey, you thinking about ghosts or something?
Ghosts never leave fingerprints.
I've got to get away. I can't stand this.
Me too. Come on, lady.
But I'll come along with you if you don't mind.
Mr. Wolfe.
Let them go. The bridge is down. They can't get far.
Okay. But I don't get it.
Get what?
Well, the fingerprint business. And who killed Miller plus the tramp?
The identity of the killer, Archie, is quite obvious.
It is? To who?
To whom?
Who's whom? That's a joke. Yeah, I'm stalling for self-respect. You know?
Of course I do. I have no conclusive proof, however. I had hoped the fingerprints would be of assistance there, but they proved to be phantoms.
I'm still smarting about the other thing. You know, it's at times like this that I almost agree with you about my intelligence.
Lack of intelligence?
Yeah, well, don't rub it in. Don't rub it in. Just go ahead. Yeah, well, maybe you better rub it in. From now on, you may refer to my brain in the negative.
In the negative? Bless you, Archie.
What I've just done, I don't know, but can I have a raise?
No.
I'll take it back.
You can't. Get the others in at once.
Mr. Wolfe, you now have the appearance of Mr. Wolfe being surrounded by several dozen bottles of beer. What have I done?
You've explained the fingerprints, Archie. Hurry. I don't want to keep the killer in suspense.
I don't care. No, I'm very nervous. I don't like this.
Archie.
They're all here.
Yes, but they're all making a noise. Stop them.
Miss Shirley, Mr. Cregan, Mr. Wagner, will you please shut... Mr. Wolfe, they have.
Thank you, Archie. Now then, I have known for some little time which of you killed the tramp and Miller. I lack proof, however.
And you have it now?
I will admit for a while I was flummoxed by the negative evidence of the fingerprints. They seem to indicate that the tramp was murdered by a phantom. However, the word negative itself has solved the minor problem.
Minor to who?
To whom? Never mind. Shh.
Archie, what is the salient feature of a film negative?
Well, I suppose it's the fact that the darks are light and the lights are dark. Huh?
Precisely. A reversal, then, of the actual appearances. Now, are there any similarities between filmed images and fingerprints?
Oh, in a way. You could call the whorls and hollows that determine the individual characteristics of a fingerprint the lights and darks, huh?
You could. I shall. Miss Shirley, would you help in an experiment?
Well, of course.
Thank you. Archie, I want you to take Miss Shirley's fingerprints once again.
Okay. Pad and card. Here you are, Miss Shirley.
All right.
Archie, quick.
Huh?
Grab her arm.
I got it.
Well,
Usually I don't have to be coached, but...
let go of me. What are you trying to do?
Miss Shirley, you already had pressed your fingers on the ink pad once. Why were you about to do it a second time?
Well, I just wanted to make a better impression.
Phooey. Archie, wipe some of the ink off her fingers.
Oh, but then it won't be any good.
It'll be very good, Archie.
I've done it.
And take the print.
No, let go of me.
Maybe I never hurt women if I can help it, but right now I won't be able to help it. Mr. Wolfe wants your prints all over again, so down on the nice white card.
No.
There, thanks.
Will you let me have that card now, Archie?
Sure.
In the meanwhile, hold on to Miss Shirley.
A pleasure.
Indeed? Would you continue to think so, Archie, if I told you that Miss Shirley's first name is not Peg, but happens to be Josephine, for which the diminutive is Joe?
Glad they're fixing the bridge. I was beginning to think we'd be here forever.
Boy, we have been.
You know, if those black orchids have been holding their breath waiting for you, they're going to be red in the face. Hey, new breed, red orchids, huh?
Archie, must you talk?
Well, it's fun. Also, you've been holding out on me about the case.
I surrender.
Okay. You know, when we compared the new prints of Josephine with those on the knife, you could have knocked me over with a sash weight. They were identical.
Naturally. She stabbed the tramp.
Yeah, but what was the fingerprint gag?
She merely loaded her fingers so heavily with ink that she falsified the markings. She filled up the hollows and walls with ink. The result was that ridges became hollows and vice versa, in the same fashion that a photographic negative falsifies lights and darks.
You got that when I mentioned the word negative. It works, huh?
Try it sometime.
Yeah, the very next bank I robbed. But you said you knew who killed Miller and the tramp even before you exposed the fingerprint gimmick. How?
We knew Miller's murderer lived in this house. Had been stealing from him and so on.
Uh-huh.
Stealing what? Cash, of course. He, as the girl admitted, was an eccentric, kept his money on the property. Cregan had probably heard of it, hence his casing of the house.
Yeah?
Our problem, therefore, was to discover who lived in this house. All three suspects denied it. Josephine Shirley told us, as you may remember, that she'd gone for a walk and then been driven by the flood to this house where we found her.
Well, that's what she said. It could have been.
No, because as you may also remember, she tripped at one point over the living room rug and mentioned why.
Sure, she said she was wearing high heels. Uh-oh, because out in the country there are no pavements, so girls don't go for a walk in high-heel shoes. Therefore, she hadn't gone for a walk. Therefore, she was lying. Therefore, she killed Miller, and... I should have noticed those heels myself.
You should have, Archie. Your trouble, I suspect, was that you didn't notice the feet for the legs.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Gerald Moore as Archie Goodwin, and G.G. Pearson, Howard McNear, Tim Graham, and Eddie Fields. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Vanishing Shells. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, The Man from Damascus.
Damascus, capital of Syria. Population, 300,000 or so. They say it's the oldest city in the world that people still live in. I wouldn't know. But I do know there's a street in Damascus named the street called Straight. And I also know I once met a man from Damascus, and he was as twisted as they come. But back to a hot Wednesday afternoon. Chris was at the bar serving up some arak, and I was standing at the front of the cafe looking out into the Cairo streets. That's when an old man, dressed in a boy's postal uniform and riding a bicycle, stopped in front of the Tambourine. When he came in, he was carrying a wet envelope in his hand.
I have for the Mr. Jordan one special delivery letter. The Mr. Jordan signed his name on this line.
The Mr. Jordan would?
Thank the Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, here you are, Pop. Buy yourself an ice cube.
Mutashakir, then.
It was a white envelope with some dirty finger smudges and a Cairo postmark. There was no return address. I looked at it for a moment, then tore it open. The first thing I saw, flat and crisp, was a pack of Egyptian pound notes. And I did a quick tabulation. 1,000 Egyptian pounds, 5,000 American dollars. And clipped to the money was a short note. Partial payment for services to be rendered, 1,000 pounds. I'm waiting for you at 16 Sharia El Nazar. 7 o'clock this evening will be fine. And it was signed, The Man from Damascus. Well, I don't take easily to somebody's bidding. If someone wants to see me, he comes to me. So I put the money in the safe, but figured that wasn't the end of The Man from Damascus. Exactly 7 o'clock that evening, I knew I had figured right.
Rocky?
What is it, Chris?
Fellow to see you.
Where?
In your office. I tried to stop him, but he
Oh,
was
that's
right on.
all right. I'm sort of expecting him.
Mean-looking guy. Want me to come with you?
No, I'll handle it. Take over the till, will you?
Sure, Rocky.
Hello, Jordan.
Make yourself at home.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Pretty good booze.
Too rich for your taste, buddy. Put it down.
Yeah, all right. You know, it's funny. Figured you differently. Everybody in town says you're a right guy.
Maybe you've been talking to the wrong people. What do you want?
You.
You have been talking to the wrong people. I'm not for sale.
That 1,000 pounds is just a start, pal. There's more where that come from.
And there always is.
Come on, big shot. Button up your shirt. It's 7 o'clock. You got appointment.
I can't make it.
That's a big mistake.
Your money's in the safe. You can have it back.
That is not my instructions.
Oh, so you're just the leg man.
Something like that. You and me were working for the same man.
All right, buddy. You're through talking. There's the door.
Get away from the door, Jordan, or I'll pin you to the wall. 7-inch blade, Jordan. Damascus steel. Got it?
I got it. All right, put the knife away. You'll cut your hand. I'll come with you if your boss wants to see me that badly. I wasn't going to argue with a 7-inch double-edged blade, especially the way that monkey was waving it in the air. Well, we left the tambourine, climbed into his car, and drove through the Cairo streets, out one of the city gates. We ended up in front of a place called the House of Sand. It should have been called the Pile of Scrap, because that's what it looked like. But the knife man said it was a hotel. 2 minutes later, my pal knocked on the door of room 12.
Who is there? Jordan. He's come for the rest of the dough.
You're taking a lot for granted, Buster.
Quiet, you.
All right, you may let him come in.
Go on in, Jordan, and meet your new boss.
I walked inside. My pal with the knife shut the door behind me and stayed outside. Then I saw him. The man from Damascus. He was tall and big, but I couldn't tell what he looked like. His whole face was wrapped in bandages. And he reminded me of those pictures I once saw of the Invisible Man.
Hello, Mr. Jordan. Nice of you to come. Sit down.
I'll take it standing.
Well, it's good to meet again. Is it not, Mr. Jordan?
Again?
You do not remember? But you should. Damascus, 1939. Well, maybe it's my new appearance. I had a face then.
What do you got now?
Let's talk about Damascus.
All right.
You wish a drink?
No, I just gave it up.
Mr. Jordan, you wronged me in Damascus.
I did?
Yes, you wronged me most severely. So severely that I've never forgotten. And I said to myself that someday I would come for you. Well, I am here.
Welcome to Cairo.
Jordan, I'm not just talking for pleasure.
You sure you got the right guy?
And do not try to tell me you do not remember. You are the right man and you know it. But you are fortunate, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, how's that figure?
I'm going to give you a chance to erase our difference. And make a little money besides. You see, there's someone in Cairo that I want even more than you.
So how do I figure?
You are going to bring him to me. His name is Alex Zarko.
Zarko, huh? That's a pretty big order.
I know, but I think you can do it.
The police have had a dragnet out for 2 weeks trying to track him down.
And I want to get to him before they do. I think you can bring him to me. You know Cairo better than any man I know of. You know where men like Zarko would hide and how to get to him.
Sorry, friend, you've got the wrong guy.
Jordan, listen to me. I would find him myself if I could. I just do not know Cairo. And I cannot go wandering around like this. I'm giving you a chance to square a dirty deal and make a little money on the side. I will double that £1,000 and call off our little difference.
What have you got against Zarko?
He took something from me.
What?
My face.
Oh.
I want to find him, Jordan. I must. I do not know what it is to feel that you can never walk the streets again without a covering and the thing you once called a face. Well, what about it, Mr. Jordan?
No deal. You got a private vendetta with Zarko. Keep it that way. Yeah, there's your £1,000 back. Buy yourself another boy. I walked out of the House of Sand, and the knife man was gone. I found a taxi and headed back for the tambourine. Alex Zarko. Yeah, an all-around no-good guy. The Egyptian police wanted him on an attempted assassination, espionage work, with an assorted killing or two thrown in. The police had all the roads covered, the trains and the flights out of the city. They figured they had him bottled up pretty well, and it was just a matter of time before they bundled him. Well, back at the tambourine, I drew myself a beer, found a back table, and did some thinking about the man in the bandages in the city of Damascus.
What's up, Rock?
Oh, nothing, Chris, just thinking. Say, did you ever hear me talk about Damascus?
Damascus?
Yeah, spent 9 months there once working for an oil company.
No, I don't remember you saying anything about it. Why?
Oh, nothing. Just trying to bring back a little memory. Drop it doesn't matter.
Sure, Rock. I'll get back to...
Excuse me, gentlemen. You are Mr. Jordan?
That's right.
May I talk with you, please? It will take but a moment.
All right, Chris. I'll talk to you later.
Sure, Rocky.
Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I did not wish to trouble you, but I found that I had no other course. My name is Sandra Marr, and I'm from Damascus in Syria.
You're traveling, and Cairo's on the grand tour.
This is not a trip for pleasure. I'm looking for someone.
If his name is Alex Zarco, you got lots of company.
No, his name is not Alex Zarco. It is Paul Marr, and he is my husband.
Paul Marr. I don't know anyone by that name.
You may not know him by his name, Mr. Jordan, but I'm positive that you have met him.
And how do you figure that?
Paul said he had some business in Cairo. He left Damascus 4 days ago with a man whose name I do not know. But he was the same man who left the tambourine with you earlier tonight. It is my belief that he took you to see Paul.
Oh, I get it.
I tried, but I was not able to follow you through the streets of Cairo, so I've waited outside your cafe till you returned. I must see Paul. Would you take me to him?
No.
Would you tell me then where he is? Mr. Jordan, Paul's business, as he calls it, it is trouble. Some terrible sort of trouble, I know.
Oh, you're right there.
He's a fine man, Mr. Jordan. A wonderful man, but things have not gone well since his face. He's in trouble, and I've got to help him.
He's got a revenge on lady with a guy named Zarco and me. There's nothing fine about that.
Revenge? Paul? Oh, no, it must be something else. He's not that kind of man.
Well, then you don't know him very well.
It is true we have not been married for long.
Uh-huh. Look, why don't you just go back to Damascus and forget it? You're in for trouble here. Something's going to happen.
Where is Paul, Mr. Jordan?
A place called the House of Sand. Out of the city, through the gate of the Bar El Nasser. Taxi will take you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I shall not forget the help you've given me.
She walked out of the tambourine, and I hoped that that'd be the last I'd see of her and the man from Damascus and Alex Zarco. How vain can your hopes be sometimes? Well, we rolled the last on-the-cuff customer out of the tam about 1:15 in the morning. Chris threw the lock on the front door, and I doused the lights.
I'll just scoot out the back way, Rocky.
Oh, all right, Chris. All right.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Rocky, look out! Find the guard hands, quick.
Vengeance, Jordan! Vengeance!
Rocky.
You hear me, Jordan?
Quiet, Chris.
Well, if you do and you are not dead, then I will come for you again.
You are listening to The Man from Damascus, an adventure with Rocky Jordan. Remember that 5 o'clock Sunday afternoon is the new time for Rocky Jordan, so join us each Sunday at 5. And plan to tune in 30 minutes earlier to hear Call the Police at 4:30. So you will have a full hour of excitement and action. And now we take you back to Cairo for another adventure with Rocky Jordan, the man from Damascus.
Well, after the man from Damascus threw those slugs at me, I took out after him, chasing him through the darkened streets. But it's easy to lose someone in the winding Cairo streets, and that's just what I did. I got back to the Cafe Tambourine about 45 minutes later, and Chris wasn't there alone. Captain Sam Sabaya, Cairo Police, was there, too, waiting for me.
Well, Jordan, so you've returned.
Oh, hiya, Sam. What brings you here this time of night?
I phoned him, Rock. I told him. I thought you'd be better off.
All right, Chris. See you tomorrow.
Sure. Good night, Captain.
Good night. Well, Jordan, I'm waiting.
Waiting? For what, sir?
For you to tell me what this is all about.
There's nothing to say.
Jordan, the man who shot at you from the alley called out vengeance. This much Chris told me. Therefore, I can assume that this man is after you for some hurt he believes you have inflicted upon him.
Yeah, it's close.
What is it that you have done to him, Jordan?
Beats me, Sam.
Jordan, how can you expect me to believe...
Tell you, Sam, I don't know.
Then I shall let that pass. Jordan, who is this man who shot at you?
I'm afraid that's my business. I'll just handle it my own way.
Jordan!
Oh, stop worrying about it. You got your hands full with Alex Zarco.
Oh, fear not. We will capture Alex Zarco. Tell me, has Zarco something to do with this shooting?
If you mean did he throw those slugs at me, no.
I meant exactly what I said. Does Zarco have anything to do with the shooting?
Maybe.
Oh, Jordan, you are most exasperating.
Oh, just a little trick I picked up in my travels.
Very well, very well. I cannot force you to speak. However, I wish to warn you that if someone else is injured, some innocent party drawn into this private conflict of yours, I shall hold you responsible.
Oh, thanks, Sam. That's swell of you. No one will get hurt, believe me. Except maybe that friend of mine.
For your sake, I hope you are right. I would not wish to use my office, Jordan, to have you expelled from Cairo.
I started out bright and early the next morning to see if I could find the man from Damascus. Stop number 1 was the House of Sand, room 12. I pounded on the door, no answer. I rattled the doorknob and the door came open. I went in. I could see why no one had bothered to throw the lock. The room was empty. Paul Marr, the man from Damascus, had done a quick checkout. I moved down to the front desk to see if I could get a forwarding address. Sitting in a rocking chair, rolling back and forth, was a wrinkled relic left over from the days of the pharaohs. A chortling sound was coming from her throat, and then I saw why. She was reading a U.S. comic book called The Phantom Menace. Lady, you got a customer.
Oh, young man, you are observing an old lady being devoured by pleasure.
Well, I'm certainly glad you're having fun, but could you give me a minute?
Oh, the Phantom Menace has captured Brick Braun, thrust him in wire, and is dipping him head first into a barrel of pickle brine 100 times.
Very funny.
I'm being consumed with joy.
Well, if you can grab hold of yourself for a minute, you can earn a £1 note.
My laughter has suddenly left me.
Oh, fine. Look, I'm trying to get a forwarding address on number 12.
That would be a short, fat man with a bald spot. A seller of fly paper.
That'd be a big man with bandages on his face. A seller of death.
Death comes higher than fly paper. Could you make it £2?
I could.
Alas, now that I find a fortune at my fingertips, I cannot claim it.
What does that mean?
I do not know where your friend has gone. And indeed, you are not the only one who is seeking him. A young lady came this morning. She said she was his wife.
Where'd she go?
I gave her room 10. She said she would wait to see if her husband returned. If you wish to see her, I can call her.
No. What time did number 12 leave?
6 this morning.
How?
By taxi. I called one.
Do you know the driver?
Do I know him? A kelp, a no good evil dog.
Has he got a name?
Ali Amar. Residence 303 Sharia Shaman. It is worth £2 just to mention his name.
Here. Keep it. And thanks. Go on back to your reading.
I shall once again bathe in ecstasy.
And she did. I left her sitting there, wetting the pages, and looked up Holly Amar. It cost me £2 more to open him up. Then all he could say was that he left Mar off at an all-night dive called the Harem. So that was my next stop. A couple of 100 pounds of fat was pushing a wet rag over the counter in slow motion. A red-headed Englishman, deep in his cups, was throwing darts at a picture of a dame short of clothes. But what I was looking at was a guy at the end of the bar tilling a bottle of beer. It was the knife man who had first taken me to see Paul Marr. I moved his way, but he saw me and lit out for the back door. I took out after him fast like the super chief on a downgrade. He took me through the backyard, over a fence, across an empty lot. But I put a stop to the marathon with a flying tackle, and we rolled into a mud hole. He reached for his knife, but I kneed him, and the fight started to go out of him. All right, where is he? You know that Damascus friend of yours, Paul Marr.
How did you know his name?
That doesn't matter. What I want now is his address.
Do not worry, Jordan. He will come to you.
Well, I can't wait. I'll give him.
My throne, your knee.
The address?
I cannot tell.
You'll try a face full of mud.
All right, I tell. 1042 Sharia Fakar. A small hotel by the name of Little Nile.
Okay. I'm going to put you on ice at the Tambourine. Chris will take care of you till I have a chance to talk to your boss alone. The Little Nile was a termite trap on Sharia Fakar, and Marr was holed up second floor back. I stood in front of his door a few minutes later, listening, trying to catch any sounds from inside. I didn't hear a thing. I tried the doorknob easily. The door was locked. So I took a deep breath, kicked at it, and all the rotten wood gave way. First thing I saw in the darkened room was the figure sitting in a chair across the room facing the door. The second thing I saw were the bandages around his face, so I knew it was Paul Marr. And the third thing I saw was the Italian-made gun in his hand, pointing toward me.
What has kept you so long, Jordan?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were waiting.
I would not advance toward me any more steps, Jordan. That is wise. Well, you have come. I had assumed that if I did not kill you last night, you would come to me. It saved me parading my conspicuous appearance through the Cairo streets. So you have found me. But unfortunately, I have the gun.
You're not going to kill me here, Mar. Sabaya knows you're after me. You'll never get out of the city with those bandages.
You may be right, Jordan. Perhaps I will not kill you. My original proposition still holds. Bring Alex Zarko to me, and our little difference shall be forgotten.
I've forgotten it already.
Jordan, I want Zarko. I want him more than I want you or anything else. Bring him to...
Sandra's in town.
Sandra?
Your wife. She's in Cairo looking for you. She's at the House of Sand right now, waiting for you to come back.
No.
I saw her. She came to me to ask about you. You know, she thinks a lot of you. She doesn't believe you're the kind of a guy to have a vendetta on. She doesn't believe you could kill me or Zarko, regardless of what he did to your face.
Stop it, Jordan. Do not unnerve me. And do not attempt to change the subject. I want Zarko even more than you. I will let you go if you help me. Here, I shall show you my good faith by throwing my gun into the corner.
It was a mistake, Mar. You know I can't help you. I told you once already, and that still goes. I'm not butting into a private feud.
But I am, Jordan.
Well, you get around, don't you?
I know you well enough, Jordan, to realize that you would not allow someone to shoot at you and then forget it. So when you would not tell me who had done it, I knew, too, that if I followed you long enough, you would lead me to him. You always do.
Look, Sam, this is a private thing between Mar and
I
myself.
have told you once, Jordan, violence is not a private matter. I will not allow killing if I can help it. And I will not allow you, Jordan, or Mr. Marr to interfere with the police capture of Alex Zarko.
Then you haven't got him yet, huh?
No, but I shall have him in time. Mr. Marr shall not. Mr. Marr, you will please remove the bandages from your face.
What?
I said that you will please remove your bandages.
Better do it. Sam's not kidding.
Very well. Very well, then I shall remove my bandages. I shall step into the light, gentlemen, so that you may see all. So that you may see what was once a face.
I watched Paul Marr unwind the bandages, uncovering first what once was a chin, then the battered skin around the cheeks, the nose, over the forehead. Then I noticed his stare, a peculiar, hard kind of stare. Then I saw where it came from, a left eye that couldn't blink.
There. There you have it. Now you can see why I feel as I do about Alex Zarko.
I am most sorry I had to subject you to this, Mr. Marr, but I still cannot allow a personal revenge to interfere with my execution of the law. It is customary in Cairo in affairs of this nature to use the following procedure. There is a train leaving Cairo for Alexandria in 1 hour and 5 minutes. You will please be on the train.
Sam.
And you, Jordan, shall remain in my custody until Mr. Marr has left the city.
And what about Alex Zarko?
He is and shall remain my problem. You have then 1 hour, Mr. Marr. I will meet you at the Cairo station to make certain you have boarded the train. Now you may put the bandages back on your face.
Well, Sam and I left Paul Marr at the hotel and headed for police headquarters. We didn't talk much about Paul. There wasn't anything to say. I was still trying to figure out in my mind what I could possibly have done to him in Damascus, but nothing came. And seeing him, or what was left of him, stirred no memory. At headquarters, Sam had a few things to do, so did I. I put in a call to the House of Sand and asked for Sandra Marr.
Yes, this is Sandra Marr.
Miss Marr, this is Rocky Jordan.
Who? Oh, how did you know I was here?
Never mind that. There's something I want to tell you.
About Paul?
Sort of. Throw your clothes in a suitcase and go back to Damascus.
Oh, I thought you had some good news for me. I thought you understood I will go no place without Paul.
Well, you're not going to find him in Cairo. The police are moving him out.
The police? What have the police to do with Paul?
Paul will tell you if he wants to. Now go on. You got a better chance of seeing him again in Damascus.
But, Mr. Jordan...
And see if you can keep him out of trouble, huh? Good luck. Well, that was that. All that remained was to see Paul Marr climb on the train for Alexandria and hope he could straighten himself out. And hope, too, that he and his wife Sandra would get together. Well, a little while later, I drove to the train station with Sam, still in police custody. There weren't many people there in the hot of the afternoon, but standing near the end of the platform, next to a large sign of the Flying Red Horse that accented his white bandages, was the man we were looking for, Paul Marr. Sam and I walked up to him, and he glared at us through the slits in his wrappings.
Well, Mr. Marr, you will be leaving Cairo in a few moments. If after a year has passed you wish to return to our city, write me a letter explaining your reasons, and I shall see what can be done to make Cairo available to you once more.
Marr nodded and climbed on the train, and it headed out of the city. Sam and I turned and started back to his car. That's when it hit me, and I took off in double time.
Jordan, where are you going?
For a train ride. I think you better come on. I chased down the platform and caught the train. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Sam climb onto the train farther down the line. Then I started through the cars, going from one to another, looking for the man in bandages. I traveled through 4 cars before I finally spotted him. When he saw me, I guess he figured what I had on my mind, because he took off fast, going the other way, but I kept right after him. The train had picked up speed, lurching us from side to side. Then going around a bend, the momentum pinned him momentarily against the seat, and I was on it. His fist started working, and so did mine. We had ourselves a fine little fight there, rolling around the floor of the moving train, till Sam Sabaya caught up with us and pulled the gun. That put a quick stop to the fight.
Jordan, you will please explain what the meaning of this is.
Sure. Glad to, Sam. Have him take off his bandages.
But, Jordan, I do not
Have him take off the bandages, and I think you will.
Very well. You will please remove the bandages, Mr. Marr.
Take them off, buddy, or I'll take them off for you. Yeah. That's his stuff. Now, just a little more. Let Sam see who you really are. Well, there you are, Sam. Not Paul Marr at all, but the guy you've been looking for weeks. The guy who's been trying to escape your dragnet and get out of the city. Meet Alex Zarko. Well, the thing came apart at the seams. It was all an elaborate plan of Zarko's. The police had him trapped in the city, needed a way out. So he got his knife man to dig up Paul Marr in Damascus and bring him to town. Then he had Marr, all wrapped up in bandages, create a fuss, like his revenge against me, which was strictly a phony. Nothing too serious, just enough to get himself run out of Cairo. Then Zarko takes his place, wraps himself in the bandages, and starts to leave, almost with a police escort. It would have worked fine, except for one thing. Marr's disfigured face, and his left eye that couldn't blink. Zarko couldn't control his, and standing on the platform of the train station, he blinked his eye once. And that was once too often. Well, all that remained was Paul Marr, his face, and Sandra. And later, in Sabaya's office, we got to talking about that.
Jordan, where do you suppose Paul Marr is now?
In the House of Sand. I told him Sandra was there waiting for him.
You realize, of course, that I must send some men to apprehend him.
Yeah.
Why do you suppose he allowed himself to aid Alex Zarko?
Put yourself in his place. A face like his and a lot of desperation. He was working a business deal, getting money any way he could, figuring he'd use the dough in a plastic surgery job. It'd make him look like a human being again.
Yes, quite so. You understand Marr will have a jail sentence to serve for aiding a criminal.
Mm-hmm.
And it may be possible for me to confiscate the money Zarko gave him.
Sure, if you worked on it, you could possibly take the dough from him. That is, if you don't forget that he's got...
Are you suggesting, Jordan, that I deliberately allow myself to forget that a financial arrangement existed between Marr and Zarko?
That's right, Sam.
Jordan, I have always suspected you are an unscrupulous man.
Sure I am. Remember the time I tried to sell that Monte Carlo swindler a half interest in the tombs of Memlooks?
Remember? No, I guess I've forgotten. Yeah. Perhaps I am getting old. My memory is not what it used to be.
Thanks, Sam. See you soon.
Directed by Cliff Howell, with original music by Richard Arant. Tonight's story by Adrian Jandot and Larry Roman. Life with Luigi will be heard tonight at 8 over most of these stations. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Morton Scottman, Mr. Dollar, at Eastern Liability and Trust.
Oh, yes, sir. Got your message. I was just about to call you back, Mr. Scottman.
Would it be possible for you to drop in and see me today?
I think so. Say in an hour.
That would be excellent.
What's it about, Mr. Scottman?
David Perling.
Perling. I understand he was killed in a boating accident a couple of days ago. Read something about it in the papers.
To borrow a phrase, Mr. Dollar, that report was somewhat exaggerated. Mr. Perling is still very much alive.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. Mr. Scottman, you're a pretty good guy, and I'll say this right at the top, since you were the one who called me in. You're reading about the Perling matter in your newspaper right now, but they haven't got the story right. None of them will ever have it quite right. Just remember that as you go through your newspaper in this report, Mr. Scottman. You looked pretty worried when I met you that afternoon about 5 o'clock, and you led me into the top-drawer offices of Eastern Liability and Trust. I tagged you as a meticulous sort of man who knew when his laundry was coming back. I wasn't a bit surprised to learn that you were vice president and chairman of the board.
Why don't you sit down there, Mr. Dollar? It's the best chair in the place.
Thanks.
Cigar? Cigarette?
No, I have these, thanks.
Lighter right there at your right.
Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Scottman?
You can run along for tonight, Evelyn. No more to do.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Good night, Evelyn. I understand you've handled several matters for our company, Mr. Dollar.
Yes, sir. I was just going over it in my mind. I believe the last one was the San Antonio case.
Yes, Mark San Antonio. Yes. You handled that very well, Mr. Dollar. I want you to know I appreciate your reputation in the field.
Nice of you to mention it. I'm curious, Mr. Scottman. I rarely work directly with an insurance company. Usually I'm hired by the adjusting agency.
And let's say this is a little idea on my own. Only one person knows about it so far. You will be the second. Board of directors might not exactly approve what I'm about to propose, but I feel some action should be taken. I have some good whiskey in that cabinet.
No, thanks. Not now.
Yes. Well, this case involves David Perling, who, despite what the newspapers reported yesterday, is still very much alive. You say you saw the item in the papers?
Yes, something about him being killed in a boating accident in Florida, I think.
The story was erroneous. It'll be retracted.
Oh?
Fact of the matter is, Mr. Perling was already on his way back to New York, safe and sound when that report came out. The boat that he'd been fishing from did have a boiler explosion, but no one was killed. Well, these things sometimes happen, I guess.
Oh, sure they do.
However, it was printed all over the country. As you know, David Perling is highly regarded in financial circles. And that is the reason I asked you to come in and talk to me. Did you see the stock exchange figures yesterday?
Well, I don't pay too much attention to them, Mr. Scottman.
I do. We do, as an insurance company. That report of Perling's death affected several commodities listed on the New York Exchange. Companies in which he holds varying positions. Positions that would, if, say, the report of his death were engineered for that specific purpose, allow certain people to risk very little money and make a great deal of money.
Just a minute, sir. Certain people? Are you talking about Perling?
I don't know who I'm talking about, really. I'd like you to find that out. Find out, among other things, if the situation has been taken advantage of in any way.
This isn't exactly in my line, Mr. Scottman.
I think it is, Mr. Dollar. I'll come right out with it. Eastern Liability has considerable investment in some of the commodities that could be affected. We, or let's put it this way, I want to know where we stand. I want to know if we've been cheated or are about to be cheated.
I had dinner with Morton Scottman at his club. He acquainted me with the several companies involved in the matter and supplied me with stock exchange information that would be valuable in making comparisons in case the action he anticipated ever happened. An hour later, I was at the airport. Expense account item 1, $123.69, airfare and incidentals from Hartford to Key West, Florida. I arrived at 4 o'clock in the morning, found a hotel, and had 6 hours sleep.
At 11:30, I was standing in the office of a bluff, red-faced man named Peyton. He happened to be the managing editor of a newspaper.
All the way from Hartford, Connecticut, eh? Well, welcome to Key West. What can I do for you?
Tell me about this story.
A Perlin story, huh?
Yeah.
You a lawyer?
No.
You here to make trouble?
Just find out something about how that story got into print, that's all.
We're retracting today. What do you want us to do? Wear sackcloth and ashes?
Well, I'm not here to file a suit. I just want some information about the story.
You can sit down if you want to.
My thanks.
Find Gracie Edwards, will you? Right. Well, about like the newspaper story, except for the mistake.
That was a pretty good-sized mistake, Mr. Peyton.
Perlin was here for a week to 10 days. He had an idea he could catch some tarpon or sailfish. He chartered a boat called the Yatwacha day before yesterday. Just heading in for the landing, somehow the fuel ignited and she blew up. Everybody thought Perlin was still aboard her.
Who was aboard her?
It's the skipper. He came out of it all right. Harbor patrol boat picked him up.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Everybody thought Perlin had been aboard as usual and was lost. The skipper wasn't in any shape to tell it differently then. After all, Perlin had been going out on her every day. We all knew that.
Where was Perlin?
He's sleeping in his room when all of this happened. Got up about 3 o'clock, checked out, took a train back to New York. Story come out in the evening edition.
Your reporter, the one who wrote it up, I'd like to see him.
It's a her.
Well, how did she get the story?
He was right there.
Right where? What do you mean?
Down at the sailfish landing when the Yatwacha come in.
That a regular beat?
Well, town this size, we don't have beats.
But your reporter was there when the boat caught fire?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Gracie Edwards.
How long has she been a reporter?
A couple of years, give or take a month. Hope you didn't come down here to run her over the coals, though. She's had enough of it, Dollar. For me, it's my job, not yours.
Okay. Where do you eat lunch around here?
Bluefin Bar and Grill, about a half block down this side of the street. Dipped beef and apple pie, if you like that kind of thing. Oh, hi, Gracie. This is Johnny Dollar. Gracie Edwards.
Hello, Mr. Dollar.
Hi.
Mr. Dollar's come all the way from Hartford to ask you some question about the Perlin story, Gracie. You want to talk to him?
Do I have to?
Up to you, honey.
Who are you? What do you want to know?
I'm an insurance investigator. I want to know how the story got into print without being verified.
Well, that's a straight enough answer. Who do you investigate your insurance for?
Eastern Liability and Trust Company at the moment.
Yeah, he's got business cards and everything.
Yeah, he looks like he might do that kind of work.
Well, if you're going to talk to him, find someplace else. I've got work to do.
How about some lunch, Miss Edwards?
How about that?
Oh, get out.
Expense account item 2, $2, 2 lunches for Gracie Edwards and myself at the Bluefin Bar and Grill. She was a short, stocky woman in her early 30s. She had a fresh-looking face and fiery red hair. She didn't strike me as the kind of reporter who'd make a bad mistake.
I did it the way any cub would have, only worse. I had a 3 o'clock deadline. I wanted to make it. I could have waited till the skipper came to, said Perling wasn't aboard. I could have contacted Perling's hotel, found out he was safely there. I didn't do any of that. I just phoned in my story. You know the rest. Every wire service in the country picked it up. Guess I was lucky I wasn't fired.
Mm-hmm. You want another glass of beer?
No, thanks. You've been pretty nice. I'm sure you're not all insurance investigator. Notice I haven't asked you exactly what you're investigating.
Yeah, I noticed that.
You gonna tell me?
Possibly. Right now, something worries me. You were down at the landing when the boat caught fire?
Yeah.
You go down there often?
It's more or less my beat.
Oh?
What?
I didn't think a reporter'd have a beat in a town this size.
I said more or less. I like to go down there in mid-afternoon when the boats are coming back. The water's blue and fresh. Usually a good offshore breeze blowing. If they caught any big fish, the flags are up. It's a place to go. I'm romantic.
Good. Suppose we go there. 2:30 now. Want to see some of those boats come in? Expense account item 3, $1, 1 cab, transporting myself and Gracie Edwards, reporter, to Sailfish Landing, or as near as we could get. The last 500 yards, we had to walk on the planking between the slips. Now, tell me, where was the Yatwacha when she blew up?
Over there. About there.
Uh-huh. Where were you?
Right here. I was sitting right there.
Looking out to sea?
Uh-huh.
How long had you been here?
Oh, an hour or so.
That was day before yesterday?
Yes.
She blew up there. You phoned in your story before 3 o'clock?
Yeah, right before 3.
Where's the yacht watcher now?
They raised her this morning, towed her over the repair docks. That's around the point.
That's kind of funny.
What's funny?
Well, I guess I didn't hear it right. You saw her get in trouble. You were right here. Then you went and phoned in your story.
That's right.
Where'd you phone it in?
What?
Last phone I saw was at the tavern before we came on the docks. High heels running over these slips. Take quite a while to get to it.
I used a phone in town.
How'd you get there?
Cab.
You had one waiting?
Look, suppose I did.
Suppose you didn't, Miss Edwards. Suppose you weren't even here. If you were, where's the sunburn? Every redhead on earth burns up in an hour when the sun's like this, unless you're an exception.
I don't think I like this.
I don't like it much myself. But I have to find out something. I'd like to find out from you. I hope I can. If I can't, I'll have to find out from someone else. Maybe the man who owned the boat, the man who ran it, someone around here.
I'm going.
Wait a minute. I'm not just throwing words around. The boat was probably insured, and it'll probably have a claim on it, and I'll probably know the adjuster who was sent to work the claim. I'll talk to him and tell him what I'm thinking. I'll find out about this one way or another, Miss Edwards. But I think you can help me. Now, you're a good reporter. You would have waited to see if Perling was aboard. You would have checked his hotel. You would have, in spite of a 3 o'clock deadline, you would have made sure he was or wasn't aboard that boat. All right, Miss Edwards. Did somebody pay you to file that story? I just want to know that.
Somebody paid me. Yes.
Okay. I'll take you back now. We don't have to mention this again.
Yeah, okay. In case it comes up, though.
Yeah?
Mr. Perling paid me. Paid me to print the story he was dead.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the affairs of Wall Street follow the current trend in cheating and mayhem. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Ready with your call to Hartford.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Scottman, Johnny Dollar. Hope I didn't get you up.
No. I've been very anxious to hear from you.
Well, I thought I'd better call, Mr. Scottman. I just found out that David Perling paid a reporter here in Key West to print that story about his death. I see. I can be in New York at 7 tomorrow morning. Could you meet me there sometime? I can meet you at Idlewild. My plane comes in at 7:20.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. Expense account continued. Item 3, $98.09. Airfare and incidentals, including board and room, Key West to New York City. Mort Scottman was in the airport coffee shop having tea and toast in the best tradition of a vice president. He looked shaved, rested, and fresh.
Would you like some breakfast, Mr. Dollar?
Just coffee for now, thanks.
Cup of coffee, please. Well, we seem to have made nice connections. Not 7:30 yet.
Yeah. Mr. Scottman, the reporter in Key West who printed that story about David Perling was paid $100 in cash to do it. Perling paid her to file an erroneous story that he had been killed in a boating accident.
You said cash?
Yeah, that's right, cash. No check. No way to prove it one way or another. Just the reporter's word. And she said she'd deny it if anybody else asked her. Disclaim the whole thing.
Well, where does that put us?
Well, look, Perling had to pay somebody to fire that boat. Probably the skipper, I don't know. But it's an angle if you're thinking about legal lines.
Yes, very good. Of course, the boat would demand explanation.
Oh, let's let it go for the moment. I noticed a retraction disclaiming the story of Perling's death is in every paper this morning. It was in all of last night's papers, too. Now, if the story could affect the stock market, when would it show up?
Today, at the latest.
There was no action yesterday?
Not on the exchange, no.
How do you feel about this whole thing now?
In view of the fact you've ascertained that Perling himself arranged for his own death report to be published, I can only assume that he did it for one reason. To take advantage of some brisk trading that would occur because of such a report.
But there's been nothing of that so far. Tell me, Mr. Scottman, in the event this does happen, what would you do?
I don't know exactly. Possibly report the matter to the exchange and see if Perling could be prosecuted for manipulation.
Well, let's go over there and see what's what. Item 4, $5. Cab fare for myself and Morton Scottman to Wall Street and the New York Stock Exchange. Since I didn't understand too much about the board, I simply sat and kept an eye on Scottman. The pinstripe suit, the Homburg, the tie, the shirt, the glasses. Somehow he tickled me. I was beginning to like the guy. About 15 minutes before the place closed, he cleared his throat and touched my arm.
I suspicioned wrong, Mr. Dollar. There's been no manipulation on the exchange. I thought certainly if there had been any, it would appear in that Alabama company. I was wrong, and I apologize for taking up your time.
You're paying for it. Besides, I'm glad you did. Shall we go?
Yeah. Where?
Well, we know he didn't have the story printed to cheat on the market, but we still have the same old question.
What's that?
Why did Perling pay that reporter to say he was dead?
The reporter lied to you. You've been lied to before, I'm sure.
Oh, sure, and by experts. But she wasn't a good one, not even halfway good. So I still believe her story.
You believe that board up there?
I believe that, too.
Well, then?
Perling had a reason for getting such a story printed. I want to find out about it. Expense account item 5, $4. Lunch for Morton Scottman and myself. After lunch, I checked into the New Weston. Item 6, $50 deposit, car rental. A phone call to the offices of David Perling gave me the information that Mr. Perling was at his home on Long Island. I drove out there. A small estate greened up with all the lush things that happen there this time of the year. As I reached the place, I noticed a group of people in white flannels and dark blue jackets mixing cocktails on the terrace. One of them I recognized from previous newspaper pictures as David Perling. A middle-aged woman with iron gray hair and the figure of a 16-year-old girl opened the door. She looked from behind dark glasses disapprovingly.
Yes?
How do you do? I'd like to see Mr. Perling, if I may.
I'm Mrs. Perling. May I help you?
Well, this is a business matter, Mrs. Perling. My name's Dollar, Eastern Liability and Trust Company.
Well, he's not in now. I suggest you call his office and explain the nature of your business to his secretary. Good day, Mr. Dollar.
Look, I know he's here. I saw him as I drove up.
You're both impertinent and rude.
I'm sure he'll see me if you give him my name and tell him I just came back from Key West. And that I had a long talk with a newspaper reporter down there.
Since you saw so much as you drove up, you might have noticed that we're entertaining guests, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, I noticed that.
Wait here.
I stood there a moment on the wide colonial porch and wondered what made me such a social outcast. A man who was tending the grounds walked by and turned on the sprinkling system. He waved at me, and I waved back. I felt better. On the terrace, I could hear the tinkle of glasses and a little laughter now and then. Finally, David Perling showed up. He was a tall man with a hairline that started about an inch above the heaviest eyebrows I've ever seen. Two-tone shoes, white flannels, and a Mexican sports shirt fitted in with the broad shoulders and wide-mouthed grin that came off just briefly when he looked at me.
My wife told me to throw you out. Can you think of any reason why I shouldn't?
I'm about 10 pounds lighter than you, but I might be a good 15 years younger.
Tell me what you want, kiddo, and then get out of here.
I want you to tell me why you paid Gracie Edwards $100 to print a story about you being dead.
Who are you, anyway?
Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator.
What's all this to you?
An investigation.
There's no way you can prove I paid that girl to print that story.
I know that. I was telling a friend of mine today that something probably could be proved about the boat, if it had to be. Then the reporter thing had come out. I don't know. You see, Eastern Liability had an idea that you might have had that story printed to cause a little action on the stock market.
Who at Eastern Liability?
I'll keep that to myself.
Well, doesn't make any difference anyhow. They're way off base. Or can't you figure that part?
That's why I'm here. I figured that part.
Suppose I told you I don't know what you're talking about.
I'd ask you all over again. Tell you about a reporter and a boat.
Dollar, you've gone this far, and it's probably as far as you're going. I'm not going to tell you anything. At least anything specific. I will tell you this much. I paid the reporter in cash. I paid the boatman the same way. Whatever reason I had, it was a good one. Meant to harm no one.
You're sure about that, Mr. Perling?
As sure as I'm going inside right now and mix another batch of martinis.
For the second time in a matter of minutes, I was standing on a porch feeling like Typhoid Mary. Somehow I halfway believed David Perling. I also halfway believed that whatever reason he had meant something to me. All halfway thinking. If you want to be left alone, you don't slam a door once or even twice. You invite the asker of the question in, give him a drink, introduce him to your friends, slap him on the back, and lie through your teeth. You don't tell a man to leave, because that's the best way in the world to make him keep coming. So I waved at the friendly gardener once more, climbed into my rented car, drove back to the New Weston, and sat down with a magazine. Johnny Dollar.
This is Celia Perling, Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Mrs. Perling.
I think I should like to talk to you, Mr. Dollar. David told me why you were at the house.
Mm-hmm.
I'm downstairs in the lobby.
I'll be right down, Mrs. Perling.
I had to drive some friends in tonight, and I thought I'd stop and have this chat with you.
I'm glad you did.
Somewhat embarrassing, after the way I acted at the house.
Oh, well, suppose we forget that part, Mrs. Perling. Does Mr. Perling know that you're here?
No, I'll tell him when I get home. There's something I must know.
What's that?
You aren't just a sensation seeker or something like that, are you?
Mrs. Perling, let me answer you this way. You came to me. How you found me, I don't know, but you did. You also found out I'm a legitimate investigator interested in facts, am I right?
David called a friend of his with the Allied Bureau, and they told him you were an insurance investigator.
And they also told you that when I work a case in New York, I generally stay at the New Weston. Is that about it?
I'd like to ask you a question. Are you going to continue with this matter, the one you discussed with my husband this afternoon?
I suppose I am.
You mean you believe there was something ulterior in David having that story printed?
Well, let's say I believe his answers about it were unsatisfactory. I'm the fellow who's supposed to find out why.
Why?
It's my job.
I can assure you there wasn't anything wrong about it at all. It was a rather personal matter and certainly could harm no one.
I'm glad to hear that. I heard it once before, though. Your husband said it to me today in practically the same words.
Would you like to buy me a drink?
Sure. Come on. We walked through the lobby to the cocktail lounge without a word. We sat down without a word, and I ordered a couple of bourbons and water. Still no word. All around us, people poured drinks, laughed, and talked. I glanced at Mrs. Perling from time to time and wore the blankest expression I knew how. Finally, it worked. She began in a small voice.
We have a daughter, Mr. Dollar. Her name's Eugenia. Jeannie, we call her.
Mm-hmm.
She's the reason for that story in the papers.
Tell me about it.
It's not easy, you know. It's admitting a prominent defeat to explain it. David and myself are considered quite capable people. Capable at most everything. Business, home. Capable of everything except raising a child into a woman. I'd rather not go into the faults that we have, Mr. Dollar.
No need to.
Are they that obvious?
Oh, I didn't mean that. I just mean it seems painful for you to even discuss this.
I'll say it this way. We've had too much money and too little time to put it on Jeannie. Now we're suffering for it.
How do you mean?
Jeannie got sick and tired of being alone and unattended and not understood. She left home a year ago, and we haven't seen her or heard from her since. She left a note saying that we never would. I suppose we deserve it.
Well, I wouldn't try to judge that.
We have no idea where she is, what she's doing, even if she's with someone. We just know she's gone. It's really quite ridiculous. Now that Jeannie's gone, we know how much we wanted her around.
What about the police?
Well, we didn't go to the police. I think you can understand why. I mean the publicity.
Who did you go to?
The Aimwell agency. They've been working on it.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of them. Any luck?
Not a sign of her. Do you understand now?
Well, I don't understand everything. I'm sorry she's missing. But about the story in the paper...
Well, Davy arranged that. I mean that his death would be reported. It was a crazy thing to do, I suppose, but we've tried everything else. He thought that if he were reported dead, Jeannie, wherever she was, would see the story and possibly contact me. You see, it's unbearable knowing she's alive somewhere, hating us this way. We wanted another chance.
No luck?
No luck. Not a word. Not a word.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the trap is all baited. And guess who walks in? Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Your number's ringing now, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, swell.
Aimwell Agency.
Aimwell Detectives?
Yes? Who are you calling, please?
Want to talk to Mr. Aimwell. My name's Johnny Dollar.
This is Aimwell.
I understand your agency's been looking for the Perling girl for about a year now.
Oh, you do, huh? And who told you that?
Mrs. Perling.
I never heard of you, or her, or a girl. So long.
This is the operator. Were you cut off, Mr. Dollar? I'll call them back.
Never mind. Call me a cab, honey. I'll talk to them in person.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. Item 7, $3 cab fare, my hotel to the office of the Aimwell Agency. A red-headed girl at the switchboard looked me over like I was a car she didn't want to buy. I told her my name and that I wanted to see Niles Aimwell. She told me to sit down and wait. 3 minutes later, she waved me down a long, carpeted corridor. I followed directions. A typewriter clacked somewhere. Men in those suits with the little shoulders and hem stitching for lapels moved in and out of offices. It looked more like an advertising office than a detective agency. Finally, I opened a door and stepped into a small room that was decorated in gray. Gray walls, gray carpeting, gray draperies. A desk, a brass lamp, a filing cabinet, and a man were there. He didn't get up when I walked in, but slouched back in his chair and let his bald head rest against the wall.
You're kind of determined, aren't you?
I suppose so. You're Aimwell?
Mm-hmm. On the phone, I told you I didn't know what you were talking about. Now I'll tell you again. Don't slam the door when you go out.
What are you paying rent here? If I've got it figured right, you wish you weren't paying it. But then a place like this draws a snappier crowd of clients, so what you've got in the end is more clients and more rent, no more money for yourself.
Now that you've said all that, will you get out of here?
I know one of those snappy clients happens to be the Perlings. I know you've been trying to find their daughter. This is my ID. This is my license, bond, letter of authority from Eastern Liability. Now, 2 days ago, the papers carried a story that David Perling was killed in a boating accident in Key West.
That was a lot of baloney. It was retracted.
I know that, but I talked to a reporter down in Key West who told me Perling paid to have that story about himself printed. My client had an idea Perling might have done it to set up the stock market for a killing. Mrs. Perling told me he did it in the hope his missing daughter would see the story in the papers and contact home. Now, what have you got to say?
Here's your stuff.
One other thing. Perling the kind of man who'd pull a trick like that?
Ask him. You got a way about you I don't like.
Well, that's too bad. But in between the time I called and the time I got here, you had time to call the Perlings on the phone and ask about me. They said it was all right to tell me what I wanted to know. If there was a daughter, if you'd been hired to look for her. If you don't tell me, you might jeopardize the part of the rent the Perlings pay for you.
Now, look, Dollar.
I've got something else you aren't going to like. I might just want to see your operative's report on the case. I might have the idea that if you've been looking for her this long, you might just be dragging it out a little bit. You know, the rent money, it's due every month.
Get Mr. or Mrs. Perling on the phone right away. I hope they tell me to throw you out on your ear.
Well, while we're waiting, let's get back to the questions. Where have you looked? What have you done?
We pulled a case 11 months ago, almost to the day. The girl's 5'5", 114 pounds, no visible scars, no glasses. Black hair, brown eyes. She's 24, will be 25 next month. We thought we had her located in Muncie, Toledo, Detroit, Fort Worth, and Pueblo. We think she's traveling alone. We think she's a little girl who was fed up to here with Mama and Daddy and just struck out for herself.
But you haven't found her.
5 men have been looking on 8-hour shifts, 7 days a week for 11 months to the day. 5 men, 11 months, 7 days a week, and I'm one of the 5. My feet hurt, my head aches most of the time. My wife's thinking about divorcing me. And then you walk in here and plant yourself in my office. You're suggesting maybe I can go out and find her just like that. Well, I can't. Nobody can. So I want you to know I kind of resent that remark about how I'm laying down on the job. And if you don't take it back, I'll have to cave in the side of the wall with you. What do you got to say, Dollar?
I take it back, Mr. Aimwell.
Sit down and have yourself a smoke. Hello? Well, hello, Mrs. Perling. Mr. Dollar's in my office now. Yes, I'll cooperate with him. Yes, Mrs. Perling, I understand. He explained it all to me. Yes, ma'am. The whole file, everything. How would you like somebody to bring up a bottle of cold beer?
Oh, I'd like that fine, Mr. Amwell. Niles Amwell, in between complaining about the abundance of bad private operatives in the detective business, showed me how good he was. The Jeannie Perling file was a comprehensive day-to-day report on the investigation. His discouragement in the case was understandable. The only thing that meant something was the picture of Jeannie Perling. Coal-black hair over a fresh white-skinned face. Dark eyes, a nice smile. Somehow, not my idea of the daughter that would belong to David Perling. Too old, too young, or too something. I couldn't put my finger on it. If I had been able to, I could have ended this expense account right here. As it was, I spent $100,000. Somebody else's money, sure. But I spent it just the same.
Well, Mr. Dollar, I'm certainly surprised at this development. You say Perling's daughter is missing?
That's right, Mr. Scottman. And I'm convinced that the detective agency he's had looking for her have been doing just that.
Well, then, I'm relieved to know you got to the bottom of this matter. I'm sorry, of course, for Mr. and Mrs. Perling. But, as I say, relieved that there was no attempted financial manipulation. I think then I can call you off the case. There is no case now.
Nope, guess not. And that's the way it stood at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I told Mr. Scottman I'd send him a bill. We shook hands, and he wandered off to see if he could get a night flight back to Hartford. I went up to my room to pack and was folding a shirt all wrong when it struck me that I suddenly didn't believe anything or anybody. The idea that there was money in it somewhere still kept coming back to me. I couldn't shake it. I finished packing and left my bags at the desk. I wandered out and found a bar and sat down to think. After a couple of hours, nothing much occurred to me. But I did something anyhow.
Oh, hello, Dollar.
Hi.
My plane doesn't leave till 11 o'clock. I haven't had dinner yet.
I didn't come about dinner, Mr. Scottman.
Well, what is it?
Well, how does this case strike you?
Eh?
A phony death report, a missing girl, a stock market manipulation that didn't come off. How does it strike you?
Well, very neat, if that's a phrase I can use, Mr. Dollar. We had a question with serious implications to it. We have an answer now. That's what we wanted.
But it's too neat.
I'm not sure I know quite what you mean.
Look, you first called me in because it was halfway in your mind that Perling's alleged death was for the purpose of making money on the market. Now, why did you think that?
It was a possibility.
But what else? What about Perling?
What do you mean?
Do you know him? Ever met him? Do you think he was capable of a thing like that?
Not now. No. I have proof from you that wasn't his reason at all.
But you thought so before you had that proof. You suspected it.
Suppose I did, yes.
Well, I didn't know him from a load of coal, but I always figured there's money in it somewhere. And I've met David Perling. He doesn't seem like the kind of man who'd worry about a grown daughter who didn't like him and ran away. Just didn't seem that way.
Oh, here now. A detective agency working on the case, a story in the paper.
But no police, Mr. Scottman. No bulletins. No 100% effort to find her. Why?
I suppose you have a good point.
I'm sure I have a good point, Mr. Scottman. Money's always a good point. But what money, how, why, I don't know. I can't answer those questions. I wish I could. If I could, I'd know that a man like Dave Perling was lying through his teeth if he told me he wanted his daughter back safe at home. I'd know why he was lying. I know I'm just talking and getting nowhere right now, but... Well, I thought I'd better tell you what was on my mind.
Yes, well, you've certainly done that. Now what?
That's up to you.
Oh. Well, if you feel so strongly about this, I think then you should continue. I thought it was ended, but in view of the circumstances, continue. By all means, continue.
Well, Dollar?
Well, you're working late.
Yeah, I'd rather stay here than go home sometimes. Most of the time.
Hey, well, we might be seeing quite a bit of each other.
How did you know? Perling told me to contact you. You're pretty cute, Dollar.
Tell me why.
You hardly ever run across a picture of a girl you'd like to look at as much as this Perling dame.
Oh, I might have.
You know, you kid me most of the time, and I'm an old slob who stands around with hardly any fast answers. But you aren't kidding me this time, Pally. You show it all over. If I walked in a place and I seen a girl as nice looking as this, and I had any business with her, I'd be the luckiest guy in the world. Now, there are women and there are women. But if that picture means anything, boy, she's a woman. And you want to meet her, right?
Sure I want to meet her, but you're getting romantic.
And if I saw but didn't have any business with her, just saw, I'd go take a walk around the block before I talked to anybody. Yeah, I know. And I don't blame you. You're a very lucky fella. You're going to see her. That's why Perling asked me to contact you.
Huh?
Here. Came in about an hour ago. One of our men located her.
Where?
She's in New Orleans.
He handed me the wire, and I read it over. Then I looked at him, he looked at me. I didn't ask any questions. He didn't say a word. It was a wonderful make-believe world, but it really didn't exist. Too neat and too tidy. And we all know the world's full of bumps. Ever hear of Mount Everest?
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow? Well, once you get in on a joke, you do what they tell you. You go along with a gag. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Dave Perling, Mr. Dollar. I want to talk to you.
Hello, Mr. Perling.
Mr. Amwell tells me you're in his office looking into my private affairs.
If investigating the matter I came here for involves your private affairs, I guess I did that.
I should be irritated, I suppose. And I guess I'm not. When can I see you?
Most any time. How about today?
I'll be at my house all day long.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar To Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. Item 9, 10 cents, one phone call to Morton Scottman advising him that Jeannie Perling had been located in New Orleans by one of Aimwell's operatives. Mr. Scottman thought that over for a while and then assumed it would be in the best interests of Eastern Liability to make certain this was the truth. I told Mr. Scottman I intended to do just that. Item 10, $5, cab fare from the New Weston Hotel to the home of David Perling.
Hi. Come on in.
The man who opened the door wasn't a servant. He wore a dark blue double-breasted suit. He smelled of cigars and bourbon, and private detectives stuck out all over him. He jammed a pudgy finger in the general direction of what later turned out to be the library, and I followed. The room we went into was empty, except for us. As far as I could see or hear, the rest of the house was empty, too. The man in the blue suit sat down on a leather sofa and pointed to a quart of bourbon that had just come out of a sack.
You must be this Dollar guy, huh?
Yeah.
Mr. Perling will be along in a minute. He asked me to say hello to you. By the way, my name's Brad Copeland. I'm one of Niles' men. Niles Aimwell?
That's great. Where is Niles?
He's with Mr. Perling. They'll be along. Sit down, relax. They said they thought it was about time for a little conference.
What for? The girl's been found, hasn't she?
Oh, sure. Now they gotta figure some other things out.
I'll bet.
You don't believe much of this, do you?
Nope.
Well, then I'll put it this way. I'm the guy who found Jeannie Perling. How about it now?
Okay. Look, I got put on this thing because an insurance company executive thought Perling might have had a false death report made on him to juggle some things in the stock market.
Oh, that story in the papers about Perling dying, huh?
Yeah, Perling paid to have that story printed, all right, but not for any stock market angles. He did it to try and scare up this daughter of his who scrammed away from home a year ago. Now, I found that hard to believe, even after I talked to Niles Aimwell and he told me the agency had been hired to find the girl a year ago. I suppose you're one of the men who's been looking.
Yeah, that's about it. No luck, either. And yesterday morning comes a phone call. I don't know who it is, tells me where she's living, what name she's using in New Orleans. I scram down there by plane and check it out. It's all true. So I come back here, and here I am. Conference.
You found her on a tip from somebody you don't know? Man or woman?
Always a man's voice. Wonderful, ain't it, what happens sometimes?
How does it look to you?
Like a sealed freight car full of nothing. That's the girl down there in UO, all right. I managed that. I picked up her prints and checked them with what we had to go on. But what's what, I don't know.
What's Aimwell going to do now?
That's why the conference. We see what we'll see. Relax.
I tried to do that, but I didn't do very well. Copeland settled to his bourbon, and I picked up and laid down a half a dozen magazines, smoked 2 cigarettes, paced up and down. Finally, I heard a door open somewhere, and Niles Aimwell and David Perling walked in the room. Then Aimwell motioned Copeland to his feet, and both of them left the room without a word. David Perling and I were alone.
How much do they pay you, Dollar?
Oh, I'm paid well enough. What's that got to do with it?
I was just curious, is all. You seem like a competent man. As a matter of fact, the most competent I've met, and that includes Mr. Aimwell and Mr. Copeland. By the way, I just fired them.
Really?
I don't think I need them anymore now that I know where Jeannie is.
Oh?
You've had an extraordinary interest in my affairs lately. I'm willing to bet that you won't leave me alone until you're satisfied about my daughter.
You'd be right.
I want Jeannie to come home. Here, where she belongs.
Why don't you go get her?
I think that might be difficult under the circumstances. I'm afraid she bears considerable rancor for myself and Mrs. Perling. Perhaps someone like you could, persuade her that it would be the best thing to do.
I go down to New Orleans and get her?
Exactly.
I was going anyway.
Oh? Why?
Well, offhand, you don't seem like the father who's happy to know that his daughter, whom he hasn't seen or heard from in a year, is alive and well. You haven't made a move to go and pick her up yourself. Also, she was found too soon and too fast after I got in on the picture.
You can stop right there. I'm sure I wouldn't even attempt to explain any of those things.
I didn't think you would. Or could. I'm on my way to New Orleans, Mr. Perling, to get your daughter. I think she'd be crazy if she came back here, but I'll take it up with her.
Do that.
I wonder if you'd like to try to explain something else for me.
What?
Why you were feeling me out a couple of minutes ago to see if I'd buy off.
Get out of here. Get out.
Why not? Expense account item 11, $113.15. Airfare, incidentals, New York to New Orleans, Louisiana. The temperature was exactly 28 degrees hotter when I landed. In the cab from the field, I peeled off my coat and loosened my tie and took off my hat. I walked into the lobby of the Roosevelt Hotel that way. Everyone else seemed cool enough in linens and tropicals. Everyone except myself and a big blonde giant of a man leaning against the CNS ticket counter.
Boy, take Mr. Dollar to 511.
The giant smiled when he saw me and stuck out his hand.
Well, I'm certainly glad to see you. We thought you'd never get here. Hope you had a pleasant trip.
I was okay.
I know you're tired and hot and would like to wash up a little and refresh yourself, but the rest of the boys are headquartered in 810. They're mighty anxious to meet you. Mighty anxious. Us Delta cotton growers are going to make it or break it at this convention. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We sure are, aren't we?
As soon as you're cleaned up, you come right over. We have a drink, and I'll show you around the town.
Yeah, that'll be swell. 8:10?
8:10. About an hour?
About an hour.
I'll see you.
Hey, clerk.
Yes, sir?
How long have the Delta cotton growers been in town?
Delta cotton growers? Well, they had their convention last month, sir.
Who's registered in 810?
We have no 810, sir.
I'd done someone dirty. When he came over with a hand out in front, I was supposed to say, "You got the wrong fellow. My name's Dollar." But I made him play it out for a particular reason. He wanted to know who I was, and he didn't quite know. But then I wanted to know who he was, and I didn't quite know. I wanted to know him because of that .38 strapped under his left arm. It bulged out just enough to make me curious. By 7:30, I'd eaten dinner and found an address on Ursuline Street, the address where Jeannie Perling was living. The mailbox carried that name. It was one of those unpainted apartment houses in the French Quarter, full of heat and low-watt light bulbs. The girl who opened the door was a medium-sized blonde, and she wore a black dress. The girl I was looking for had coal black hair.
Yes?
How do you do? My name's Johnny Dollar. I came here to see Jeannie Perling.
Come in, please. You're a friend of Jean's?
In a way, I just came from New York.
You know her father, then?
Yes.
Oh. I'm Janice Floyd, Jean's roommate. This way. Careful, it's a little dark.
Sure. Maybe I had the feeling when I saw the black dress, but I knew I had it when Janice Floyd turned and led me through the two large rooms that made the apartment. I thought that was the end of it, but there was one more room. The blonde girl stood to one side so I could see in. The perspiration began to trickle down my face. I knew what was coming.
Here she is, Mr. Dollar.
She was there, all right. As lovely and as young and beautiful as the picture. There was a candle burning at her head and feet. And she was dead. I don't know how long I stood there in that dark room staring down at her. I think there were other people in there, too. Dark people, heads bowed, hands folded in front of them, all looking at her. How did it happen?
Leukemia. You know... Didn't you know her very long?
No, as a matter of fact, Miss Floyd, I didn't ever know her. I certainly didn't know she was dead when I came here tonight. I hardly expected...
She asked that it be this way. But who are you?
I'm an insurance investigator.
From her father?
Not exactly, no.
Oh, yes, I see it now. You aren't the first one who's been here looking for her. There have been others. Detectives and lawyers trying to get her to go back.
What?
If he'd loved her, if they'd loved her for just one unselfish moment, she would still be there. Well, Mr. Dollar, she's where her father can't bother her anymore. You tell him that when you go back to New York. Tell him he can stop hiring lawyers and detectives to find her. Now, get out.
Expense account item 13, $5, the usual charge in any city for having a legal document copied and photostated. A death certificate verifying the fact that the girl had died on the 20th day of the month. A medical report attached to the certificate named the cause of death as leukemia. I had copies of all these legal documents by 10 o'clock the following morning. I even went through the motions of phoning the desk and asking for a bill and making a plane reservation for that night. I had a feeling someone would be very interested to see me take care of all those things, and I was right. The big blonde man with the .38 happened to be in one corner of the lobby when I paid my bill. He also happened to be at the airport when I picked up my ticket, but then he got careless. I walked through the gate, waited 2 minutes, and slipped back to grab a cab in front, just in time to see him wheel a battered convertible out of the parking lot and head back for town. I followed in my cab. He went to the Ursuline Street address. 2 minutes later, he came out. Expense account, item 14, $8. I let my cab go and strolled up to him just as he was getting in his car. Hiya.
What?
Look, we've been playing games long enough, don't you think? Well?
Why don't you go back to New York and do what you have to do?
Deliver this death certificate? I don't believe it.
You saw her dead, didn't you?
Still don't believe it.
That's too bad, because that's the way it is.
He got in his car, started it up, drove away. I stood there and watched him go. Money, I kept saying to myself. Money. There's money in it somewhere. Plain old money.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, there's still money in it. More money than it takes to save a life. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the final episode of this week's story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Janice Floyd, Mr. Dollar.
Hello.
I understand you don't quite believe that Jeannie Perling is dead.
That's about right.
I'm really not concerned one way or the other what you believe or disbelieve. I do know that I've been through quite an ordeal lately, and if you have any plans for interfering or bothering me in any way, I'll call the police.
All right.
I hope you understand that.
I do.
Well then, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. I wrote to Morton Scottman at Eastern Liability, and I explained the circumstances under which I had arrived in New Orleans and located Jeannie Perling. I enclosed her death certificate and the medical statement.
I also reported on the conduct of her ex-roommate, Janice Floyd. Then I sat down and called Janice on the phone.
Hello?
This is Johnny Dollar, Miss Floyd.
Yes.
I think it's time we had a talk.
Mr. Dollar, we have nothing to discuss.
I think we have.
What?
How you're being taken.
Taken? By whom?
By a couple of people.
Goodbye,
Look,
Mr.
don't hang up on me, Miss Floyd. I came down here to find Jean Perling. I'm with an insurance company. It was my job to check on a story her father told. Finding her was part of it. Let me come over and talk to you.
I'll be home tonight.
The apartment was 6 blocks from the hotel. I walked it for a reason. All kinds of people have followed me at one time or another, and I've followed all kinds of people. But the man who followed me off and on in New Orleans, the big blonde man with a .38, knew what he was doing. He was a professional. I made up my mind about that the first time I saw him. And I thought I was ready for him, but I wasn't. He waited until the streetlights got dim and no one was in sight. Oh! I vaguely remember that he caught me under the arms and laid me gently down on the street. That was all.
Easy, buddy, easy. You've been making too much whoopee.
Oh.
You folks visiting down here ought to be more careful.
Oh.
Get your suit all dirty. I wouldn't have found you, but my cab conked out right here.
My head, the side of my head.
You must have fallen hard. You had enough for tonight, or you want to keep going?
Oh, I've had plenty.
Yes, sir. I'll call a doctor.
No, help me. I'll be all right.
You're easy now, easy.
Thanks. What time is it?
Almost midnight.
2 hours.
Where you want to go?
Ursuline Street.
Get in, get in.
Expense account item 16, $10 to one Good Samaritan cab driver who picked me up and dropped me at Janice Floyd's apartment. I was still weaving on my feet when I tapped on the door.
Mr. Dollar, you've been hurt. Come in.
I'm all right. Packing?
Yes, I've decided to leave town. Tonight, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I thought it'd be something like that. Did a big fella, a blonde man, have anything to do with your decision to leave?
That's none of your business.
Let me tell you my business, Miss Floyd. I came down here to see Jean Perling.
You saw her. She's dead.
Yes, I saw her, dead. Yesterday, I mailed a copy of her death certificate to New York.
Well, then what else? What other business?
The man who came here yesterday and reported to you, the man who told you I'd left town and you could breathe easier again, the same man who called you later and told you I was still around, still asking questions. He's my business. He followed me on my way here tonight. He slugged me.
I don't believe you're telling me the truth.
What's his name? Any idea why he carries a gun?
Carries a gun? You're making all this up.
Why would I? I've got what I came for, or practically what I came for, legal proof of the whereabouts of one Jean Perling.
If Al hit you, he was trying to protect me.
Now listen to me. I think I have pretty much of it in hand. Now you tell me if I'm wrong. First off, you're not any Janice Floyd. I'd guess that Janice Floyd was the girl who died of leukemia. I've got her picture in my wallet. It was given to me by David Perling, who said it was his daughter.
This is all crazy.
Before you go into that, listen. I can have that body exhumed. I don't want to do it, but I will if I have to. Now, do you want me to do that?
All right. I'm Jean Perling.
And that was the Floyd girl who died?
Yes. She was sick, and, well, I knew my father had detectives looking for me. I just never wanted to see him again or go home again. It seemed if poor Janice were dying and she had no one, if she somehow had my name, and, well, I'd never be bothered with my family again.
That was a pretty idea. Was it yours?
Al and I thought of it.
Al?
Al Britt.
The blonde guy. Okay, how'd he work it?
He saw to it that Janice had my name. I know it was against the law, but well, she had no one, and if she was buried with my name, then I'd be free of my family.
Well, that took some managing.
They hate me. They always have. I want my own life.
I don't blame you. You're entitled to it. Are you sure that's what you're getting?
I'm going to marry Al, no matter what. If you go back and tell them, well, that'll be that. If you let me stay dead, I
can't let that happen.
Why not? Why not, Mr. Dollar? What harm would it do?
Let your father make a fool out of you?
I don't understand.
You're worth $100,000.
What?
Cold, hard cash. An irrevocable trust was set up on you when you were born. Comes to you when you're 25. That'll be next month.
I don't care about the money.
Now, wait a minute. In the event you should die before your 25th birthday, the money would revert to your nearest of kin.
My father?
Your father.
I'm dead on paper.
Uh-huh.
Then Al.
Somebody paid him. Probably your father. To make love to you.
Oh, no.
Get out of here, Dollar!
Al, wait!
I told you this man meant nothing but trouble.
He knows all about it.
Oh, he can't prove a thing. Get out of here, you!
Take it easy, Britt.
Al!
Yes, honey.
I know about you.
Honey, I don't know what to say.
Go. Just go, please.
He went. He looked at both of us as he went out the door. It was sort of a whip look. The way a puppy stares at you when you've caught him chewing on a slipper. I sat a while with Jean Perling. She didn't say much. There wasn't much she could say. I told her I didn't think there was any reason for her to go back to New York unless she wanted to. She said she didn't want to go, didn't know what to do at the moment, and, well, we left it at that. I went back to my hotel and tried to get some sleep. About 6 o'clock in the morning, I got up, bathed, shaved, and packed. By 7:30, I had breakfast and was just about to check out.
Hello?
Hello, Britt.
Leaving?
That's right.
I'd like to talk first.
Sure. Okay.
You messed it up fine for her and me. I tried to call her this morning and she hung up on me. I went over there, she wouldn't let me in.
I don't blame her, do you?
I guess I don't. I've decided to leave town.
Yeah, maybe that's better.
I don't know whether it is or not. You make it hard for a guy to talk.
All right, now look at it my way. This whole thing's been rotten. I met her father, and I know what kind he is. I know what he's done to her, what he'll do to her if she goes back. And then there's you, Britt, the hired man. You went in and made love to her for a salary. I didn't like it having to tell her that, and it must hurt. It must hurt pretty bad. So you see, I'm not too interested in what you might have to say or what you're going to do.
Wait. You're right reading me out this way. I deserve it. The old man found out where she was 4 months ago. I found out for him. I knew the girl she was living with had leukemia. I planned the whole switch. I put it to her the way she explained it, about being dead to keep away from her old man.
Of course, you didn't mention that $100,000 he could get his hands on once she was dead.
Oh, I didn't. But something funny happened to me, Dollar. I mean, I've done my share of dirty jobs. I've seen a lot of the human race. Taking a salary to make a sucker out of her didn't bother me at all. Not at first. And then I found out when she touched my face, I lived for that touch. And when I held her, she lived for me. I never thought it had happened to me, but it did. If you see her again, Dollar, tell her I was trying to stop it. I mean, all this part. But it was too late. Funny how things turn out, huh?
Yeah. Funny. Expense account item 17, $42.13, hotel and board bill. Item 18, $101 even, airplane ticket back to Hartford. Item 19, $1 cab fare. I stopped by her apartment on my way to the airport.
Oh, I thought you'd left, Mr. Dollar.
Well, came to say goodbye. How's it going today?
All right. I have some brandy.
No thanks. Jean.
Yes?
You going to New York?
No, I'll stay here a while. I don't want to see my father or mother.
How about Al Britt? He wants to see you.
Let's not talk about him, shall we? Do you think I'm a nice girl? Do you think my $100,000 will attract a lot of nice, eligible young men to me? Do you think
Oh, stop it. You'll burn your brakes.
Johnny.
Oh, no. Here.
I know what he did. I know why he did it. But I love him. He did his job too well.
Yeah. He could tell you what he started out to do and what happened to him with you. He could tell you if you let him.
He told you?
Yeah.
What kind of a trick is it?
No trick. Couldn't be. The guy's too mixed up. Tell you what, he'll try again. When he calls up next time, talk to him.
Why should I?
Because you may not have a mother and father or anyone else. But you do have him. And you will have him as long as he lives, if you want him. And that's what you've been looking for all your life. Someone to have. I'd take him if I were you. Item 20, $10, miscellaneous. Total expense account, $714.35. Remarks, none. Report, she took him. They were married in Tampa this morning. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's intriguing story.
Next week, a lonely girl, a fine young man, a gentle father, and one of them is a killer. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Forrest Lewis, Jeanette Nolan, Russell Thorson, Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Petruzzi, Barbara Fuller, Herbert Ellis, and Marvin Miller. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino and Carl Fortina. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Welcome to Hollywood, Mr. Dollar. This is Darrell.
Darrell?
Jim Darrell. Darrell and Clark Insurance. We wrote up the Palmquist policy.
Oh, that Darrell. For a minute I thought maybe...
Yeah, everyone does. About the policy. Understand you're worried about it.
National Underwriters is. They asked me to take a look.
Come on over and help yourself. It's a simple enough policy. $100,000 coverage on both Dr. Carl Palmquist and his wife.
It's that double indemnity clause I'm interested in. Becomes effective the end of this week, doesn't it?
That's right. Why? What's wrong?
An anonymous letter sent to underwriters. Kind of hints that somebody's going to try to collect.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to National Underwriters Association, 1180 River Road, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the long shot matter. Expense account item 1, $174.90, airfare and incidentals to Hollywood, California. A good night's sleep at the Beverly Hilton Hotel, and in the morning sunshine, Hartford's slush was only a clammy memory. Nobody walks in California, so when in Rome, item 2, $2 even, cab fare to Darrell and Clark Insurance Brokers. Beverly Hills, where else?
Come on in, Dollar. Won't be a minute. Grab a chair.
One look at the furnishings, and you knew a lot of insurance was sold here. It takes a flock of premiums to pay for the really good modern, the long, clean, functional stuff. Impressive. Jim Darrell was even more so, and I'd have bet that 90% of his policyholders were women. He seemed to be doing two things at once, shaving and keeping track of passers-by in the street outside. I watched him glance quickly out the window for the fifth time, smile happily, then make a check mark on a desk pad. I give up. What is it?
Electric shaver.
I mean the bit outside the window.
Oh, it's this year's version of counting license plates.
You playing alone?
With Clark, my partner. You see, he takes charcoal gray suits and I take Bermuda shorts. Based on strictly how many pass the window. The other side of the street doesn't count. Loser buys lunch.
Where's Clark?
Seeing a prospect. We play on the honor system.
Yeah. Mr. Darrell.
There, that's better. Yeah, palm quiz policy, huh? You want to know about it?
Well, you sound reluctant.
It's delicate.
So is this letter.
Look into palm quiz policy. You may have to pay off soon. Nice corny touch there. Letters from a magazine pasted on to form the message.
Well, the style's a little old hat, but the meaning's clear enough. You want to fill me in?
The palm quiz, Mr. Dollar? The last of one of our oldest families out here. Name, social position, money. They've got it all. That's why I'm not too impressed with this little, communique.
You were telling me about the family.
Palmquist's a doctor, an important one. Six-dish, to the manner born. Complete with iron gray hair and distinguished bearing. A, knows what he wants type of man. Has a tremendous practice and still finds time to go hunting about 2 months out of every year.
And his wife?
Invalid, confined to the house. A huge house, by the way, out near the beach. And there's a son, Eric, 25, who lives with them. That's the family.
About the policy, Darrell.
Simple enough. 100,000 straight coverage on both Dr. Palmquist and his wife.
And the beneficiaries?
Only one, the son, Eric.
For both?
For both. That's a pretty pointed grunt.
Why not? I was thinking of the double indemnity clause that'll be effective in a few days.
That's what I thought you were thinking.
Well, let me have a couple of addresses, will you? The house at the beach and Palmquist's office.
Sure. The office is only a few blocks from here. And, Dollar, please be tactful, will you? Those premiums, they're so lovely.
Well, the way to make sure they keep coming is to keep people healthy.
Yeah, I guess you have some... Hey, what do you know? Another one.
What?
Bermuda shorts. Oh. That puts me 3 up. Clark's going to scream like an eagle when he pays that lunch check. Today we eat at Romanoff's.
I walked the 4 or 5 blocks to Dr. Carl Palmquist's office. It was easy to find. You just look for the most expensive building in the most expensive part of Beverly Hills, or as the natives sometimes call it, Lootville. As I turned into the entrance, a young executive type brushed past me on the street. Suit? Charcoal gray. I hoped he wouldn't pass Darrell's window. Dr. Palmquist's office was all it should be. Tasteful, quietly lush, the kind of place that made you wonder why he didn't live right there. The nurse who came forward did nothing to destroy the thought. Blonde, complete with doe eyes, retrosé nose, and a figure that floated. Great medicine for the sick.
May I help you?
I'd like to see the doctor.
Do you have an appointment, Mr.
Dollar, Johnny Dollar. No, I haven't.
Dr. Palmquist isn't in right now.
Oh, what time will he be back?
Well, he has a 4:30 appointment.
Suppose I show at 5, then, Miss...
Lund. Steffi Lund.
Miss Lund. 5?
I can't promise anything, but you might try.
Oh, I will. I'll try like mad. Expense account item 3, $38 even. Deposit and first day's rental on a drive-it-yourself car. And driving it out along Sunset Boulevard was delightful. I had no trouble at all getting into the California spirit. I pretended that I was a movie producer going home to his starlet wife. I found the Palmquist house on a quiet dead-end street high in the Palisades overlooking the Pacific. Darrell was right. It was huge, a single-story farmhouse that seemed to ramble endlessly. Well, it was a long way to come for nothing. I walked around the side of the house, and nobody tried to stop me. I moved through an open breezeway and wished that somebody had, because suddenly I felt like an intruder. Because of the woman sitting in the wheelchair, staring vacantly down at the swimming pool that sparkled in the sunlight. Because of the way she poured a drink from the bottle beside her without ever looking at it. Because of the way she held the glass, as though she wanted you to believe it was sarsaparilla tea, not whiskey.
It isn't really medicine, you know. I only pretend that it is.
Yeah, sure. Look, I didn't mean to barge in like this. Mrs. Palmquist?
Victor says it's disgusting. Calls it a sign of weakness.
Do you feel that way, young man?
Well, nobody does anything without a reason. My name is Dollar, Mrs. Palmquist, and, well, I'd like to talk to you for a little while, if you feel up to it.
Weakness. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's...
Very sorry. Victor wouldn't like that either. Would you mind wheeling me into the house, young man? I'm very tired.
Oh, yeah, sure thing. You just relax. She leaned back in the chair and closed her eyes. She wasn't sleeping, just somewhere off in thoughts of her own. I pushed the chair toward the house as gently as I could. It wasn't until we almost reached it that I realized we had an audience. A good-looking kid in his mid-20s watching us from a bedroom window. A kid who didn't want to be seen. The way he jumped back from the window told me that. It was getting pretty weird out. Inside the house, I wheeled Mrs. Palmquist into a large living room. Gently, patiently, I tried to get her to answer a few questions, but I got nowhere. She wasn't rude, just secretive, smiling, and very far away. I was wondering how to get out gracefully when...
I'm so very sorry. I'm afraid I haven't been very attentive, have I, Mr. Dollar?
Suddenly, just as clear and lucid as that, I looked around to see what had made this almost magical change, and he was standing just inside the room, the kid I'd seen watching from the window.
Eric, come here, dear. This is my son, Eric. I'm afraid I've forgotten where you told me you were from, Mr. Dollar.
My mother's been ill, Mr. Dollar. She's not supposed to be disturbed.
Oh, now, Eric.
Oh, I am sorry. I was just leaving.
Good. I'll show you the way out.
Oh.
Maybe that would be best. You'll come back again, Mr. Dollar, when I'm feeling better.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Please make it soon. I don't seem to keep very good track of time. Another sign of weakness, I suppose.
Well,
When you show Mr. Dollar out, please come back, Paul.
Oh, yes, Mother.
You're a good son, Paul.
This way, Mr. Dollar. What do you want here? You can see she isn't well.
Yeah. It didn't take you long to go from Eric to Paul, did it?
She is not insane. You hear, Mr. Dollar?
I didn't say she was. Now, why did she call you Paul?
Paul was my older brother. He died 3 years ago. That's part of why she's like she is. A small part.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nobody's asking you to be. Just don't come back here.
I had plenty of time to kill before 5 o'clock, and a lot of things would have been pleasant. Sopping up the Malibu sun, watching the kids on the beach, you name it. But instead, I settled for a visit with an old friend, Lieutenant Berry, homicide. I wasn't just being social. Pretty sneaky, as a matter of fact. The anonymous note which underwriters had received intrigued Berry, and he promised to have it gone over by the police lab. At 5 on the dot, I was back in Dr. Palmquist's office.
Hi. You're a punctual sort of patient, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, I used to get gold stars for it at school.
Well, I'm afraid Dr. Palmquist doesn't get one. He called just a little while after you left this morning.
Oh?
Said to cancel all appointments for today, that he wouldn't be in. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so am I.
I would have called you, but I didn't know where to reach you.
Oh, sure, that's okay. What about tomorrow?
I can give you an appointment at 10. How's that?
I'll be here. Thanks.
Mr. Dollar, would you like to give me some information now?
Like what?
Medical history, previous illnesses, complaints, the usual thing. Saves time in the morning.
Well, why don't we wait till tomorrow, in case Dr. Palmquist decides to play hooky again. There's one nice thing about this job. You get around so much you learn to pick up local habits without even thinking about it. For instance, that evening I had a leisurely dinner, then took in an endless double feature. All without ever once getting out of my car. Drive-ins, you know. It was well after midnight when I got back to my hotel, feeling a kinship for bus drivers everywhere. I headed across the lobby, ran smack into Jim Darrell as I rounded the cigar stand.
Dollar, where have you been?
Well, hi, Darrell. Hey, who wound up paying for lunch?
Listen, I've been trying to get hold of you all night. Where were you?
Dinner, a movie, the wildlife, huh? Well, don't look that unhappy. I didn't do anything illegal.
Somebody did.
What? Hey, what is it, Darrell? What are you talking about?
Mrs. Palmquist. Dead. Shot to death. A couple of hours ago.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, variations on an old theme. You pays your money and you takes your choice. But no matter how you pick it, it comes out murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Tony Barrett. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, Lieutenant Barry, homicide. Got messages from you 3 inches thick.
Yeah, I've been trying to get hold of you all morning.
Well, it hasn't exactly been a social tea around here, you know. What with the murder of Dr. Palmquist's wife.
Can I come down there to headquarters?
Come ahead, and if you're a good boy, I'll introduce you to the man who did the killing.
What?
Of course, he denies it completely. Who wouldn't? But will you hear his story? It's a wild one.
Hold it, you're way ahead of me. You're saying you've got the killer there?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, who is he?
You wouldn't know him. Nobody seems to.
Make a little sense, will you, Lieutenant?
Look, you coming down or not?
Right now.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Los Angeles, California, to National Underwriters Association, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the long shot matter. Los Angeles traffic being what it is, there was plenty of time to think on the way to Barry's office. But think about what? An unsigned warning that someone was going to collect on a $100,000 policy? A frail, defeated woman who wasn't going to have to worry about weakness anymore. There was an awful lot to find out before this whole thing could begin to make sense. That was pretty obvious. The man I was going to see was anything but obvious. Big and round, he was like a fat Cupid doll with a gun. You always had the feeling his round little eyes were dreaming past you, seeing an island where there was no jail cells. A lot of cons had made that mistake, found out too late that Barry was as sharp as any homicide cop alive.
Life is like that, huh, Johnny? Yesterday your visit was social, today it's business. Yeah, just one dead woman can make a lot of difference. Sit down.
Like I said, I'm way behind you. How did it happen? When?
Sit down. I can't talk when you're standing. Okay. Santa Monica substation got the call about 9 last night from Dr. Palmquist. He was real excited, said he was holding a rifle on a prowler who'd come in and shot and killed his wife. So we got out there fast.
Wait a minute. Did the doctor know?
Let me tell it my way, huh?
Okay.
We found Mrs. Palmquist dead on the living room floor, and the doctor's still holding this guy at rifle point. .38 Colt lay in a corner with nobody paying much attention to it. Ballistic says it's the murder weapon, all right.
What's the doctor's story?
Says he was out on a house call, got home a couple of minutes before 9. On the way to the front door, he glanced through the living room window, saw this prowler holding a gun on Mrs. Palmquist. The doctor got into the house quietly and was sneaking up from behind when the prowler heard him and got rattled. The prowler fired and killed the woman just as the doc brought a paperweight down on his head. Nice, huh?
A little out of left field. Funny, I always thought prowlers and gunmen are two different things.
Nothing says it can't happen, and the evidence says it did.
What does that mean?
That this is one prowler who's sewn up tight, because everything checks out. The .38 is his prints are on it. Lab found the lock he forced to get in. What else you want, a moving picture?
Oh, don't get mad. I'm just asking. Now, that house call the doctor was out on. I'm a stranger in town, but isn't that kind of a late hour to see a patient, unless it's a real emergency?
Not when they look like this one.
Oh?
I checked with her this morning. She could make me go to medical school right now, even at this age.
Nice, huh?
Put it this way. Her first name ought to be Marilyn.
Well, that's pretty clear. Who is she?
A Mrs. Laura Considine. 35, widow, money, and everyone should look like that.
She been Dr. Palmquist's patient long?
3 or 4 years, and she backs up the story of the house call completely. You sold?
I want to know about the prowler. Who is he?
Ex-con, drifter, 57 years old, got a record that goes way back.
What kind of record?
I was afraid you'd ask, because that's the fly in the ointment. It's a long sheet and it's buried. Bunco, con game, badger, bad checks, pigeon drop, all small stuff. But not an ounce of violence anywhere.
A killing's way out of pattern, isn't it?
Yeah.
This prowler, what does he claim?
It's so wild I'm embarrassed to repeat it.
How's chances of my seeing him? Maybe he'll tell me. Barry took me upstairs to what they call the hotshot section. A very exclusive floor, this one, because the cells hold only prisoners suspected of the big rap, murder. And you know something? I never heard a place like this, but what an old fallacy comes bouncing back into my mind. That bit about being able to tell a man's character by looking at him. What does a murderer look like? Go ahead, put yourself out on that limb, but don't drag me out there with you. Because the man sitting quietly in cell 8A looked about as hard and dangerous as a Victorian antimacassar. Lonnie Miller, prowler and murder suspect. Lonnie Miller, gray-haired, tall and slim, a man with good straight bearing even while he sat. Yet with a delicacy about him. Or maybe it was just the natural good manners of the born con man. I didn't know.
Yell when you want out, Johnny.
Yeah.
I'm not going to change the story. I'll tell it again, but it'll be the same. Is that what you want, officer?
I'm not the police, Miller. My name is Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
It's a little late for me to buy insurance, isn't it?
Miller, you don't have to talk to me if you don't want to, but you'd be helping yourself if you told me the truth.
They didn't believe me, not one word. Why would you?
Our jobs are different. My interest is in the insurance angle. Did you kill Mrs. Palmquist?
I'm nearly 60, mister, and I've done everything in the book, almost everything. But I never killed. Never. I can't make them see that.
Yeah, I know.
Told them 100 times, word for word, step by step. They just sit and look at me. Well, what do I have to do to make them believe I didn't do it?
From what I hear, they've got an awful lot of evidence that says you did.
You too, huh? Go away, mister. You may be a little different kind of cop, but you're talking like all the others. You're thinking like them. Let me alone.
You haven't got much chance, Miller, if that's your only answer to evidence.
Evidence? I know all about that stuff. You can buy it and sell it, manufacture it, make it stand up and do tricks. The cops...
Miller, you're talking through your hat. You've been the route. Do you know one case where the police ever manufactured evidence? And I don't mean con talk. I mean one you actually know of.
Oh, what's the difference?
Look, why don't you tell me about it?
Think you could listen without sneering? Nobody else can.
Try me, huh? Now, how did you get into this?
I just finished doing time in San Diego. Been hitchhiking my way up from there. 4 nights ago, a truck let me off on the Pacific Coast Highway. about 15 miles south of L.A. A few minutes later, a man in a big cab gave me a lift. Nice enough fella. A little nosy about where I was from, where I was going, things like that. But nice.
Yeah, go on.
After about 5 minutes, he decided we needed coffee, so we stopped at a little tacos joint. 10 minutes later, we were back on the road. After about 2 miles, he said it felt like we had a flat, so we stopped. It was a flat, all right, left rear.
So?
Well, he had given me the lift. The least I could do was to change his tire, so I did it. He was real friendly the rest of the way. Told me to stick around town and he'd see I got a job. He gave me a 20. Told me where to get a room, said to wait for him to phone. He said his name was Carter.
You do what he said?
Last night he called me. Said to be at his house at 9 sharp to meet a man who had a job for me, an address in the Palisades.
Well, go on.
The house was dark when I got there, so I rang the bell. Someone opened the door. I took 1 step inside and got hit on the head. Next thing I know, I'm coming to on the living room floor. There's a dead woman a few feet away, and my friend Carter is holding a rifle at my head, threatening to blow it off if I move. Only when the cops got there, they didn't call him Carter, but Dr. Palmquist.
Palmquist? Miller, do you realize what you're saying?
I know. And every word of it's the truth. Now tell me this, mister. How do I get anyone to believe it?
Miller sat there quietly, looking first at his burning cigarette, then at me. It was as though he didn't expect either one of us to believe him. I was glad to get out of there.
Well, I'll say this much for Miller, Johnny. He's got that story down pat. He didn't tell you one word that he hasn't been telling us.
Lieutenant, does Dr. Palmquist know what Miller claims?
We haven't discussed it. Didn't I tell you the doctor's resting at Blair Hospital for a day or so, shock of his wife's death?
Do you intend to tell him?
Look, I know you're a fellow who automatically roots for the underdog, but face it, boy, what have I got? An ex-con with a wild story against a respected citizen with a perfect alibi. I'd look kind of silly questioning Palmquist at the moment.
At the moment? Does that mean you've got doubts about Palmquist?
I doubt everybody till the last page, boy. That's how I got to be a lieutenant.
And that's where we left it. I had a long, thoughtful lunch, which included 2 very dry martinis aimed at helping solve a new problem. To wit, how best to arrange a few words with a hospitalized Dr. Palmquist at such a delicate time. In the end, I did the only thing I could, walked into room 913 at Blair Hospital and introduced myself. Dr. Palmquist didn't seem at all surprised by the visit. He seemed annoyed, if anything, but the annoyance was with himself.
I'm not a very good advertisement for my own profession at the moment, am I, Mr. Dollar?
I'm sorry to intrude, Doctor. I probably could have picked a better time for a visit.
You've been doing your best.
What?
Which do you prefer, Mr. Dollar, my office or my home? Would you like the names of a few friends? Perhaps they can tell you whatever it is you're trying to find out about me.
It's my job, Doctor.
And just what is your job, Mr. Dollar?
Insurance investigator. For the company that holds the policy on Mrs. Palmquist and yourself.
I see. Then you can stop running around now, can't you? You can simply go to the police and they'll tell you anything you want to know.
Doctor, may I...
Mr. Dollar, I don't usually prescribe without a thorough examination, Bob.
Please do.
Very well. I don't think California is your cup of tea. I suggest another climate entirely.
The visit was over. Palmquist lay back against the pillows, no longer interested, and I turned to leave. Just as I was reaching for the door, it opened, and one of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen started into the room.
I think you have the wrong room, madam.
For a moment, she just stood there, startled. Then, without a word, she turned and hurried out. But not before I'd gotten a good look at the large block initials on the purse she carried, LC. The 2 letters, plus the way she looked, made Laura Considine a pretty good bet. Nice twist, huh? The doctor is ill, and the patient comes to call. You can't trust anybody these days, can you?
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, beauty may be skin deep, but fear goes a lot further down than that.
sometimes as far as death. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Tony Barrett, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Lieutenant Barry here.
Oh, hi, Lieutenant.
You're stepping on toes, Johnny boy.
Who's now?
Dr. Victor Palmquist. Here you had a chat with him.
Just how do you chat with a clam?
Whatever it was, he was very unhappy about it.
He called you?
Yeah, very snide, too. Said if we had any more questions, to leave him alone and call his lawyers, and to keep unauthorized people away from him.
Meaning me?
Meaning you.
Well, what's he worried about? You've already got his wife's killer in jail, haven't you?
Everybody buys that but you, Johnny.
You said it before. I'm a hard sale.
Meet me for lunch. I'll try to sell you.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Los Angeles, California. To National Underwriters Association, 1180 River Road, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the long shot matter. Expense account continued. Item 3, $1 even. Taxi to the Barclay for lunch with Lieutenant Barry. But let me backtrack for a minute. Coming down in the hotel elevator, I kept thinking over what the lieutenant had said, and I disagreed completely. I wasn't a hard sale. It's just that I wasn't an early sale. There were too many angles to the death of Mrs. Palmquist, too many things I didn't know yet. I got proof of that the minute I stepped outside the hotel. The white-cab sedan parked directly across the street contained a real interesting combination of people. Eric Palmquist, the doctor's son, and Steffi Lund, the doctor's nurse. The moment they saw me, they did what every amateur sleuth does. They drove away as fast as possible, thereby becoming just as conspicuous as a second nose. By the time I reached the Barclay, Lieutenant Barry had ordered for both of us.
You don't like it, order something else, but it's the best they got.
Matter of fact, it looks pretty good. Now, as I was saying...
Yeah. So, Palmquist nurse and his kid are an item. You waiting for me to look impressed?
You get up out of the wrong side this morning, Lieutenant.
Look, I don't like the smell of this deal any more than you do, but what does it all add up to? You're sent out here to look into a possible killing.
Which happens.
Victim, Mrs. Palmquist. So, an ex-convict sits in a cell accused of the murder.
The accuser and witness, the dead woman's husband. The con insists he's been framed, that the husband is the killer. But the husband is well alibied, bringing it down to the setup known as ex-con versus respected citizen.
You know there's more to it than that.
Don't give me lessons, Johnny. Do you think you've come up with one thing we don't already know about? I got checkouts going on the doctor, his nurse, his son, everybody within shooting distance of this thing. Don't get any ideas we're asleep down at the hall.
All right. Give me a little fill, huh?
Who?
Palmquist's nurse, Steffi Lund.
Nice kid, never been in trouble. At least we couldn't find any.
What about the boy, Eric Palmquist?
Typical rich doctor's son. Kind of wild, sensitive, gambles, but Papa can afford it. Also hits the booze too much for a kid that young.
What about the doctor's alibi, Laura Considine? Yeah, knew I should have skipped that one. Your eyes look like they're whistling.
Isn't that awful? At my age, too. All right, Johnny, she's clean.
By the way, where does she live?
There's a big house in Long Beach. Why?
No doctors there?
It's still a free country. I know people whose doctors live in Patterson, New Jersey.
Point.
Oh, almost forgot. I got the lab report on that anonymous note that started this thing.
Anything?
Untraceable. No prints, cheap paper that can be bought anywhere. And the letters were cut from a dozen different magazines. Didn't tell us a thing.
What do you mean it didn't?
What?
It told us someone was going to try to collect on a policy. We knocked it around a little while longer, getting no place in particular. Then suddenly I was being paged for a telephone call. Barry's raised eyebrows were eloquent. They made me feel like one of those would-be movie stars who have themselves paged in the Brown Derby so that other would-be stars will know they're there. I had a funny notion about who might be calling, so I told the waiter I'd taken in the booth out front and left Lieutenant Barry by himself. Johnny Dollar.
Mr. Dollar, I'm so glad I found you.
Oh?
This is Steffi Lund, Dr. Palmquist's nurse.
Well, the day's picking up.
I'm sorry. I hope I didn't interrupt your lunch. You see, I called your hotel and they told me where you'd gone. I'm sorry.
Well, don't apologize, Steffi. A working girl who drives around in a beautiful white Cadillac doesn't have to, you know.
I'll explain about that.
Why should you owe me any explanation?
Please, Mr. Dollar, I've got to see you right away. It's terribly important. Mr. Dollar.
Where are you?
I'm at Dr. Palmquist's office. Can you come here now, right away?
Okay, I'll be right over.
And please, don't bring anyone along with you, will you?
However you want it, you're calling the shots.
Thank you. And hurry, please.
Expense account item 4, citation for speeding, $25. The carbon copy reads 63 miles per hour in a 35 zone. You ever tried to talk an L.A.-type cop out of a ticket? It's ridiculous. He's always a big, good-looking guy who listens seriously while you alibi, but never stops writing. Then he smiles, calls you sir, and hands you the ticket. I couldn't beef about it, though. 2 reasons. 1, I deserved it. And 2, if I hadn't been stopped, I'd never have realized I was being tailed. Because the tail knew what he was doing. A heavy-set, thuggy-looking fellow in a black 51 sedan. He circled the block twice while I was getting the ticket. Was right back on me as I started out again. He was still there as I pulled up in front of Dr. Palmquist's office. But he was smart enough to ride on by without even looking at me. I waited to see if he'd come around the block again. He didn't.
Yes, sir. What is it?
What?
What do you want?
Well, now, that's a switch. When you called me a few minutes ago, you said...
No, you're mistaken. I didn't
Well,
call
now,
you.
wait just a minute.
I didn't call you. Don't
Her
you
words were
understand?
deliberate, emphatic, but her eyes were suddenly doing the real talking, signaling desperately into the room behind her, trying to tell me that she wasn't alone. But I wasn't the only one who caught the signal.
Get away from the door, Steffi. Come in, you. Did you hear me? I said come in.
Eric, please.
Hello, Eric. What seems to be the trouble around here?
That's far enough.
Oh, now, come on. Why don't you put that thing down? Your family's had enough misery with 38s.
Darling, do what he says.
Why did you call him, Steffi? Why?
Because somebody's got to help you because of what you're going through and what it's doing to you. Eric, I can't stand any more of it. You're half out of your mind with fear. Now listen to him, Eric. Maybe he can help.
You think he can help? You think anybody can?
One thing's sure. That gun's not going to help you any. Come on now, kid, put it down.
No. No, because nobody tells me what to do. Not when I've got a gun. They're afraid to. That's right. They're afraid to. You're both afraid, aren't you? It's nice. It's nice for somebody else to be afraid. I like that. I really like that.
He wasn't even looking at us anymore, just somewhere off into space. Somehow, Steffi sensed that I was waiting for a chance to grab his gun and motioned for me not to. And suddenly I remembered where I'd seen that lost, empty look before. Mrs. Palmquist, Eric's mother. She'd had her share of that look the day she died.
Mr. Dollar, help me with him, please.
I picked him up, put him on the couch. He had that terrible whiteness that a deep faint brings, and Steffi didn't waste any time. She loosened his collar, shoved his head forward. In a few minutes, he shuddered once, came to, took a deep breath. We made him comfortable on the couch, but you could see that it had been a rough trip for him. He was conscious, but he didn't have the strength to open his eyes. Steffi just stared at him.
He'll be all right now.
What's wrong with him, Steffi? Why that thing that just happened?
You want the technical name? Circulatory lability. Sound impressive?
Talk layman, huh?
A form of extreme hypertension. Nerves. Enough to make him faint like that from anger, from fear. It's a lovely thing for a man to go through, isn't it?
Well, that calls for a different kind of medicine, doesn't it?
Analysis with a psychiatrist. He's in it now. Only with Eric, it's going to take a long time. Maybe a very long time.
But a kid like that, how? Why?
Fear. Overpowering, petrifying fear.
Of what?
His father.
Of Dr. Palmquist?
Yes. The nice Dr. Palmquist. The gentle, quiet healer. My employer. My father-in-law.
You and Eric are married?
Tijuana 6 weeks ago. Eric is 25 years old, Mr. Dollar, and he's so afraid of his father we're still keeping the marriage a secret.
Why, Steffi? Why is he so afraid of Palmquist?
His analyst hasn't been able to get through to that. You expect me to?
Well, somebody better.
Why did you say that?
Because he waved that gun around very convincingly for a scared kid.
He never would have fired. Don't you understand? He's so frightened he couldn't have made himself do it.
I hope you're right. I didn't think it was quite the time to mention one small fact. That if Eric Palmquist was incapable of pulling a trigger, it might turn out to be a very good thing for him. As the sole beneficiary of his mother's will, he would soon have $100,000 in a nice, tidy lump. And if he really was afraid of his father, a piece of money like that could take him a long, long way from the parental fold. In fact, no matter which way you turned, you couldn't get away from the logic that Eric Palmquist might be regarded by some parties as a first-class suspect in the death of his mother. Steffi was still pretty much upset when I finally left her, and I must admit that my own mind wasn't exactly at ease. Hoping that the fresh air would help to clear my thoughts, I took my time driving back, and it must have been nearly an hour later when I pulled into the subterranean garage of my hotel. I guess I was thinking too hard about what had just happened. In any case, I wasn't quick enough. Just as I passed one of the garage's big concrete pillars, a figure stepped out from behind it, brought the business end of a Colt banging down on my head. The ground climbed up and got me. But not before I had a look at him. My heavy-set, thuggy-looking friend who tailed me earlier in the day. He could talk, too.
You're in the wrong town, punk. Take the hint.
I took the hint. I passed out.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a study in reactions. 3 of them. One by a man who should know, one by a man who doesn't, and another by a bullet. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Tony Barrett, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Oh, this is Dr. Van Clauser returning your call, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, yes, Doctor.
May I ask who recommended me?
I inquired about a good psychiatrist, and it came up you.
Yes. Well, the first step is usually an office appointment for a preliminary chat.
That's what I had in mind. Today?
My schedule is quite full. Would tomorrow be suitable?
Today would be better.
Oh, I see. But there should be ample time.
There should be ample time, but there isn't. In fact, I'm running out of it fast.
Very well. 11 o'clock.
Dust off your couch.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Los Angeles, California. To National Underwriters Association, 1180 River Road, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the long shot matter. Johnny Dollar, hypochondriac, complete with assorted medical advisors. I needed one of them before I even got down to the lobby of my hotel. It was the house medic, that's item 5, $5, who'd patched me up yesterday after a thug had worked me over in the hotel garage. Now came checkup time, and the doctor was a fusser, and he disapproved of me.
Hold still now, hold still.
Yeah, but that's my head you're digging into.
I wouldn't have to if somebody else hadn't split it open. There.
Hey.
Well, looks a little better.
Yeah, well, don't sound so enthusiastic.
Walking into a wall.
It's the best I could think of at the moment.
Likely story. Hold still now. I want to redress that wound on the other side. Hold still.
Temper. Funny, he was working on the outside of my head, but it was the inside that ached most. There were reasons, lots of them. Like the murder of a sick old woman the same day I'd arrived, and the anonymous note that had warned of it. Like the victim's husband and an ex-convict accusing each other of committing the crime. It was a rough one, real rough, because the picture kept changing from minute to minute, and my company was on the hook for $100,000. At 11 o'clock, I sat across the desk from Dr. Hans Van Clauser, psychiatrist, in his Beverly Hills office. He was small, spectacled, and charmingly Viennese. More important, he was the analyst who was treating Eric Palmquist, the murdered woman's son.
Now, Mr. Dollar.
Afraid I owe you an apology, Doctor. I deceived you a little bit. I'm not exactly here as a patient.
Oh, everyone finds it difficult to begin, Mr. Dollar. Suppose we hear some of the medical history first.
I tell you, we're off on the wrong foot, Doctor, and it's my fault. Here, take a look at these, my credentials.
I see, then you're hardly here as a patient.
About a patient, let's say.
My dear Mr. Dollar, I think you know very well that I can reveal nothing which is told to me in this room.
I know that.
Then the purpose of this visit?
I just want answers from a competent authority about a certain illness. I won't bring personalities into it. It's important, Doctor.
And the particular illness?
Something called circulatory lability.
You know that it's a form of extremely provoked hypertension?
Yeah, that much I do.
Hypertension is the result of anxieties. The anxieties may be real or fancied, but the hypertension is very genuine indeed, and very dangerous.
Dangerous to the extent that a man could turn to violence, maybe kill?
If sufficiently aroused, yes, it has happened.
I see. Thank you. Thank you very much. Item 7, 10 cents, recklessly squandered on a phone call to my hotel to check for messages. There was one. Lieutenant Berry of the L.A. Police Department would like to see me at my convenience. Would I? I would. You get practically nowhere ignoring police lieutenants. He stared at the bandage on my head and my assorted cuts and bruises, and his opening line was quite inspired.
Oh, what happened to you?
Somebody was pretty fast with a gun barrel last night.
Where'd it happen?
Garage under my hotel. It seems he didn't like my being in town.
You got a look at him?
Enough.
Want to go through the mug book?
No, I'll catch up with him someday. Besides, whoever was paying him is the interesting one.
Have it your own way.
Well, now, you didn't call me all the way down here for laughs, Lieutenant. Anything special on your mind?
Lonnie Miller, the guy we got sitting in cell number 8A, the prowler who shot Mrs. Palmquist.
So Dr. Palmquist insists.
He isn't the only one, Johnny, not anymore.
What?
Yeah. We finally traced the murder weapon. It was bought at a pawn shop in Burbank. The pawnbroker positively identified a mugshot of the buyer, Lonnie Miller.
Police identification evidence is a pretty tough thing to ignore. But I was still what the lieutenant called a hard sale. It wasn't stubbornness, simply the fact that I'm very large for motivation. It can be as wild, as woolly as they come, but it's got to be there somewhere. And somehow, with so many good ones around, the worn, faded man in cell 8A didn't rate in that company. I asked the lieutenant for a couple of minutes with Lonnie Miller. He shook his head as though he felt sorry for me, but okayed the visit anyway. Miller?
You're angry about something, Mr. Dollar. I can tell. It's in your face.
Yeah. About a story you told me the other day. About Dr. Palmquist giving you a lift, keeping you around town, then using you as a patsy so he could kill his wife. You want to change any of it?
You asking if I lied, mister? Is that it?
That's it.
It figured to be like this sooner or later. Goodbye, mister.
Come on, Miller, talk to me.
Lie? Think I'd lie to the only man who even looked like he believed me?
You still haven't answered.
Mister, don't you think I know I haven't got a chance? That I'm dead? I don't even care anymore. But I didn't lie. Not one word.
A Burbank pawnbroker says you did. Says you bought the murder gun from him.
I've never even been in Burbank, I swear to you. How could I have bought the gun?
He identified a picture of you. Says you showed your driver's license as identification. Where is your license, Miller?
In my wallet, downstairs. They took everything when they booked me. Mr. Dollar?
Tell it to me all over again, Miller, from the minute Dr. Palmquist gave you the lift, step by step, every single detail. Tell it to me. He began slowly, haltingly. The words just kind of fell out of his mouth in a tired, hopeless fashion. It was the same story he told so many times now. I had reason for making him go through it, some small, hazy idea that was tugging at the back of my brain, jagged, undeveloped, but an idea. When I left the cell, I had Miller's permission to look in his wallet. The police custodian showed it to me 5 minutes after that. The license wasn't there. Expense account item 8, 10 cents, an L.A. newspaper, 3 days old. One which played up the Palmquist killing big contained pictures of both Dr. Palmquist's grieving husband and Lonnie Miller, suspected killer. Purpose? To be used in backtracking. The drive down to Long Beach could have been pleasant. Sun, ocean, a relaxing type day, but not for me. Not with what was going on inside my head. Even the soft breeze coming in off the Pacific couldn't sweep the pieces together for me. Sure, for a few seconds, everything would make sense. Then, a moment later, some small fact would make the whole theory collapse. I knew one thing, though. If this whole deal was a frame, it was a great one, a work of art, something to be admired. Provided your name was neither Lonnie Miller or National Underwriters. About 6 miles this side of Long Beach, I found what I was looking for, the little tacos joint where Miller claimed he and Dr. Palmquist had stopped for coffee.
Hola, amigo. You like some tacos?
Sure.
Sit down. It won't be a minute.
Owner around?
You're looking at him, amigo. Irving Gonzalez, owner.
Irving?
Sure. I had it changed. Nobody could pronounce Plutarco Gonzalez.
I see your point.
It doesn't pay to make problems for your customers in business.
Yeah.
When are you going to work up to asking the questions, amigo?
What?
I can make tacos blindfolded, and I can tell a cop the same way.
Well, you're not too far wrong. Want to take a look at this newspaper? Either of these men ever been in here?
And Dr. Victor Palmquist and Lonnie Miller. Oh, I read about that killing. Very interesting.
Yeah. Well, what about it, Irving?
What about what?
These men. Have they ever been in here, alone, together, any time?
Yes, I mean, they look kind of familiar, but maybe it's only because I see them in the papers. You know,
That's the best you can do?
Well, look, amigo, you stand behind a counter all day and everybody looks like everybody else. You wouldn't want me to make a guess, and that's all I'd be doing, guessing.
No, I wouldn't want that.
Here, nice and hot. Eat your tacos, amigo.
Thanks anyway. I'll skip them this time. Here.
You know something? I don't blame you. Hey, look at this. Pills.
Pills?
Pills. I eat them by the dozen. Do you know why, amigo? Tacos.
There's this about the racket. You try, you strike out, you can't waste time thinking about it. You get on to the next step. The step? Laura Considine, Dr. Palmquist's lovely alibi the night of his wife's death. Her house was only a few miles out of Long Beach. It seemed logical to head for it. I reached it about 20 minutes later, a large, old-fashioned and seemingly deserted house on a promontory that jutted out into the Pacific. Strikeout number 2, the hostile iron fence that circled it made its point. Keep out, so I did. Trespassing applies to everyone. From where I stood, I couldn't identify the car that suddenly roared away from the back of the house, but one thing was obvious, the driver was in a hurry, and I was getting nowhere. I decided to head back to town. It happened 5 minutes later as I rounded a curve on my way back to the Pacific Coast Highway. Choice, the Pacific on one side, granite cliffs on the other. I picked the cliffs. Funny what your mind does at moments like that. I remember looking at the mashed inside of the car and wondering which company carried the insurance policy. Then I thought of how good a marksman a man must be to pick off a tire from any of those cliffs. And then I remembered still another thing. Hadn't I been told about someone who was a great shot, who made it a rule to hunt 2 months out of the year no matter how busy he was? Sure. A highly respected citizen named Dr. Victor Palmquist.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final exciting episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, you want to hide something? Put it in plain view. Only don't go overboard on the system if you're hiding a murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Tony Barrett. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
This is Laura Considine, Mr. Dollar. You don't know me, but...
Oh, but I do, Mrs. Considine. You're the best friend a doctor ever had. Dr. Palmquist, that is.
Mr. Dollar...
He paid you a professional call the night his wife was murdered. That was lucky. Alibis don't grow on trees.
Just a minute, Mr.
Look,
Dollar.
lady, I've been slugged, shot at. Matter of fact, someone tried to pick me off with a rifle a couple of hours ago, right near your house. Maybe Dr. Palmquist will alibi you this time. Return the courtesy.
Will you please listen? I've got to see you. I've got to talk to you.
All right, when?
An hour. The bar at your hotel.
The Martinis will be waiting.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to National Underwriters Association, 1180 River Road, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the long shot matter. Expense account concluded. There was still a lot of questions, like where I was getting, trying to find out who really had killed Mrs. Palmquist. Like, was it all a smoothly planned frame on the part of her doctor husband? Or had it been a prowler killing by another man now in jail? Or had the dead woman's son, Eric, a complex we didn't know about? Mrs. Considine was 5 minutes late, but I hoped she could answer some of them.
Mr. Dollar?
Oh, come now, Mrs. Considine, that reading. It implied we haven't met before, and you know that we have.
Well, I don't remember.
The day you visited Dr. Palmquist in the hospital and pretended you had the wrong room. Sit down.
There was a reason for that.
Sure, there's one for everything.
Is there? You think Victor Palmquist had something to do with his wife's death? Well, you're wrong. Completely wrong.
Correction. You don't know what I'm thinking, and being wrong is anybody's privilege.
You don't know about Victor, Mr. Dollar. What his life's been like, what he had to put up with.
Why don't you tell me, Mrs. Considine?
That wife of his. A millstone around his neck. A woman in love with a bottle.
Go on.
And that son of his, that Eric. Insane. Completely insane. He hates his father. He always has. He gains a fortune by that woman's death. But do you suspect him? No, of course not. You badger a man like Victor Palmquist. Now, does that make sense?
You're building a big thing on the fact that a lot of people hate Victor Palmquist, but you're overlooking something.
Mr. Dollar.
Where there's that much hate, there's always a good reason. I went to the hotel garage, rented a car, and pointed it toward Burbank. There was a man in a pawn shop there I wanted to see. The man who had identified Lonnie Miller as the buyer of the gun that had killed Mrs. Victor Palmquist. He turned out to be a mild, friendly little guy with thick glasses and a desire to please. He barely glanced at my identification, pushed it back over the counter to me, and smiled.
What do you want to know?
Everything you can remember about the man who bought the gun, Mr. Lerner.
What's to remember? A kind of skinny, gray-haired fella come in, said he wanted to buy a gun. I showed him one. He bought it.
He showed you a driver's license for identification, didn't he?
I copied the information right here in the book. Right here. Lonnie Miller, 173, Fuller, San Diego, height 6 feet, weight 152, color white. Here, look yourself.
Yeah. Look at this paper, Mr. Lerner. One of these the fella?
Let me see.
Lerner adjusted his glasses and leaned forward to peer at the newspaper I'd put on the counter. It was the way I was leaning on the paper that really started the whole thing. The two pictures were side by side, Dr. Palmquist in a business suit and Lonnie Miller in a cap, leather jacket, and work pants. My arm was covering everything but the faces. Lerner moved my arm before pointing out Miller as the buyer of the gun. Then he nodded emphatically.
Sure. That's the fellow who bought the gun, that Miller.
You had to move my arm before you'd say so, Mr. Lerner.
You were covering up half the picture. What am I, a mind reader?
No, but I think you might have made the most normal mistake in the world.
Wait. You trying to tell me this Miller didn't come in here and buy a gun from me?
That's about it.
So how come a fellow who wasn't here gave me a driver's license and said he was?
That's a good question, Mr. Lerner. There were two people I wanted to see now real bad. Lieutenant Berry at Homicide and Lonnie Miller, Cell 8A, City Jail. I streaked down to headquarters, and guess what? The lieutenant was out on police business. Should be back in a while. I knew Lonnie Miller wasn't out, so I settled for him. There were only 2 or 3 questions I wanted to ask him, but they were important. I spent about 15 minutes in the cell with Miller, got my answers, and they made sense now. Then I spent an hour waiting for the lieutenant. He finally showed. This time, he was the hard sale, even after I discussed what I'd figured out at the pawn shop.
Johnny, I'm tired.
Oh, sure, me too. Now, look, Lieutenant, you know what I'm pushing is possible. Dr. Palmquist and Lonnie Miller are approximately the same size, age, coloring. Even the bone structure is fairly similar.
But they don't look alike.
They don't have to, because it's the impression that counted here.
Johnny!
That's exactly what Palmquist was counting on. Now, look, Lieutenant, you've been around. You know what people go by when they're asked to identify someone. An all-over impression.
So?
And you know a big factor is clothes. Particularly the type of clothes.
All right. What are you going for?
This. If Dr. Palmquist walked into that pawn shop wearing a cap, leather jacket, and work pants, and then, 6 days later, you show the pawnbroker a picture of Lonnie Miller, dressed in the same kind of clothes, you know whom he'll identify every time. Especially when he'd already seen a driver's license made out to Lonnie Miller.
1,000 ways to make a living. What did I pick?
Lieutenant.
This? Look, suppose I buy that. Where are you?
Dr. Palmquist, for some reason or other, wants his wife dead. He needs a patsy. So he picks up Lonnie Miller, a hitchhiker on the Pacific Coast Highway.
If you say so.
At a coffee stop, the doctor remembers something he left in the car. He goes out for a minute, sticks a match or a toothpick in a tire valve, guaranteeing a flat a few miles further on. So when they stop, it's the doctor who looks at the flat, gets rid of the toothpick. Grateful for the lift, Miller changes the tire. You ever change a tire on a hot summer night?
Well, sure.
You took off your jacket, didn't you?
How else?
That's what Doc was counting on. He had a couple of minutes alone with Miller's jacket and lifted his driver's license. Then he keeps Miller in town on the promise of a job. He buys the gun at the Burbank pawn shop wearing work clothes and giving Miller's license as identification. Monday night, he killed his wife, called Miller to the house with a phony story about a job, struck him from behind, and staged the scene the police found. Smooth, huh?
Johnny, can you see me going to the DA with all that theory and no proof? Palmquist would laugh me out of town.
Barry, look.
Knock it off. You're no kid. You know I'm right. Well, don't go away mad.
Sure, I know he was right. That's what was driving me crazy. Proof. One little piece of it, but where? Old Palmquist had used his head all right. But the smartest ones alive always leave one little hole somewhere along the line. But 3 hours later in my hotel room, I hadn't found it. Steffi, what are you doing here?
Johnny, Eric's been drinking all day, brooding, working himself into a rage, saying terrible things about Mrs. Considine and his father, and about his father being a murderer. I don't know what he'll do. Help me, Johnny, please.
He give you any idea of where he was headed?
He mentioned going home to get a gun, and then going to Mrs. Considine's house.
Johnny, I'm afraid.
All right, come on. The drive to the Palmquist house on the Palisades was a long one, but educational. Because Steffi had nothing to hide now. She was just a kid worried to death about her husband. And her bitterness toward Dr. Palmquist came rolling out.
He's an easy man to hate, my father-in-law. All charm on the outside. Petty little dictator inside. Man who's trying to prove something, who can't abide weakness. Who tries to make everyone over into his own image. A horrible man.
Tell me about Eric's brother.
Paul? He was the favorite, the doctor's pride and joy. They hunted together all the time. Only one day, Paul had a cold, tried to get out of a hunting trip. This offended the doctor's weakness fetish. It made the boy feel like a coward, so Paul went hunting and died of pneumonia. Mrs. Palmquist never got over it, as you saw before she was killed. Nice, Johnny? You like the family I married into?
The house was dark when we got there. We hurried to Eric's bedroom, and Steffi leaned against the door, weak with relief. Eric lay sprawled on the bed, snoring fine alcoholic noises. The rifle he still clutched made very clear what he'd been thinking about before the liquor had taken over. We were just getting him comfortable when we heard it. A car pulling into the garage. Palmquist. I got Steffi down the back stairs and out of the house as soon as I was sure he was inside. And then I turned back. Because suddenly I was tired of a killer walking around free while everyone else stepped softly. And the anger was good, because it suddenly drove into my mind the one thing Palmquist might have overlooked. I let myself into the garage by the small window, moved to the doctor's big car. You ever try to force open a car trunk with a claw hammer? Don't. A, it's rough, and B, it takes your eyes off the door leading to the kitchen.
Why don't you ask me for the key, Dollar?
A gun, Doctor? No instrument of healing? Oh, that's nice. And it tells me something about the trunk. That there's a spare tire in there that's flat, but doesn't have a puncture. A service station might remember a thing like that, huh, Doctor?
Right, Mr. Dollar. Goodbye.
He couldn't pick me off because of the car, but the car was working against me, too. You did better with a rifle yesterday, Doctor.
I'll manage, Mr.
A man my age through windows, no less.
He had it?
Nah, he'll look good in court.
Small question, Lieutenant. Not that I'm ungrateful.
Ask.
Aren't you a long way from home?
I didn't like the look in your eye when you stomped out. You know something, Johnny? You're easier to tail than a trolley car.
Expense account item 12, $71. L.A. hotel bill. Item 13, $174.90. Return airfare to Hartford. Expense account total, $490.80. Details? Eric Palmquist admitted sending us the original warning note out of fear of his father. He never knew till the death of his mother that he himself was the beneficiary. Remarks about Hollywood. Let's call it the Easterner's Revenge. Quote, it's a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there. Unquote. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's intriguing story.
Next week, $3 million worth of a worthless gold mine. And there's blood on the desert sand. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Tony Barrett, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Virginia Gregg, Victor Perrin, Lillian Baeff, Russell Thorson, James McCallion, Edgar Barrier, Don Diamond, and Herb Butterfield. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino and Carl Fortina. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Adventure. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
If I wasn't so tired, Slate, I'd take what's left of the night to thank you for putting me and the kid up.
Oh, what's to thank? Friend I haven't seen in 12 years comes to me with his little girl in the middle of the night, asks for a place to sleep. I sell it to him. That makes me big.
Makes you very attractive to us, Mr. Shannon. We've had a tiring journey. My father needs his rest.
And you don't, do you, honey?
You're wrong, Mr. Vol. I'm 11 years old and my bones are very weary.
We're giving you the bridle, sweet doll, so you can rest your weary bones on silk.
That'll be a welcome change. Thank you.
I got myself a queen, huh, Slate?
With diamonds in her eyes. Here's your room, Joe. And here's yours, Ruthie. Sleep good. We've got lots to remember in the morning.
Yeah. Good night, Slate. I'm glad it's you I found in Havana.
Before you go, Mr. Shannon.
You got change, sailor?
For what?
$1.
Change won't be necessary. My piggy bank dotes on dollar bills.
Ruthie, baby, don't be greedy.
It's not that, Pop. It's only that I'm sure Mr. Shannon and Mr. Vol will savor the delicious warm glow that comes to them who give up.
Honey, child, I can learn so much from a girl like you. Give the piggy bank the $1, Slate. That's a good price for a warm glow.
A bargain. Here, Ruthie.
Thank you. Bless you. Good night.
Now, how about that? Joe Ryan with a kid. It does me good.
You like him, huh, Slate?
Oh, why shouldn't I? Joe's an artist. 10 years ago, he was the most promising light heavy in the ring. A cute right hand that only had to travel 6 inches.
What killed the promise?
What always kills it, sailor? Quick dough, women to match. When I met Joe, he was working the carnies, taking on all comers, me included. $50 to whoever could take him.
You fought him?
For 12 seconds, including the count. Took me 2 seconds to keep my oversized trunks from diverting the crowd. Otherwise,
Oh, sure you would. Lock up, Slate. We won't have any more customers tonight.
Wrong, lady. You got one here waiting in the shadow.
You want to register, mister?
Maybe later. First, I want to ask my old pal Joe Ryan a few pertinent questions about the accommodations.
Well, that's fair. Joe's room's up at the head of those stairs, 1B.
You show me, mister. I get lost in Havana hotels.
Look it.
But don't argue with a potential room and bath, Slate. Show the gentleman.
All right. Come on. Joe. Joe, it's Slate. There's a man here who...
Hey, look, Slate, I'm all... Hey, what is it?
Came to wish you pleasant dreams, Joe.
Joe. Joe.
Don't call him, mister. Joe will never answer you. And don't move or no one will ever answer you. Good night.
Ahoy! Senor Blake? Come aboard, senor. It's good to see you again so soon, senor.
You did me a fine favor, Curvio. In this envelope. $100.
Thank you. It was he, was he not? He was Senor Joe Ryan, like I told you, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you told me. You'll never see him again, Curvio. Maybe his picture in the paper, but that's all.
It's a shame. Senor Ryan was a colorful hombre with his fists. This I remarked to myself the whole time my boat brought him from Key West to Havana.
Point of information, amigo. What did Ryan pay you for bringing him to Havana?
Also 100. Perhaps I should have asked for more.
What do you mean?
I have heard it, Senor Blake. How Senor Ryan made a double cross concerning a fight. It has been whispered about. Ryan got suddenly rich. He's a fortunate man. However, now he's dead, see? He was a fortunate man, senor. Once upon a time.
Ruthie, don't look like that. Cry. Hide in the dark. Whatever a kid's supposed to do, and...
When her father's killed, I wouldn't know, Mr. Vall.
Come here. Let me hold you.
No.
Ruthie, I just want to...
I know. You want me to sit on your lap so you can rock me to sleep. I don't think I want anyone to touch me. Just Pop.
Ruthie, where's your mother? We could send for her.
She's dead when I was a little girl. Pop said she was pretty and very gentle.
No one else?
My Aunt Sarah. She lives in Camden. That's New Jersey.
Ruthie, you wouldn't tell the police when they asked you about Joe. Will you tell us?
Yes, Mr. Shannon.
Why did he come to Havana?
He had a prize fight in Kansas City. Main event. He promised me it was his last. And Pop won. And then he went to a man. And the man gave him a lot of money. And it was late at night. We took a plane to Miami, and then the bus to Key West. Pop said, wait till we get to Havana, Ruthie. And Slate Shannon. And then there was a man with a boat. And it was late at night, and he brought us here.
The man with the boat. Who is he, Ruthie?
I don't know. It was a fast boat, and it moved through the water like its name, like a dolphin.
The Dolphin? That's what the boat was called?
Yes. Then we docked, and Pop carried me to your... He... Please. Please hold me.
Ruthie's giving you what you asked for, sailor. Rock her to sleep.
Quiero, mi hermosa. Ah, cuánto cuesta.
You. I want to talk to you.
The emotion, senor, is not shared by me, by this hermosa senorita.
On your feet.
What do you want of me?
You've been pointed out as the buster who owns a boat called the Dolphin.
Oh, senor, you wish to make it for hire of my boat. Oh, si, sit down. We will make talk, dicker, and establish prices satisfactory to both.
Let's talk about Joe Ryan.
Por favor. I do not understand.
Joe Ryan, guy you brought over from Key West.
The gentleman who fights fisticuffs. Si, Joe Ryan. I did it to him, brought him to Havana. It was my pleasure and my honor. He's illustrious with fame, a matador of the squared circle. As I have said, it was my pleasure and my honor.
You sent him to my hotel and fingered him, didn't you?
Senor, you are hurting my...
Didn't you?
No, senor. I swear it upon everything. No, I did not do it. Perhaps, senor.
Perhaps what?
Senor Ryan, such a well-known man. Perhaps word of his arrival was well-known. The Chamber of Commerce would...
Sleep with it, Corvio. Something tells me you're going to need the rest.
Anybody here? Good evening. You looking for a room?
I'm looking for a little girl named Ruthie Ryan.
Ruthie? She's sleeping. I don't think she ought to
Wake up, please. I'm her mother.
Oh, back from the beyond, huh?
What are you talking about?
Ruthie's mother is dead.
Of course she is. Joe Ryan and I were going to get married.
Joe's dead, too.
That's why I want Ruthie. I promised Joe if anything ever happened to him, I'd take care of Ruthie.
Funny. Ruthie never mentioned you. She talked about an Aunt Sarah in Camden, New Jersey. That's where we're going to send her. My advice to you is to go to Camden.
Look, where's Ruthie? I didn't come here to listen to a lot of...
girlie.
Look, you.
As long as we're going to hassle, we might as well make some rules. Queensberry, catch as catch can.
Hey,
hair.
You don't know what you're doing. You don't...
Either you wait in Camden or wait in that chair over there. Wait till Slate gets back.
You didn't let me finish. I said you didn't know what you're doing. You just bought a ticket to nowhere at all.
I've never been up this early, Mr. Shannon. Pop and I always slept late in the morning. We always left a real late call.
Your plane takes off at 5:45, Ruthie. We've got to give the Jeep plenty of time to get there.
Get in, honey. Ever ridden in a Jeep?
No. Is it fun?
After you've ridden in this one, Ruthie, you'll be a child with a past.
Well, let's not overplay it, huh, Sailor? The crate may be knock-kneed, but she...
I know. She gets you there. Fasten your safety belt, Ruthie. Once Slate gets into those upswept goggles, he's... Hey, what? Slate, it's...
I came to lift a burden, Shannon. Joe's little girl. Give it to me.
A killer complete with black car. Consider it, Sailor.
Give me the kid, Shannon. Unless you want this gun to make that Jeep your fist.
Do what he says, Slate. Do it.
Go with the man, Ruthie. Ruthie, we...
Don't be frightened for me. I'll go.
Smart kid. Bright. Glad I got a little girl like you, baby. Hey, give me a hand. Oops, Daisy. Now the baggage, Shannon. All of it. In my back seat. Your tip, Porter. Don't run after us. Because my offer still stands. You'll die.
To Bold Venture. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Inspector LaSalle. Inspector.
Observe, please, the sign on the wall above my desk, senorita. Silencio. A free translation of which concerns the keeping shut of the mouth. Do it to yours.
Look, LaSalle, you've been sitting there on that swivel of yours for the past hour, just looking at us. What's the matter? Don't you believe us? A friend of mine was knocked off in front of my eyes. His little girl was taken away from us. I gave you the description of the killer. I also suggested you pick up a guy who runs a boat between Key West and Havana. Sailor gave you...
So many gifts you give me. I bow low. Another question, Senor Shannon. Since when is it your duty to do mayhem upon citizens who run boats between here and Key West? To force them to go into hiding so that he cannot be traced.
And what about the other?
I point to another sign, senorita. E-X-I-T, which spells exit, which stems from the Latin... meaning close the door softly.
Well, you just can't throw us out of your office, LaSalle. You've got murder on your hands, and you need us to help.
E-X-I-T.
Oh. Now, let's go, Sailor. Now, what are you going to do with a bird brain like him?
That's not important, Slate. What about Ruthie?
Well, that's a good question. You got a good answer? Well, neither have I.
That's not there, Connie. Nowhere in Joe's baggage or the kids. I went over it with a fine-edged razor blade. Bags, clothes, the deal. It's not there.
Ruthie knows where it is, don't you, baby? All that money double-crossing Daddy took away from us in Kansas City?
You killed him.
Joe did wrong, baby.
Now, look, Ruthie. Your daddy won a fight he shouldn't have won. He made us a promise, and he broke his promise. And when a man breaks a promise like that, he dies. Now, look, honey. Tell us where the money is, huh? You tell us where the money is, I buy you a doll, put a gold piece in that piggy bank, let Mr. Shannon and Mr. Val live a long time.
They loved my father. They loved me. They were sending me back to Aunt Sarah. You leave them alone.
You tell us where, Ruthie. And you can still go to your Aunt Sarah. Now? Well, maybe after a nap, huh? After you've dreamed how nice it'll be, Shannon and that Mr. Val don't have to go away like Joe did. Braid her hair, Connie, like you told me you used to do when Joe was around.
The thing to consider if you're a boxing man, a lion-hearted slugger or a fancy Dan. Shun those fellows who are quick on the draw. A bullet is more final than a hook to the jaw. This suggestion is open to all who hear, and for Joe Ryan who will shed a tear. He was a man who tried to win twice.
I said cut it out.
Mr. Slate, I was only trying to put into music what...
But you're not looking at the look on Slate's face, King.
I, too, am unhappy about what has happened. This of my music is how I feel about it. This is the only way I know how to tell about it.
Go out and sing it to the seagulls.
See what I mean? We better just fold our tents, King, and make like Arabs.
Get out of the way, sailor. Well, I've got to hand it to you, Corville. You've got a lot of guts. That's not going to change one...
Gently, gently, senor. It is to your advantage that I am here. If you break my face, I will not be able to talk to you.
Talk, Chico.
For how much money?
I'm going to have to pay, huh?
Hey!
What does that buy me? That buy me anything?
That you are a fool. Do you think I walked in here to enjoy watching myself being beaten? You think that you are a fool?
What are you selling?
Where is a child called Ruth and a woman called Connie Jordan and a killer called Eddie Blake?
I could break every...
Break. It will only get you broken things. Not where are these people? $100 will get you that.
Okay.
$100.
Where are they?
Casamira Blanca in Puente Toreno.
Grab the $100 out of the safe, sailor, and slip it into his pocket. Then we're going to carry him to Puente Toreno.
That duck, Senor Shannon. Look how she waits in moon clothes with open arms to embrace your hermosa boat, your pretty boat.
You're a poetic water rat, aren't you, Corvillo?
I give you this added attraction free for nothing.
We've got soft water in this port, I hear. Maybe it'll wash off.
I doubt it. A man like Corvillo here leaves a stain a foot deep. Cut your motor, sailor. Ease her in. Hold it. I'll tie her up. You too, Corvillo. Come on. She's fast, sailor. Wait here for me.
You're not going alone, Slater.
That's right. I'm not going alone. Corvillo here is going to hold my hand.
Oh, listen to me. If I show me to them, they will...
Kill you, Corvillo. I'll plead your case. Come on.
Slate, they could kill you, too.
Here's a dime, sailor. If I'm not back in half an hour, call the local gendarmes. And don't forget, I'll want change. Your arm, Corvillo.
Please, senor. I give you big bonus for this $100. This is the room. Let me go from you now.
I'll need you to knock on the door, Corvillo. Knock.
Oh, senor.
I could use your head for a door knocker. I could...
What makes a thin-lipped man like you so passionate? See, I knock.
You should never have found me, Shannon.
Once I showed you the way, killer. Uncle Villa here showed me the way. It's a world full of people who do you favors. It makes me have faith again.
And make a prayer for your guide, Shannon.
Oh, senor, it is only that
I told him I'd plead his case. You don't give a man time to take a breath, do you, killer?
Yeah, suddenly went fresh, Shannon. Curvio always smelled of dead barracuda. Breathe how fresh the air is now. I give you one deep breath.
I want Joe's kid. I want Ruth.
I promised her I'd give you back to her dead. I don't want to break my word to a good little girl like Ruthie.
You give me to her like that, they bury Joe's double-cross money with me.
You had it all the time? I underestimated Joe. I thought he'd keep it close to his heart.
In my hotel safe in Havana, you give me Ruth, I send you the dough.
I got a better idea. Just flashed through my head.
I saw sparks as it went through.
We'll all go to Havana. You, Ruthie, Connie, me. It's gone. You like my idea?
It's a stunner. Get the kid.
Move Corvio out of the doorway, huh, Shannon? I don't want the sight of him to spoil my trip. We got ourselves a rough night, haven't we, Shannon?
Now, don't worry about it. Ruthie okay, sailor?
Mm-hmm. She's below with Connie. They're both trying to sleep.
How much did Ryan run out with, Blake?
Don't you know? I thought you said you had it in your safe. And you know a thing? You better have it in your safe.
Joe gave it to me in an envelope, but it had his name on it. I didn't open it.
You should have. You would have gotten a smile out of 20 grand. $21,000 bills.
It's a lot of dough for a win in Kansas City.
Ryan was supposed to go in the tank, but he didn't. He threw a right that knocked his opponent into the third row. Ryan sold me out.
I'd sell you out, too. Let's face it, Mr. Blake. You're the type.
You were telling me a story.
Yeah, sure, a story. Ryan made a deal with a bookie. I got to the bookie. He told me after it was all over. Said he paid off Ryan in 20 G notes.
And you feel you're entitled to it, huh?
Yeah, look at the trouble I went through.
Ruthie, what are you doing up here? Come on. Let's take you and your piggy bank down below.
I wasn't sleepy, Mr. Vol.
Come over here, Ruthie. You can hold the wheel.
Miss Jordan fell asleep. She tried to ask me where Daddy's money is. I wouldn't tell her. She drowsed off.
That's all right, Ruthie. We know where the money is.
You do?
Of course we do.
But how do you know? I never told you.
You'd better go down to the cabin, Ruthie.
Wait a minute, kid. I said wait.
Mr. Vol, catch my piggy bank.
What?
Catch it.
There's your money, Blake. Get it.
Huh? Hey, the wind is blowing
Get it,
away.
Blake. There goes another one. You missed it, huh? Well, there's one over there.
Help me pick it.
Thanks for asking.
You know, people, if I had caught that piggy bank, Mr. Blake wouldn't be flat on his back now.
Pop put it in my bank. It was there all the time.
Hey, what's going on up there?
I'll go down and talk Miss Jordan back to sleep. Lock us in.
Nice kid, huh?
I was like that when I was a little girl. I grew up nice, too, didn't I?
I'll let you know when we get home. Give me the wheel, sailor.
You like it, Slade?
Turn around.
All right. Nifty, huh?
Yeah. It's a marvel to me what they do with bathing suits in this day and age.
Ruthie sent it to me from Camden, New Jersey. This is the first time I've ever had a bathing suit from Camden.
Well, the material is nice, but it's a little baggy in the knees, don't you think?
Don't knock it, Slade. The kid sent it to me, and I'm going to wear it.
Well, you could put a tuck in here, and here a tuck, and here a tuck, and everywhere a tuck. Pocket here.
What are you going to do with the sleeves?
This. Like 'em around your neck?
What's to like? They're all wool. They itch.
Then try this. Like that?
Try it again.
All right. Well?
They still itch.
Here, you can have them.
What am I going to do with woolen sleeves?
You can wear 'em for open-toed socks.
Now, come here, sailor. Now, put your arms around my neck. All silk. I love it.
And so, our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest Bold Venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture. Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Out of gas, huh? That's nice.
How can it be possible no gas? The gauge says full.
Bless its little needle. What are you banging on the panel for?
Yeah. Now the gauge says empty. I thought I told you to have this gauge fixed, sailor.
Well, the garage man touted me off at Slate. He said what I needed was a foxtail for the radiator cap. How that man could talk.
All right, we walk. Come on, sailor. You know how far it is to Puente Sombra? 8 miles. Foxtails.
But think how lucky we are. Here we are treading the same path as pirates of old. That's what I call real romantic and educational. Rastro del Pirata. The trail of the pirates. Think of the swashbucklers, and the doubloons, and the pieces of 8, and those jolly, jolly Rogers that...
Hey, look. There's a truck parked up there. Maybe we can borrow some gas. Come on. Hey, mister. Hey, you, behind the wheel.
Tell him we'll pay for the gas, Slate.
Hey, something's wrong with him. What?
El Indio. Because of him.
He's been shot.
Because El Indio. El Indio.
Bad, Slate?
Dead. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Something, I don't know. You smell anything funny, sailor?
What are we going to do about him?
That's in the back part of the truck. Nitric acid. Hey, look at this. See? Fragments from a crock. Stamped Juniper Chemical Company, New York City. Sure, that's what happened.
Look, Slate, I took the commercial course in high school. I never had chemistry. What did? What happened?
That man up front was hauling crocks of nitric acid. There, those rings of dust on the floor. He was hijacked. One crock was broken.
Now what?
Well, we'll siphon some gas, and we'll ride to Puente Sombra. Maybe they'll want to know a man is dead.
I returned the manuscripts, Senor Cambria. See how delicate I have been with them. They are as they were when you gave them to me from their glass case.
Our library is grateful, Senorita Marta. You have absorbed the exquisite value of the legend of El Indio.
I, and my father also.
You spoke of restoration, Senorita. I give you an oath. I will restore to your father the political eminence that was once his. On the memory of El Indio, I swear it.
El Indio, who once held Havana in his hand, who was burned at the stake.
And who swore in flame that he would return with terror. The time is here, Senorita. The man is here. Your father. In him, El Indio comes back for his Havana.
You are an historian with passion.
With a vision that was given to me when...
When, Senor Cambria? Tell me.
You once put your fan to my cheek, Marta.
Historian of passion. Walk in my father's shadow. And in mine. Slash the heart of Havana and bring it bleeding to us. Bring it to us on your knees.
And for this?
For this, historian, your lips may be touched.
I give you Havana, and you...
You have greed, Senor Cambria? Wipe it from your mouth. It is unbecoming to a man of learning. Adios, Senor Cambria.
Well, here it is, sailor. Buena Sombra. Quite a nothing town, isn't it? Let's get out. There's a restaurant over there. I want to call Havana and tell Inspector LaSalle what... Are you listening to me?
That man in the truck, he was saying something. El Indio. I wonder what he was trying to tell us. El Indio.
El Indio means the Indian in Spanish. Now, come on, sailor, out of the Jeep. How do I know what he was trying to say? Now who's doing it?
Doing what?
How many times have you told me to leave something alone? All right, a guy's killed, murdered. Doesn't concern us. I'll be a good citizen and let the authorities know what happened. I don't want any part of it.
El Indio. Murder on a pirate's trail. Maybe.
Oh, cut it out, will you? You want something to eat? I'll meet you at the counter. I'm going to use that phone booth and...
No, I'm not hungry. Maybe El Indio was a pirate. Maybe...
I beg your pardon?
After me, Buster. I got to this phone booth first. This'll only take
Wait. Did you two just come out of that trail? Now, listen to me. I gotta know. I saw you. I saw your Jeep drive out of the Rostro del Parado.
So?
Please, we can't talk here.
Why not?
You've got to listen. These people, they might hear. Now, just outside of the door.
Okay, Buster, let's have it your way. Let's go.
I'll mind the phone booth, Slate.
Now, you too, sailor. Let's listen to what's on this Buster's mind. Okay.
You saw the truck, didn't you? You saw what happened to Villa. You saw how he was murdered.
Villa, huh? That's his name. How do you know?
Over there on the beach. I'll tell you about it.
Sand under the shoe means beach, mister.
Okay. I killed Villa, friends. With you know what? With this. You want to hear it go bang again?
I don't. Do you, Slate?
Okay, Buster. You got a problem. Put the heater away and we'll form a circle on the sand and have
Turn around. Both of you, turn around. Thanks. Now thank me for what I'm going to do. Stop biting your lip, honey.
I always do before I get hit over the head with a gun. I should have told Slate. Makes it easier.
Let's go riding, baby. You and me. That Jeep of yours. You be nice, maybe your friend will live. But only maybe.
That stroke you're using, sailor. Keep at it. You get conked on the head and your fingers go so soft.
Open your eyes, Slate Shannon.
You open them for me.
Mm-hmm. The left. The right. And they are open. And they are the color of the seas.
I catch a lot of fish that way. Hey, you know what?
Tell me.
You're not sailor.
Oh, your voice has delight in it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. As long as I've got my head in a lap that doesn't belong to sailor, I'm delighted. Sailor's not around.
Do what, Slate Shannon?
Not Sonny. It's too complicated. You can take over the right ear now.
They say here is where memory lies. I touch it with gentleness. It reminds you of something?
Yeah, that too. Brings back a guy who didn't want me to use a phone. Brings back a pirate's trail with a hijacked nitro truck, and a dead driver at the wheel, and a name, El Indio. Say, honey, baby, that's no way to heal the sick.
The SLAB was only a hint. Don't go too far. This was to impress upon you to forget a child's fancies of pirates' trails, of El Indio.
You gonna give me new memories, baby?
If you desire them, you have a choice. This that you beg, or the quick death that waits with hunger for you.
Let it wait. What's that you were saying about the color of my eyes, honey? Try to remember while we take a walk. I need refreshment. Listen, LaSalle, I've got a girl chin deep in ice cream over at the counter. She's looking toward this phone booth right now. I want you to meet me on the Rastro del Pirato. I'll give you the rest there.
You tell me you ran out of gas. You tell me you found a dead man in a truck. A man puts lumps on your head with a gun. And the girl took them away with her lips. Thank you for phoning in the funny papers, Shannon.
The Rastro del Pirato, LaSalle, 8 miles out of Point Sombra. Bring your policeman's whistle. We'll blow up a storm.
You drive well, honey. Driving me along a coast highway and...
Why did you slug Slate?
It's a question. Slugging does things. Makes a man remember and forget. Depends on the how and why. In Shannon's case, it's to forget what he saw on the trail. Now, take you now. As long as I got you, I'm thinking Slate won't remember a thing. He'll just... Hey, you're pushing 60, baby. Take it easy. I don't...
What?
Hey, you crazy? Hey, watch it, the curve. Hey, you want to kill us?
Can't hear you.
Baby, listen, slow it up. This hill... You'll kill us, you crazy fool. This gun, I'm not kidding, I'll kill you. Watch it!
Noisy night, ain't it? Can't hear a word.
That curve, you'll never make it.
Oh, curve. Yeah. Thanks a lot. And there's a sand dune, soft one. I'd try that if I were you. I'd jump.
Hey.
Jumper, so help me we go off the road onto those rocks. Happy sand dune, baby.
The woman who held your little head in her apron. Where is she, Shannon?
I bought her another ice cream soda in Point Sombra.
And your Miss Duval. Where did you misplace her?
I told you. Last I saw of her, she was waiting to get a beat over the head. I guess she didn't make it. Anyway, she wasn't around when...
And the truck with the nitric acid and a wounded man whispering El Indio into your convenient ear.
It's around that bend. You'll know it from the corpse draped around the steering wheel.
We are around the bend, Senor Shannon. Will you please polish my glasses? The dust on them permits me not to see no truck.
Was here, LaSalle, right here. A beat-up 2-ton with the smell of nitric acid in it and
A dying man, you said. A man who died before your eyes of bullet wounds. Where has he walked to, this dead man, Senor Shannon?
Look, he was here. I got his blood on my coat. Sailor could...
And Sailor Duval is also not here to corroborate, eh? You are a lonely man, senor, with delusions of mayhem. Give me your head, so I too may bang on it.
adventure. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
They ride in the night on a pirate's trail, run out of gas, walk on feet so frail. Come on, a man in a 2-ton truck, whose blood flows away with his lady luck. Go to the town to report the dead, for civic spirit gets blow on the head. Lady sailor dump rascal on soft sand dune, leave Mr. Slate in usual swoon.
He ought to be back from it by now, King.
When one receives such a blow in the skull, Lady Sailor, one is apt to forget the way home.
Well, let's not build a wake out of it, huh, King?
What is left to build? You throw a villain from a hurtling jeep?
I was doing 85, King.
Loneliness makes you exaggerate, Lady Sailor. Our jeep can't do.
Don't argue with me, King. I tell you that speedometer registered 85 when the boy got yellow and jumped.
This, of course, is the same speedometer that was adjusted by the garage man who told you that what our jeep suffered was the lack of a foxtail.
Well, let's not get ugly about it, King. All I care about is when I came back for Slate, he was gone. That makes my gauge register 0. Oh, pardon me. It just went up to 300 RPMs. Hi, Slate.
Miss me, sailor?
Get rid of the man who brought you, and I'll diagram you how much.
LaSalle doesn't believe me, sailor. Not the dead truck driver, nor the nitric acid. Not the last words of a dying man.
He said El Indio.
You too, Senorita Duval. You too wish to stuff my head with this kiddie pablum? The fairy tale of El Indio that children laugh at inside their short sleeves?
What about the girl? The one who gave me death, or...
Oh, what, Slate?
That reminds me, what happened to you after that guy slugged me?
I threw him out of the Jeep going 85 miles an hour.
Back up, sailor. That Jeep can't do...
My very words, Mr. Slate.
That girl gave you death, or, how come you didn't choose death, Rover boy?
My condolences, Senorita. You have a sick man on your hands. He shows me trucks and dead that do not exist. He prattles old fables of juniper chemical companies. If he gets violent, call me, Senorita. I will be glad. Adios.
I look for you. I wait for you. King sings sad songs about you, and all the time
I got a place for you to eat up all that curiosity, sailor. The library. Get me the rundown on an old Spanish fable, El Indio.
So you can go back to that dame and...
So I can find out who's getting nitric acid from the Juniper Chemical Company.
May it blow up in your teeth. Get me my library card, lover.
Senorita Marta, come in, come in. It is with gratefulness and with much pleasure we greet you, Senor Clooney and I.
Hiya, honey.
The Americano looks as if he suffers. How did the bruises happen to you, Don?
Remind me to tell you how sometime.
Senorita Duval threw him out of a speeding car. Do you not think that was very brave of him?
She got away from you?
What difference does it make?
It is a question, Senorita Marta. Admirably stated. What difference indeed. Senor?
Yeah? What?
In the next room, please. This exchange of money for your services should not be spied upon by a lady.
If that's a custom of the land.
Done?
Simply and with dispatch.
And those others, the ones Senor Clooney has mentioned, Slate Shannon and Senorita Duval?
Each in his own time. It will happen to them. Senorita, please. Your high heels, they're clack. It makes for distraction among the scholars in our historical archives. These are men who delve into history.
Or meet a lady who's a history delver. Give me what you've got on El Indio.
El Indio? Oh, You are in the wrong department, senorita. You want the children's department. I suggested.
This book on your desk, Daddy. The one that says El Indio in big red letters. Read it to me.
Put it down, senorita. You are not to touch it.
Read it to me, Daddy, or I'll walk my high heels all over your bald skull.
I am not a man of violence, senorita. It is only that these copies are only one. It must go to the bookbinders. I do my best to dissuade borrowers from crumbling manuscripts, senorita. They are rare. They must be handled with sensitivity.
And you're the only one sensitive enough
to give you the paltry wealth of my knowledge as an apology. But El Indio is only a legend. It is a legend of an Indian who once was a tyrant in Havana, who was burned at the stake, and who promised to return with terror to blow up Havana for his burnt flesh. In some quarters in Havana, it is believed by frightened children. You accept this apology, senorita?
No, I have to check with my friend first. He's waiting outside. You'll wait, huh? Toodaloo, scholars.
Over here, sailor.
What are you reading?
It's from the Greek, sailor, over your head. What'd you find out about El Indio?
The guy in there must be nuts, Slate. First he tried
Come on. You can tell me on the way to Campania.
Campania? We need to go there for me to tell you
For me to
about...
look at a factory that buys nitric acid from the Juniper Chemical Company. I waded through a lot of bills of lading to find it. Come on, sailor. This is your day for culture. Hand me that rock, sailor.
I thought this was a sneaky operation. What are you going to do, beat your way into this factory?
Just hand me the rock, the one I'm shining the flash on. Thanks.
You going to crawl through that hole in the window?
No, brainy one. I'm going to slide under the door. Let's get with it, sailor. Slip your hand through that hole and reach around and slip that lock. You did very well. You step on my shoulder.
Move the padding over a little.
Get in there. Okay, sailor?
What am I supposed to do now?
Just wait for me.
Welcome to a sulfur factory, Slate.
Take it easy. Down there, there's a light on in that room.
Let us bid a fond farewell to this interesting sulfur factory.
Come back here. Just follow me. Here they are, sailor.
Here what are? All I see are crocks. Crocks I'm supposed to jump up and down about?
Crocks of nitric acid. Look at the label on them. Juniper Chemical Company. The stuff that was hijacked.
That truck wasn't big enough to hold all these bottles.
Huh? Hey, no wonder. These brown bottles. Toluene.
Toluene, huh? Just what I've always wanted.
Don't you catch on, knucklehead? Nitric acid, toluene, TNT. Well, let's figure it, sailor. TNT. El Indio. El Indio?
That's it, El Indio. That librarian told me El Indio was going to blow up Havana.
Except that El Indio's been dead for 300 years.
That man in the truck said El Indio. We both heard him.
Maybe there's something else we can hear, sailor. There's a light in that office.
You said that before.
No, don't, please! Please! What else do you want me to do for you? I've done everything.
Stand right here, sailor, against these boxes. Don't move.
You killed my driver, taken over my plantation.
Understand, we have much at stake, senor, upon the making of the TNT, and terrorizing of Havana depends my father's election.
Get it, sailor? Terror. Terror buys a lot of votes, and superstition on top of terror buys a lot more. That's where El Indio comes from, like an evil spirit. More terror.
You've got to believe me. Don't kill me, please.
We must think about you. Until then, senor, until then you will sleep.
I enjoy you like this, Senor Cumbria.
Say, watch it, the boxes.
You clumsy.
Who is there? Who is it? You there. I see you. Come on out. Who are you?
My God. I don't understand the language.
What has happened, Senor Cumbria?
Hi, Marta.
Slate Shannon. Oh, you fools, go away.
Your boy's hurt, Marta. Better get him in shape. We're going calling on the police.
You ruined it. You ruined everything. You fool, you fool.
Hey, Somebody, hey! Somebody uncrate me. Hey, Slate. Slate, look what happened to me. I'm up to my neck in sulfur.
Dip you in molasses, sailor, and you're a spring tonic. Come on, baby, let's go for a boat ride. This time we're going to make it, sailor. I'm going to show you this pirate's trail if it's the last thing I do.
Mm-hmm. You know what?
What?
I sure appreciate your pointing out to me the landmarks of Cuba of today and yesterday.
You find it dull, huh? Bores you, huh? Now what? Here we go again.
Well, good gracious. Just look at that gas gauge. Empty.
You filled it with gas this morning.
Slate, dear, I have something to tell you.
You met that man again.
Mm-hmm. Didn't you notice? Now there's 2 foxtails on the radiator cap.
All right. On your feet, kid. Start walking. It's 10 miles to town. I said... Why are you putting your head on my shoulder?
Oh, it's the nicest landmark I know. Come here.
You think that's going to stop me from making you walk? Or that? About that walk.
What about it?
Forget it. Who knows when a man with a gas station will walk right by.
And so, our 2 stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Tears of Sorrow, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, you ever hear a little Malayan with black earrings and white smiling teeth bust out laughing like he just won a lottery and say, "Look at me, boss. I'm so happy. Yes, yes, I got tears of sorrow." Yeah, I know. You think I'm crazy. Well, so do I. So does the Western Milk and Separator Company. That's the outfit I work for. I travel in farm supplies. My district is Eastern California, Arizona, New Mexico. But Valentine, there's one place on my route I can't stay away from. It's the dullest, saddest, poorest, loneliest place on all of Route 113. Gas, hamburgers, motel, and the Malayan. The place is called Stillman's Last Chance. Brother, it is. Now listen, last time I was there, I bumped into the wrong cabin by mistake. I never see what happens except I get a knife in my face, a foot in my stomach, and a fist on my jaw. The next thing I know, I'm waking up between my own proper sheets, and nobody will say who put me to bed. Nobody will explain a note I find in my pocket which says stop asking questions or you'll have a worse accident. Valentine, I'm going back to that place. But I'm no hero. I need your help. If you could come meet me there, drive out on Highway 113.
Stillman's last chance, huh? Last chance at what?
Last chance that Stillman's going broke, that's all.
I get it.
Say, I noticed your license plate. California, huh? I got friends in Hollywood.
Is that so?
Sure. I thought of going out there sometimes. There's one fella, he says I'm a type they don't get very often. He was just passing through and he seen me. I don't know, though.
Well, you're very attractive.
Of course, this dress is a little tight. Pretty hard keeping your skin like this with all the dust. I think a girl owes it to herself, no matter where she is.
Yes, of course.
So do I. I guess your husband ain't much interested in these abstractions, is he?
He's not my husband.
Oh? Well, if you'd like some coffee, mister. Hey, look, lady, if you'd like to go back and wash your hands or anything...
Hey, Lucy!
Excuse me. Yeah, Mac? Here I am. I told you there was customers.
Get in here, finish the dishes. I'll take care of them.
Her name's Lucy, George. Shall I tell her you're a casting director?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Let's look around and find this crazy salesman.
Well, Mr. Guthrie, I've seen what the attraction is here. Lucy.
Yeah. No wonder you couldn't stay away from this place.
Now, just because I'm a traveling salesman. Here, wait, I get a little music on here so they can't hear us. That, Lucy there, she's his wife.
His what? You mean that older man?
Sure, yeah, the sourpuss. That's Max Stillman. He owns the place. Makes no bones about it, either. And don't forget he owns the girl with the wandering eyes, too. Just like the movies, isn't it? Middle-aged man with a frizzle-top young wife way out in the middle of nowhere.
You wouldn't be wanting to rescue her, would you? She could be talked into running away, I imagine.
No. Whatever made you start getting me wrong?
Now, look, we drove a long way, Buster, just on the basis of some double talk and your letter, so let's start getting you right.
Double talk, nothing. It's even worse than when I wrote you. Hey, we'll sneak out the side here while the music makes them think we're still in the bar.
Okay.
That Stillman, he watches me like a hawk this time.
Where are we going?
Here. Outside, up the path there. See, I figured out which cabin it was, that one I stumbled into before. And Stillman, I think it was him wrote me the note telling me to stop being nosy.
All right, Mr. Detective.
Valentine, I got beat up. I could prefer charges, but we're going to figure it out instead. Here, turn right. Now, this place is broke, see, not a penny. And those two in there, they hate each other. The only other person, the only one who's happy, that's the cook. I swear they never paid him a penny.
Wait a minute. The cook?
Yeah, Charlie George Washington.
What?
Yeah, he's been here 6 or 8 months. Malayan. Little guy takes an awful beating from Stillman. He always comes back with a grin, just like he owned the secret of the world.
The tears of sorrow, huh? So all that stuff wasn't just a gag.
Of course not.
The Malayan. And you also mentioned a knife in your face.
Yeah, Valentine, it was Charlie's cabin that I stumbled into. Here, this is it.
The curtains are all drawn.
Yeah. Always are. Long time ago, Stillman told me Charlie'd never let anybody near his room. I should have added 2 and 2 faster.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going? Isn't Charlie here now?
It's his day off. Some big chicken ranches down the valley. He always goes over to visit with his Oriental friends. Curtains all drawn. Doors locked tighter than a drum. This morning, I found that if you squeeze in the space between this and the empty cabin next door... Come on.
Yeah, okay, we're still with you. What's those nails there, Angel?
I'm all right, George. I just had some idea of why we're squeezing...
Miss Brooks, there's a window in here with curtains that are frayed. You can see through them.
What?
Hey, you see? Inside Charlie's room there.
A coffin. A casket.
Yeah. Look at the way it shines. And the fancy carving on it.
George, it must be solid silver. A silver casket.
Where would a little cook like that ever get enough money to buy
It'd
it?
take plenty to buy it. But there's something else. Doesn't it make you kind of wonder what's inside the casket?
The man.
What?
Not even a mark on him. Oh, yes, there is a little bruise on his jaw. But there he is, Brooksy, dead. In his own silver casket.
Well, Mr. Valentine, Charlie George Washington was not a young man.
Look, Doctor, look. You've seen the coffin. I've told you how the people acted, and there's that bruise.
So somebody hit him, or maybe he bumped into a door. I treated this man once, Valentine, and the coffin fits in, surely. He must have bought it for himself. A philosopher, I guess. You see, his chest was weak, his heart was worse. He acted like the lord of the world, and at the same time knew darn well he was dying.
Uh-huh, quite a guy, all right. But, Doctor, you can't kid me that last night...
Now, get me straight, Valentine. I think he was murdered, too. But my testimony won't help you much. I can't prove the shock of a tap on the jaw did it any more than you can prove that he had a buried treasure of some kind. No, he didn't, I tell you. I know.
How do you know, Mr. Stillman?
Because I looked for it. In his shack, in his clothes. Even followed him to see if he ever buried anything. Of course, that's why I tried to chase people away from him, because I wanted to find it myself. Only I didn't. So, but I didn't do anything wrong, did I?
All right. Lucy, let me ask you...
You don't know no more about it than I do, mister. You see, it's too bad now. Charlie's dead, that's all. It was an accident.
Sure. Maybe all the dough he ever had was invested in that fancy box.
You know, I might agree with you if Charlie was still alive. If there hadn't still been reason for somebody to slug him last night.
Gosh, I didn't even see him last night.
Neither did I.
Oh, no, of course not. Who else was staying here besides Guthrie?
Nobody.
Mac, if you're going to...
Nobody, I said.
Well, now, look, don't argue about it. You're jealous of your wife, Mac, aren't you? She's nice looking. It wouldn't have been somebody that,
What? Right under his nose?
Shut up. Now, look, mister, we've been helpful enough now.
There's an empty cabin next to Charlie's. Guthrie says he saw you bringing fresh linen to it this morning.
Huh?
And it's happened before, yeah. He says he counted 4 dirty plates once when there were only 3 people.
Well, look, maybe I slept in that other cabin. See, and who cares?
Now, don't get excited, Buster.
Well, a couple of customers. If you'll pardon us, Mr.
Yeah, he'll excuse you.
Hey, Mac.
Hey, the law.
Hey, Mac, what are you?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw the doctor's car out front. Is he here?
Yeah, cabin 14, officer. What's happened?
Accident up the highway. Almost got me. Pepper, too, here.
Hello, Pepper.
Hey, got some people hurt out in the car.
You need me anymore.
Look, you want some help?
No. I'll drive them up to the cabin for the doc. Hey, put some coffee in that guy, will you? He almost got his cock turned over.
What? Pepper.
Yeah, come on, tell us, Pepper.
Oh, holy smoke, I can't stand the sight of them things. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Stillman. Got a piece of your fresh pie.
Yeah.
Never mind. Coffee's too hot. Maybe it's whiskey I want.
Hey, friend, calm down.
Well, it's my egg truck, see? I run the pickup route out of here for the poultry outfits. It was an hour ago, maybe 2. We've been working to get them people out. Tourists' car coming from the east.
Yeah. Well, what was it? Who got hit?
Well, I see this car behind me coming like a bat out of... Oh, hey, excuse me, Mrs. Stillman.
Yeah, what?
Well, it was up in the curves. You know these mountains. Anyway, this crazy galoot is in such a hurry, he barrels right past me on a curve, and this other car's coming from the east, right head on. The cop, he's right behind the eastern car. I slam into a ditch, and he skids sideways across the road. Oh, brother.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, all right. This guy going so fast, he was coming from this direction.
Mac, before the cop gets back, there's something I got to tell you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, gosh, I'm sorry, but this guy who's speeding, who passes me, the cop says he's somebody broke a parole.
What are you talking
now,
about?
Take it easy. The cop says it's Bo Stillman, that cousin of yours.
What?
Yeah, Mac, the cop seems to think Bo must have come from here. I just wanted to warn you. The cop says he'll bet you were hiding Bo out again.
Yeah, well, where is Bo? What happened to him?
He's dead, Mac. Other people only got injured. Bo's dead.
Oh.
So, there was somebody here in the empty cabin last night. Your cousin. And now he dies by a real accident while speeding away.
All right. All right, mister. Sure. Only, look, I want to explain...
Never mind, Mac, not now. Besides, you better look after your wife. She just fainted.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. How come neighbor Brown, who has a car several years older than yours, drives past you with a big, broad smile on his face? Well, looks like he's got that new car feeling. And how did he get it? Not by using a gasoline that contains engine-sticking gum, that's for sure. So it's a safe bet that neighbor Brown is using Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that's super refined to get rid of engine-sticking gum. This troublemaker, gum, comes from the impurities that are naturally present in most raw gasolines. And Chevron Supreme is the gasoline in the West that's super refined to eliminate gum. Just try it on your own car. You'll get and keep that new car feeling. Try it tomorrow for fast starting, smooth pickup, ping-free power on hills, and for full mileage in the kind of driving you do. Ask for super refined Chevron Supreme at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. I so happy I got tears of sorrow. Those were the words of Charlie George Washington, the enigmatic little Malayan cook who was the only happy person at Stillman's last chance. The only happy person, yet in his room he had an ornate silver casket waiting. But now that Charlie is dead, you can't believe somehow that he wasn't murdered. But by whom? Max Stillman? His wife, Lucy, with the wandering eyes? Jeff Guthrie, the salesman who hired you? You settle on the prime suspect, a cousin of Max Stillman's hiding out from the law. The only trouble is that cousin is now dead, too. This time from a real accident out on the highway. And so you talked to the highway patrolman who was there.
Well, Mr. Valentine, I told you how it happened. Oh, and Pepper here saw it better than I did.
Just streaking up the road he was. Come past me just
What
like
I want
he
to
was...
know is why he was in such a hurry.
Well, the law wasn't closing in on him or anything, if that's what you mean. Yeah, he didn't even know what part of the state he was in.
Yeah. Somebody said he broke parole.
That's right, in Tucson. Yeah, he was one of those guys that's always in trouble. Max Stillman in there claims he was surprised to see Bo show up here. And just pulled in late last night and asked for a bed, then drove off first thing this morning.
Uh-huh. Harboring a criminal.
Well, yeah, sure, to be technical. Oh, but Mac's all right. He never done anything himself, I know of.
Uh-huh. Pepper, you know these people pretty well, the Stillmans?
Well, I've been making egg pickups for the big ranches over here for a couple of years, out of Williams and Flagstaff, only, well, I know...
All I mean is maybe you know some gossip about them.
Oh, what are you driving at?
Well, how about Lucy Stillman and Mac's cousin, Bo? That make any sense? Remember, she fainted when she heard about this.
Huh? Bo Stillman, 60 years old, with a face he never shaves, and a mouthful of tobacco.
Oh, okay, we'll throw that one out.
Mrs. Stillman, well, she smiles at just about everybody, mister.
That's right.
Well, now, that's what intrigues me. That'll be the best cover-up for the fact that there really is some man beside her husband.
Well, gossips haven't got it pegged yet, and, well, I tell you this, I don't hang around enough to find out. My wife sees to that.
Yeah, and I'm in the same boat.
Wait a minute, Pepper, where are you going?
Well, gosh, I got a load of eggs standing out in the sun there, you know.
Oh, I'll run Pepper back up to where we left his truck and then get back to my job on the highway. Doc's getting an ambulance for those other people from the accident. They're taken care of, so...
So you think the law isn't needed anymore, and I'm just stalling you, huh? Well, I am, officer, and I'll tell you the reason.
George?
Yeah, Brooksy.
George?
Yeah, right here, Brooksy.
Oh.
Did you get them?
Well, just the secretary on duty, but she'll locate her boss and have him call us back.
Hey, wait a minute. What's all this?
A funeral parlor in Phoenix, officer. The outfit whose nameplate is on that silver coffin of Charlie's.
Yeah? Oh, what did they say?
Oh, you mean you are interested?
George, it was only sent to him on consignment. At least that's what the girl's record showed, but She said her boss was
Consignment, huh? So Charlie hadn't paid for the thing yet. Or if he had, it was only a deposit.
Oh.
Yeah. Now there's a crime, isn't there? Because how could Charlie have expected to pay for that thing, or the funeral parlor expected to be paid, unless he did have some money hidden away? And where is it now?
Well, where was it at any time? Oh, I've heard those stories. People wondering why he was so happy, betting he had some hidden away.
Mac looked all over for the treasure and never found it.
Sure, and we've done a little looking ourselves. Only in the wrong places, Brooksy. We've never been obvious enough.
George.
Now, give me that letter the salesman wrote us to bring us here. I'm beginning to wake up, Angel. Wait a minute. Yeah, here we are. Dear Mr. Valentine, you ever hear a little Malayan, you know the type, wears black earrings and white smiling teeth and so forth and so forth?
You mean black earrings?
But he always wore them, Valentine. Just black buttons.
Oh, no, he didn't. Not when we found the body.
George, you're right. There were just the marks on his ears.
Yeah, where his earrings used to be.
Well, I'll grant you, I never saw Charlie without them before.
It'd be a pretty good joke on people if his treasure were right in front of them. And listen to this. I so happy I got tears of sorrow. I got the tears of sorrow. Pearls, maybe. Tear-shaped pearls. Brooksy, do you have any idea what a fortune a pair of matched black pearls would be worth?
No, I haven't.
Holy smoke. I have.
I guess you're not leaving now, eh, officer?
Huh? Oh, hey, Pepper.
Yeah?
I'll flag a car to take you back to your truck.
Okay.
Valentine, we're going to comb this place from kitchen to towel racks.
Okay, friend, we'll look for earrings, all right. But it's the person who knocked Charlie down and took him off him that I want. It's Charlie's murderer that we're going to find.
A little out of my line, Miss Brooks. The old-fashioned swoon.
No, it happens to anybody. And with all the excitement going on here,
Honey, you don't know how mixed up and upset you can get when you're married to a police dog like that. I guess that isn't any worry of yours.
Did you see Bo Stillman when he was here last night?
Gosh, no. I mean, it was a complete surprise when I found he was here. But I didn't talk to him or anything. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thank you. This is a nice room. You didn't see Charlie last evening either, did you?
Not after dinner dishes. Then I did some bacon. Mac, he was asleep already. I went out for a little walk.
Mm-hmm.
Poor little Charlie. Mac was rough with him sometimes, but I never was. Hey, why'd you come in here? What do you want?
I told you. Just to see how you were feeling.
No, you didn't. You thought I was up front in the lunchroom.
All right, have it your own way.
Well, what do you want? What do you come snooping here for?
Lucy, what's in the little bag behind the door there?
Hey, you get out of there. You get out of there. Put that down.
Oh, that's so fast. Well, we nice girls, though.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. Only please don't open that. There's nothing important in there.
I'm sorry, too, Lucy. You're right. There isn't what I was looking for. I just thought what gaudy decorations a pair of pearls would make for...
For a gaudy girl, is that what you were going to say?
No, Well, anyway, they're not here. Only a change of underwear, slip, roll of $30, $40, $50. Extra stockings. When were you planning on running away?
None of your business. It's none of your business.
Well, we're saved by the bell, George.
Why, Mr. Valentine, we was just having a talk when
Come on,
she
Brooksy,
said...
never mind.
What?
Mrs. Stillman, a deputy sheriff's going to stay here until we get back. To make his job easy, we'll take Guthrie with us.
George.
We're going for a ride with the highway patrol, Angel. Lucy, that husband of yours got away. He must have taken out of here faster than his cousin ever drove.
Well, here's where the wreck was, Mr. Valentine.
I don't see any Dodge parked around. That's what Mac drives.
Yes, George. If Mac stopped here, he's already gone.
How about it? You see any tracks, officer?
I can't tell a thing. The wrecker in the ambulance that picked up Bo must have backed all over the shoulders here.
Well, that's what Mac must be following. The wreck itself and the ambulance. The body of Bo.
Yeah. If the pearls were in the wreck, I don't see how they could have got thrown clear. Must still be in the wrecked car someplace. Or in Bo's pocket. halfway on to Mountain View by now.
Valentine, maybe I'm just a thick-headed
You know, I
salesman,
think it's a
but-
very simple crime that's piled up like a snowball.
Simple. With silver caskets and Malayan...
Still, it all boils down to this. Charlie had something worth money, and one or more people figured that out.
Well, I grant you that...
Bo Stillman spent the night in the cabin next door to Charlie's.
Oh, I get it. The window. He could have looked in, spotted the coffin, got curious, and gone over
Obviously,
there.
that's what Mac thinks happened. Come on, let's get after him.
I must be gaining on him, sir. There's Pepper's egg truck up ahead.
Well, come on, officer. Step on
All
it.
right.
Can't you get by the truck now?
I can't see how. I'll give Pepper a touch of the siren so he'll let us pass him.
You know, I've been thinking about Lucy. The way she's been acting all day. Nervous Nellie. Oh, I doubt if she'd tap Charlie on the jaw herself. But suppose her accomplice did. Her boyfriend.
Valentine, I told you once before, I never so
Can't you
much...
get past that guy, officer?
Shoulder's too soft for Pepper to pull over and let us by.
Listen, Guthrie, listen. Suppose Lucy's nervous because everything's gone wrong. A tap on the jaw didn't just knock Charlie out, it killed him. And then there was Bo Stillman, the cabin next door. And suppose he didn't do it himself, but suppose he saw it done.
Look, I'm still telling you,
A little crime with everything going wrong and snowballing. And the ones who did it scared to death, running.
These blasted curves, these slow trucks.
There. Pepper's waving you to come on. He can see.
Yeah, it's a nice guy. Hey!
Give me that!
Let go of that wheel.
George!
Hang on, hit the brakes. It wasn't Charlie who was murdered, it was Bo Stillman. What? Pepper's a nice guy, huh? He can see if there's any cars. No cars coming, huh? Well, it's not the kind of a murder you could plan. But for a guy running, a guy scared to death, yeah, it could have messed us up pretty bad. Almost as badly as Bo Stillman.
Oh, George.
Now, let me do the driving, officer. You want to be free to use a gun on that guy, Pepper.
Yeah, I'll get out, Mr. Valentine. Gee, back there, I didn't see that other car coming.
No, not much.
Honest, I was just...
Stand on your legs. Stop wobbling.
Oh, look, I haven't done nothing.
No, you just tapped a guy on the jaw to get some pearls for a girl.
Huh?
I should have guessed you were Lucy's boyfriend, Pepper. You've been on this run for a couple of years, you said. Pick up fresh eggs, so you have to come out at night. Lucy said she went for a little walk last night. Did some baking, too, she said. I remember you seemed to know she had fresh pie.
Look, Mr. Valentine, I'd never kill anybody as long as I
Not
live.
unless you got scared.
No.
I know how that bowl of jelly in your head works. Last night you got the pearls. Only Bo Stillman saw you, and you knew it. So instead of you and Lucy running away right then, you wait until morning, knowing Bo will try to get you alone for a little shakedown.
Look, Valentine, listen,
Bo knows
you got...
where to find you. Follows you down the highway. You know he'll try to pass you so he can flag you down.
Yeah.
Well, now, maybe you didn't plan it that way, but you got the nastiest idea I ever heard of. You waved him to pass on when you could see another car was coming.
Look, Valentine, you gotta believe me. You gotta... What else could I do? When I hit Charlie, he died. When his day off was over, what people would have gone in and found he'd been murdered.
You're wrong, Pepper. They wouldn't have.
What?
It never could have been proved.
What's that?
The doctor told me that. But, Buster, you overheard the cop and me figuring out the pearls and talking about a murderer.
Oh.
And then when you heard the siren and saw the red light and us right behind you, the temptation was too much, wasn't it?
No.
Pepper, I think you proved you're fit to hang.
George, that service was really something.
Yeah, it sure was all right. People wearing top hats. The works.
None of these people even knew the little guy.
Charlie George Washington wasn't quite the usual man.
A little, lonely, sick fellow. Wonder what he thought about.
Oh, he was a pretty sharp operator. He made a good deal with the funeral parlor. Had them send out his coffin in advance. He arranged for all this.
Yeah. Look what it cost him. His pearls, his earrings. He'd already signed them over to this outfit. If you ask me, he might have cashed them in earlier and enjoyed his life.
Yeah. Maybe he just wanted to enjoy something else.
The bluebird, huh? The pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
That's what I mean. I guess only Charlie had the answer.
Yeah. Keep it in the future. The dream.
Yes, darling, but you can overdo this future business, you know.
Hey, what is this?
Well, it's just a private little joke, Guthrie. drop you someplace?
If your car has an oil filter, don't forget that it's a real money saver for you, but only if it is serviced every 6,000 to 8,000 miles. Neglect the oil filter beyond that mileage, and it readily becomes a liability by letting dirt, grit, and carbon circulate through precision-fitted engine parts. You can actually see and feel the difference by comparing a new filter element with one that's used up. You'll find the new one weighs less than a pound, and the old saturated one may easily weigh 4 or 5 pounds. A new oil filter element, by the way, is not only the surest way to keep fresh oil clean longer and to protect your motor, it's also the most economical. So if you haven't had that wear-saving filter cartridge replaced in 8,000 miles, why not do it tomorrow? It's another protective car-saver service you can get at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy. Alan Reed was heard as Guthrie, Louise Arthur as Lucy, Larry Dobkin as Mac, Phil Boucher as the officer, and Walter Burke as Pepper. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Brothers McINTOSH, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I am a butler in a very fancy house, though perhaps I ain't the usual type for butling. My bosses are two brothers, the Brothers McINTOSH. I've been with them ever since I was a busboy in the first cafe they ever owned. What a joint that was. But now they're a success so big it hurts your eyes. Bill McINTOSH used to be a cook, and it must have given him a sour stomach, because there's a guy what hates everybody. But I mean everybody. And it's plenty mutual. Bill's brother, the sweetest guy in the world. This Mervyn McINTOSH is a prince, a real gentleman, with good words and a wide-open pocketbook for everybody. Friends, I tell you, Mr. Valentine, there's nobody who ain't. Except that is, of course, whoever is that wants to kill him. But how can you ever get
a man to admit he's in danger? When he's so big-hearted, he'd slap the devil himself on the back and say, have a cigar. That's my problem, and I need your help. Yours most sincerely, and it's signed, Jasper, butler to the Brothers McINTOSH.
Sounds like he thinks one of these guys is going to kill the other one, doesn't it?
Sounds like he's crazy or punch-drunk. Jasper, butler to the Brothers
What's the matter, Brooksy?
George, the postmark on the letter is Harbortown.
Oh, that's important?
Well, there's been something about Harbortown lately.
Something?
Maybe this letter isn't crazy at all. I remember now. It's something Lieutenant Riley was talking about.
Riley's out of town, Valentine, but I checked up for you.
Thanks, Devlin.
There's some kind of an investigation going on down there on the QT. Small-time rackets of some kind. Nothing to do with us here in homicide.
A racket investigation. I thought that happened years ago in Harbortown.
It did. They blew the lid off the place about 5 years back. Sent a big shot named Fillery to the pen.
Fillery. Oh, sure, I remember. Well, how about the name McINTOSH? That mean anything? Cafe owners.
The biggest roadhouse owners in the state. At least Mervyn is. He's got a sour apple brother, I guess, kind of got pushed out of the business. You know, that's what I don't understand.
What do you mean, Devlin?
Well, these McINTOSH boys got their start at the same time Fillery went broke. Same time he was...
Well, go on. Hey, wake up. Hey, Devlin, come back to the party.
I'm here. I'm doodling on the morning traffic report.
Huh?
3:30 a.m., Sugar Canyon Road, 1949 convertible went over embankment. No explainable reason for accident. Single occupant... no, that's his brother.
His what? Hey, what are you talking about?
You got a letter said this guy McINTOSH might be killed. Here, listen. Listen to this. Car rolled over 5 times, completely demolished. Single occupant, only here's what I mean. Bill McINTOSH.
Oh, I get it. Wrong
and
guy.
Guess what, Valentine? He lived through it.
No, I don't want to see you. I don't want to see anyone. Get out of here.
Lie still, will you please, Mr. McIntyre?
That goes for you, too, Doc. I don't need all them bandages. Emergency hospital already slapped enough on
Mr.
me.
McINTOSH, we don't mean to intrude, but your butler here, Jasper, tells me I can't see Mervyn unless I first see you.
So you want to see Mervyn?
Well, that was the original reason for coming here, but...
We don't like to bother you when you've just been in an
I'm
accident.
all right. I just got scratched up a little. Doc, you're all finished. You poked around enough.
I'm going.
You too, Jasper. Go on,
Yes,
go on.
Sir, I'll show you to the door, Doctor.
Friend of my brother's. Sucker won't even send us a bill.
Your brother seems to have lots of friends.
Maybe.
But you're not one of them.
Maybe. I know all about you, Valentine. Jasper told me about that letter he wrote you. He's an idiot.
Yeah, well, he's worried about your brother.
Follows him like a dog, the idiot. Anybody who ties strings around people or lets other people tie strings around them...
Mr. McINTOSH, maybe the doctor shouldn't have left.
Nothing wrong with me. Driving alone, car flipped over. I was thrown clear. Scratches and bruises, that's all. I want to see you. I want to see anybody who hasn't been given a glad hand or a free cigar or a slap on the back. Jasper out there is worried, but he hasn't caught on yet. You don't know what I'm talking about, eh? Well, Jasper thinks my brother Mervyn is just sleeping late today.
What are you talking about?
Look, last night I answered the phone. And then Mervyn came home and went out. And then afterwards I drove and I looked and I looked. I got more and more scared at what I'd done. Mervyn keeps a cabin cruiser down in the harbor, but she was anchored in the same old spot with no lights. I looked every place. From the railroad station to Sugar Canyon.
Hey, wait a minute. Calm down, will you? Get back to that part. You got more scared at what you'd done. What had you done?
Do you understand a man having enough to drink and being scared enough that when he sees a sharp turn coming, he just plain doesn't make the turn? Just lets the car go over?
Your accident. You mean you were trying to kill yourself?
I mean, I've always hated my loudmouth brother. No, I was just excited and I had some drinks and I was scared and Maybe I did. He is my brother. Abel and Cain, that's us.
You better clear this up pretty fast, Buster.
Know how to take dictation, miss?
What? Oh, yes, I do. Go ahead.
A confession. Yes, a confession. The keeping quiet when I could have spoken and prevented my own brother's death.
His death?
Yes. My brother, the great Mervyn McINTOSH. Friend to everybody. Well, he seems to have one enemy. A man named Fillery lost his shirt when we came to this town, and apparently it wasn't just because Mervyn had glad-handed him out of the nightclub business. Then Fillery went to prison. Why? Who knows? My brother Mervyn is honest, not a squealer. But for some reason, Fillery has threatened to kill Mervyn, not once, but 50 times.
Fillery, Go on.
Well, Fillery was released from prison yesterday. Last night, a wire came to the house from a friend telling us about it. And that's where I fit in. While I'm sitting here reading that wire, the phone rings, and a little polite voice says he'd like to see Mervyn out in a lonely place. About some business, the voice says. And then it happens. Mervyn comes home. I give him the message, but I don't show him the telegram. He leaves. I don't tell him that phony voice was really the voice of Fillery waiting to murder him. I don't know why I do it. A couple hours I just sit there and wait and sweat, but then I can't stand it any longer, so I go out looking. And I find the meeting's already taken place. And all I can find out is that Mervyn's green sedan has been seen leaving the place with Fillery in it alone. Don't you see? I let my brother walk into a trap. I let my own brother be murdered.
Take a week to find Mervyn's body in all those woods.
Yeah, it'll take you a lot longer than that to find Fillery.
Brooksy, Fillery did come in on the train, and we confirmed the part about his making the phone call. And afterwards, the kid in the service station was pretty sure of the description. Green car driving away quickly up this road.
George, certainly the police...
Well, we got a head start on the police. We might as well use it.
George, I wonder why that butler Jasper wasn't at home last night so that...
Sure. We'll ask him sometime. Hey, notice how the traffic funnels through just a few roads here.
Uh-huh.
Boy, what a town this must be when there's a parade.
You know, Fillery's had such a head start, and the highway patrol's already looking for him in the city and beyond.
Yeah. So suppose you hop on a bus and tell the rest of it to Lieutenant Devlin.
What, George?
Brooksy, the guy in a green car is supposedly running like mad across the country, only the trail dies in every direction. So maybe I got an idea. I'm going to take a little drive right around here. Up the country road right by the beach. Oyster Cove. And a green sedan parked right on the pier.
What's your trouble, Bob?
Huh? Oh, nothing. I was just wandering around. How's the fishing?
I don't know. I'm looking at boats.
Yeah, sure. Some pretty ones, all right. Say, you didn't happen to see anybody getting in or out of that car over there, the green one?
Yes, Bud. As a matter of fact, I did. Me.
You?
Me. That all right?
I was talking to a guy named Bill McINTOSH a little earlier, and he said...
That's so. Never happened to meet the man.
Now, just slow down, Buster. You're Fillery, aren't you?
Is there a law against it? Whatever rotten branch of the law you spring from, but I assure you, my parole papers are quite in order.
Not so fast.
Let go of my arm. Let go of it, I said.
Get away from those steps.
Here, what's going on, Fillery? Stop that. Cut it out, both of you.
Why, you got a crew, huh?
No, just Tony, a young fellow that helps me out. He's out there now getting the boat warmed up.
Who are you, chum? What's your name?
I think we can do without names on a hot day like this. I suppose you just run along, young man, and tell your feet.
Sure. You guys aren't interested in murder.
In what?
Murder? Well, if that's the case, perhaps I'd better. My name is Mervyn McIntosh. Now, what do you mean, murder?
All right. So you are Mervyn McIntosh, and you are alive. But how did Fillery get your car?
Because I loaned it to him last night. I had to see about the boat. My crews are out there.
He doesn't need to know that.
Oh, now, take it easy, Fillery. He's not a reporter.
He doesn't need to know any of it.
Cool off, Buster.
Fillery, please.
Show you how I cool off.
Hey, you... Now, look what you did. He was a nice young fella. No need to
I'm in a hurry, McIntosh. I came to talk business. Remember?
Relax, will you? Wait till I find somebody to look after the boy.
Leave him there. Business, I said.
Oh, people should be friendly. Fix the boy comfortable. There we are. Now, pick up your suitcase and we'll go aboard. We're going to be friends, aren't we? Here, Have a cigar.
George, where on earth have you been?
Don't even ask me, Brooksy. Where all good suckers go, I guess.
But, darling, it's practically midnight and the police have been...
I don't care what's been happening. Besides an ice pack, all I care about is getting my hands on that Bill McINTOSH. That crazy, hoked-up story of his about his brother being in danger, being dead.
But, George, listen to me. The police have been calling. Bill McINTOSH was right.
What did you say?
The Coast Guard up near Oyster Cove. They just fished out the body of Mervyn McINTOSH.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Which tire on your car is the most important one? Ask the car savers at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. They'll tell you the oldest, smoothest tire is most important because that's the one that will probably cause trouble first. And at any of these service stations, they'll be glad to add to your tire safety before you go out on crowded highways. They'll be glad to explain why new Atlas Grip Safe tires give you extra protection. They'll show you the wider 7-rib tread of these tires with their ground-gripping edges that put more skid-resisting rubber under your car. You'll be both money and miles ahead by turning in risky tires for new Atlas Grip Safe tires. Because a new Atlas tire is a protected purchase. It carries a double-written warranty for 12 months. 1 against tire damage from any road hazard, and 2 for workmanship and material. And this warranty is honored on the spot by 38,000 dealers from coast to coast, many of whom are open 24 hours a day. Friends, why gamble with your own safety? Ask about new Atlas tires tomorrow. Ask at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The brothers McINTOSH. One of them no one likes, and the other one called everybody in the world his friend. The only trouble is, big jovial Mervyn, whom you talked to only this afternoon, now is dead. Dead just as his brother Bill expected him to be. Dead just as their strange butler, Jasper, warned you Mervyn might be in the letter he wrote. Still, if your name is George Valentine, the case has not worked out in exactly the way you anticipated. In fact, as you return to examine the body with Lieutenant Devlin, you're convinced that nothing makes sense.
Yeah, same guy I saw, all right. Struck over the side of the head, huh?
Yeah. Coast Guard found him floating in the water of the bay. As I figured, Valentine Fillery got gypped out of his roadhouses and maybe his little rackets by the glad-hander here.
Yeah. Yeah, there might have been holes in this friendship stuff.
Of course there are. Nobody was ever as popular as this bird's supposed to have been, or as nice to everybody.
Fillery gets out of prison and kills Mervyn.
Yeah, after the big boy manages to stall Fillery at their first meeting and so suckers himself into being bumped off in an even more secluded spot.
Mm-hmm. What about the boat?
Well, it's just adrift out there someplace. All this fog and so many little bays along the coast, it'll take us a little time.
Why adrift? What makes you think Fillery isn't still aboard it?
You haven't looked back at the road at the end of the pier, have you?
Why, what do you mean? What's the... Oh, no.
Oh, yes. The green sedan isn't there. That's what happened to Fillery. He's got away again.
Well, have they checked in Arizona, the used car lots?
Valentine, stop blaming yourself for this case.
I got over that 2 days ago. I only asked you these
It's a police
things.
case now. Even if we haven't done any better than you did. Oh, hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello. Oh, George, about the steamer Guadalupe.
The what?
Go on, Angel. Foreign registry?
As foreign as they come, 3 miles out, and you're as safe as a seal. It's a freighter, so no questions asked.
When's she leaving?
This afternoon, 4 o'clock, Pier 73. That's the other side of Harbor Town, so there's plenty of time.
Will
to-
somebody
please
You
tell
finally
me.
persuaded me Fillery's the kingpin in this case. That's all, Devlin.
What?
If he'd really planned on killing Mervyn, then he's also smart enough to have planned how to get away, how never to be caught.
Okay. Tell me the rest.
Fillery had already booked passage a couple of days ago to sail on the Guadalupe this afternoon.
Well, come on. What are we waiting
Not
for?
so fast, Devlin, not so fast. Get men down there just before 4 o'clock. But in the meantime, lay off. Stay away from the place.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Angel, you and I have to go pay a social call on the poor guy that nobody likes. Harbor Town. Great. Bottleneck streets, bottleneck murder case.
But they'll certainly be able to make Fillery talk
No,
when
they
he shows up at the boat. What'd you say?
I said no, they won't. Brooksy, this is the right street, isn't it, from McIntosh's?
Well, yeah, just up the block.
Hey,
but
hey, look. Just parking in front of the house there. My nemesis, the wild goose I
George.
chased. And let us park right behind her. Good, that's it, Brooksy. Yeah, the green sedan, the special job.
Now, George, be careful.
Never mind. You stay behind me.
But you'll see you
I don't
first.
care. Let him. It's a 50-50 chance, Angel. And from where I sit, that's good enough. Well, hello there.
Oh, hello. You looking for me, mister?
Maybe I am. You had the car, didn't you?
Well, yeah, sure,
George,
but I...
what on earth is...
The wild goose, Angel. I finally remembered something Mervyn said about a one-man crew. About a boy who was out warming up his boat. Well, that was you, wasn't it, Buster? You're Tony, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm Tony. Look, I've always worked on that boat, only... Well, I didn't even know anything was wrong until I just read yesterday's newspaper, and Mr. Mervyn loaned me his car.
You mean you stole it, Tony? Hello, Valentine.
No, I didn't. Honest, Mr. McIntosh, your brother said that
This kid's been in trouble before you.
Go on, kid, you tell it.
Well, a couple of days ago, Mervyn came down to the boat at night. He'd had a meeting with some guy giving him the car. And...
Fillery?
Well, I didn't know who it was then. Just somebody who didn't want to be seen coming through the public pier at the yacht club, I figured. Anyway, Mervyn had slept on board that night, and...
Why didn't he call the house? The blasted inconsiderate...
Well, look, I didn't think he wanted anybody to know where he was or what he was doing. Next morning, he told me to pull out, and we went up the coast to Oyster Cove, where it's quiet, to pick up the same guy.
It was Fillery.
Yeah. They were going to go out fishing for a day or two, fishing and talking, I guess. Only they didn't want me along, so Mervyn, he said I could take the car for the weekend. Gee, he was like that, always giving you everything. It's like I used to be in trouble, see, until he hired me.
Kid, the police of 10 states have been looking for that green car for 2 days. Where'd you take it that they couldn't find it?
It was in a garage, mister. My girlfriend's garage. Gosh, it's the first weekend we've had off together in a year.
Of course, I want to see Miss Brooks and the kid, Valentine, and we have plenty of time now that our little party at the freighter's been canceled.
What are you talking about, Devlin?
You remember that little black suitcase you saw Fillery carrying?
Yeah.
Well, something must have backfired with the jailbird's plan because the Coast Guard had finally located that cruiser.
Come on, make sense, will you?
It was dynamite. The cruiser had blown up. That's what killed Mervyn when something hit him and knocked him overboard. And guess what else, Valentine?
You got another body aboard the boat.
Yeah. At first, I thought it might have been a deckhand.
Only now you'll have to check the fingerprints
We
and find out...
already have. It's him, all right. It's Fillery. The guy whose plan to blow up Mervyn blew right up in his own face. So there you are, Valentine. The end.
Well, Bill, Fillery's dead.
Big loss, that is. Of course, I never met the man.
I wonder if your brother had him out on that boat trying to make a friend out of him.
He'd have offered the devil himself a cigar. Doesn't pay, though. Sooner or later, you reach out to pat a dog and it bites your hand off.
Yeah, I know. You don't like anybody.
I'm not apologizing.
I was wondering if you really did try to commit suicide that night.
What's that?
Well, it would have been so easy to push your car over the cliff and give yourself a few scratches and bruises and Pretend that you'd done it.
Wait a minute, Valentine.
Oh, no, you don't, Buster. And don't argue with a gun.
Why,
I wouldn't trust you any further than I could throw a piano.
You're not going to shoot at me. You're not going to kill me in cold blood.
Stand still.
You're soft in the heart like Mervyn was.
I told you to stand still. Hey, Jasper. Get up here, Jasper.
You see, I've got a gun, too. And now you have it. What's the matter? Hurt your arm?
What do you think? I suppose when Jasper gets here, you'll
The
just...
house is empty, Valentine. You sent Miss Brooks and the kid away. And Jasper, he's a sentimentalist. He's changed his shirt by now and gone to my brother's funeral.
All right, sourpuss.
Now, you were saying something, weren't you?
No, it's the things you say. Like just now you said that you never met Fillery. I wouldn't have even noticed it if he hadn't told me exactly the same thing about you. Never met the man, he said, so maybe it's true.
Well,
it doesn't quite fit with something you said in that ridiculous confession of yours. That you recognized the voice on the telephone the other night as being the voice of Fillery.
You're a smart boy.
So that guilty remorse of yours was all fake, wasn't it?
It's a pretty good guess.
You bet it is, Buster, and I'll keep on guessing, too. You knew why Fillery got sent to prison. Maybe even planned it, sure. Sure, you were trying to duck out before Fillery and your happy-go-lucky brother ever got together to check notes.
But they got together on that boat.
Where you knew they'd be. Yeah, you're the one who made sure that boat would blow up the minute they were on board. And then you cooked up the cock and bull confession stuff. Just on the off chance the murder might be blamed on Fillery.
Shut up!
Why? You planning to pull that trigger anyway, aren't you? Get rid of me and still try to get away with it.
Try to get away with it? Fillery had a getaway plan, remember? Well, who do you think really made that plan, using his name? And who do you think they're expecting aboard that freighter at 4 o'clock? And now there's no welcoming committee either.
I might have known. Got every possibility covered, haven't you? Except maybe the clock.
It's only 10 after 3. And Pier 73 is only just the other side of Harbortown. I'll make it all right.
How? You wrecked your car.
In your car, sucker. I haven't admitted anything, have I? I told you, I'm not crazy. There won't be any evidence. And you didn't pull the trigger on me, so I won't pull it on you.
You don't mean you're going to commit a friendly act?
Valentine, I've never done anything in this world for anyone else. And I haven't asked anyone to do anything for me. My brother loved the whole town, and vice versa. And where is he? And where am I? Turn around. That's it. It shows how much friends can do for you. Now you know what a guy like me can do. Just keep the useless strings off you, and you can get all the way to China.
Get your thumb out of that horn, buddy.
I'm sorry, officer, but what's the matter with that man up there? He won't move.
And I won't let him move. Can't you see there's a funeral going by? Keep your shirt on.
But I've got to get across town, you idiot. My boat sails at 4 o'clock. I'll miss the boat.
I said cut it out. Take your hand off of that horn.
Hey, Joe. Joe, what's the matter?
Some kind of jerk, that's all. Can't stand to wait for a funeral to go by. Ever see such a crowd? It'll keep on all day. That Mervyn McIntosh was quite a guy.
How do you like that? Bill gets caught because he can't get by his brother's funeral.
George, are you sure you're all right? The doctor said...
Don't let the bandages scare you.
Valentine, I don't want to say anything, but...
But what?
Well, a guy who lets himself get beat up, knocked down, dragged...
Well, look, you got your man. You even got a screaming confession out of him. What difference does it make how he was caught?
I'll take it easy. I didn't mean to.
You want me to say I had him corralled? All I would have had to do was shoot. Why didn't I do it? Sure, I know. I'm some hero.
Darling, now, please.
Well, maybe it's the kind of guy I want to be, Devlin. Not a hero, just a sucker.
Valentine, all I started out to remark was, fearless Fosdick may stop a lot of people from eating beans, but me, well, I wouldn't have shot either.
Good for you, darling.
Huh? Hey, what is this? She's kissing me.
your car drags along as though you were driving on a sandy beach most of the time, it may be the fault of gummy gasoline, which is robbing your car of power. A sure way to get that new car feeling is to use Chevron Supreme gasoline. Most raw gasoline contains impurities that form power-robbing gum. Chevron Supreme is the gasoline that's super refined to remove engine-sticking gum. So to get and keep that new car feeling, ask for this premium quality gasoline. See how it gives your car new power and full mileage in the kind of driving you do. Ask for super refined Chevron Supreme gasoline tomorrow at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Gregg appeared as Brooksy. Ted DeCorsia was heard as Bill. Larry Dobkin as Fillory. Ed Begley as Mervyn. Ed Fields as Jasper. Pat McGeehan as Lieutenant Devlin. And Anthony Barrett as the Kid. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, master detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
The body on the slab. For Nick Carter and the mystery of the missing husband.
But, Mrs. Wallace, people disappear every day in a big city like this. Such things are really no concern of mine. They're a matter for the police.
But, Mr. Carter, it isn't just anybody who's disappeared. It's my husband. I'll pay you anything to find him.
Well, I suppose it can do no harm to listen to the story. All right, Mr. Burnett. Where was the last place you saw him?
In a sort of saloon gambling house on West Street, down by the waterfront. A two-story house, very run down.
Wait a minute, Burnett. That wouldn't be the place that's run by a one-legged soldier they call Bill.
Oh, so you know it, do you?
Certainly do. By reputation, at least. Here. I want you to look at this picture. You recognize it?
Yes, that's the place I'm talking about.
I thought so. Mrs. Wallace, I'll take the case.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I knew you would.
Yes, I have a score to settle with that old rat with a wooden leg. And this may be my chance to do it. All right, Mr. Burnett. Let me have all the details.
Well, Vernon, that's Vernon Wallace, my friend. Vernon and I had been making a night of it, and we ended up at this Bill's place.
How did you happen to go there?
Well, Vernon had heard that it was a great place for a fast poker game, and he was determined to try it. I'd heard it was a pretty tough place, and I attempted to talk him out of it, but I couldn't do it. So about 1:30 or 2 o'clock this morning, we went down there. We were the only ones there. To make a long story short, Vernon and that old guy who owns the place got into a game, and no matter what the old guy did, Vernon won. I was afraid for him in a dive like that, and I tried to get him to quit and go home with me. But he refused. He told me to get out and leave him alone.
And Vernon hasn't been home since then.
And he hasn't been seen anywhere since then. Afraid that he never left that place alive.
Well, I see. The place to start looking for clues is certainly the Old Soldier's Tavern. I'm going down there tonight. I know enough tricks with cards so that I can be sure of winning. And maybe old Pegleg will try to treat me as he treated Vernon Wallace. Well,
Well, stranger, I gotta admit I'm licked. You broke the bank.
Yes, luck's been with me ever since I sat down here. Well, it's getting late. I've got to be getting home.
How about a drink before you go, stranger? You'll not refuse me that.
Why, no. I'll have a drink with you. But only one.
Sure. One'll be okay. Hey, Mike, 2 beers and make it snappy.
Yeah, coming up.
You won all my money tonight, stranger, but I don't harbor no ill feelings.
Nice of you.
You won fair and square, and that's all there is to it.
Here's your beer.
Here you are, stranger. Drink hearty. Excuse me, stranger. I'll be back before you can shake a stick.
Well, that's all right. I'll enjoy my drink while you're gone.
Stranger, Mike and I've taken a fancy to you. We don't want no harm to come to you. Look, why don't you stay here all night? Mike's got an extra bed upstairs he'd be glad to let you have. Then tomorrow you can go home and nobody'll bother you.
Well, if you let me pay for the use of the room and bed, I believe I will stay.
Good, you're a smart man, but we couldn't take no money for doing you a favor. Here, Mike, show the gentleman his room.
Yeah, sure. Will you follow me, mister?
Sure. Go ahead. I want to get to bed. I'm tired all of a sudden.
Give me your arm, mister.
No. I'm all right. I don't need any help.
Well, I'll come along just to be sociable.
I don't want to be sociable. I just want to go to sleep for this one.
Well, here's your room, mister. I'll leave a candle on the table for you.
Okay. Thanks very much. Good night.
There you are, stranger. Sleep tight.
Yeah.
We'll see you later.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later. Good night. I gotta go to sleep. I'm awful tired. Well, got myself into this easy enough. Hope I'll find it as easy to get out again when the time comes. No light, but a candle. One it'll do to give me a look around. Instead of this bed. It doesn't look too comfortable. But... Oh. Blood. Let's see. The man were lying on this bed. That blood is just about where a dagger would go through his heart. If the man were drunk enough or had been drugged, you'd never know what hit him. Well, let's look around here. I wonder what's in this closet. Locked. Well, that won't keep me out long. Not as long as I still have my keys with me. Try this one. Nope. This one does it. Well, this is interesting. Old clothes. Here's a vest with blood on it. And here's a shirt and a jacket. Both of them bloody. Unquestionably, these came from some of the victims. Well, nothing to do now but wait for that one-legged scoundrel and his pal to make the next move. And I guess I'll be safe if I merely sit on the edge of the bed now. Oh, yes, I won't need this candle anymore either. Now to wait for them. Oh, there they come.
Sorry you get there by the door.
He's asleep, all right. I can hear him snoring.
Well, with the slug I put in his beer, he'd have to be either sleeping or dead.
All right. Easy does it.
Is he still asleep?
Yeah. You hold this light while I...
Get your hands up, both of you.
Well, I'll be...
And drop that knife you got in your hand, Bill.
How can you be awake when we...
Really very simple, Bill. Keep those hands up. I just poured that drink you gave me on the floor instead of down my throat.
What are you going to do with us?
I'm going to turn you over to the police. The evidence of the bloody clothes in the closet and what other evidence they'll undoubtedly find when they search this place, you both should have an interesting time of it.
Why don't you kill us now and be done with it?
Because I want some information first.
Why should we tell you anything?
Because if you do, I shall probably be able to get your sentence reduced somewhat. If you don't...
I got you. What do you want to know?
Last night, a young man won all your money. He hasn't been seen since.
You mean that fellow with the little mustache?
I do. You murder him the way you tried to murder me?
I didn't do nothing with him. Maybe I wanted to, but I didn't.
Isn't it a fact that this chap's friend tried to get him to leave you and go home?
Yeah.
And when he wouldn't go, the friend finally went off without him?
No, that's a lie. They left here together.
What? You trying to tell me one of them didn't leave before the other?
No, they went out together.
You know where they went?
How should I know? There was a taxi waiting right outside the door here. Seemed to be waiting for them to come out. Then the guy with the money gets inside, and his friend sits in front with the driver.
Oh. Friend sat in front of the driver, huh? But you know that cab if you saw it again.
Sure, it had a big dent in the back of the body. Painted with red lead. I've seen them around this part of the city before.
I see. Well, Bill, as soon as I can turn you and your pal over to the law, I'll have Penny find that taxi with the dent in the back. Trail seems to lead direct to him.
Nick Carter's office.
Oh, hello, Patsy. Is Penny there yet?
Penny? Who's Penny?
Oh, I forgot, Patsy. You were away yesterday when all this happened. Scubby got a rush assignment to cover the Balkan campaign for his paper, and had to leave in a boat till it sailed last night.
Scubby gone without saying goodbye to me?
Well, he couldn't, Patsy. You weren't here. He asked me to do it for him.
Oh, Nick, I'm going to miss Scubby.
Of course, Patsy, we'll both miss him. But while he's away, I'm having Penny Eagles work on my cases with me in Scubby's place.
Who's this Penny Eagles? I never heard of him.
Oh, he's an old friend of mine. Very clever fellow. When he was younger, he was an expert forger.
How did you happen to get mixed up with him?
Well, he was accused of a murder he had nothing to do with, and they had me get him clear. Then he got interested in law enforcement, turned over a new leaf, and has gone straight ever since. You'll like him, Patsy.
I hope so.
Well, she'll be any minute now. As soon as he shows up, have him call me at Shermore 3-1222.
Shermore 3-1222.
Right. I'll wait here for his call.
You're right, Penny. That's the taxi we're looking for. And I know that driver.
You do?
Yes. John Hagan, ex-convict and confidence man.
Friend of yours?
Hardly. Seen him in court several times, but he's never seen me. What's he been doing since you've been watching him?
Well, all afternoon and the early part of this evening, he's acted like any other cabbie. Taking whatever fares he could get. But the latter part of the evening, he's been fussy about who rides in his cab.
How do you mean?
Well, I've seen several parties try to take his cab. But all he's picked up in the last 2 hours were 2 drunks, and oh, were they pie-eyed.
I see. I think I know what he's looking for, Penny. And I'm going to give him just the kind of a passenger I think he wants. Wish me luck.
But, Nick, what are you going to do?
Well, so long, old fella. I gotta be getting home now. See you tomorrow, maybe, huh?
Okay. So long, but don't take any wooden nickels.
Okay, pal, that's fine. Don't take a wooden nickel. I had to.
Hey, taxi, mister? Huh? Taxi? Taxi,
Hey,
mister?
what do I want a taxi for? I got a car of my own.
A friend of yours
I-
told me to come for you and take you home.
Oh, a friend of mine. Huh? Oh, and I saw it. It's okay. Where's the door? I can't find
Hey, what's the address, mister?
The address? It's the corner of 2nd and 5th. And don't bother me anymore, bud. I gotta get me some sleep. Okay, drive on, McDuff. And now where? I'll wager it won't be towards 2nd and 5th. Wait a minute. What's that smell? Perfume? I know. That's ether. So that's the stunt. Picks up drunks who are too far gone to know what's happening, then doses them with just enough ether to put them soundly asleep. Well, it won't happen to me. If I open one of these windows a little bit, that'll keep the air clear. There. Now, Mr. Hagan, the next move is up to you. Certainly plenty deserted, way out here. Wonder how much further we're going. I better get this window shut again so he won't suspect anything. So we're near the end of our journey, huh? Very well, Mr. Hagan. I'm ready for you.
Sleeping like a babe, ain't you? Well, let's see what you got in your pockets. Then I'll dump
Make
you out.
a move, Hagan, and I'll blow your brains out.
What the... Who the deuce are you?
I'm a detective. See this?
Oh. Well, what you want with me?
I wanted to find out what your scheme was, and I found out. Now I want you to tell me about the man you picked up at Peg Leg Bill's Tavern down on West Street last night about 3 o'clock.
I don't know nothing about it.
Oh, no? Look, you waited for him outside of Bill's place. He rode in back. His companion rode up front with you. During the ride, you gave him ether through that devilish device you've rigged up in this taxi of yours and made him unconscious.
Yeah, if you know all that, Why do you ask me, huh? Because there are two things I don't know. And if you want to avoid further trouble, my friend, you'll tell me. Now, first, who was the man who rode up front with you?
I don't know.
No?
No. Well, I've done a few odd jobs for him in the past, but... Well, I don't know his name. They call him the captain. He made a deal with me early last night to be outside of Bill's place about 2:30 this morning.
Can you describe him?
He's sort of an ordinary guy. About my size, maybe. Well, he's kind of good looking if he didn't have a hunk out of one ear.
Burnett. Now, what did you do with the man who was in the back?
After I quieted him, we took him to a friend of the captain's, other side of town.
What was the address to which you took the body?
Hey, there wasn't no body. He was just as alive as you or me. Now, he took him to 14 Wanton Place. Left him.
All right. Get back in your cab and drive me to 2nd and 5th. Then I'm through with you, unless you've lied to me. If you have, keep out of my way, or you'll go to jail for life. This is where Mrs. Wallace lives, Patsy. Well, I hope she's home.
But, Nick, what do you expect to find out here?
I don't know, Patsy. The thing that puzzles me about this case is why Burnett wanted to do away with Wallace. The bell, will you?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the money that Wallace won that tempted Burnett, as he could have taken that while Wallace was unconscious. No, there's a stronger reason.
And you hope Mrs. Wallace can throw some light on it.
I hope so, Patsy. If she can only help me that way.
Oh, hello, Mr. Carter. Won't you come in?
Thank you, Mrs. Wallace. May I present my assistant, Patsy Bowen?
How do you do, Miss
Hello,
Bowen?
Mrs. Wallace.
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell me, Mr. Carter, have you found out anything about my husband?
Well, nothing definite, I'm sorry to say. We have learned, though, that he fell into bad hands, but we don't know what happened to him after that.
Arthur assured me you'd find out the truth if anyone could.
Arthur? Oh, you mean Mr. Burnett?
Yes. Yes, he's been so kind to me. He's done so much to cheer me up. Oh, except for his kindness, I'd have gone crazy.
You've known him long, Mrs. Wallace?
All my life. We were brought up together. And then, too, he and my husband have been business partners for, the best of friends for years.
You think a great deal of him, then?
Yes, indeed. Mr. Carter, at one time, before I met Vernon, I would have married him if he'd asked me. Then I met Vernon and really fell in love with him. But even after I married Vernon, Arthur continued to be my best friend. I think very highly of him.
You're lucky to have such a friend, Mrs. Wallace.
But he could never take my husband's place. You must find Vernon, Mr. Carter.
If it's possible to find him, Nick will do it.
Yes, Mrs. Wallace. You may rely on me for that. Well, shall we be running along now, Patsy? Where did you say you're calling from, Penny?
I'm at a pay station near the house where Hagen left Wallace that night. It's owned by a queer old character they call the Weasel. He works at a crematory about a mile down the road.
I see.
Well, Hagen's story seems to be straight enough. A couple of guys in a saloon near here says they saw the Weasel and another guy carrying a man-sized bundle into the Weasel's place about daybreak a couple of mornings ago. And it hasn't come out again, as far as I can find out.
Well, did you learn anything about the firm of Wallace and Burnett?
Yeah, I picked up a lot of rumors, Nick, but not many facts. Here's how it goes. Burnett ruins the firm and throws the blame on Wallace. And those who know don't think that Burnett lost much money when the firm failed, but Wallace did.
So I was right. What else?
Well, Burnett was the one who started Wallace gambling and drinking. Wallace is a nice guy, but he seems to be the weak sister. But nobody seems to know what Burnett's got against him.
Well, by putting together what Mrs. Wallace told us and what you've learned, Penny, I think I begin to see the answer. I think that...
Hold it, Nick. The guy who looks like Burnett is going into the Weasel's place.
Good. Don't let him get away from you, Penny. I'll meet you there as soon as I can.
Yep. You're right. You're right, Nick. They did bring that casket here to the crematory.
I thought they would. But I wish I could get closer and see what they did with it after they carried it inside.
Look, Nick. That window over there is open a little. Huh? Maybe we could hear something from there.
Good idea, Penny. Come on. But quiet.
Yeah.
But, Weasel, are you sure they won't be suspicious?
Not a chance, Captain. That's why we're doing this tonight. The owners of the crematory are going to make a test of a new heating fixture tomorrow morning. And they told me to have the ovens hot by 10 o'clock. I'm just getting them hot a little ahead of time.
What do you use when you make a test like that?
Well, they sent me the body of a dead calf. It's over there in the closet. Yeah, but the test we're going to make tonight will be even better, eh, Captain?
Yes. How does this thing work?
Oh, simple. The body's laid here on this slab and strapped down the way you saw me fix this fella. In the next room, there's a lever attached to the slab. When the lever's pulled, the slab slides into the oven. The door closes behind it, and the destruction of the body begins.
Do we have to watch it burn?
You can't see the slab nor the ovens from the room where the lever is.
How long does it take to reduce the body to ashes?
6 or 8 hours. It'll be all over by daylight.
Even if the body isn't...
You mean even if the body ain't dead yet?
Yes, that's what I mean.
And Wallace is still alive.
Well, it's a little unusual to cremate a live body, but it works just the same. You'll never know what happened. It'll be all over in an instant. Well, we got nothing more to do here. Might as well go in the next room and wait for the ovens to get hot enough. Then you can pull the lever and slide the body.
You mean I have to pull the lever that sends him into...
Sure. He's your friend, ain't he?
Come on, Penny. There's no time to waste. We have to work fast.
Mr. Burnett to see you, Nick.
Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Burnett.
I just want to take enough of your time to tell you that Vernon Wallace's body was found last night.
Really? Where was it?
Floating in the river. Mrs. Wallace has identified it by a ring and certain other articles found on the body.
Must have been a terrible blow to her.
She's badly broken up, naturally. But I hope to be able to console her, in part at least, for her great loss.
I'm sure you will.
Will this repay you for your trouble?
Oh, amply, Mr. Burnett. And thank you.
Good. Good day, Mr. Carter.
Good day, Mr. Burnett. But if you think I'm going to drop this case now, Mr. Burnett, you're crazy.
Nick, here I am. Over here.
I got here as soon as I could after I got your call, Penny. Brought my new helper, too, as you see.
Yeah, so I see. Hi there, helper.
Hello, Penny. I hope I'm going to be able to help you and Nick.
You'll do all right on this case. Now, what's the dope, Penny?
Well, a couple of hours ago, a taxi pulls up in front of Mrs. Wallace's house.
Mm-hmm.
The driver goes into the house. About 15 minutes later, he comes out again with Mrs. Wallace and her maid. They get in the cab, drive away.
With you after him, of course.
That's right. Well, they drive around and finally end up way out here. There must have been a couple of guys in the cab when the women got in. Because when they got out there, they were both gagged and their hands were tied behind them. Well, they took them in the old house. I found a phone to call you.
Did they hurt them?
Well, not so far as I could tell.
Gee, I wish I could see what they're doing now. I hope they're all right.
Oh, Millie, this is terrible. My mouth is still sore from that dirty old cloth they used for a gag. Where do you suppose we are?
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. Wallace. I've never been this far from town before.
Could you see anything out of the window?
Oh, nothing I recognize.
Oh, I should have known better than to be fooled by such a simple trick. I might have known that old Mrs. Parker couldn't be so sick she had to see us at once. Why, I saw her only the day before yesterday.
No, fooled me all right. I thought...
I hope you're comfortable, ladies.
We are not.
We certainly are not. What's the idea of bringing us here?
Well, I'll tell you. The chap says as how he's going to collect some big dough from you two.
You mean we're being held for ransom?
Yep.
Well, how much money do you want?
Well, the chap says he won't take less than $50,000.
Oh, Mrs. Wallace, we'll never get out of here.
Nonsense. He must be insane to expect me to pay him that amount of money.
Well, he says he won't take a cent less.
Well, he won't get it. Never.
And he's a dangerous man. You better not get him mad at you. I'll be back at 8 o'clock tonight for your answer.
Oh, he'll kill us. I know he will.
Be quiet, Millie. He won't kill us as long as he thinks there's any chance of getting the money out of us.
But what if we get... A man at the window.
It's Mr. Burnett. Oh, Arthur. Arthur, I hoped you'd come.
Are you safe, Louise? Have they hurt you?
No, Arthur. We're both safe. But how did you ever find us?
I just climbed up the porch to the roof, then over to your window. Have they told you why they brought you here?
Yes, they want ransom. $50,000.
And they'll kill us if you don't save us.
Not while I'm here. I'll see that no harm comes to you.
But what can you do? You're only one against the two of them, and they're both vicious criminals, I know. Do be careful, Arthur.
Louise, if I save you from these rats, do you think that you...
Ask me later, Arthur. Not now, please.
Very well, if you say so. Now tell me, what time are the men coming back again? Do you know?
The man we talked to said they'd be here at 8 o'clock.
That gives us just over an hour. Now, here's my plan. When they come, I'll be here...
Now, you each know what you're supposed to do, don't you?
Sure, Nicky, sure. You know, this ought to be fun. I haven't played cops and robbers since I was a kid.
Same here. This should be good. Well, I hope you two aren't disappointed. But you can't tell about these things. So watch your step, both of you.
Here they are. Leave everything to me.
Well, you made up your mind to pay the ransom the cap wants?
We'll pay you nothing. Not a cent.
You know what that means, don't you?
It means that you better get your hands up, all three of you, if you want to live.
Who are you?
I'm here to save these two ladies from you and your gang.
Oh, yeah? Let him have it, fella.
Oh, I warned you.
Arthur, you've killed them all.
It's their own fault. I warned them.
Oh, you were wonderful, Arthur. Arthur, are you hurt?
No, Louise, dear. Fortune was with me. I'm not even scratched.
Oh, Mr. Burnett, I never in my whole life saw anyone so brave as you.
Any man would be brave when defending the woman he loves.
Please, Arthur, you promised.
I'm sorry. I'll take you home now. Just let me drag these bodies out of the way, and I'll...
Not yet, you won't.
Wait, you can't. What's the matter with you men? What's the idea?
Shut up, you.
Arthur, are you hurt?
Mrs. Wallace, the time has come to explain a great many things. First, let me remove this beard. There. You recognize me now, don't you?
Mr. Carter. Nick Carter. Mr. Carter, what are you doing to Arthur? Mr. Burnett.
I'll answer that later. First, I want you to meet my assistant, Penny Eagles.
Your assistant?
Sure. How are you? The other man is an old friend of yours, Mrs. Wallace.
An old friend of mine?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Perhaps if you took off his makeup, you might recognize
There. You know me now?
Vernon. Oh, Vernon.
Louise, my darling.
But, Vernon, Arthur told me that you...
That I was dead? Oh, yes. Arthur Burnett told you a great many things that were not true.
But, Vernon, he showed me your ring, your lodge pin. He said he took them off of your dead body that the police found in the river.
Burnett took those articles from your husband's body, right enough, Mrs. Wallace. But it was while your husband was still alive.
And it's no fault of his that I'm not dead now.
You don't mean that Arthur...
That's exactly what I do mean. He's been lying to you for years, Mrs. Wallace. It was he who ruined your husband's business and caused him to lose so much of his money. It was he who first induced your husband to drink and gamble. And it was he who was responsible for your husband's disappearance a few days ago.
But that's a lie.
Oh, no, it isn't. As a matter of fact, Louise, dear, if Mr. Carter hadn't fooled him by putting a dead calf in my place on that crematory slab, Arthur Burnett would have been my murderer.
Oh, no. No, that can't be true.
Furthermore, it was Burnett who arranged for your kidnapping this afternoon.
Oh, but...
He did it so that he could suddenly appear and rescue you from the members of the kidnap gang, who were in reality men in his employ.
But why should he do all these horrible things?
Because he's been in love with you ever since he first met you. And ever since your marriage to Wallace, he's been insanely jealous of him. Everything Burnett's done has been to make you despise your husband and turn instead to him.
That's a lie, Carter.
Oh, no, it isn't, Burnett. I can easily prove it. Penny, let me have the gun with which Burnett shot us during the battle a few minutes ago.
Sure, Nick. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, look here, Mrs. Wallace. This pistol has 8 shells in it. Burnett fired 5 shots at us, but there are still 3 shells left. And here they are.
Why, those are blanks. They couldn't hurt anybody.
Exactly, Mrs. Wallace. And the shells in the pistols that his men were to use in the fights were blanks also. And if I were a beautiful woman in distress and a man came to my rescue with his pistol loaded with blanks, I think I should find it extremely difficult to believe that he was being on the level with me.
That
was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called The Body on the Slab, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Husband. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, how about a few hints on next week's story?
It's a story of a body which was washed up on the beach, tied up in a sack.
And the only identifying mark on the body was one of Nick's cards.
I had to solve that murder to prove I didn't do it myself. And I found that the real culprit was the killer who used a clue that pointed directly to him to prove that he couldn't have done it.
And the killer tried to drown both Nick and myself when the chase got too warm for comfort.
But as you can easily see, he didn't succeed. So long until next week.
So long, folks.
And so long to you and Nick for now, Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious adventure of Nick Carter entitled
The Drug Ring Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Left-Handed Killer.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Wednesday evening at 8:30 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Now we bring you a world of adventure with Rocky Jordan.
I'd been eyeing the guy sitting in the back booth for quite a while. Everybody in the Cafe Tambourine was having a good time but him. He was American, maybe 30, black hair, combed straight back. I thought I'd go back and say hello. He looked like a nice guy until I got close. Then I saw something in his eyes I didn't like. Fear.
What do you want?
What's the matter, buddy? Drinking alone, not good for you.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, sure you do, but aren't you hitting the bottle kind of hard?
Who are you?
I own this place.
Oh, then you're Rocky Jordan.
That's right.
You're an American.
Right on 2 counts.
That's why I came here, Mr. Jordan. This is really an American place, like Chicago or New York. I'm safe here.
Safe from what?
My name's Lint, Mr. Jordan.
Maybe you better walk out and get some air.
No. He's waiting out there. He was following me. I know I saw him. He's going to kill me.
Kill you?
Don't let him kill me, Mr. Jordan.
Nobody's going to kill you, Lint. Let's go to the front door and take a look.
No.
Come on. I'll go out ahead of you. Lint acted like a nut that might cause trouble. I took him by the arm and led him up to the front door of the Tambourine. Outside, there was nothing but a cabbie and 2 girls walking up and down. Then suddenly, Lint pulled away from me.
Across the street. It's him. I told you.
Lint tore back into the Tambourine, running for the rear. I headed across the street and into 24 hours I'd never forget.
On a narrow street not far off Cairo's native quarter stands a Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's Rocky Jordan story, Trail of the Assassin.
He was American. His name was Lint. He was hitting the bottle a little too hard, and he was using my tambourine for a hiding place. The usual formula for trouble. He swore somebody was waiting just across the street to kill him. I got Lint to the door to have a look, but he tore himself away and ran back into the cafe. So I scouted the street alone. All I found was shadows cast by the streetlight. I checked the cabbie parked at the corner.
Yes, sir. There was a man waiting a few minutes ago in the shadows.
An American?
I would not know. He wore a black coat as though he was cold. He kept coughing into a handkerchief. Yes.
That was all the cabbie could give me. So I went back into the Tambourine. Chris, my bartender, said Lint had gone out the back way through my office. I don't like wild men running around my place, so I went after him. I just opened the office door when I saw Lint stumbling toward me from the open alley door. He suddenly fell into my arms, pushing me back into the cafe. Then he slid to the floor, face down. That's when I saw the orange handle of an assassin's knife pinned between his shoulder blades like a flower. I had Chris lock the doors, then phone police headquarters. 10 minutes later, who should show up but Sergeant Greco.
As I see, stabbed in the back. Murder, of course.
That's good deduction, Greco. Now, where's Captain Sabaya?
Captain Sabaya is in Alexandria. I am in command in his absence.
You mean in charge?
The man was killed here in the Cafe Tambourine?
No, out in the back alley. He stumbled in here after.
Very well. Where were you, Mr. Jordan, when the man was murdered?
Sergeant, I saw it all. I saw it all. There was a fight. This man...
Mr. Jordan?
Just him. He was throwing the man out. The man broke away running. They went to the alley. The poor dead man fought his way back toward the light.
Thank you, my friend, for this information.
I saw it all. I will testify for the usual fee. Delighted.
Look, Greco, you're going to take the word of a...
For the moment, you may consider yourself in my official custody, Mr. Jordan.
You better get it straight. Back in my office.
As you wish. Now, there is only one question unanswered.
Huh? Only one?
Your motive. Why did you kill this man Lint?
You tell me.
I advise you to cooperate, Mr. Jordan. Admit, this man was an old enemy of yours from America.
You recognize the orange-handled dagger, didn't you, Greco?
Of course. It is the type used by the tribe of Singori.
That's right. Tribe of Singori, professional assassins.
There have been too many murders in Cairo, but those would wish us to believe the tribe of Singori were the murderers. You will have to do better than that, Mr. Jordan.
Why should I want to kill Lint? Never seen the guy before tonight.
Your Americans have a tendency toward violence.
Okay. You win, Greco. I killed him.
Excellent. Now, we are progressing.
You're making a fool of yourself.
What?
If I was going to kill a man, would I do it right outside my cafe with everybody here?
In a rage, yes.
And pull him back into the light?
Well,
would I use a knife? Maybe a .45, but no knife, Greco. Well, go on. Take me down to headquarters. You look real good when Captain Sabaya gets back.
As Captain Sabaya has done in the past, I hereby release you on your own recognizance. But I assure you, Mr. Jordan, I shall not rest until I have uncovered evidence to bring you to justice.
Oh, what a brain.
Also, your Cafe Tambourine will be declared off limits and closed until this affair is settled to my official satisfaction. That is all, Mr. Jordan.
Greco went out and took the names of the witnesses. I told Chris to go on home. In 20 minutes, the cafe was empty. I locked the front door and turned off the overhead lights. There was a spilled drink on the piano. I picked up the glass and set it straight. Sat down. It'd be in the papers tomorrow with my picture. All about Lint's murder in the cafe. Bad for business. Business? There wouldn't be any until Greco pulled down his official stickers. Lint had been an American. Funny I hadn't thought about home for a long time. Yeah, it had been a real long time. Lint. Who was he? Who'd killed him and why? With Greco putting the pressure on, I knew I'd better find out before everything crashed in on me. Greco would work like a bulldog until he'd hooked something up that'd look like evidence. The next morning, I went to Mustafa Bey's shop down on the bazaar. In Cairo, 1950, he was one of the last true artisans making knives. Tempered blades, daggers, cutlasses. Mustafa Bey made them all. He was an old man. He knew everything that had happened in Cairo in the last 60 years. If anyone would, I figured he'd have the answer to the orange-handled dagger.
Effendi, you wish to buy a blade of truth.
Sorry, Mustafa.
Oh, Jordan, sir. An old man who has burned his eyes over the forge until even the stars are lost to him, is sorry that he did not rise to make welcome an old and trusted friend.
Oh, thanks, Mustafa. I'll just sit here on the rug beside you.
What brings Jordan Bey to the shop of an old man? who finds himself as worthless as the moon to men that will not look up.
Oh, you're not worthless.
For 69 years, Effendi, I have made the finest blades. And my father before me, and his father before him, the same. Now, the pistol.
Well, everything changes, Mustafa.
Everything but ashes. Do not hasten to that far place where yours are destined to be found.
Hey, look, maybe you can help me.
I am a friend.
The orange-handled daggers of the tribe of Singori. What do you know about them?
The Singori are assassins.
Oh, I know that.
Yes, they were excellent customers. But the Singori were driven into hiding many years ago.
Are they still active?
It is said the camel may live from its hump, but there comes a time when the camel must drink.
You're saying maybe the Singori are getting back into harness?
You are concerned about the man who was killed with the orange Singori dagger at your cafe last night.
You knew about that?
Even so.
If the Singori did it, it doesn't make sense that they'd leave their calling card.
Mustafa is vain of his knives. See, my mark on this one. All artists are proud of their labor, and they mark it with their sign.
So the Singori always leave the sign of their work, the orange dagger.
Unless...
Go on, Mustafa.
Unless someone kills and wishes to point to the innocent.
Oh, meaning maybe somebody did the killing with the Singori dagger to make it look like the tribe of assassins.
All things are possible.
Thanks, Mustafa. You've been a big help. Now, the first thing I had to do now was to get a lead on who wanted Lint knocked off. I made a few telephone calls and found Lint's hotel, the Du Nord. I grabbed a cab and was there in 10 minutes. 50 piastres talked the room clerk at the Du Nord out of key 416, the one to Lint's room. I went upstairs. Lint's room was a mess. It looked like Greco had been there and taken a close look around. But maybe Greco had overlooked something. He had. Just as I was snapping open Lint's suitcase, a big job with hotel, airline, and steamship stickers from all over the world posted on it, I felt a sudden movement across the room. I started to turn, but it was too late. I felt a rocket sing through my skull, and the rug went black. Deep black for a long, long time.
Are you all right now?
When the rug began to lighten
Here,
up,
I'll put this cold rag
I found I
on
was
for
looking
you.
at the ceiling.
Isn't that better?
Framed by the ceiling was the face of a woman. Red hair hanging down, almost touching my face.
Can you hear me?
Green eyes, cool against a creamy tan. She was young.
There, now isn't this better?
I'm supposed to say, where am I?
You're in room 416 at the Hotel du Nord.
I don't get around much anymore. Ooh.
Here, let me help you up.
Oh, thanks.
I heard a noise in here, and then a man ran out and left the door open. I saw that you were hurt.
Well, thanks for coming to the rescue, lady.
I was coming to this room anyway.
Did you know the man named Lint?
I was his wife.
His wife?
Well, I just heard about his death a little while ago. The newspapers. I don't know what to do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your husband was killed in my cafe.
Then you're Rocky Jordan. Yes, your picture was in the paper.
Didn't you wonder where your husband was last night?
He stayed out before.
Did you get a good look at the guy that ran out of this room?
Well, it happened so fast.
You must remember something.
Well, he was wearing a top coat, a slouch hat. I couldn't see his face except... Wait. Yes, he was coughing.
Top coat, coughing into a handkerchief. You've never seen him before?
I don't know.
You're not sure, then?
We were on a sightseeing tour last week into the native quarter. I couldn't say for sure, but we went into a little place. I think I saw him there.
What was the name of the place?
It was a cafe.
Well, do you remember the name?
Yes. It was the cafe of the Singori.
I told the redhead to sit tight until she heard from me. Then I raced for the elevator. Down in the lobby, I ran into none other than Sergeant Greco.
Well, Mr. Jordan, I hope you are not attempting to flee Cairo.
I don't go to hotels to catch planes, Greco.
Just a reminder. Hamoud, commandeer the elevator.
One moment, Greco.
Oh, Sam, am I glad you're back.
Oh, Captain Sabaya, you have returned from Alexandria.
As you can see, I was told you had followed Jordan to this hotel, Greco.
Following me for information, Greco?
Jordan, I have just heard of your part in this unfortunate affair.
Just an innocent bystander, Sam.
Yes, of course. You make it most difficult, Jordan.
Things are tough all over.
Why are you in this hotel?
I heard it has a good rumba band.
He came here to enter the room of the murdered man.
Have you been upstairs, Jordan?
Yeah, I took a look around.
You see, Captain Sabaya?
But Greco here made such a mess of the room, there wasn't much left to see.
You are wrong as usual, Mr. Jordan. I made notes concerning the location of all articles, but touched nothing. Awaiting the return of Captain Sabaya.
You better go take another look. Things have changed since you were up there. Sam and Greco started for the elevators. I went to the hotel desk to ask a question, but I got the wrong answer from the clerk.
There must be some mistake. Mr. Lint registered as a bachelor. There was no woman in his room.
So, Lint wasn't married. The red-headed girl had lied. She was likely the one that had turned Lint's room upside down, looking for something. And she was likely the one that had tapped me on the head, too. She'd been in the room when I opened the door, hadn't had a chance to leave. She didn't want to get caught there, so she'd sat me. But why had she stayed? She could have run away while I was knocked out. Then it hit me. She'd worked real hard to plant the idea of the coughing man in the black slouch hat, like the one the cabbie had seen across from my tambourine the night before. She'd also mentioned the Cafe of the Singori. There was only one place to go now, deep into the native quarter, to the Cafe of the Singori. It could be a front for the headquarters of the assassin tribe. I passed the beggar at the entrance of the Cafe of the Singori. He looked like a beggar, but I had a hunch he was a lookout. The cafe was dark and almost empty. I felt the stare of hidden eyes. A native girl was dancing in a small, cleared space. I sat at a table and waited. I didn't have to wait long.
Rocky Jordan honors the house of Singori.
I put you one card ahead. You know me, but I don't know you. You the head man around here?
I am Hakim, a simple waiter, Effendi.
Sure, real simple.
It is my profession. I have heard many things of you, Mr. Jordan. I hope they are all true.
Believe half you see, nothing you hear.
Estimable. It is a saying from a book of wisdom?
No, a saying from 7th Avenue.
Hakim considers it an honor to serve the wise Rocky Jordan.
Oh, not so wise. I didn't come here for refreshments, Hakim.
Oh?
I can see you're real surprised.
Perhaps Jordan Bey would care for company at his table.
A man was killed in my cafe last night, Hakim.
How unfortunate.
Yeah, he thought so. Name was Lint. Ever heard of him?
Englishman?
USA.
We do not get tourist trade so deep in the native quarter. They become fearful before they have penetrated to the Singori.
Maybe you know a red-headed woman, about 25, creamy, tan, green eyes.
Ah, that is beyond Hakim's hope of heaven.
You had a customer here, maybe a week ago, an American, middle-aged, wears a black slouch hat, coughs a lot. Maybe he bought a little, service.
I do not recall such a man, Effendi. But surely Rocky Jordan knows. The day of the tribe of Singori being hired as assassin is in the past.
What kind of a knife are you carrying, Hakim? Inside your robe?
None, Effendi.
Well, let's take a look. Yeah, just like I thought.
It's necessary for Hakim to protect himself in this low place of employment.
8-inch dagger.
But you will notice, Effendi, the handle.
Yeah, it's not orange.
As I have said, the day of the assassin, alas, is over. All of you, it is all right.
Sure, Hakim, sure.
Effendi, listen. I must be careful here. Such a man as you have described has been seen in the quarter. It is said he is a man of great evil.
Where can I find this man of great evil?
It is said he lives at the Hotel of the Armenian, Davos, near the Fountain of Musa. But Hakim does not know if this be true.
Hakim would know the truth if it came dressed like the Sphinx. But Hakim knows where the man of evil lives, for sure. Here, Hakim.
Oh, Mutashakir, Effendi.
Give part of that to the dancing girl, will you? She's the only thing in here you can depend on. I had an idea if I was ever going to get my cafe open again, I'd better see the man of evil. I got to the Armenian's hotel by the Fountain of Musa about sundown, spread enough bakshish on the fly-specked front desk to get a straight answer, then walked up to room 237, the room of a man who had registered as Rufus Glanders.
So, you are Rocky Jordan. Come in, Mr. Jordan. I've been expecting you.
You're Rufus Glanders?
I am called that.
Another American?
San Franciscan.
Well, just why were you expecting me, Glanders?
Lint was killed in your cafe last night.
Well, you get right to the point.
I've only been in Cairo a short time, Mr. Jordan. But already I've heard much of you. Your tenacity.
Hey, you're a sick man.
And a relatively poor one.
I didn't come here to talk money.
Money can be very important. You see, Mr. Jordan, I have used up my monetary reserves in traveling about the world.
Yes, I noticed your suitcase down at the foot of the bed.
So?
People that tour the world usually pick up a lot of stickers for their luggage.
That reflects middle-class taste.
Oh, I don't know. Folks get quite a kick out of it. But your suitcase has just one sticker on it.
I know.
A view of the Golden Gate Bridge. A sticker from a hotel in San Francisco.
The only city in the world. Why should I bother with the rest?
So, you're from San Francisco, huh?
Yeah.
There's nothing like that view from Golden Gate Park on top Telegraph Hill. In Frisco.
Golden Gate Park is nowhere near Telegraph Hill in San Francisco.
Okay, you're from San Francisco, all right. But that still doesn't explain why you're expecting me.
I've heard much of you. And since Lint was killed at your place last night, and since the killer has not been apprehended, I thought you might contact me.
Why should that follow?
My reasoning for traveling all over the world on the little money that remained to me was to catch up with Lint and kill him.
Maybe Captain Sabaya down at police headquarters would like to hear your story. Police got an idea I did Lint in.
That's absurd.
Last night, the cabbie outside my cafe spotted you waiting there to kill Lint.
Yes, I was there. At the end of a 6,000-mile search, I found him. I thought I could kill him. But I couldn't.
You nailed him out back?
No. If I had been able to kill Lint, I would have entered your cafe and accomplished it in the open. You see, Mr. Jordan, my life means nothing to me now. I have only a little time left. And Lint took everything that mattered to me when he left San Francisco. My money. My wife.
Your wife has red hair?
Beautiful red hair.
I don't know about your story now, Glanders. But from where I stand, it looks like your wife's trying to put the finger on you.
But you've seen her?
She practically led me to you.
Oh, Mr. Jordan.
Stop stalling, Glanders. We're taking a trip to headquarters.
Mr. Jordan, get back.
Come on, Glanders.
A shadow behind the window.
I whirled toward the window that opened onto a fire escape. I dived for the floor.
A knife. Coming through a knife.
Getting down the fire escape. He won't stick around.
Be careful, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, yeah, I see him now, running down the street.
Who is it?
You're lucky to be asking. That knife was for you, Glanders. Went into the sofa, right up to the orange handle.
But who threw it? Who was he?
A guy named Hakim. Guy who's got a lot of answers.
Answers? But it's too late to follow.
No, we don't have to. I know just where you and I are going to find him.
In just a moment, Rocky Jordan returns with the ending to tonight's story. What is the war news today? Whatever it is, you want to help, don't you? Well, you can do something very important. You can contribute a pint of your blood every 3 months through Red Cross. Again, Red Cross is the official agency to collect blood for the armed forces when and wherever needed. That need is now. We must build up a blood reserve, and we must continue to take care of the day-by-day needs of our community. If you are a normally healthy person between the ages of 21 and 60, will you call your local Red Cross and make an appointment for a blood donation? Call your local Red Cross. We return you now to Rocky Jordan for the conclusion of tonight's story.
I headed out of the hotel room with Rufus Glanders in tow. Outside, we caught a cab and directed the driver deep into the native quarter to the cafe of the Singori. The native watcher was still at the door as we went inside. This time I didn't take a table, but barreled on through into the back. That's where I surprised Hakim in a small cube-like room.
Huh? Oh, you are on us again, Jordan, sir.
Breathing kind of heavy, aren't you, Hakim?
It's been a most exceptional evening for business, Jordan, sir.
Yeah, I'll bet. You know my friend here.
I have never set eyes on this rascal before.
As he says, Effendi, we have not met.
You forget fast. Who hired you to put a dagger into Lint's back, Hakim?
Very funny joke.
Was it the woman with red hair?
I do not understand.
Be careful, Jordan. I hope you know what you're doing.
It was the red-headed woman, wasn't it, Hakim? She paid you to kill Lint. She also paid you to put me on the trail of Glanders here. So I'd go to him and be caught there when you slipped a dagger into him, too. I was to be the fall guy.
What manner of lie is this?
She knew the police were already suspicious of me. And that'd be the payoff. Rocky Jordan, caught alone in a room with another dead American.
Your funny story makes me laugh.
Maybe this'll make you laugh, Hakim. I think the woman's here in this cafe right now.
No, she's not.
I'm so sure I'm going to call Captain Sabaya and have him search the place.
No, you cannot do that.
He'll make her talk. You know what she'll say, Hakim? She'll say, I paid Hakim the assassin 100 pounds to knife Lint and another 100 to kill Glanders.
No lies.
Careful, Jordan. He's dangerous.
Hakim the assassin.
No, she will not tell never.
Hakim took off like he knew where he was going, and he did. Before I could move, I heard a noise in the hallway, and a woman stumbled into the room. It was the redhead, and she was wearing an orange corsage pinned over her heart. The orange handle of a Singori dagger. Just then, Captain Sam Sabaya came in with about 10 men. One of them had Hakim by the neck.
Let me go, let me go.
Hey, you got the right man, Sam.
The woman is dead?
Yes, she's dead. How'd you get here?
Must I not always follow you to trouble, Jordan?
Well, she was asking for it, Sam. She was hiding out here. I'd spotted her in Lint's hotel room, and she had the idea that Glanders here was after her to kill her.
Glanders? Who is he?
I was her husband.
She hired Hakim.
No,
to kill Lint and Glanders. When I got mixed up in it, it looked like a good idea to make me the fall guy.
I will have to have more information.
Well, this is a good time for you to talk, Glanders.
Well, when Lint left San Francisco, he took nearly all my money, ruined my business. He took my wife with him, too. I followed them all over the world. I was going to kill them. But when I caught up with them here in Cairo, I found I couldn't kill. I also learned that Lint had thrown her out without a dime.
Reason enough for a woman to hire an assassin to kill him, Sam. She probably got the lead of the Singori on a sightseeing tour. But you were lucky, Glanders. You were next on her list. She was going to make sure you didn't catch up with her.
Lucky? I suppose.
I put the pressure on Hakim here, and he killed his client so she wouldn't be able to testify against him.
No, Jordan, no.
That's when you walked in, Sam.
Jordan, is it possible that you will ever leave the matter of justice to those in authority?
Oh, hold it, Sam. Greco was out to get me.
Oh, yes. I shall discuss this with him.
Then I can open up the tambourine?
At once, if you so desire.
But I didn't so desire. I headed back to the cafe with Rufus Glanders.
but I just didn't feel like opening up. It was kind of late. We sat down at the bar, and I mixed a couple of drinks.
Delicious drink, Jordan.
Thanks, Glenn.
May I propose a toast to the United States and to those of us who can never return.
Why can't you go home?
The matter of Lint's theft? He juggled books in the firm, making me appear to be a criminal. It was a personal matter, one which I do not care to explain.
So you can't go back?
No, I can't go back.
That's tough.
You know San Francisco?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had a cafe there once.
Looking down on the Embarcadero, night, with the soft lights of the ships floating up to you through the fog.
Cable cars, Fisherman's Wharf.
Post Street.
Forest Park.
Forest Park? But that's in St. Louis.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Rocky Jordan, written tonight by Gilbert Thomas, stars Jack Moyles in the title role with Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya, and is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music composed and played by Richard Arant. John Jacob speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Bernadine, anything wrong? You sound almost human.
It's not Bernadine, Sam. It's me, Effie.
F.
But I'll tell Bernadine about your compliment. How are things?
Well, I've made out as best I could. I don't want you to think that I begrudged you a vacation. After all, you have worked hard. You did deserve it.
Sam Spade, is that all you have to say to me?
I'm not putting the blame on you. After all, it is a state law, so I can hardly accuse you of letting me down at a time when I needed you most.
Well, you might at least ask me if I had a good time.
I'm sorry if your conscience bothered you.
Oh, well, it didn't. I had a divine time, and I met all sorts of interesting people. Mostly men.
You don't say. What else?
Well, it was this desert ranch, with a lot of buttes around.
You mentioned those.
No, Sam, no. They're the result of erosion.
Those outdoor types, they go to pieces.
Sam, are you pulling my leg?
Not over the phone, Effie, but stay where you are. I'll be right down to look at your snapshots, and when you have the time, I'll dictate my report on the missing NEWSHAWK caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Wild Root Cream Oil. That's the famous name to remember, men, next time you buy hair tonic. And look what Wild Root Cream Oil does for you. It grooms your hair neatly and naturally. Wild Root Cream Oil also relieves dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Yes, men, Wild Root Cream Oil is your shortcut to really handsome hair. So be smart. First chance you get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
just outside of Kanab on Virgin River.
Kanab, the Pearl of the West.
Uh-huh. And did I mention the buttes? Oh, well, they're very interesting.
The result of erosion.
Yes. And it's authentic, too. Fay Hamlin's ranch.
You, mean a working ranch?
Yes, you see, that way you get into the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
My job was to feed the chickens. And that's how I met him.
One of the buttes?
Oh, Sam, he's a very cultured gentleman.
Culture smulcher. What's he do for a living?
He cures stammering.
You don't say. What's his name?
Charlie Shank.
Charlie Shank?
He's the founder of the Shank Institute of Articulative Correction, which I should learn.
Articulative correction. Where is this institute?
Oh, I have the address here. General Delivery, Butte, Montana.
Mm-hmm. You're sure you didn't help him break parole, Effie?
Oh, no. We just went on long walks together.
Where to?
Oh, different points of interest. Like Wolf Canyon.
Figures.
Uh-huh. He invited me on this camping trip. Honorable, of course.
Mm.
But I couldn't go on account of my sunburn. I had an awful... I've still got it, you see.
Mm.
And then he went back to Butte. He had to leave in such a hurry he couldn't even say goodbye.
Wow.
It was a pity, too, because an old friend he hadn't seen in years came looking for him just a few minutes later.
With a warrant?
No, he was an attendant in a nearby hospital.
Mental?
Oh, yes, very intelligent. He read me some of his poetry. Maybe you've heard it. A loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou.
Wait a minute. Isn't that the Rubaiyat of Omer Khayyam? That was written by a guy named Fitzgerald.
Well, of course, that's his pen name.
Quite a penman.
Yes, but he's paid his debt to society. And the other time it was a bad beef.
Oh,
he told me all about it.
Yeah, sure.
He cried on my shoulder afterwards.
Sweetheart, when you make a mistake, it's a beaut.
Sam, nothing happened.
Well, I'm glad he cured you of stammering, anyhow. Ready?
Oh, yeah. I've got a brand
Work,
new
you
notebook.
know. Life goes on.
I've got a brand new notebook, Sam. I'll just turn over a new leaf.
Not a bad idea, dear. Date July 18 to Mr. Alex M. Youngblood. Try that again. Mr. Alex M. Youngblood, P.O., Box 317, San Francisco, from Samuel Spade, license number 137-596. Dear Mr. Youngblood, I need a vacation myself.
You need Charlie Shank. You sound tired, Sam.
Fortunately, until I met you, my only experience with any of the men and women who make your newspaper run had been with one of your corner newsboys who shortchanged me 2 times within as many days. I have not read your rag since. But your name looked imposing, and so did the $300 check upon which you had written it. Per your instructions, promptly at 4 p.m. on the 15th inst., I munched through the litter of your city room toward a door marked A.M. Youngblood, publisher, managing editor, and city editor. I wondered if you were ambitious, frugal, or 3 men. I did not know that you had good taste until I saw the trim, 20-ish, and toothsome secretary in your outer office.
Hello. You're new here, aren't you?
Well, I'm not exactly here. I'm just here to see Mr. Youngblood.
Oh.
The name is Spade.
Samuel Spade?
Sam, except to my most intimate friends.
Well, my advice to you, Sam, is to beat a hasty retreat. He's in a foul mood.
Oh? Why? Is he blind or older than he feels? I refer, of course, to your spectacular charm, Miss, if I may call you Miss.
Please, this is neither the time nor the place. My name is Phyllis Watson, and my phone number is in the directory, if you're really interested.
I could be.
Thank you. And if a man answers, tell him you're my French teacher.
Oui.
You better go in now. If you're late to an appointment with him, you're through.
Do you have any more words of wisdom?
No, but I hope you can do something to improve his state of mind. He's been awful lately. Good luck, Sam.
Thank you, Phyllis Watson.
Come in. Now, 1 minute past 4. You must be Mr. Spade.
That's right.
You're almost late. Sit down, Spade. Cigar?
No, thanks.
Well, don't expect me to offer a drink. You aren't a drinker, I hope.
You don't listen to the radio, do you?
Well, you'll not drink in this office. Nothing here but a cooler filled with water from a clean, gurgling, laughing mountain stream.
You sound like a reformed drunk, Mr. Youngblood.
What's that? Well, it was a good many years ago. If you don't mind, I'll just paste up the weather report for my morning edition before we talk.
Oh, you do that too, huh?
Yes, obviously. And with good reasons. I remind myself that I was once a copy boy, and I find it a splendid way to, at least once each day, to lower myself to the level of the working man. There we are. Very hot in Phoenix, I see.
Mm-hmm. Just what do you want a detective for, Mr. Youngblood?
I was coming to that, Mr. Spade.
Sorry?
Now, well, first let me warn you that your assignment is a highly confidential one.
They all are.
In this case, a man's life may be at stake. The situation, my newspaper, at my order and under my guidance, has launched a campaign against crime. Not aimed at the petty criminal, but at the easy-living leeches at the controls of the rackets, the hoods in bankers' clothing, the mansion-house parasites who direct the pickpockets, the second-story men, the housebreakers, who gamble away $500,000 a year and pay income tax.
Don't go to pieces.
Of that amount.
Yes, I understand. You're after the boys on the safer side of the fences.
Well, nicely put, Spade, yes.
Thank you.
Well, the long and short of it is this. The author of the expose series, Ray McCulley, my top crime reporter, has been missing for 2 days. I want you to find him.
What makes you think he's still alive?
Good heavens, Spade. Why must you suggest that he isn't?
Because if I were a mansion-housed parasite in danger of being unhoused by a newshawk, I'd see said newshawk standing in a cement block on the bottom of the bay.
I will accept that only when no stone has been left unturned. Every straw and every haystack has been searched. Every...
nook and cranny?
Yes.
Sounds as though you need at least one police force, Mr. Youngblood. Now, why don't you just...
No. Impossible. We've already had a brush with the police over the expose. I'll not be dictated to at this stage of the game. I started this investigation, and I'll finish it alone.
Well, it's a pretty big order, Mr. Youngblood, but times are tough. I'll see what I can do.
Good. I hereby turn over to you all the resources and power of this, my newspaper. When one of my reporters is in trouble or danger, sir, I will spend every penny of my fortune, if necessary, to deliver aid and succor to his side.
You then gave me Ray McCulley's expose stories to date. I saw why you, his family and friends, and his creditors could have been worried about him. They were hot. One followed a stolen car from the time of the heist through the alteration of the body color, tire brands, license number, motor serial number to the time it was shoved onto a used car lot. They named names all the way through. And another did the same to the firm of Otter, Badger, and Mole, furriers, and alleged manufacturers of coats from clouted pelts. Ray McCulley had dropped out of sight right after that story had been published. So I left your office hoping that I'd reach the address of Otter, Badger, and Mole before closing time. I did. The plushy showroom was occupied by a dozen attractive fur-bearing models, female, but wax. The live models, male, were wearing padded shoulders, pointed shoes, and coats tailored for underarm artillery. They would have looked more natural at Madame Tussaud's Waxworks, Bertram the burglar section.
Hey, what'll it be? Something for the little woman?
Where do I find Mr. Otter?
Are you the law?
Leo sent me.
He's in his office. Come on.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't crowd me.
You say you want to see the boss?
On business. Stop nudging me with a rod.
In there, hey, move.
Okay.
Hey, boss.
Yes, Woody?
Here's Joe here to see you. Leo sent him.
Well, nudge him in, Woody.
No nudging, Woody.
Well. So Leo's sending a man to see me. I wonder why.
If you'll comb this character here out of my hair, I'll try and tell you.
Sit down, Woody.
Thanks.
You're new in town.
Yeah, that's why Leo sent me. A local muckraker named Ray McCulley interviewed you. He also interviewed Leo, but it didn't get printed yet. Leo wants to find him.
So do I. How can I help?
Well, he walked out of here, went to his hotel, wrote the story, and mailed it in. That's the last anybody's seen of him. Leo was just sort of hoping that you'd already taken care of him.
Not yet.
That's all I wanted to know. Thanks.
Just a moment.
Yeah?
Leo's sending you out alone?
Why not?
That's a tough boy, that McCulley. He's got plenty of protection. That's what you need.
What kind of protection?
Go along with him, Woody.
Who, me?
You're Woody, aren't you?
Now, look, Mr. Otter, I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but the way I see it, this is a lone wolf type caper.
Hey, what's the matter, hey? You think I'm too good for you?
Well, Woody, I wouldn't say that.
Good. It's settled then. Take care of him, Woody, and don't mix it up with any of Leo's boys. If he's out to get that rat McCulley, he's our friend.
I was beginning to wonder who Leo was. I'd grabbed the name off a calendar on the wall, Leo's Van and Storage. I didn't know whether he was the Leo Mr. Otter didn't like, and I hoped I wouldn't find out. The best way I could think to keep from finding out was to shake Woody. On the way uptown, I walked him past 4 police stations. Crossing Market Street, I pushed him straight into the arms of a traffic cop who begged his pardon and let me off with a warning. At the Blue Bottle Bar and Grill, I gave Joe, the bartender, the Mickey Finn sign, but Woody liked it. He ordered another. Then he said he knew a place on Columbus where the drinks were even better. It was called Leo's Place. I wondered if that meant anything.
Hey, oh, hey.
Who, me, huh?
I want your drink. Don't you like this joint?
Yeah, sure, it's fine. We're not getting anywhere, though.
You really take your work serious. Me, when I go gun for somebody, I go where I'm least likely to succeed. You live longer.
Yeah. Woody, what do you know about this guy, McCully?
You hear the boss. He says he's a rat.
Yeah, but he said he's got plenty of protection. Who's furnishing it?
Well, you see, there's a... Boy, oh, boy. Look at what just walked in.
I looked. What I saw was not disappointing. She was wearing a skin-tight black satin with a plunging neckline and the new look only in places where it didn't matter. But she still looked enough like your secretary, Phyllis Watson, to be out of place in Leo's place. She didn't stay there long. She made a beeline through the kitchen to the rear exit. I made a beeline right after her. Woody was breathing down my neck as I started up the rickety outside stairway at the back of the building. I stopped at the landing and turned around to face him. See you later, Woody. I didn't wait to see if he made it all the way to the bottom of the stairs. I was more interested in what was going on at the top. A door had opened, and Phyllis stepped inside. The man who let her in looked like Ray McCully.
Who are you?
The name is Spade.
I don't know that name.
Your boss hired me to find you.
Private Dick?
Yeah. Can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure. Put your hands behind your neck and walk up slow.
Okay.
All right. Go inside.
What's the matter? You're not acting glad to see me.
This is the guy, Phyllis.
Yes. Alex hired him this afternoon.
There, you see. Now, what do you want me to tell Youngblood?
You're not going to tell anybody anything. Oh.
It caught me right behind the ear. The last thing I saw was that plunging neckline as Phyllis rushed forward. I didn't know whether she was rushing to my rescue or to get in a few licks of her own. 5 seconds later, I didn't care. As the design on the linoleum slammed up at me, I had just time to wonder why, of all the people who were looking for Ray McCully, I had to find him. Then I was out. Boing. Maced for my pains.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the missing NEWSHAWK caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I was lying on the floor in a room with nothing in it but a sink, an army cot, a square of dirty linoleum, and a body. I staggered to my feet, ran some cold water over my head, and took a closer look. It was Ray McCully. He was a very dead, crusading reporter. He'd been stabbed clean through with a long-bladed kitchen knife. It said on the handle, property of Leo's Place. I went through his pockets. In his wallet, a press card, a police card, union card, and 10 genuine, crisp, new $1,000 bills. That gave me a line on the killer. He was crazy. So was I. I left it on him, too. Folded up in his vest pocket, I found 2 newspaper clippings, one from the Chronicle and one from your paper. Both weather reports for the same date. It was very hot in Phoenix, according to both papers. But according to your weather report, the temperature in Needles, California was 135 degrees. That needled me. So did the slip of paper I found in his shoe. The number 9 and a date had been stamped on it with a rubber stamp. The date was the same as that of the weather reports. I turned it over. It said Ruthie's booth, Manson Bowling Alley.
Don't tell me, let me guess. You're the cigar type, Coronas or Panatellas?
Thanks, I'm just shopping.
I got a nice line of notions.
So have I.
No, I mean the dolls, the Hollywood dolls. You know, for the bed, only $1 plus tax.
Very reasonable.
Say, what's on your mind?
Leo sent me.
Oh. Are you going to collect the slips hereafter?
Well, not tonight. You see, I'm sort of a troubleshooter. Leo's checking up on some of the numbers that didn't come out right.
Listen, I'll tell him to his face I don't want any part of those wrong numbers. They're scary.
Nuts. Who bought this one?
Let me see. Oh, last Thursday. Oh, number 9. How can I forget? He put $500. And honest, if he's been around once, he's been around 100 times to see if it paid off. Did it?
What's his name?
Mr. Spinelli. He buys a slip every day. And if you ask me, he's learned his system. Because he's been winning, you know. Dimes and then $1 and then $5. And then when he come in with 500 on number 9 until he dropped dead, did it win?
Where does he live?
It did. Wait, I'll look on the sheet. Hey, somebody else was in just this afternoon.
Give me that address. Hurry up, will you?
Well, it's right around the corner on Manson, 810. Say, maybe that's his system, 8 and 1. Don't that add up to 9? Hey, what's the matter? Where are you going in such a rush?
Please, come back later. Tomorrow. Next week.
Are you Mrs. Spinelli?
Yes, please. I had so much trouble.
Is your husband home?
Oh, my poor man. They take him away. He's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. How did it happen?
Who are you?
I'm a detective. Maybe I can help you. May I come in?
All right. Come on.
It took quite a while to gain her confidence, and after that it took still quite a while to piece together the grief-stricken grumble of words that poured out of her. When I got it down in the form of a statement, I asked her to read it over. Item, statement by Mrs. Arturo Spinelli.
All the time he played those numbers, I told him they're just a bunch of gangsters. They don't let you win. Then he met this man McCulley, a writer for the newspaper. My husband says this man shows him how to win. He wins and wins. Then he goes to bank and takes out all our savings. I begged him not to do it. But no, he was greedy. And this McCulley poisoned his mind. Sure, he won. He brought the money home in his hand. $10,000. I don't want it. I'm scared. I took it while he was sleeping with wine and gave it to the men. I tell him all I want is the 500. He tried to tell me we do good. We help catch the big gangsters. I say we don't want to do so good we get murdered in our beds. So he says, okay. But if I change mine, here is address. I don't change my mind. Because already my husband, he is dead. Has home. Stabbed. No, I don't change my mind.
She signed it, and I left her alone with her grief. I wasn't working for you anymore, Mr. Youngblood. You hired me to find you a reporter, and I had. And I wished I hadn't. The rest of it I did for myself. You weren't in your office when I got there, but Phyllis was. I found her behind the city desk in the act of dropping tomorrow morning's weather report into the slot. I grabbed it out of her hand.
What? Oh, it's you.
Where's your boss?
At home, I guess.
We'll talk in his office. Come on.
Sam, I can explain how I
You're
happen
going to
be...
explain plenty before I'm finished with you. Sit down.
Oh, you... don't have to be so rough. What's the matter with you?
Plenty. I'm stupid. I was stupid to take this job, and I was stupid to play it cagey with you. I should have beaten the story out of you before the trouble started. It's a little late in the day now, but not too late to send you up for McCulley's murder.
Oh, you're insane. Ray McCulley was... I'm the only one who ever tried to help
And
him.
I'm the only one who can place you in that room, not 10 minutes before the murder.
I told you I can explain
Stop
why.
trying to save your own skin. Spinelli was only one of a 500,000 poor dumb yucks that lose their nickels and dimes and dollars every day in the policy racket. Only he had the bad luck to win. There won't be any more lucky dead people like him if I have to make a patsy out of you to stop it.
It won't stop it. Nothing will. Ray talked big and brave like you. Now he's dead.
Yeah, with $10,000 dirty money in his wallet.
I won't let you say things like that. Ray was an honest reporter, too honest. He thought Youngblood meant what he said about that cleanup campaign.
Yeah, he did. He wanted to run this town by himself, clean up his competition.
When Ray started collecting material on the numbers racket, he still thought Youngblood was on the level. But that was before he stumbled onto the thing about the weather reports.
Yeah, that was a new one. The old Dutch Schultz mob used to add up the stock market quotations. If they cheated, they knew their customers weren't good enough at arithmetic to prove it. But who knows how hot it is in Phoenix unless they live there?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Listen, that's how the number game works, sweetheart. The suckers pick a number from 1 to 10, see? The operators tally up the slips, and the least popular for that day has to win. The weather report doesn't have to pass through the copy desk, and with Youngblood pasting it up with a few strategic corrections, it was easy to make their winners look as if they were on the level.
Oh.
But of course, you had no way of knowing that. You only watched them do it day after day.
You know, I couldn't understand why he did those things. It seemed silly falsifying a weather report, but it didn't seem as if it could do any harm.
What did you meet McCulley for? To get your cut of the 10 grand Spinelli was killed for?
How dare you? I went there to warn him about you.
Who killed him?
I don't know.
You're lying.
All right, I'm lying. But I can prove that Ray was on the level. I've got the proof right here. The whole story he wrote on the numbers racket, even naming Youngblood as the head of it, his own publisher. I went there to get it. I was going to take it to another newspaper.
Why didn't you?
I can't tell you that.
You don't have to. Mrs. Spinelli was confused, grief-crazed. She had to put the blame on somebody, and when she did, she got her revenge the only way she thought she could. She may have been right about that, but she killed the wrong man.
Why didn't you tell me you knew who killed Ray?
I wanted to give you a chance to tell me yourself. I'm glad you didn't. And that, Mr. Youngblood, is the crop. I'm sure you appreciate the fact that I gave the double scoop to your paper. Like Mrs. Spinelli, I have my own ideas of vengeance. Besides, it may up your circulation a little, and you can certainly use a little extra money for your defense. By the way, who's Leo? Period, end of report.
But, Sam.
Yes, Evie.
I thought Mrs. Spinelli killed Ray McCulley.
The vacation helped. You're absolutely correct. Mrs. Spinelli killed Mr. McCulley, if you'll pardon the expression.
But why did she kill her husband?
I was wrong. The vacation didn't help.
You mean she didn't?
She killed McCulley to avenge the murder of her husband.
You mean Mr. McCulley killed Mr. Spinelli?
Effie, stop. I'll go mad.
Oh, you need a vacation, Sam.
Look, type that up. The clatter of the keys may stimulate you to further cerebral activity.
I beg your pardon, Sam?
Brain work. Now, shoot.
Oh, brain work. Oh, well, you know best.
Tonight, men, or first thing tomorrow, get Wild Root Cream Oil and see what wonders it does for your hair. Notice how easy it is to apply. Notice what a neat, natural job it does of grooming your hair. Notice, too, how effectively Wild Root Cream Oil relieves annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. No getting around it. Once you try it, you'll never be without it. So tonight, or first thing tomorrow, call at your drug or toilet goods counter for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Sam. And you were absolutely right. The typing cleared my mind. It's all clear now except for one thing.
Well, let's clear that up right away.
Why did Mrs. Spinelli kill her husband?
She did not kill her husband.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant, why did Mr. McCulley kill Mr. Spinelli?
Kelly did not kill Spinelli.
Who's Kelly?
McCulley.
McCulley's real name was Kelly?
Now, let's start all over again. Disregard everything we said up until now. Make your mind a complete blank.
All right, Sam.
In the first place, McCulley did not kill Spinelli.
That's what I said. It was his wife, wasn't it? Now, wasn't it, Sam? Oh, stop teasing me. Sam, why do you look at me like that?
Effie, Mr. Spinelli was killed by one of the policy racket hoods to get back the 10 grand he won on the numbers game.
Then how did the money get into Kelly's pocket?
McCulley's.
Why do you insist on using his alias, Sam?
Effie, that was a tip of the tongue. I mean, look, Mrs. Spinelli took it to him because she was afraid her husband might be killed for
Then
it.
why didn't they take the money when they killed him?
Because Mrs. Spinelli had already taken it.
Then she did kill him.
Go home, Effie!
All right, Sam. I'm sorry I'm so irritable to you, but I thought it's... Well, it's been so long since I've been here, you know,
there,
Sam.
Angel,
and
Angel, you're just tired. Vacations have a habit of doing that to you. After a week or two in the office, you'll be all rested up again. Now, take it
You
easy.
act as though you thought my mind were affected.
Come here.
Sam, now don't my sunburn. Oh, it hurts.
It's nice to have you back. You look good, too. All tanned and healthy. You're roof. It's great.
I think my nose is peeling.
Well, don't pick at it.
I won't. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away.
Hiya, Baldy.
Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, how did it go?
It was the end, Effie, but the end.
Oh, Sam, not another one of those society things.
Depends on what you mean by society.
Well, you know, Sam, cafe society. Cocktails for two, hands across the table, making another old-fashioned, please.
Let's not lose our head, Effie. Nothing but double martinis, very dry, with 2 olives, sweetheart.
2 olives? Oh, Sam, isn't that overdoing it?
It was all overdone, sweetheart. That's what cracked it. Now, stay right where you are. I'll be right down to mix up my report on the dry martini caper. Get it?
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. August is always a great vacation month, and for those of you planning to take your vacation soon, let me suggest that when you're packing, be sure you include a bottle and a handy tube of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. For no matter where you go, you can always depend on Wild Root Cream Oil to groom your hair neatly and naturally, relieve dryness, and remove loose dandruff. Yes, you can take it with you on your vacation, and you should. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
You look sober as an owl.
Wise as an owl, sober as a judge, F.
Oh. Well, the way you talked on the phone, I thought you'd drowned the shamrock, kissed the Black Betty, spliced the main brace, decorated the mahogany, made a Dutch bargain, or, in a word, gone to give a Chinaman a music lesson.
Effie, I wish you'd spend more time with Harper's Bazaar while I'm gone and less with the thesaurus of slang.
Ah.
Didn't know I could say that. Are you sober?
Well, I've been riding the choo-choo, drinking Adam's ale. And if you don't believe it, just ask me to walk a chalk.
Okay, heelsy-toesy, arms akimbo, eyes glazed.
Yes, Sam.
Now then, tip of the forefinger to the tip of the nose.
Oh, Sam, it makes me dizzy.
Dizzy Gillespie?
Dizzy go... Oh, Sam.
Exactly. And you are not sewn up, shagged, shellacked, shickered, stuccoed, tap-shackled, stiffo, or real crazy.
Well, you know best, Sam.
Good. Now try this one.
Yes, Prez.
Sitting posture, limbs cruciform.
What?
Cheesecake style.
Oh, Sam.
That's it. Now place the notebook. Just a little higher. Good. Now apply the tip of the pencil to the top of the fool's cap and proceed viz.
Viz.
Date. August 1st, 1948. To Mrs. Netta Martini, 1000 Marina Boulevard, San Francisco. From Samuel Spade, license number 127596. Subject, Dear Netta. The first I knew of the caper was day before yesterday morning when I saw your husband's picture in the paper. It was one of those lovingly retouched executive-type photographs of a man in his late 40s or early 50s, graying at the temples and wearing an embalmed man of distinction look. The story was headlined, Corporation Head Waylaid by Mysterious Assailant. Chauffeur foils would-be kidnappers at offices of Martini Trading Company. The item under it wasn't as thrilling as the headline. Sounded as if he'd been knocked down for his wallet and the attempted kidnapping had been dreamed up by a bored city news reporter. I tossed it into the wastebasket along with my morning mail and went back to the Police Gazette. On page 3, the phone rang. Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Mr. Spade?
One moment. Who's calling?
Gordon Martini.
Not Gordon Martini, the corporation head, waylaid by mysterious assailant.
Chairman of the board, and there's nothing mysterious about it.
Then what are you doing on this phone?
I can't talk on the phone.
Where are you? In a hospital?
I left that pest house this morning. I'm at my residence, 1000 Marina Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
It will take you exactly 20 minutes by cab. You will meet me in front of the building, and we'll have our conference in my car en route to the office.
Where's your office?
Downtown Post Street.
Oh, why don't I meet you there?
I'm a busy man. Have a full calendar. I'm already late due to all that hospital red tape. But I can fit you into my schedule if you'll hurry. Now, look alive, man.
Well, it's a little early in the morning, but I'm trying hard.
Good. What will you want for a retainer?
I'll let you know if I decide to take the job.
Fair enough. 20 minutes. I'll expect you.
I should have looked more alive. It took me 2 minutes to get onto the street, 1 minute to flag down a cab, and 18 minutes to reach your address, Netta. A total of 21 minutes. As my taxi drew up to the curb in front of the canopied entrance to the corner apartment house at 1000 Marina, I saw your husband pacing indignantly up and down in front of the entrance, pausing only to glare at the outsized chronometer on his left wrist. His gray Homburg was perched atop an outsized turban of gauze bandage that decorated his head.
You're Spade. You're exactly 1 minute and 22 seconds late. Hours are made of minutes, minutes are made of seconds. In killing this seemingly negligible interval of time, you have wounded an hour.
Oh, I have? Well, I'm sorry. The traffic's pretty heavy out here this hour of the morning, you know.
You should have started a minute and 22 seconds earlier.
I'm sorry there was a bore on the telephone, kept talking about how valuable his time was.
Yeah, well, don't apologize. Only waste more time. Now, here's your check, $100. My car's just around the corner. I pay that chauffeur a large salary, but mustn't keep him waiting. In the meantime, you may as well start earning your fee.
I've been earning it for the past 22 minutes and 22 seconds.
Wait. I suspected as much. Do you drive a car?
Yeah, you mean one man drives all that?
I see him, that rascally chauffeur of mine. Asleep in the back seat. All right, come out of there, you. Hey, watch!
I was behind him and a little to the right. The shock of the rapid-fire 30-caliber slugs lifted him off his feet and knocked him against me. I went down under his 300 pounds of dead weight. By the time I rolled him off of me and got up, the gunman had jumped out of the limousine and into a gray sedan that was double parked alongside. In the welter of traffic on the boulevard, I didn't dare risk throwing a shot after him, but I did get the first 3 numbers of the license plate before it buried itself in the heavy stream of AM commuters. That's when the air changed from exhaust fumes to something out of a Persian garden. I turned and looked for the first time into your Nile green eyes, Netta, and saw you twisting a handkerchief in your pale hands I might have loved beside the Shalimar, but on Marina Boulevard they looked like hysterics dead ahead.
Who did it? You saw him. Don't lie to me. Why don't they come? Where's the ambulance? Why are all those people standing around there staring at me? Make them go away.
Calm down.
Make them go away. I can't stand it.
Stop it, will you? That's better. Now, come on over here. Who are you, his wife?
Yes, and it was all my fault. This is the end. I called Ernie out the window and asked him to come upstairs. I wanted him to return some lingerie. They sent the wrong color, peach.
Yeah. Who's Ernie?
He's our chauffeur. I was looking for the exchange slip when we heard the shots. Is he dead this time?
Yeah, they'll go to pieces.
Poor Gordon, he had so many enemies. He didn't drink well, you know. People dropped us like flies.
Well, they certainly dropped your husband.
Are you a policeman?
No, but I'll do until the real thing comes along, which is right now. If I were you, lady, I'd go back upstairs and relax. They'll get to you soon enough.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Poor Gordon, he looks so natural stretched out on the pavement.
Yeah.
I keep thinking he'll get up and stagger on into the elevator. He didn't drink at all well.
Go on, will you?
All right, I'm going. Oh, Ernie, where did you go?
Down at the garage. I heard a car drive in. Poor Mr. Martini. It's all my fault.
No, Ernie, it's mine if I only hadn't mislaid that exchange slip.
What?
You know, when I called you out the window to come and get that package.
Oh, that.
What do we got here? Who's the witness?
Me.
Oh, Spade. Lost another client, huh?
Not quite. I hadn't cashed the check yet.
Well, they got him anyway. All right, clear a space in there. Let him through with that stretcher. Step over here out of the crowd, Sam. I want to get this statement.
Yeah. Okay, Gary, take it down.
Got a pencil?
Yeah, and I want it back.
Let's have it.
This guy is Gordon Martini. He headed up a local firm, the Martini Trading Company.
Yeah.
Last night he was working late at his office. Got boinged.
All right.
Phoned me this morning. Didn't know why. Thought maybe he wanted a bodyguard. Anyway, he needed one. Gunman was crouched in the back seat of the limousine, shoved the carbine out when Martini opened the door.
Carbine, huh?
Didn't get a good look at him. You could see why, the way it's closed in. No side windows.
Foreign car, isn't it?
Stop drooling. You can't afford one. You getting all this?
What about the getaway?
Martini fell on top of me. I saw the getaway car on the back of his head.
Yeah.
The car was a gray sedan. The back of his head was a standard make, too. Only got the first 3 digits of license plate, 5D9.
5D9. Anything else?
Yeah, give me back my pencil. The homicide boys want some help. They know my fee.
Mr. Spade.
This is Martini. Why aren't you and Ernie upstairs getting your alibis shaped up?
Oh, please, I can't face the questions just yet. Would it be legal if I just avoided them till I can collect myself?
I don't know about legal, but it might be smart.
Where can we talk?
What do you suggest?
Well, there's a little cocktail lounge up on Lombard where Ernie and I all... it's just around the corner.
Very handy. Let's go.
Against my mother's advice, I should have listened, but, well, that's why I married Mr. Martini.
Well, that brings us up to 1943, and it's only 11:45.
You're just like him, always holding a stopwatch over my head.
Always?
Well, he drank, you know.
You told me that.
But it's much more important than you think. He often fell down and bumped his head.
You mean that mysterious assailant that waylaid him last night in his office was a double martini?
2 pitchers full before dinner.
2?
Ernie had to carry him up to his office.
Well, what did he go up there for?
Oh, we had an appointment with the vice president of the firm, Mr. Nesbitt. Something had come up, and he wanted Gordon to sign some papers. I don't know what. It wasn't the first time. I waited outside in the car. After Ernie had taken him upstairs, he came back to the car, and we talked.
Ernie has alibis upstairs, downstairs, and all around the house.
Well, then when the others came out and Gordon didn't, Ernie went upstairs to see why.
Others? Mr. Nesbitt and who else?
Mary Callahan.
Secretary?
No, she's an attorney. And if you think everything was legal between those two, well, but after all, who am I to call the kettle black?
Now, what are you trying to tell me? That you got him drunk so they could make him sign some papers? That he got himself drunk so he couldn't write his name? Or that he just got drunk and fell down?
Between you and me, I think she pushed him down a flight of stairs. In his condition, he'd never remember.
Why are you putting the finger on the Callahan dame?
Well, what would you think? She was the last one out of the building.
Why didn't you want to tell all this to the police?
Well, I didn't want to talk about his drinking. Things were bad enough already. That would have been the end.
Oh, that's as good an answer as any. What do you want me to do for you?
Prove that she did it and Ernie didn't.
I'll let you take care of Ernie.
Oh, no. I don't want to alibi him unless I have to. He might get the wrong idea.
You mean I've got the wrong idea?
He might think it meant I still care for him, and I don't. I can't stand him anymore. The way he chews those toothpicks. And besides, if his alibi is too good, I might have trouble about that carbine in the backseat of my car.
Pardon me, it sounded as if you said you might have trouble about a carbine in the backseat of your car.
That's what I said.
Where is your car?
In the garage. But somebody had it out this morning. They scraped the fender coming back in, and they ran into the wall. They must have been in an awful hurry.
Tell me, this car of yours, it wouldn't be a gray sedan?
Yes.
License number?
Oh, wait a minute. It's on my keyring. Here, 5D90...
That's enough. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, I couldn't get up the nerve. After I heard you tell that policeman the gun that killed Gordon was a carbine, and the gray sedan and all that, well, it's the end.
I hoped you were right, but I didn't think so. When I went to look at the gray sedan in your garage, I knew you were wrong. Dead wrong. It was the getaway car, all right, and the carbine, as you know, was proven later to be the one that killed your husband. But Ernie had turned into a very poor suspect indeed. He was hugging the carpet between the front and rear seats, and when I nudged him, he didn't move. He'd been shot at closer range than Gordon Martini, and the killer had used only one slug. It was planted in the base of his brain, which made him not only a very poor suspect, but a very dead one.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Dry Martini Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Martini Trading Company, good afternoon. I'm sorry, Mr. Nesbitt is in conference. I'll see that he gets your message. Well, what can I do for you?
I would like to see Miss Callahan.
Miss Callahan is in conference with Mr. Nesbitt.
Good. I would like to see them both.
But I have orders not to disturb them.
You do not have to. I will.
Just a minute. You can't go breaking in like that.
Yes, and I'll tell you something else. He won't ever get away with it. Why, everyone in this town knows about your underworld connection.
Why, you doddering old fool, when I get through with you, if you don't go to the gas chamber for Gordon Martini's murder, you'll wish you had.
If I go to the gas chamber, it'll be for killing you, not Gordon.
Oh, you said it. Oh, why didn't I have witnesses here?
Miss Callahan?
Did you hear that?
You weren't talking loud enough. I didn't hear a thing.
Well, come on in here and I'll tell you a thing or two. Close that door. Now, sit down.
Thanks. I listen better on my feet.
Oh, so you're the detective Netta Martini employed, eh? What's she paying you?
That'll depend on how much I have to do for her.
Well, I'll tell you how much you'll have to do for her. You'll have to make a case against me, and that's not going to be easy.
Why do you think she's out to get you?
Why, indeed. For years, this moth-eaten mouthpiece, this parboiled Portia, has been victimizing poor Gordon, taking advantage of his weakness for drink.
Oh,
Now that she's liquidated him, she appears with 55% of the common stock. Motive enough, eh?
Why, you fraudulent old fool. I simply bought up his debts and threw an attachment on those stocks. Unethical, but perfectly legal.
Look,
Why, you're not even a proper thief. You're nothing but a bumbling old embezzler.
Now, listen
You had
here.
him killed because he was going to call in the auditors look over those books of yours. The Dean of Double Entry, Mr. Spade.
Look, will you save this for the courtroom scene? Now, you've convinced me. You're both crooked. I'll see that you both go up for something. That's a promise.
Oh, Mr. Spade, I gave you credit for better sense. Do you know that this Medusa of the magistrate's court, this harpy of the Hall of Justice, tricked him into changing the beneficiary of his insurance the very night she pushed him down the stairs?
And you were all in favor of it when you thought you held the controlling interest in the company. Answer that. You see, Mr. Spade, he can't answer that.
Good. I'm glad one of you is temporarily lost for words. Now, I only want to know one thing, and I want a straight answer, and if either one of you starts off on another speech, I'm going to push you into the nearest cloakroom and lock you in together.
Why, you wouldn't dare.
Try me, sweetheart.
Well, what do you want to know about this Amazon ambulance chaser, this Trilby of the traffic court?
Watch it.
Well, what do you want to know?
About Martini's insurance policy. Now, you say he changed the beneficiary. Please answer in 10 words or less. Who was the beneficiary, and who is the beneficiary now?
I'll have to answer that question in 2 parts. The beneficiary was his wife. He changed it to the Martini Trading Company, a corporation of the state of California.
Thank you, and goodbye, Mary Callahan. And that Netta took the heat off of you for the time being, which made things tough for me. Because Callahan and Nesbitt were so horrible, I never wanted to see them again, even to testify against them in court. I was sure of one thing. None of you would pull the trigger of that carbine. There'd been a hired killer behind it, and the way he operated, taking crazy chances in broad daylight in a crowded street, told me an important thing about him. That night, I made the rounds of the joints. At a plant called the Bing Room, I found a bouncer who'd tossed out a customer that'd run up a bill and tried to pay it with a $1,000 check. He sent me to the Atlas Hotel. The Atlas Hotel is off of 3rd Street down near the railroad yards. Not even a flea bag. The fleas sickened and died a long time ago. They couldn't take it. And from the look of the guests sprawled out in the mission furniture of the lobby, they wouldn't be able to much longer. A half-dead room clerk came back to the land of the living long enough to mutter a room number and wave me feebly toward a flight of crummy stairs.
Yeah, what do you want?
You, Hack Hartman?
Hey, you got anything for me, huh?
Yeah, I got news for you. Get back in the room. I'll tell you all about it.
Yeah. Well, come on in.
Drop the shiv.
Yeah, I'll drop it. I'll fix you. I'll cut you good. I'll cut you. I'll cut you.
I'm glad you did that. You make it easy for me. Now get over there.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm not feeling so good.
You can feel a lot worse. Who hired you to put the burn on Martini?
You don't get nothing out of me.
Who gave you that check?
Oh, leave me alone.
I got all night, Hack, and I feel better than you do. Now, what did you do with that check? I'll shake it if your teeth come out with it. Come on.
All right. Stop it. I don't feel so good.
Okay. Where?
Pocket. My shirt.
Don't reach. I'll get it. It was a company check, which is what I'd expected. It was for $1,000 drawn on the Golden Gate Trust and Loan. But I wasn't expecting to find the signature on the bottom line. It was signed in a bold, firm hand, Gordon Martini. Who was the penman on this?
He wrote it himself, right in front of me.
What was it supposed to be for?
He wanted I should knock off his brother.
You get mixed up?
Well, he's dead, ain't he?
That's what I mean. Gordon Martini's dead.
The papers got it wrong. That was his brother, his twin brother. And that other guy, that chauffeur, kept hanging around the garage so I couldn't get out. I had to burn him, too.
You know what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm making sense. Now get out of here. I'm getting steamed.
Don't let it worry you. I got a nice, cool place all picked out for you. After I turned Hack over to the cops, I did what checking I could on my own at that time of night. As nearly as I could learn, Gordon Martini could never have had a brother, twin or otherwise. He was a first child. His mother died in childbirth, and his father died 1 month later. So I went back to the offices of the Martini Trading Company, glass-keyed my way in, and made a quick frisk of it. There I learned that the signature on the check was indeed Gordon's, but that he had closed out his account at that bank the day he wrote it. I thought about that on the way out to your apartment.
Sam, I've been calling and calling, trying to reach you. I've been so worried. It's the end.
This time you might be right. Fix me a drink.
Well, there's nothing in the house but those prepared martinis Gordon used to drink. Is that all right?
No, but fix me one anyway. Never mind the ice. It's not morning yet, but I hate myself already.
Why don't you just relax and let me get it for you?
I'll relax. You get the martinis.
What happened? What'd you think of Mary Callahan? Isn't she the end?
She's cute. You're all cute.
All of me? How nice. I put ice in anyway. It's nasty without.
It's nasty anyway.
I hope it doesn't make you fall down the way it did poor Gordon.
Thanks.
What? Well, what's the matter? Too dry?
You open this bottle fresh?
Why, yes. What's the matter?
Where are they, the rest of the bottles? Oh, yeah. More of the same. Is this all your husband ever drank?
Yes, gallons of it. It's a special brand. He even took it with him to bars and people's houses. He'd sit and drink them right out of the bottle like a little child. Then he'd be falling down drunk, of course. And that's how we lost so many friends. They dropped us like...
Like flies. Yeah, it was the end.
Who you phoning?
City morgue.
Maxie, Sam Spade.
Sammy, what can I do on you?
On Martini, Maxie. They got around to the autopsy yet?
Yeah, they rushed him through.
Got the report handy?
Right in front of me. Funny thing, Sam. The doc said they should have saved themselves the trouble. He'd have been dead in a week or two without no help.
What from?
Brain tumor. Malignant, it says here.
Any alcohol in him?
None from drinking, Sammy.
What about the head wounds?
Accidental fall due to periodic fainting spells. Part of his condition.
Thanks, Maxie.
Well, what is it, Sam? Were the martinis poisoned?
No, sweetheart. The martinis were colored water.
Why, they couldn't. Well, what made him get so drunk?
He didn't. He was sick.
But, Sam, who killed him?
He killed himself.
But he couldn't have.
He hired a gunman to do it. He planned his own murder.
But that's... Well, why didn't he leave a note or something? He could have ruined us all.
Come here, sweetheart. Put your little head on Uncle Sam's shoulder.
Why, Sam...
That's, just what he wanted you to do. He wanted to ruin you. He let Mary Callahan fleece him out of his interest in the company. He let Nesbitt juggle the books. He let you go your way with Ernie. He let all three of you fix yourselves up with as nice a set of motives for murder as a jury could ask for.
He couldn't have...
The real joker was the check he used to pay off the man he hired to kill him. It bounced. It also proved he'd planned his own murder. But he still has his revenge. Because the insurance that would have kept the corporation from going broke won't be paid off on account of the self-liquidating cause.
Oh, Sam, darling, what's going to become of us all?
Well, Callahan and Nesbitt will probably sue each other to death. You might have to go to work and earn a living.
Well, I have $500. I might invest it in something.
You already have. Here's my bill.
But, Sam, you didn't help me. What? This is the end.
No, it isn't, sweetheart. This is the beginning. Come here. Period. End of the end.
Well, if you ask me, you helped her.
Now, F.
Well, that just goes to show you.
Show what, F?
Man's ingratitude to man.
Hmm?
But what did Mr. Martini have against you?
Why, nothing, sweetheart. He, just needed a smart operator like, Johnny Madero was on vacation.
Sam. Have you cashed that check Mr. Martini gave you?
Well, not yet.
Sam, any bartender would know better than to take a check from a man who drinks that much?
F, you haven't been paying attention. He didn't drink. He didn't. I was able to establish that later on. You haven't been listening.
Well, at the time, Sam, for all anybody knew, he was a hopeless drunk. He was, Sam. Oh, you're so wonderful and trusting. But I do wish that you'd understand this. He was a hopeless drunk.
For the last time, Effie, he didn't really drink.
I'll just type this up, Sam, while you call the bank.
I'll do that.
A final reminder, friends. Whether you're going on a long vacation trip or just a weekend to the beach, be sure you've got a bottle and tube of Wild Root Cream Oil tucked away in your suitcase. Do this, and you'll find it's easy and quick to spruce up again after stepping out of the water or off the tennis court. For no matter where or when you use it, Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. So at home and away from home, help yourself to handsome hair with Wild Root Cream Oil. And next time you have a chance, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Sam. I hope it was worth the price of the paper and carbons.
You made carbon copies of that? An unimportant report like that?
Oh, it bounced?
Well, the estate isn't settled yet.
Oh, Sam, you're so wonderful and trusting.
Effie, I am not wonderful and trusting. I am a hard-boiled private eye.
I know. Just a pity there's no money in it.
And I'm also two-fisted.
Sam, have you ever thought of ceramics?
Of what?
Ceramics. It takes virtually no capital. All you need is a small furnace and some clay. And if you don't have any talent, you can just make ashtrays.
Thanks, I already have one.
Oh, flower pots are fun. You can pot them on a wheel.
And you can pot your hat on and wheel on out of here and also take your furnace and clay.
Oh, I love you when you're so gay and carefree.
I am not gay and carefree.
You are a hard-boiled private eye. Good night, Sam.
Good night, and sue me for your back salary, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Got an old corpse kicking around you want identified? Know of any good murders you want solved? We've got just the girl for you. Her name is Candy Matson. Mighty cute, too. She fills out a size 12 suit to just the right proportions. Soft blonde hair, 2 sparkling blue eyes, and all in all, she looks as though she might have stepped right off a Varga calendar. And what's more, she's a private eye. You scoff? You ridicule? I'll let you see for yourselves. Listen. She's talking on the phone right now.
Hello, Candy Matson.
Hello, Miss Matson. I'm afraid you don't know me.
That makes it even. You don't know me. Let's go from there.
I've read about you in the papers, Miss Matson. You handle confidential cases.
That's right. However, there's a little matter of a fee involved.
Yes, I know. I can pay.
That's item number 1. Now to item number 2. What's the confidential case?
I can't possibly tell you on the phone, Miss Matson. I said it was confidential.
Okay. Where do you want to talk?
I am the proprietor of a restaurant, the Charlemagne in North Beach.
Oh, yeah, I ate there once.
Oh, that's nice.
No, it wasn't. I didn't like the food.
Oh.
However, I'll overlook it. Do you want to talk in about an hour?
That will be fine, Miss Matson.
Good. And your name would be?
Martinello. Carlo Martinello.
Okay, Mr. Martinello. And have some ink in your pen. It costs money just to talk. I probably sounded rough and commercial, but you have to be in this racket. Most people look on a private eye as a musician. They invite you to a party and expect you to bring your harp for free. But I learned the hard way a long time ago. So now they pay in advance and take their chances later. That's the way it was with this Martinello. I was at home in my penthouse on Telegraph Hill out on the porch taking a sunbath when the phone rings and it's this Carlo character. That part was all right because I can always use new customers. But what made me mad was the fact that I had to stop listening to the 49ers belt the bejabers out of the Cleveland Browns at Kezar Stadium. But I followed through and uncovered a couple of very done-in bodies along the way. Do you like the grotesque in your whodunit? Then follow me and we'll tiptoe lightly through the Tibbets, the Ponds, and the Baccalones. Because part of the story unfolds at the Opera House. Reluctantly, I dressed into something Charlemagne-ish, turned off the 49ers Cleveland game, and went down to talk to Martinello. His place was typical. Located on Paul Street, a garish neon sign, and as you walked in, the place was air-conditioned by eau de garlic.
Yes, miss. You wish a table?
I wish a table, yes. With the right party. I'm looking for the owner.
I am the owner.
I am Candy Matson.
Oh, Miss Matson. Walk this way, please.
If I could walk that way, I'd revive vaudeville.
Pardon?
Where is your office?
Right over here. Allow me. After you, Signorina.
Thank you, Signor.
Here, sit down, please.
Thanks. Now, Martinello, what's on your mind?
Always, all my life, I have run a very nice, respectable place.
Mm-hmm.
Until this morning.
What's with this morning?
I go down to the basement. My icebox is down there. That is where I keep all my meat.
So, you wanted some ground round?
Oh, no. Perhaps I'd better show you. Please, you will come with me.
Martinello led the way out of his office and down a flight of stairs. A cold blast hit my face. A musty aroma smothered my nostrils, and if I had had a phobia about darkness, I'd have ducked out then. But I followed the guy, and we ended up in front of a refrigerator about the size of an inquisition chamber. He opened the door, and it was the usual restaurant icebox, choice legs of lamb hanging from hooks, potential fillets, and thick New York cuts. The box was cold, and I started to shiver. Not from the refrigeration, though, because over in the corner was a man. He looked like something out of a long-lost Arctic expedition. He had a long, flowing mustache, every bristle of which was coated with ice. He was quite frozen and quite dead. I slammed the door shut and reeled out. The sight had staggered my thought processes. Martinello reached over by a salami slicing table and turned on a Mazda, a weak affair that cast dim shadows about the damp basement. Is that your little surprise?
Yes, Mr. Matson. That is what I was greeted with this morning.
Have you notified the police?
Oh, no.
Why not?
As I told you, I have run a very respectable place. And, too, that is why I am hiring you.
You can get in trouble, you know.
Yes, that is why you must help me. Please, Miss Matson, say you will help me. I will pay you anything you say.
I stick my neck out in the strangest places. Now it's a refrigerator. Okay, Martinello, $2,000.
What?
Make up your mind. Either I freeze your assets or the police find your frozen friend.
Yes. All right. Come. I give you the money now.
Now we're getting somewhere.
What about him?
Oh, he'll keep. He's on ice. Well, this was one for the books. Refrigeration the ugly way. I had to ask a few questions if I was to get anywhere, such as like, do you know the guy?
No.
Had you ever seen him before?
No.
Who was the last one to close the icebox last night?
I was.
Does it lock from the inside?
Unfortunately, yes.
I was getting places like Wiley was with Hauser. It was inevitable, and I had to take my courage in my hand and go down and look at that thing again. There it was, a male Mona Lisa etched in ice. This time I looked closer, I had to. And as I did, I realized I wasn't going to get any identification because this guy was a study in crimson. Underneath all that coating of ice, he was dressed in a devil's costume. I slammed the door once again and went upstairs. There I gave Martinello strict orders not to do a thing. Usually in cases like this, you have to wait for a break. They come along like a forcing hand in poker. So I went home to do some thinking. As I arrived, there was an old friend of mine, Rembrandt Watson.
Hello, Dove. I'd almost given up.
Rembrandt, how did you get in?
Your door was open, dear. I took the liberty of coming in.
Oh, sure, that's okay.
How are things, Candy?
All right, I guess. I'm kind of bushed, though. I feel about as devaluated as a British pound.
You look wonderful, Dove. What's wrong?
I've got a deal, but I don't know where to start.
Anything I can help you with?
No, thanks, Rembrandt. If I told you about it, you wouldn't believe it.
I've never doubted you in the past, dear.
I know. Well, I was just called in by a minestrone merchant in North Beach. The guy is stuck with a corpse.
That's about par for the course.
The deceased had been sealed in the icebox overnight. I've never seen one like that before.
That's the way it is, dear. Many are called, but few are frozen.
Oh, get out of here.
But, Dove, I just got here.
I know, but I've got to change and get down to see Mallard.
I'll wait for you, Candy. I haven't seen the gumshoe since before me vacation.
All right. I'll be with you in a few moments. I did a fast change, and Rembrandt and I climbed into my car, and we dropped off Telegraph Hill and down Kearny Street. The Hall of Justice, where Mallard hangs his star, is only a few blocks away, so we made it in about 5 minutes. Inspector Ray Mallard, Homicide, San Francisco Police. A lovable, shaggy dog type of character. Very keen with the crime, but dumb with the dame. Me, for instance. If I want him to say yes, he says no, and vice versa.
Well, my ever-loving Candy. What's new in the private eye business?
Very little. How's the legitimate flatfoot racket?
Oh, we're holding our arches up. Well, and Rembrandt.
I haven't seen you since Pup was a Hector.
Please, Inspector, you're metting your mixer-paws.
Who writes this dialogue?
I'm pretty weak, I know. What's on your mind, Candy?
A character named Carlo Martinello. Have you got anything on him? What's so funny, Mallard?
Nothing, except I eat lunch there about every day of the week.
Well, answer my question.
Well, there's nothing on Martinello. Arrested a couple of times during Prohibition. He was dabbling in grappa a la under the table.
Have you got a case against the guy, Detective Matson?
Oh, cut it out.
No, seriously. Why do you want to check on the guy, Candy?
No reason, just thought I'd ask.
Uh-huh. Well, Martinello's okay. Just trying to make a living. Only thing I don't like, he loves to sing to his customers.
That'd be enough to bankrupt him right there.
Anything else I can do?
No, that takes care of everything.
I tell you what, I'm through in about an hour. I'll take you up to Martinello's for dinner. You can see for yourself.
No, that's all right.
Okay, Candy. Give.
Why, Mallard, dear, what on earth do you mean?
You know something about something. I want in.
Mallard, and I want you to believe this. I mean it sincerely. If I knew something, you'd be the last to know about it.
He's got something there. Come, love, leave us a while.
I hate to do things like that to Mallard. He's been of great help to me in the past. More than once he's saved my life. But on a deal like this, you have to play it close. After all, a girl has to make a living. For the first time in a long time, I was completely baffled as to where to start. Something had to be done about that cadaver in the icebox, but what? While I was beetling my eyebrows, Rembrandt invited me up to his place for tea. He lives on California Street, just down away from Old St. Mary's, and only a bail bond broker's reach from the Hall of Justice. So I accepted.
Do forgive the looks of the place, Candy, dear. I had a meeting with my philatelist group last night.
Philatelist?
The stamp collectors, dear.
Well, I know what they are, but I didn't think they could make such a mess.
You don't know philatelists. Sit down, though. Make yourself comfortable. I shan't be a moment.
That's all right.
Candy, dear, why the wrinkles?
I've got cause for wrinkles. This chap in the icebox, Rembrandt. There's something I didn't tell you. He was dressed in a devil's costume.
There, dear. Your tea will ready in just a minute. You'll feel better.
I know it sounds crazy, but it's true.
What are you going to do, Candy?
I don't know. I can't leave him in that refrigerator forever.
We'll get him out, dear. I hate to think of a corpse catching pneumonia. Oh, excuse me, Candy. Help yourself to the tea.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do, Rembrandt Watson Enterprises? Quiet down. Who? Oh, hello, Templeton. How are all your steamships? Oh, that's good. What? Could I use to what? To the opera? Of course I could. Righto, I'll pick them up at your office. Thank you, Templeton. Goodbye. Candy, dear, do you like the opera?
I can take it or leave it. Why?
It suddenly develops that I have 2 tickets tomorrow night for Tales of Hoffman.
Oh, Rembrandt, I don't think I can
Come, Candy. It'll do you good. You've been working too hard. You need a little relaxation.
Tales of Hoffman, Okay. Who's the pal who gave them to you?
An old friend of mine, Templeton Woodruff. He runs a steamship to Java and other places Ezio Pinza sings about.
I finished the tea and left. Right then, the only opera I could think of was the one going on in an icebox at Martinello's. I've always tried to play straight with Ray Mallard, so I decided to tell Martinello my plan.
Miss Matson, I don't think it's such a good idea.
Good evening, Carlo. I want to talk to you.
That's what I mean. There's a gentleman here who...
So you've got a gentleman. That's fine. 3 more and you've got a crowd. What I want to talk to you about is this.
You don't understand. The gentleman I'm talking about is from the police.
The police?
Yeah. Hello, Candy.
Mallard.
How about some scallopini?
Well, up jumped the... Hello, Mallard, dear.
I had an idea you'd like dinner here tonight. Do you know my boy, Carlo?
Yes, we've met.
How do you do? The signorina wish something to eat?
No, thanks. I want to talk to you, though, Mallard.
Sure. Come on into my booth. We'll share some salami.
No, thanks. I want to see you downstairs.
I don't think the food's as good down there.
I agree, but it isn't the food. I'm talking about murder. Once again, I headed down into the catacombs of the Charlemagne. This time the act was a double. Mallard was right behind me. Then I looked around. We were a trio. Martinello was right behind Mallard. This is it.
This is what?
This is an icebox. Inside, you'll find a body dressed in a devil's costume.
Okay, Carlo, let's humor the lady. Open the thing, will you?
Yes, I'll open it.
Lovely view of the beef.
It's gone. The body's gone. Okay, Martinello, start talking and make some sense while you're doing it.
Please, Miss Matson, I don't know anything. I haven't been down here all day.
Get rid of those arched eyebrows, Martinello. You know something. What is it?
Wait a minute, Candy. I'll do the questioning. In the first place, Carlo, was there or was there not a body in here?
Well...
Sure there was. He can't deny it. Here's a check for $2,000 signed by Martinello himself.
Well, Carlo?
Yes. There was a body, all right.
Who was it? Friend of yours?
No, Inspector. I never saw him before.
Why did you call Miss Matson? Why didn't you come to see me about it?
Well, you know, Inspector, the police...
Just because you were once arrested for bootlegging, Carlo, is no reason to be afraid of the police. Well, I'll put a couple of my men on the job and see what we can turn up.
What? Is that all you're going to do, Mallard?
No. Right now, I'm going back upstairs and have some of Carlo's scallopini.
Mallard, are you out of your head?
Look, Candy, in order to have a murder case, you've got to have a body. Obviously, we're fresh out. And until your pal with the devil's costume turns up, I intend to live my typical everyday life. Don't forget the mushrooms, Carlo.
There are times when I get so mad at Mallard I want to scream. I didn't, though. I only scrammed. I hung on to the $2,000, however. I felt I deserved it just for getting my curiosity aroused, and it was aroused plenty. Corpses don't get up and walk out of iceboxes by themselves. But after all, Mallard had a point. There was nothing to be done without a body. So I went home and waded into a stack of dirty dishes that had been piling up. Then I fixed dinner and started a new stack of dirty dishes. Got a book and ducked into bed. In the morning, I had an idea. After breakfast, I went down to the corner of Broadway and Columbus. That's where North Beach does a neat blend with Chinatown. On the corner was a Joe who sold newspapers. I'd known him for some time, and he seemed to like me. Hiya, Butch.
Well, hello there, lady. How are you?
Good, can't complain. Who won the football game yesterday?
Yeah, funny thing. I got all the news right inside here for 7 cents.
I get your point. Give me a chronicle, will you?
Sure, here.
Thanks. Who do you like in the feature at Bay Meadows?
A goat named Candy.
What did you say?
There's a pig named Candy running in the 7th. Take it or leave it.
What a tip.
I don't get it. Well, what's really on your mind, lady?
Here's a 20. You can play it on Candy all for yourself.
Well.
Do you know a gent named Martinello, Butch? He owns the Charlemagne down the block.
Sure. What about him?
That's what I'm asking you. What about him?
Oh, he's all right. A little screwy, but he keeps his nose clean.
Is that all?
Yeah. Should there be more?
I don't know. Thanks, Butch. I hope Candy pays off. I was getting nowhere, that was for sure, and the rest of the day went the same way. Dead ends, blind alleys. I checked as many loose ends as I possibly could, but I was still stuck in a quandary. But the Crusher claimed late in the afternoon when I got a copy of the late paper and read where Candy came in at Bay Meadows and paid $32.20. And I hadn't had sense enough to get aboard. When I got home, the phone was ringing. Hello, Candy Matson.
Oh, you're Candy Matson. I should play a fanfare.
Oh, hello, Rembrandt, dear. How are you?
Like an October morning. Every single one of me pores is breathing great, huge gulps of air.
What?
I just had a facial, Dove. Most invigorating.
Oh, what on earth for? I loved your old pores just the way they were.
Candy, you've forgotten.
I have? Forgotten what, Rembrandt?
We're going to the opera tonight.
Oh, Ducky, I'm sorry. I had forgotten. I'm afraid I'll have to renege.
Now, Candy, you promised, and I don't care what you're involved in. It'll do you good.
But, Rembrandt, I'm working on it. Perhaps you're right. Okay, I'll get ready.
Wonderful, dear. Pick me up about 8:15, will you?
Pick you up 8:15? Yeah.
Oh, and another thing, Lamb. We may have to do some entertaining afterward. Do bring some cash, will you?
Mm-hmm.
That's the girl.
That Rembrandt, always stony broke. I guess photography isn't what it's cracked up to be. I didn't mind, though. He's been a friend to me on more than one occasion.
Well, if I was going to the opera, I had to start thinking in operatic terms. I fished around in the closet and came up with something that would have done any woman's heart good. One of those strapless affairs that you can't stop breathing in for one moment, otherwise the opera is no longer the main attraction. I powdered, perfumed, pouted, and rouged, and took off after Rembrandt. But just as I started to leave... Just a moment.
Well, get a load of the Duchess. It won't be Halloween for another couple of weeks yet.
Oh, very funny. Come on in, Millard.
What are you decked out for, Candy?
Something you wouldn't understand. I'm going to the opera.
Oh, I love the opera. Any horse opera with Tex Acuff in it.
That's what I thought. What's on your mind, Millard? I've got to pick up Rembrandt in 10 minutes.
I was just driving by, so I thought I'd stop and tell you the news.
News? About what?
We found El Diablo.
The guy in the icebox?
Yeah. Martinello identified him. He was floating in the water off Aquatic Park.
Any lead on him?
The best. He was Salavini, the second baritone with the opera company. That's all, Candy. I hope you enjoy the performance tonight.
A baritone with the opera company. Well, that explained the costume, but it didn't explain a lot of other things. I walked down the stairs with Mallard. He got in his squad car, flicked on the flashing red light, and with a burst of his siren, rolled down the street. I'd have to speak to Mallard about that. All the neighbors had their heads out of their windows as I climbed into my car and followed. What an exit. I picked up Rembrandt, and we drove up to the Civic Center. I found a place to park. A minor miracle. The last time I went to the opera, I had to drive almost to Palo Alto and come back by train. Rembrandt's friend must have been very influential. We had seats in the Diamond Horseshoe. They were presenting Tales of Hoffman, and a friend of mine, Dorothy Warrenshould, was singing the role of Antonia. It was a fine performance, and after the last curtain, I took Rembrandt, and we went backstage to see Dorothy. This is her dressing room, Rembrandt.
Yes?
Hello, Dorothy. This is Candy Matson. I have a friend with me.
Oh, do come in, please, Candy. Candy, how are you?
Couldn't be better. Dorothy, may I present Mr. Watson? Rembrandt, this is Miss Warrenshould.
I'm delighted. You're in magnificent voice tonight, dear.
Thank you. Sit down, won't you? I've only a moment. We're rehearsing some of the scenes in Faust tonight.
Rehearsing after a full evening's performance?
It has to be done, Candy. Our baritone disappeared. We've had to replace him with a new man.
Yes, I know. By the way, Dorothy, I heard you on your Standard Hour broadcast a few weeks ago. It was a wonderful performance.
I'm glad you liked it, Candy. I always look forward to those.
What are your plans, Dorothy?
Well, the season closes here, and then we open in Los Angeles.
Oh, yes, of course.
Excuse me. Come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had guests.
That's all right. Oh, Candy, I'd like to introduce Rolf Herbert. This is Miss Matson and Mr. Watson.
It's nice to know you.
Mr. Herbert is our new baritone.
Oh, yes.
That's why we're rehearsing tonight.
I won't take any more of your time, Dorothy. I just thought we'd save a few moments of rehearsal if I told you that I don't move in that last scene. I sing upstage. That will leave you free to take as much stage as you like.
Fine, Rolf. That will save time. Thanks.
Oh, not at all. Glad to have met you, Miss Matson, Mr. Watson.
Nice to have met you, sir.
See you on stage, Dorothy.
Yes, Rolf. Rolf has a wonderful voice, and he's a good actor, too. You know, I think he'll be even better than Salavini.
I've seen him before.
Oh, yes, he's been in pictures and on the concert stage, and in opera, too, but he's never really had a good break. This might be it. Uh-oh, that's it, Candy. I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave.
Certainly, Dorothy.
Say, why don't you stand in the wings? You can watch the rehearsal if you'd like.
Oh, I'd love it.
Come on, then. Follow me.
All right, to places, everyone. Places.
This is all right, Candy. You can stay right here.
Thanks, Dorothy.
Glad to have met you, Mr. Watson.
Also, as we used to say in the theater, go out there and kill them.
See you later.
Where's Miss Warrenshould? Ah, there you are. Herbert! Where's Herbert?
I saw him just a moment ago in the dressing room.
Well, it's late. We've got to keep moving. Please, somebody find Herbert.
From way up in the heights of the stage, the opera house was pierced with a blood-curdling scream. That was no ordinary scream. It was the scream of death. You wait here, Rembrandt. Keep your eyes open. I'm going up to have a look. That scream wasn't in the score of Faust. I punched the button for the backstage elevator. It's a good thing they work fast and are speedy. Once inside, I pressed the button for the fourth gallery. I got out. This was the top of the opera house. The place was loaded with old sets, props, papier-mâché alligators, gold goblets. Then, over on the other side of the catwalk, I saw it. The body of a man all crumpled and distorted. I hit the catwalk and ran over. It was 100 feet above the stage, and as I looked down, I could see a score of strained faces looking up through the darkness. I got on the other side and bent over the body. It was that of Rolf Herbert.
Candy, down here. I think your man just ducked down underneath the stage.
Again, I did a Mel Patton. The elevator shot me down to the stage level, and there was Rembrandt, wild-eyed.
He came down the elevator on the other side, Candy. Then he cut across the stage and down those steps.
Come on, Rembrandt, follow me. I may need help. We ran down the steps and into the bowels of the stage. It looked like a nightmare, a myriad of cross beams of steel for the rising stages. We cleared those and went around by the chorus dressing rooms. There was only one out. I remembered it. A door over in the corner, very seldom used, but it was open. It led into a long tunnel with giant steam pipes running overhead and to the right. This went underground over to the Veterans Building. Down by your feet, there's a stream of water flowing in a trough. It's the old Hayes Valley Creek. Our killer decidedly knew his opera house. As we entered the tunnel, I could see him up ahead running like crazy, so we took off after him. We made the other side, and it breaks into a big engine room. As we came into the opening, I looked around. The engineer was lying on the floor out like a light, blood spurting from his scalp. Then I glanced up. There was another door. This led into the Veterans Building itself and an avenue of escape onto Van Ness. I ran up. Then as we got into the long corridor, I saw Martinello breaking for the door. Stop! Stop, Martinello!
Stop! You think I am a fool?
I do if you don't stop.
Try and get me.
Okay, pal. You asked for it. It was the first time I had ever shot a man. It didn't feel good. But he lived, and later the doctors of law gave him a little pill. The cyanide kind they dropped inside the gas chamber at San Quentin. Martinello paid his debt. Details? Sure, I'll fill him in now. Martinello loved to sing. Ray Mallard had told me that. For years, Carlo had been hanging around the opera house, hoping to step into a role. This season, a director had jokingly told him that if he ran out of baritones, he'd let Carlo take over. Carlo took him seriously. He lured Salovini down to his restaurant on a fake emergency call, costume and all, and did him in. But then he became frightened. That's when he called me. It was worth $2,000 to have me hush things up. But I don't operate like that. He had a hunch I was going to tip off Mallard. That's when he removed the body from the icebox and dumped him into the bay. Carlo had also been at the performance of Tales of Hoffman. That's when he learned that they'd rustled up Rolf Herbert to sing in place of Salovini. By this time, Martinello was obsessed with the idea of singing in the opera house and wouldn't stop at anything. Right after Herberts left Warrenshold's dressing room, he managed to get Herberts into the elevator and up to the fourth gallery behind the stage. That scream was produced by a 6-inch stiletto through Herbert's heart from the hands of Martinello. And that's when our chase began. I hope I never see that tunnel under the opera house again. That Mallard and his sentiments. It was he who gave me that gun just a week before, for my birthday. He said I needed protection. Well, darn it, I do. But I can't get Mallard to believe me. Instead, he just gives me guns.
Listen again at this same time next week. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Harry Bechtel as Rolf Herberts, Jerry Walter as Carlo Martinello. Henry Leff plays the role of Inspector Mallard, and Jack Thomas is Rembrandt. Dorothy Warrenshold, star of the Standard Hour and the San Francisco Opera Company, was heard as herself. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters. With the exception of Miss Warrenshold, Any resemblance to actual people in tonight's play is purely coincidental. Candy Matson comes to you from San Francisco. This is Dudley Manlove speaking. You are tuned for the stars on NBC.